Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 6BF. Chapter 278 He wants to eat Akainu. 36, please subscribe. 279 374. Chapter 278 He wants to eat Akainu. 36, please subscribe. Previous. Next. This. Aokiji stared at the scene in front of him with dull eyes. He was about to rush to Qin Yu, but he stood there blankly as if he was hit by a spell. Change. Akainu turned into a cookie. Kizaru, who had already transformed into light and flashed in front of Qin Yu much faster than Aokiji, saw Akainu's situation, and like a cat whose tail was stepped on, frightened and felt painful, he suddenly flashed away from Qin Yu at a faster speed than when he left, and returned to Aokiji's side. What kind of ability is this? Dracula Mahawk stared at the puppy-shaped cookie that Akainu turned into in Qin Yu's hand with a moving face. Does he have other unknown devil fruit abilities besides Buu Fruit, Sand Fruit and Thunder Fruit? When Monkey 23 Dragon thought of this, a storm surged in his heart that could not be calmed for a long time. You demon, what did you do to Akainu? Aokiji took a deep breath and asked in a terrifying tone. What did I do to Akainu? Isn't it as you saw? His admiral name is Akainu, and he likes to turn into a dog head when controlling the magma. Since he likes dogs so much, I will turn him into a puppy-shaped cookie. I think he should like the way he looks now. A red puppy-shaped cookie, isn't this the real Akainu? Qin Yu picked up the red puppy-shaped cookie transformed by Akainu in his hand and shook it at Aokiji and Kizaru. By the way, if I remember correctly, your two admiral names are Aokiji and Kizaru respectively. I think you are also quite satisfied with Akainu's current appearance, and I will turn you into the same as it later. Aokiji will become a blue bird-shaped cookie, and Kizaru, you are so arrogant on weekdays, always jumping around like a monkey, so I will turn you into a yellow monkey-shaped cookie. What do you think? Give Akainu back, Aokiji said in a deep voice. Do you think it's possible? Qin Yu said, and actually raised his hand to throw the Akainu biscuit in his hand towards his mouth. He wants to eat Akainu. Seeing this scene, everyone felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. They were terrified by Qin Yu's ability to turn people into biscuits, and they also felt a chill in their hearts because Qin Yu looked like he was going to eat Akainu without even frowning. Don't let him do this. Kizaru, take Akainu back. If he can turn Akainu into biscuits, he can turn Akainu back to its original state. As long as he takes it back, there's no hope. Aokiji immediately raised his hand and released an extremely cold ice shock wave towards Qin Yu. I don't know what kind of monster this demon is, how can you let me take the biscuit from him? What if he crushes the Akainu that has already turned into a biscuit, then I will kill Akainu. Kizaru said with a fearful look on his face. If it was before, even though he was not as strong as Qin Yu, with the flash fruit, he had the courage to deal with Qin Feng. But after seeing Qin Yu release the purple light with his tentacles to turn Admiral Akainu into a cookie, he lost most of his courage. Compared to being turned into a cookie by Qin Yu, he would rather be beaten to death by a strong enemy in the battle. Akainu's current fate is too horrible. Admiral, the highest combat power of the naval headquarters, whose status is only below the marshal, turned into a puppy-shaped cookie. He felt chilled just thinking about such a fate. You can't let him eat Akainu. And you don't have to be so afraid. His ability is indeed weird, but I think he can only rely on that one tentacle to release this light. As long as you are caught by his tentacles and avoid his light, you don't have to be afraid. Aokiji said, Hey, you really give me a hard time when you ask me to save Akainu from this monster-like person. Kizaru sighed deeply, then his eyes condensed, and the next second he turned into a golden flash, surpassing Aokiji and releasing 370 ice shock waves, and flashed directly in front of Qin Yu, swinging a sword that had been condensed and formed at an unknown time to slash at Qin Yu's right hand holding Akainu biscuits. Obviously, as a Marine Admiral, although he is usually a fence-sitter, he is the Admiral of the headquarters after all. At a critical moment like this, he still showed the responsibility and courage of an Admiral. Although saving Akainu is dangerous, it is definitely not possible not to save him. I didn't expect that you, a famous fence-sitter among the three admirals, would have the courage to come to me. Kizaru, I really changed my mind about you. Qin Yu saw that Kizaru, who was reluctant to come just now, suddenly rushed to him, and his eyes showed a little surprise. All along, his view of Kizaru was that he was a fence-sitter. As long as there is danger, this admiral will never step forward to face it. So he can only be a general, not a commander. But now, Kizaru's courage and responsibility surprised him a little. Chapter 279 Give me some face, Devil Brother 46, please subscribe. 280 Chapter 279 Give me some face, Devil Brother 46, please subscribe. Previous. Next. I can't help it, Demon Brother. Who made me wear this admiral's clothes? I have been paid by the admiral for so many years, I can't just do nothing. Kizaru while swinging his sword to slash at Qin Yu's wrist, he teased stubbornly. By the way, Demon Brother, you also know that it is not easy for me to work. Or you can give me face and return Akainu to me, brother. If you like to eat cookies, I will give you a pack of identical puppy-shaped cookies later. If possible, I am also willing to give you this face. Unfortunately, your face is not worth this much, Kizaru. Qin Yu shook his left hand, and a long sword formed by lightning had already firmly held Kizaru's aim no kume sword. At the same time, a thunder dragon with fangs and claws, as if to tear the sky apart, flashed out from his body and then his 10 claws slapped the ice shock wave released by Aokiji. Since you are here, don't leave. Stay and keep Akainu company, Qin Yu said as he tightened his grip on the lightning sword. The lightning sword in his palm exploded instantly, turning into a terrifying lightning fist that hit Kizaru. It's okay to keep me company, but I prefer to bring Akainu back to Admiral to keep me company. Kizaru's face darkened slightly. The power contained in the lightning fist was beyond his imagination. If it was a competition of speed, he would not be afraid of Qin Yu, but this lightning fist not only had a speed no less than his, but also had a flashing power far beyond his. Kizaru did not dare to neglect the terrifying power coming from the Murasakibara sword. At that moment, he held the Murasakibara sword in one hand and condensed a shield formed by photons in the other hand to block the lightning fist in front of him. Linlin. But Qin Yu's offensive was like a torrential rain and a strong wind, continuous and endless. Before Kizaru could even catch his breath, a thunderous roar that shook the universe came from the sky. Almost at the same time as the roar, a Kirin that was bigger than a mountain had already jumped down from the thundercloud in the sky and stepped on Kizaru. It's over, Akainu was really killed by you this time. Kizaru, who was already struggling to resist Qin Yu's attack, sighed helplessly in his heart when he saw this scene. If it was another attack, such as the special ability of Qin Yu's Buu Fruit, various Qigong waves, he could dodge and have a chance to escape. But facing this thunder Kirin that pounced in front of him in an instant, and whose speed was not inferior to his at all, he really had no way to deal with it. Kizaru, Aokiji gritted his teeth, jumped up, and piled his hands forward. Hiss! The surging cold air broke out instantly. Aokiji instantly created an island-sized iceberg in the void as a shield to block Kizaru. However, facing the Kirin formed by extremely violent lightning, although Aokiji's iceberg was solid, it was completely shattered by the Kirin of thunder after only a moment of stalemate after being attacked by the Kirin. Ice Age. Looking at the Kirin so close, Aokiji knew that it was this move that took away one of Akainu's arms. Knowing the horror of the Kirin, he did not dare to neglect it and released the most powerful ice in history before the danger came. The terrifying ice was like a surging river, freezing the Kirin of thunder one after another. Frozen fruit. This devil fruit has been developed by him to an extremely terrifying level. In Aokiji's hands, even the flames and magma that restrain him can be frozen, and he has even frozen Qin Shui's Kamehameha. And now, he actually wants to freeze the power of the thunder fruit, which is the closest to invincibility in Logia. Too violent. It's even more violent than the demon's aura, and more aggressive. Aokiji gritted his teeth and supported himself. But the destructive power of the thunder Kirin is too terrifying, especially the power of the thunder fruit in Qin Shui's hand is completely different from that in Enel. It is also a thunder fruit, but in Enel's hand it is simply and roughly discharged, and many hidden powers of the thunder fruit itself have not been developed at all. But in Qin Yu's hand, the thunder fruit is not only developed to the ultimate, but also based on thunder, it has developed various powers other than thunder and lightning. For example, the Kirin in front of him not only has the destructive power of the 200 million volts Lili Hao for God that exceeds Enel, and has developed the high temperature, high heat, light, electromagnetic and other abilities contained in the thunder itself to the ultimate, and even developed the thunder and lightning to be like a magic weapon, with terrifying sharpness and penetration. Even if it encounters a non-conductive rubber fruit ability, users can also penetrate the lightning with the power of high temperature, heat, light, sharpness, penetration, etc. That is why Aokiji found it extremely difficult to completely freeze the lightning unicorn when facing it. The ice he released, which could freeze even fire and magma, often seemed to be chopped up by countless magic weapons as soon as it spread to the unicorn, and then forcibly melted and destroyed, making it difficult to freeze the unicorn. Chapter 280 The Devil's Collection. 3 Admiral Cookies 56, please subscribe. 281 374. Chapter 280 The Devil's Collection. 3 Admiral Cookies 56, please subscribe. Previous. Next. The destructive power of Thunder Fruit is too great. No wonder Akainu was severely injured and even lost an arm when facing this move just now. When Aokiji saw that he tried his best but still couldn't freeze the Kirin, his already pale face turned even paler. If he couldn't stop the Kirin, not only he, but also Kizaru below would be in trouble. At that time, it is very likely that as Qin Yu said, the 3 admirals of the naval headquarters will turn into 3 biscuits of different shapes and be eaten by Qin Yu together. Aokiji, you must hold on. If you can't hold on, the 2 of us will go to accompany Akainu. Kizaru below saw Aokiji looking powerless, and suddenly felt anxious. When he thought that he would also be turned into a yellow monkey-shaped biscuit like Akainu, he had the urge to hit his head and die. Although his admiral name is Kizaru, it doesn't mean that he wants to become a monkey biscuit. Kizaru, run. Don't worry about me and Akainu, tell Sengoku everything today. It's not the world government. 303 Aokiji looked at the huge and majestic head of Kirin, which was close to him. Kirin even opened its mouth and wanted to swallow him. He sighed in his heart, and then roared at Kizaru with a determined face. He knew that someone had to stay behind to cover the rear. In terms of speed, he could never compare with Kizaru. In this way, he was the most suitable one to cover the rear. After all, facing Qin Yu, who had the ability to fly and also had the Thunder Fruit, the one who was most likely to escape back to the Navy headquarters between him and Kizaru must be Kizaru, not him. Has it come to this? Kizaru was shocked when he heard Aokiji's resolute voice with a strong determination to die. When he thought of Akainu, whom he had worked with for many years, becoming a cookie, and Aokiji had to risk his life to stay behind to fight for his chance to escape, even though he was always indifferent to things other than himself, he felt bitter and indignant in his heart. He didn't expect that this war, which was originally regarded as a massacre by all of them, would actually reach this point. The three admirals of the Marine, the world's #1 swordsman Dracula Mahawk, and a Buster Call fleet ended up with him being the only one left to flee like a defeated dog. Let's go. Aokiji growled again, and then his whole body turned into an ice giant with a tragic and resolute aura all over his body and punched the Thunder Kirin in front of him. Hold on, I will bring Mr. Sengoku to save you. Kizaru's eyes flashed with anger, but when he thought that he would die if he stayed, and finally failed Aokiji's efforts to stay behind at the risk of his life, he stopped resisting the giant thunder fist in front of him and let it blow him away. Although he was hit by a punch, which made his injury worse, he was still alive and kicking as long as he was not injured in an instant. After being knocked away by the thunder and lightning giant fist, he burst into a burst of golden light and flashed towards the direction of naval headquarters. You three are my collection. If you, Kizaru, were missing, I would not be able to put together a set of 3 admiral cookies. At the same time when Kizaru's elemental transformation into golden light broke through the air, Qin Yu also transformed into lightning and teleported to Kizaru's side, kicking him in the chest. Don't even think about it. Just when Kizaru was about to stop to resist Qin Yu, Aokiji, who had turned into an ice giant, roared and raised his hand to release 3 ice spears to stab Qin Yu. Thor Susanoo. Facing the ice spears that were thrusting at him, Qin Yu's eyes condensed, and a magnificent lightning burst out from his body. Under the flash of lightning, a Susanoo formed entirely of lightning and armament hockey soared into the sky and then smashed the oncoming ice spear with his 10 palms. At the same time, the thunder god Susanoo raised his foot and slammed into Kizaru, who wanted to take the opportunity to escape. Damn it, don't think that you are the only one who can do it. Kizaru was also angry after being beaten and forced by Qin Yu again and again. At that moment, he changed his usual teasing mouth and burst into a hysterical expression with a golden light that shot straight into the sky. The next moment, a golden giant composed entirely of photons and armament hockey rose from the ground, and then intervened to block Xin Yang's Thunder Man. Interesting. Kizaru, I'd rather be a stray dog than you, and keep running. I didn't expect you to have some blood to fight for it. Qin Yu saw that Kizaru imitated his thunder god Susanoo to create a golden giant. Not only was he not surprised, but he smiled excitedly. He was not surprised at all that Kizaru had the ability to learn and apply immediately. After all, in a sense, Logia abilities actually have a lot in common. Especially the Thunder Fruit and the Flash Fruit have a lot of similarities. And Kizaru has developed Haki and the Flash Fruit to an extremely high level. He only needs to take a look at similar moves to learn and apply them immediately. Chapter 281 Aokiji has fallen. It's your turn next. Kizaru, 66, please subscribe. 282 374. Chapter 281 Aokiji has fallen. It's your turn next. Kizaru, 66, please subscribe. Previous. Next. The same is true for the ice giant that Aokiji just used. As Logia users, after developing to Ultimate, their moves have many similarities. If you don't know how to use the fruit ability, I can do it. Many times, the winner is determined by the strength of Haki, the skill of using the fruit ability, and who has a wider range of fruit ability development. Although each Logia devil fruit only represents one element, it does not mean that this devil fruit can only use a single natural element to fight. Like Thunder Fruit, it can develop incredible abilities such as light, heat, electromagnetism, radio waves, and thunder metallurgy based on lightning. Thunder Fruit can do it, and other devil fruit can do it too. It's just that the ability of Thunder Fruit is more invincible than other devil fruit. Stop talking nonsense. Demon, if you have the guts, just use the Thunder Fruit to fight me. Today, I will compete with you to see who is the closest to the invincible evil demon fruit in Logia. Kizaru didn't know whether he had nowhere to escape or was oppressed to the ultimate, and his rare personality was aroused. He didn't run away again, but took the initiative to provoke Qin Yu after condensing the golden giant. Provocation. Kizaru, your method is a bit outdated. Qin Yu glanced at Kizaru, and before he could speak, he said to himself. But since you have this taste, I certainly don't mind playing with you. That's what you said. Today I will see whether your Thunder Fruit is stronger or my Flash Fruit is more powerful. Kizaru heard this, and a hint of joy flashed in the depths of his eyes. He knew that beings like the demon were extremely confident and arrogant. This kind of arrogance was not arrogance or conceit, but a kind of confidence in his own strength. In Kizaru's view, since the demon said this, it means that in the next battle, he will never use abilities other than Thunder Fruit. Ah, just when Kizaru felt a burst of joy in his heart, a scream suddenly came from behind Qin Yu. Aokiji. Hearing this scream, the joy in Kizaru's heart disappeared instantly. When he looked around, he immediately found that the ice giant condensed by Aokiji had been bitten to pieces by Qin Yu's Thunder Kirin. Without the protection of the ice giant, the Kirin directly pounced on Aokiji's body, and instantly turned into a terrifying lightning column to devour Aokiji. Aokiji has fallen, and it's your turn, Kizaru. Qin Yu reminded him lightly. If you just use Thunder Fruit, maybe you will be the next one to fall down, and you won't leave. Kizaru's heart trembled, and he immediately gathered his mind, not daring to sense Aokiji's situation anymore, but focusing all the perception of observation Haki on Qin Yu. For people like them who have almost the speed of light, even a blink of an eye can make the difference between life and death. For many years, Kizaru has defeated countless enemies in a flash with the speed of flash fruit. It is for this reason that he knows very well how much concentration he needs to have when facing Qin Yu, who has the same speed as him but is stronger than him. Don't provoke me anymore, come on, Kizaru. As one of the 3 admirals who has always been low-key, I also want to see how much stronger you are than Aokiji and Akainu. Qin Yu said, you'll know it soon. Kizaru's mind moved, and the form of the golden giant condensed by his photons began to change. Please give me flowers Aim no Kurosakumo sword, Yasukani no Magatama, Yada mirror. From the beginning, it was just a vague golden giant, and the sword turned into a female giant. At the same time, a golden long sword formed by photons appeared in her left hand, and a golden shield appeared in her right hand. 9 huge golden Magatama floated behind her. This Kizaru is indeed the strongest and most hidden person among the 3 admirals. Just watching me use Susanoo once, this move has been perfected to this extent. 0. Qin Yu looked at Kizaru fully armed with the golden giant, turning it into a lofty and inviolable female war god, and he couldn't help but secretly praise Kizaru's comprehension in his heart. Kizaru was often criticized by Zephyr for being biased in one subject, but became an admiral as a biased student. Kizaru's achievements and potential are only second to Monkey D. Dragon. Amaterasu God Tier, Kizaru shouted in a low voice. Although the Amaterasu God Tier condensed by his power of the flash fruit was huge, its speed of movement and attack was almost as fast as that of a celestial being. Under his control, without any movement of Amaterasu God Tier, its huge body had appeared out of thin air in front of Susanoo condensed by Qin Yu, and at the same time, it swung the Tenkumoku sword and burst out a golden sword energy to slash at Qin Yu's thunder giant, Susanoo. With a flash of golden light, the Tenkumoku sword in the hand of Amaterasu God Tier, which was bigger than a mountain, had cut through the lightning armor covering Susanoo's body, and was about to cut open Susanoo's entire body. The Amaterasu God Tier formed by photons, although it is huge, is it faster to attack and move than the speed of the ability user because it is essentially light. Qin Yu's eyes flickered slightly. Chapter 282 Thunder Fruit is not as invincible as I thought. 16, please subscribe. 283 374. Chapter 282 Thunder Fruit is not as invincible as I thought. 16, please subscribe. Previous. Next. The speed of light actually does not exist in the world of One Piece. Even Kizaru, the user of the flash fruit, can only reach the speed infinitely close to that of light, and the same is true for him, the user of the thunder fruit. But Kizaru can't do it, Qin Yu can't do it, but the golden giant in front of him, which is purely composed of light, Amaterasu God Tier, can do it. Because no matter how huge this Amaterasu God Tier is, it is essentially a ball of light condensed by Kizaru, and it can naturally reach the speed of light in the true sense. In this way, although the Amaterasu God Tier is huge, its movement speed and attack speed of 960 are faster than Kizaru, the user himself. Almost in the first encounter, this Amaterasu God Tier, under the control of Kizaru, severely damaged Qin Yu's thunder god Susanoo Ikuhei. It seems that Thunder Fruit is not as powerful as I thought just now. The reason why I was beaten so badly just now was not only because he took the initiative, but also because he was stronger than me and had many fruit abilities. Kizaru couldn't help but say in his heart when he saw that he had such an advantage in the blink of an eye. Are you thinking that Thunder Fruit is not as powerful as you expected, and the reason why you were beaten so badly by me is largely because I used many kinds of devil fruit in the battle just now? Qin Yu looked at Kizaru deeply, and then uttered a sentence that made Kizaru's pupils shrink uncontrollably. Has his observation haki reached the point where he can listen to the voice of his heart? Kizaru's heart was filled with a storm. Is it difficult to listen to your thoughts? Qin Yu stared at Kizaru with interest, and every word made Kizaru tremble with fear. As expected of a demon brother, he has even cultivated the most difficult observation haki to this level. No wonder he had the upper hand against the 3 of us just now. Kizaru praised him against his will. But since you heard it, I'll just say it out loud. As you heard, Thunder Fruit doesn't seem to be as invincible as I imagined, at least when facing my flash fruit. When Kizaru was halfway through his words, Thunder God Susanoo, who was severely injured by the flash Amaterasu God Tier with the Murasaki sword, suddenly raised his left hand and grabbed the Murasaki sword in front of him, and then a brilliant lightning burst out from his palm. The Murasaki sword, which was 100 meters long, seemed to be vaporized under the shining lightning and disappeared on the spot. At the same time, Thunder God Susanoo raised his other right hand, and the moment he raised his right hand, hundreds of huge electric snakes immediately fell from the sky. These electric snakes gathered in the palm of Susanoo, the god of thunder, and condensed into a flash of lightning in the blink of an eye. Then Susanoo swung the lightning in his hand and pierced it into the body of the nearby Amaterasu God Tier. Bang! Although the lightning in Susanoo's hand was pitifully small compared to the huge body of Amaterasu God Tier, when it pierced into the body of Amaterasu God Tier, it instantly exploded with endless lightning like a nuclear bomb. Boom! The countless electric snakes were like giant pythons coiled around the goddess Amaterasu, like a ball of lightning energy swallowing her whole body. With a loud bang, the body of the flash Amaterasu God Tier, who had the upper hand just now, was almost completely destroyed by the lightning, leaving only the legs shining with golden light. What do you think now, Kizaru? Qin Yu stared at the wasteland with interest. His face suddenly became extremely ugly, as if he had eaten a pile of shit. The destructive power of Thunder Fruit is indeed strong, but there will be no second chance like this. Kizaru said in a low voice, then opened his right hand and shot a magnificent golden light at the Flash Amaterasu god tier who was beaten to only his legs. The next second, under the bath of golden light, all the lost body of the Flash Amaterasu god tier, who was almost beaten to ashes, has grown back. The Aim no Kurosakumo sword, Yata mirror, and Yasukani no Magatama were all instantly restored to their original state. This time, I will smash your lightning giant to pieces. Kizaru glanced at Qin Yu coldly, and then with a thought, the restored Flash Amaterasu god tier once again showed a terrifying speed that was superior to the Grand Line. He moved 2.0 out of thin air like light to the back of Qin Yu's Thunder God Susanoo, and then swung the Tenkumoku sword from the head of the Thunder God Susanoo to his heels with a condescending attitude. Bang! Originally Kizaru thought that this time would be the same as before, relying on the unparalleled speed to catch Qin Yu off guard in an instant. But what he didn't expect was that the Thunder God Susanoo seemed to be a prophet. When the Flash Amaterasu god tier's Tenkumoku sword fell halfway, the Thunder God Susanoo suddenly turned around and pulled out a long sword made entirely of lightning in the air, and took the lead in cutting off the Flash Amaterasu god tier's arm holding the Tenkumoku sword. Chapter 283 The Final Battle of Lightning. Kizaru, you lose 26, please subscribe. 284 374. Chapter 283 The Final Battle of Lightning. Kizaru, you lose 26, please subscribe. Previous. Next. What? Kizaru's face suddenly changed when he saw this scene. At that moment, he did not dare to neglect it, and immediately shot out a golden light to help Flash Amaterasu god tier, who had lost his arm and the sword of Aim Kurokumo, recover. But Qin Yu did not give him this opportunity at all. In terms of speed, he was no worse than the unparalleled Kizaru, and in terms of destructive power, he even crushed Kizaru. Before Flash Amaterasu god tier's lost arm and the sword of Aim Kurokumo grew back, Thunder God Susanoo had already swung and chopped Flash Amaterasu god tier again. Seeing this, Kizaru could only give up the action of helping Flash Amaterasu god tier recover his arm, and immediately controlled Flash Amaterasu god tier to lift up Yata mirror to block Thunder God Susanoo's Thunder God's long sword. You have the Aim no Ken 23 made of photons, and I have the 10-fist sword made of lightning. You have the Yata mirror, and although I don't have it, the destructive power of my 10-fist sword made of lightning is far greater than your weapons and shields made of photons. As soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, the 10-fist sword in the hand of the Thunder God Susanoo suddenly emitted a thunderous light. With a thunderous sound and the extremely piercing sound of metal clashing, the small mirror of the flashing god was only in a short moment before the Thunder God Susanoo used the 10-fist sword to slash the village. Yasukani no Magatama. When Kizaru saw this, his face changed again and again. At this time, the weakness of the Flash Fruit compared to the Thunder Fruit in terms of insufficient attack power was fully exposed. They all had the same ability, skills and moves, but when they fought, Kizaru was restricted everywhere. If Qin Yu's speed was not as fast as his, he could still deal with it with speed, but Qin Yu's speed was not only not inferior to his, but he could even predict the enemy's moves. In desperation, Kizaru could only control the Flash Amaterasu god tier to decisively withdraw and fly back, while waving the golden Magatama behind him to turn into golden light bullets covering the Thunder God Susanoo, preventing him from chasing him. Go! A cold color flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. As his mind moved, the 10-fist sword in the hand of the Thunder God Susanoo instantly changed its form, from a thunder and lightning long sword to a thunder and lightning bow. Almost at the moment when the thunder and lightning bow condensed into shape, the Thunder God Susanoo had already pulled the thunder bow to the full moon, and then loosened his right hand. When the Thunder God Susanoo loosened his right hand, the thunder bow, which was originally empty, shot out a long lightning arrow that penetrated the atmosphere, as if ignoring the space barrier, breaking all the 8-foot Chong Magatama of the Flash Amaterasu god tier. Hiss. When Kizaru saw that the 8-foot Chong Magatama used by the Flash Amaterasu god tier could not destroy this long lightning arrow, he immediately felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. The destructive power of Thunder Fruit is really too terrifying. Especially the lightning released by Thunder Fruit in Qin Yu's hand, it seemed to break the shackles of lightning in nature, possessing all kinds of wonderful power emperors that surpass lightning itself. Thinking of this, Kizaru dared not let the Flash Amaterasu god tier resist. He knew that if his Flash Amaterasu if the god tier is destroyed again, Qin Yu will definitely be given another chance to condense again. At this time, he didn't know that the survival of the Flash Amaterasu god tier was equivalent to the life and death of Kizaru in a sense. If the Flash Amaterasu god tier was destroyed in the contest with Qin Yu's Thunder God Susanoo, then if nothing unexpected happened, Kizaru would not be far from death. Although the Yasukani no Magatama couldn't destroy his lightning long arrow, it more or less blocked his lightning long arrow. At this time, with the speed of its lightning arrow, it should not be able to focus on my Amaterasu god tier. After all, no matter how fast it is, it can't be faster than light. Kizaru, who was aware of the various changes in the battle situation, controlled the Flash Amaterasu god tier to turn into light in a flash, hoping to avoid the oncoming lightning arrow. But what made Kizaru feel a little uncomfortable, even weird, was that although the destructive power of his Flash Amaterasu god tier was far less than Qin Yu's Thunder God Susanoo, its speed was not inferior to that of Thunder God Susanoo. But now the lightning arrow was obviously slightly blocked by his Yasukani no Magatama. Logically speaking, this arrow could not hit the Flash Amaterasu god tier moving at the speed of light. But a weird scene appeared. The speed of the lightning arrow shot by Qin Yu's thunder god Susanoo seemed to have increased a lot out of thin air. His flash before Susanoo could move away from her original position, she was pierced by the lightning arrow that broke through the air. Then, with a bang, the lightning arrow turned into a lightning beam that destroyed everything, and in the blink of an eye, it destroyed the Flash Amaterasu God tier. Kizaru, you lost. After the Flash Amaterasu God tier was destroyed, Qin Yu looked at Kizaru calmly. At this moment, the look he gave Kizaru was no different from the look he gave a dead person. Chapter 284 In addition to thunder and lightning, I can also control light and heat. 36, please subscribe. 285 374. Chapter 284 In addition to thunder and lightning, I can also control light and heat. 36, please subscribe. Previous. Next. How could this happen? Although I am not as destructive as you, my speed is definitely not slower than yours. The speed of light is the limit of the Grand Line. Except for space, there is no speed faster than mine. Even your thunder fruit can only keep pace with me. How did you suddenly become faster than me? Seeing that Qin Yu's thunder god Susanoo was faster than his Flash Amaterasu God tier, Kizaru was hit even harder than the defeat at the hands of Qin Yu just now. But it is also normal. Since his debut, Kizaru has been proud of the entire Grand Line with unparalleled speed. Maybe there are many beings in the Grand Line who are stronger than him, such as Monkey D. Dragon, compared to the 4 emperors, but none of these beings who are stronger than him can beat him in speed. Even Qin Yu, who just challenged 3 admirals by himself and defeated all 3 of them, did not surpass him, Kizaru, in speed. But what about now? In the previous fight, the light-like speed of his Flash Amaterasu God tier was actually surpassed by Qin Yu's thunder god Susanoo, which is simply incredible. Even Vegapunk said that there is no matter in this world except space, and any element that can be faster than light cannot be done by thunder fruit. Is Vegapunk wrong? The thunder fruit is called the closest to invincible devil fruit in Logia because it can be faster than the flash fruit. Kizaru was not only pale at this time, but also seemed to have suffered a huge blow in his heart, and even his mental will was frustrated, giving people a kind of lost and hysterical crazy look. Vegapunk is right. Although thunder fruit is called the closest to invincible devil fruit in Logia, in terms of speed alone, it can only be equal to the flash fruit at most. Qin Yu looked at Kizaru's crazy look at this time, and the corners of his mouth suddenly raised a strange arc. If that's the case, then you couldn't have hit my Amaterasu God tier just now. Kizaru's eyes widened, as if he didn't care about life or death, he just wanted to figure out all the doubts before he died. It seemed that for him, life and death were far less important than the matter of the flash fruit. It's very simple. I can't make lightning faster than light, but can't I slow down the light? Qin Yu admired Kizaru's current expression with a playful look on his face. What? Kizaru was stunned when he heard it. For a moment, he really didn't react to what Qin Yu meant. You often stay with scientists like Vegapunk, whose wisdom is 500 years ahead of this era. Didn't he tell you about the various functions of lightning? Qin Yu shook his head when he saw Kizaru like this. Speaking of thunder fruit, if you want to find someone in this grand line who knows thunder fruit better than him, the thunder fruit ability user, it must be Vegapunk, the world's #1 scientist. In his opinion, if thunder fruit falls into the hands of scientists like Vegapunk, the power it will unleash will be absolutely terrifying, and its strength will definitely surpass all thunder fruit users of all generations. Lightning, electromagnetism, high heat. Kizaru listened and couldn't help but think seriously. In my opinion, the reason why thunder fruit is called the most invincible devil fruit in Logia is not because of its destructive power, speed and every aspect that is the best in all Logia devil fruits. But its ability is extremely comprehensive and can be developed in a wide range of directions, definitely not just limited to lightning itself. In addition to having a destructive power that exceeds all Logia devil fruits, thunder fruit also has a speed that is on par with the flash fruit, and can control electromagnetism, control magnetic fields, and even convert light and heat. When Qin Yu uttered the words light and heat, Kizaru's mind seemed to be stimulated by something, and his face instantly became extremely ugly. Light, can you also? Kizaru stared at Qin Yu's eyes and spoke word by word. As you think, I can control heat and light with the thunder fruit. In a sense, I can control light like you, the flash fruit user. Even if I am willing to study and develop this aspect seriously, my ability to control light may not surpass you, the flash fruit user, but it is still no problem to be on par with you. This is the horror of thunder fruit. It seems that it can only control natural elements such as lightning, but in fact it involves many different fields of power. As long as the person who gets the thunder fruit has this ability, he can completely develop the power of these different fields to no less than the devil fruit user who has that power. For example, in terms of heat, I can develop it to the limit that can be developed by the 1000 heat fruit user. In terms of electromagnetism, magnetism, magnetic field, etc., I can also be no less than the magnetism fruit user. Similarly, in terms of light, I can also be no less than you, the flash fruit user. Qin Yu said to Kizaru indifferently, word by word. Chapter 285 The Name of Invincibility. Demon Qin Yu and the Buu Fruit. 46, please subscribe. 286 374. Chapter 285 The Name of Invincibility. Demon Qin Yu and the Buu Fruit. 46, please subscribe. Previous. Next. At this time, every word Qin Yu said was like stabbing Kizaru's heart with a knife, making Kizaru's complexion and spirit worse and worse. When Qin Yu said that he was no less than him, the user of the flash fruit. In terms of light, Kizaru's face no longer had the confidence and arrogance he usually had. At this moment, he was like an old man who was about to die, and his whole body was haggard and lost. All the confidence were shattered at this moment with Qin Yu's words. I don't believe it, Thunder Fruit is just one of the Logia Devil Fruits. It's nothing more than a stronger destructive power and speed than his Logia Devil Fruit. How could it have the abilities you said? Kizaru stared at his bloodshot eyes with a ferocious face. Obviously, he couldn't accept Qin Yu's statement. If Qin Yu really mastered the abilities of light, heat, electromagnetism, etc., would Thunder Fruit still be Thunder Fruit? This is basically a variety of devil fruits. Okay. If I can't control light, how can I slow down your light? Qin Yu looked at Kizaru with a joking look on his face. You said you can control light, then try to use light against me. Come on, I will stand here without dodging, you use light to hit me, just like now. Kizaru roared at Qin Yu, while raising his hand and shooting a golden laser at Qin Yu. Qin Yu did not speak, but at the moment when Kizaru raised his hand to release the golden laser, he also made the same action as Kizaru. Under Kizaru's dull eyes, Qin Yu raised his right hand, stretched out a finger, and then burst out a blue laser to collide with his golden laser, and suddenly turned into a huge red fireball entrenched in the sea. Laser. After a blue laser offset Kizaru's golden laser, Qin Yu once again shot out a blue laser that condensed the armament haki beyond the emission level to pierce the abdomen of Kizaru, who was in a trance. Ah, the abdomen was pierced, and the intense pain instantly woke Kizaru from his daze. You actually know how to use my laser, ha ha ha, a Thunder Fruit ability user actually knows how to use my laser. This is simply a big joke. Kizaru covered his abdomen and laughed wildly at Qin Yu with a crazy face. Thunder Fruit, the closest to invincible devil fruit, it really lives up to its reputation. Dracul Mahawk in the distance saw the three most powerful forces of the naval headquarters who were usually so powerful. At this time, Akainu turned into a cookie, Aokiji was unknown whether he was dead or alive, and Kizaru seemed to be unable to withstand the huge blow and became crazy. While sighing in his heart, he was also terrified by the terrible power of Thunder Fruit in Qin Yu's hand. You are wrong, the invincible devil fruit recently is not Thunder Fruit at all. Monkey D. Dragon, who had been silent all this time, confronted Dracul Mahawk CDFD, and watched the whole process of Qin Yu defeating the three admirals of naval headquarters, denied Dracul Mahawk's words. Isn't this devil fruit the closest to invincibility? What is it? Even Whitebeard's shock fruit pales in comparison to his Thunder Fruit. Dracul Mahawk glanced at Monkey D. Dragon. As he had just stood on the side of Marine, he did not run away when he saw the three admirals defeated. I don't know if he had the confidence or the pride and dignity of being the world's #1 swordsman, which prevented him from fleeing without fighting when facing the enemy. If it were before, I would think like you that Thunder Fruit is the closest to invincible devil fruit. But now, in my opinion, Thunder Fruit is strong, but it is far from being as terrifying as the mythical beast Buu Fruit that the demon Qin Yu used to run rampant in Grand Line and broke the name of the demon. This fruit has an immortal body, can absorb all life including the ability users, and has a special ability that is no less destructive than the shock fruit, Chi. It has the Buu Fruit that can turn Admiral Akainu into a cookie. It is the closest to invincible devil fruit. Monkey. Dragon's words made Dracul Mahawk completely silent. Indeed, no matter how invincible Thunder Fruit is, it will not turn the ability user from human to non-human. In essence, Thunder Fruit ability users are just normal people who can get hurt and die. Even if they can control the abilities of multiple devil fruits, they can still be accepted by the world. Because he will not turn the ability user into a monster, people still think that Thunder Fruit ability users can bleed, get hurt, and be killed. But what about the mythical beast Buu Fruit? Whether it's Dracul Mahawk or Monkey, Dragon, they all know that when the results of today's battle spread throughout the Grand Line, and the Buu Fruit shines in Qin Yu's hands, not only will everyone know the name of the demon Qin Yu, but his devil fruit, Buu Fruit will also be feared and terrified by the world. At that time, not only will Qin Yu gain the name of invincibility, but his Buu Fruit will also inevitably replace Thunder Fruit's invincible name in the history of devil fruit. Chapter 286 Despair, Kizaru, is crazy. 56, please subscribe. 287 374. Chapter 286 Despair, Kizaru, is crazy. 56, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Are you crazy? Qin Yu quietly looked at Kizaru who was standing there laughing crazily. He could listen to Kizaru's inner voice. With the ability of observation haki and Thunder Fruit to receive brain waves, he could hear the changes in Kizaru's mind clearly. That's why he knew that Kizaru was not pretending. He was really unable to bear it after a series of blows. He didn't know whether Kizaru could recover in the future, but Kizaru's mind was indeed abnormal now. Do you really care about the flash fruit to this extent? But that's true. You and Zephyr had a falling out because of the flash fruit. You really care about this devil fruit, especially in terms of speed. After Qin Yu carefully sensed it, he more or less understood why Kizaru was so hit hard at this time. Back then, Zephyr thought that Kizaru was too biased in his studies and too dependent on the flash fruit, so his achievements were limited. He often scolded him harshly, hoping that he could recognize this. But Kizaru seemed to be a casual person who was indifferent to everything, but he was also very proud in his heart and didn't care about other people. Zephyr said that he was biased in his studies and had limited achievements by relying on the flash fruit, so he relied on the ultimate, and relied on the power of the flash fruit to become a Marine Admiral as a biased student. He proved with facts that if the flash fruit is strong enough and he develops it to the ultimate, even if he is biased in his studies, he can still become a Marine Admiral. But in today's battle, he encountered a demon. After a series of defeats, he couldn't help questioning himself many times. If he had not insisted on his own opinion and chose to listen to Zephyr, perhaps he would have the strength of Monkey D. Dragon now, but he would have been infinitely close to the four emperors. Then he would not have faced Qin Yu today, facing the dead end. The most important thing is the defeat. Not only did he lose the flash fruit that he was proud of, but Qin Yu could also master the ability of the flash fruit. This was a bigger blow to him who regarded the flash fruit as the most important thing. Kizaru was finished. Seeing Kizaru like this, Dracula Mahawk, Monkey D. Dragon, and even Nami and others standing on the Pluton giant ship in the distance knew that Kizaru was finished. With the fall of Kizaru, the most difficult and strongest of the three admirals, today's battle against the demon Qin Yu not only came to an end, but also ended with Marine was defeated miserably. With one celestial dragon's Shichibukai dead, 3 Marine Admirals, and a Buster Call destroyed in one day, even if naval headquarters has the support of the world government, the balance of the ocean will inevitably be broken. Without the 3 Admirals, Marine will no longer be able to suppress Grand Line. Although Monkey D. Dragon was looking at Kizaru, who looked crazy, he was actually looking at the situation that Marine would encounter after losing the 3 Admirals, as well as the various changes in the future of Grand Line. Whether you are crazy or not, it doesn't matter. This can't change your fate of becoming one of my best collections. Qin Yu took a deep look at Kizaru in front of him, and then his tentacles suddenly shot a purple light at Kizaru. When seeing Qin Yu release this purple light again, Monkey D. Dragon and Dracula Mahawk felt a chill. It was this purple light that turned Akainu into a red puppy-shaped biscuit. Now the purple light appeared again, and they seemed to have seen Kizaru's fate of being turned into a cookie like Akainu. After Kizaru, it's my turn. Did all 3 admirals die in your hands? Such power is indeed terrifying. I think even the now aging Whitebeard may not be able to match you. You are now the strongest in the world in a sense. Fighting with you is also a test of how big the gap between me and the strongest in the world is. Dracula Mahawk glanced at Kizaru who was about to be hit by the purple light, and he did not take the opportunity to escape. Even if Monkey D. Dragon's observation hockey did not lock on him, he would not run away. The dignity of being the world's #1 swordsman, as well as his own pride and self-esteem, did not allow him to flee. He could accept retreat, but compared to fleeing like Kizaru just now, he would rather die on the spot. Come on, Quanjia, let me see how far you have reached after absorbing Pluton Rayleigh. Thinking of this, Dracula Mahawk stared at Qin Yu who was about to turn Kizaru into a cookie with a resolute look, while slowly pulling out the black knife behind him that symbolized the strongest in the world. Knowing the gap between him and Qin Yu, he had already begun to prepare and accumulate strength. When Kizaru died, it was his last battle on the Grand Line. Chapter 287 The Belated Marine Marshal, Buddha Sengoku 66, please subscribe. 288 374th. Chapter 287 The Belated Marine Marshal, Buddha Sengoku 66, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Witnessing that Admiral Kizaru, the strongest of the 3 admirals and the only one who still had combat capability, had become insane and was facing the fate of being turned into a cookie, Dracula Mahawk was ready to fight to the death. As long as Kizaru was turned into a cookie and left the Grand Line stage, he would stand up and fight Qin Yu to the death. For no other reason, it was just because of the dignity of a swordsman in the pursuit of a higher realm of swordsmanship. For so many years, he had been dominating the top of the Grand Line swordsman and was too lonely. Maybe there were people stronger than him in the Grand Line, but no one was better than him in swordsmanship. Whether it was Pluton Rayleigh or red-haired Shanks, their achievements in swordsmanship were equal to his. Even if it was Pluton Rayleigh, he could only defeat him because of his strength, hockey cultivation, and the 3 swordsmanship moves left by Gall D. Roger. Otherwise, in terms of swordsmanship, Pluton Rayleigh, like red-haired Shanks, was just on par with him, Dracula Mahawk. That's why he could only look for powerful swordsmen to fight with to kill time for so many years. But just now, he vaguely saw what it was like to surpass his swordsmanship realm from Qin Yu who absorbed Pluton Rayleigh. If I can glimpse the swordsmanship realm above the great swordsman from the demon before I die, it will be worth it even if I die in his hands. At this time, Dracula Mahawk looked at Qin Yu with a look of determination and expectation. For someone like him who has devoted his life to the sword, death is not the most terrible thing. As long as he can get a glimpse of how wonderful the scenery above the great swordsman is, he will not refuse death. How dare you, demon, why don't you stop it? Just when Dracula Mahawk was ready to die calmly to see the sword realm above the great swordsman, a roar like thunder and the roar of a furious King Kong suddenly came from the sky above Kizaru. The moment this roar came out, a bright but not dazzling, peaceful but majestic golden light suddenly enveloped the sky, dyeing the entire sky with a layer of golden luster. At the same time, a shock wave in the void that was more violent than the eruption of mountain torrents and tsunamis and more ferocious than the raging rain and wind came down fiercely towards Qin Si. Did he catch up with him? Qin Yu raised his eyebrows slightly, and he looked towards Kizaru did not retract the deformation beam that was shot out, but while keeping the deformation beam released, he raised his hand and blasted a purple shock wave into the sky. Skyrocket, bang. With a deafening roar, Shinbeo's skyrocket collided with the shock wave that fell from the sky. When the two collided, the violent power fluctuations stirred the air and instantly turned into an endless storm that spread in all directions. Not far away, Kizaru, who was about to be hit by the deformation beam and turned into a biscuit, was blown away when he encountered this storm. It seems that you are attacking me, but you actually want to save Kizaru. Qin Yu glanced at Kizaru, who was blown away by the storm caused by the collision of the shock wave and the skyrocket, thus avoiding the deformation beam. In his heart, he had already understood the other party's idea before the shock wave came down. It was just a bit helpless that with the strength of the attacker, it was useless even if he resisted the shock wave with his immortal body. No matter what he did, the opponent's shock wave would always be Kizaru was saved from the transformation beam. After all, the power of the transformation beam is strong, but the release speed is not very fast. It is not as fast as the Qigong wave, lightning, and Kizaru's flash fruit, which is almost impossible to dodge. The first time Qin Yu used the parallel beam, he was able to turn the powerful Akainu into a cookie because he had wrapped his tentacles around Akainu's neck in advance, leaving him no way to escape. In fact, with the release speed of the transformation beam, let alone the Admiral, even the Vice Admiral can easily avoid the transformation beam with the observation haki and his own strength. Kizaru, are you okay? When the shock wave that fell from the sky collided with Qin Yu's sky rocket and was finally completely annihilated, a middle-aged man wearing a righteous coat, with a burly figure and a breadth far beyond the Admiral, reached out and caught Kizaru who was about to fall to the ground. Buddha Sengoku, Naval Headquarters Marshal. Buddha. The appearance of Sengoku immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Dracula Mahawk and Monkey D. Dragon, who originally thought that Marine would definitely lose, saw Buddha Sengoku descend from 1.4 days, and their eyes changed slightly. This is the Marine overlord who has dominated the Grand Line since the last era. Although like the old pirates such as Pluton Rayleigh, due to his old age, his physical fitness, haki, fruit ability, etc. have deteriorated, and his strength is not as good as before, but he still has the strength to surpass Admiral. Even as the Marine Marshal for many years, Sengoku, who does not need to rush to the front line to fight with others, has maintained his strength very well, and his strength is much stronger than Pluton Rayleigh before he was absorbed by Qin Yu. With the strength of Buddha Sengoku, even if he faces the 4 emperors who are now in their prime, he is not inferior. Chapter 288 Absolute Justice. It's just a joke in front of the demon. 16, please subscribe. 289 374. Chapter 288 Absolute Justice. It's just a joke in front of the demon. 16, please subscribe. Previous. Next. I didn't expect that even this old guy would come out in person. If that's the case, he too. Monkey Dragon's eyes flickered slightly when he saw Buddha Sengoku. No way, not to mention that Buddha Sengoku is Garp's best friend, equivalent to his uncle. When he was in Marine, Buddha Sengoku completely regarded him as a successor to train him, and took care of him in every possible way. When he faced Buddha Sengoku, it was more or less complicated. Especially when he saw that even Sengoku, the marshal, came in person, then his father. Even if the hero of Marine has not arrived yet, he is probably on his way here. Mr. Sengoku, my flash fruit is not invincible, and even my speed is not the strongest. Quote, after suffering a huge blow, Kizaru, who was a little crazy, seemed to finally come back to life after being yelled at by Sengoku. 23 He looked at the Buddha Sengoku who was close at hand, and kept muttering a sentence. What's wrong with you? Buddha Sengoku looked at the crazy Kizaru in front of him in disbelief. Is this still the casual, calm Kizaru he knows, who doesn't care about anyone or anything? You know, as the Admiral of the headquarters, it takes not only strong strength, but also extraordinary mental will. He couldn't imagine what Kizaru had gone through to become what he is now. Teacher Zephyr is right, I am a partial student, I shouldn't rely too much on the flash fruit. I was wrong, the speed of the flash fruit is not the fastest. Kizaru laughed with a pale face. If he can't recover, Kizaru is already half useless. Quote, witnessing Kizaru's current state, Monkey Dragon and Dracula Mahawk's eyes suddenly became a little complicated. The other party is a master of the same era as himself, but now he is beaten alive by a demon in his early 20s. Both Monkey Dragon, the enemy, and Dracula Mahawk, who was just a temporary ally, feel a little uncomfortable. Kizaru, wake up, you are the Admiral of the headquarters, the glory of the Marine, and the executor of justice. How can you be in such a state now? Although Sengoku was also shocked that Kizaru had fallen to such a state, he felt angry after the shock. In his opinion, the top combat force of naval headquarters could be defeated and killed, but it must not be as crazy as Kizaru is now, which is simply a disgrace to Marine. Thinking of this, his eyes condensed, and a conqueror's haki severely shocked Kizaru's spirit. Encountering the shock of Sengoku's conqueror's haki, Kizaru trembled at first, and then seemed to wake up from his mental disorder. Admiral of the headquarters. Absolute justice. This kind of thing is simply a joke in front of him. Justice without power is just a facade. At least in front of him, justice is vulnerable. Kizaru's crazy face suddenly showed a bitterness. Who said that? I will let you know that justice will prevail. Quote, the Buddha Sengoku saw that Kizaru was about to calm down, so he didn't force him anymore. After all, spiritual and mental problems are the most troublesome and difficult. Didn't his old friend Zephyr end up like this because of spiritual and will problems? After letting Kizaru go, Sengoku turned around, and his tiger eyes emitting the king's haki stabbed at Qin Yu who was not far away. Demon. When Sengoku stared at the shockingly young man in front of him, a trace of extremely obscure regret flashed in his eyes. He knew that if there hadn't been the Don Quixote Doflamingo incident, and if there hadn't been the Flying Squirrel's brother Colonel Mouse's trivial matter, the brilliant demon in front of him, who could be called the pride of this era and even made Monkey D. Dragon pale in comparison, would most likely have become a member of the Marine. It was because of this series of 730 incidents that not only did the demon and Marine miss the opportunity and even became a mortal enemy step by step. When he thought of Monkey Dragon first and then Demon Qin Yu, each of them was originally the future of Marine, but they missed the opportunity and parted ways with Marine. Even Sengoku, who was loyal to Marine and world government, couldn't help but think in his heart, is it that Marine and the government are really corrupt? Otherwise, why would Monkey Dragon, Weirin Qingshui and other amazing talents become mortal enemies of Marine? Especially Demon Qin Yu, Sengoku, who has learned all the past of this man in detail, knows very well that although he is a pirate, he has not done anything that pirates do. He neither formed gangs nor killed the poor, nor did he burn, kill and rob. This kind of person is most suitable as a positive character of Marine. But now he has become the most terrifying opponent of Marine, a terrifying opponent who was besieged by 3 admirals and finally lost. Chapter 289 Arrogant. What do you think Martial Marine is? 26, please subscribe. 293-174. Chapter 289 Arrogant. What do you think Martial Marine is? 26, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Buddha Sengoku, you and I finally meet. When Sengoku looked at Qin Yu with a complicated look, he was also looking at the Marine King who had been trying his best to suppress the Great Pirate Era, Buddha Sengoku. Well, but I prefer to meet you in the Great Undersea Prison. Sengoku is a Marine overlord after all, and his will to exist with Conqueror's Haki is far stronger than the 3 admirals. The strange emotions and complicated thoughts that emerged in his heart just now were quickly destroyed by the justice that he had held on to for many years. No matter how wrong the Marine did, or how wrong the government did, the Marine is still the Marine, and the government is the government. The demons should never be enemies with the world government and the Marine. Undersea prison, it's a familiar phrase. If I remember correctly, he said this to me when I first met Aokiji at Eni's lobby. But the first admiral who said this to me is now lying there. Qin Yu pointed at Aokiji, who was lying on an island-sized ice block thousands of meters away. Although he saved his life and stood up from the ice block, his 10 legs were completely gone. Demon, you have changed. You are now a vicious criminal. Sengoku looked at Qin Yu deeply. Although he had just met Qin Yu for the first time, combined with the information he had collected in the past, the former demon was not like this now. When the former demon Qin Yu was still a bounty hunter, he was very sharp, but his personality should be quite easygoing. But the demon Qin Yu standing in front of him now gave him a sense of oppression that was so arrogant that it could cover the sea, especially the look in the eyes of the demon Qin Yu. When he first saw him, he saw endless cruelty and coldness in his eyes. He had seen such eyes on 2 people before. The Grand Line Overlord before Pirate King Gall Roger, Rocks, and Golden Lion, who was as famous as Gall D. Roger and Whitebeard. But Qin Yu standing in front of him not only had similar eyes to them, but was even more terrifying than them. I used to be a bounty hunter who eliminated harm for the people, but now I am a pirate who works in crime. Of course, it is a little different. But does it matter to you what I become? When you, Sengoku, took the initiative to put on this pirate coat on me, it was decided that no matter who I am, you and I cannot coexist. Either you die or I die. Qin Yu smiled nonchalantly. I once thought if I did something wrong. But now that I see you, I take back such thoughts. Marine or I have done nothing wrong. You have such a cruel and violent side hidden in your heart. If you become a Marine, it will be more harmful to this sea. Sengoku said word by word. Then what? Qin Yu smiled at Sengoku's words. No then, from the moment I came here, you can only spend the rest of your life in Impel Down. Sengoku's voice suddenly became extremely grim. Without any movement, his body burst into brilliant golden light. Surrounded by the golden light, his body quickly rose. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a nearly 10-meter-tall Buddha, covered with golden Buddha light. However, this Buddha did not have the breath of compassion, but only cleansed all sins and suppressed all sins in the sea, just like the cold and majestic Haki of the angry Vajra of Buddhism. Impressed down. You are so kind to me, it really makes me feel a little ashamed. I am different from you. From the moment you put on the pirate coat for me, I have already decided that if I meet you in this sea in the future, Sengoku, I will beat you to death with more than 10 people. Qin Yu said. His eyes became cold. He clenched his fists, and a purple flame flashing with lightning suddenly surrounded his body in a jet-like posture, and then rushed into the sky. Bang! As the flame gushed up, the ice layer under his feet seemed to be unable to withstand the horror of this flame, and began to collapse into the sea below. Arrogant, what do you think Martial Marine is? Today I will let you know why Marine is the leader of the 3 major forces in the Grand Line and why it is not the pirates, not the Revolutionary Army, but the naval headquarters that represents absolute justice. Sengoku roared, and a conqueror's Haki swept towards Qin Yu like a storm. Money is good. Where his conqueror's Haki passed, the solid ice layer seemed to be crushed by a giant, and fragmented cracks appeared. The sky, which had been dispersed by the shock wave that erupted when he rushed down from the sky just now, became clear and bright. At this time, under the interference of his conqueror's Haki, even the sky changed again. The clear sky was covered by thick clouds again. The calm sea rolled up waves. The relatively calm space around suddenly flashed with dark lightning. The most terrifying thing is that under Sengoku's conquerors, the moment Haki surged out, a violent hurricane swept up in the surrounding area. Chapter 290. It's just the conquerors, you are not the only one who has it. 36, please subscribe. 291 374. Chapter 290. It's just the conquerors, you are not the only one who has it. 36, please subscribe. Previous. Next. At this moment, Sengoku the Buddha had not yet made a move, but he had only activated his conqueror's Haki, which symbolized the king of the Marines, and the sky changed color, shook the ice, and stirred the sea. Even Dracula Mahawk, an admiral-level warrior in the distance, felt a strong oppression when facing the conqueror's Haki released by Sengoku, who had transformed into a golden giant Buddha that suppressed everything. This devil fruit in the form of the mythical beast species Buddha not only increased Sengoku's strength, but also gave him not only the shock wave that cleared everything, but also brought him infinite wisdom and perfect spirit. This kind of increase seemed to have blessed Conqueror's Haki. As Sengoku transformed into a giant Buddha, the power of his Conqueror's Haki suddenly rose step by step, not only reaching the category of the upper-level Conqueror's Haki, but even constantly moving towards a higher level. This is the power of some rare devil fruits. Although there are no bad devil fruits, only bad people with special abilities, it must be said that there are indeed some particularly powerful devil fruits. As long as these fruits are used properly, they can completely increase strength and Haki in a wonderful and powerful way. The Thunder Fruit can greatly enhance observation Haki, directly increasing the sparse and ordinary observation Haki to the point where it is almost listening to the voices of all things. And Sengoku's mythical beast Buddha form has a similar effect. That is to increase the spiritual will, wisdom, and strength, thereby increasing the power of Conqueror's Haki. Physically, Haki is much better maintained than Pluton Rayleigh in every aspect. In addition to the pampered life as a marshal, it is also because he eats the power of the Zoan mythical beasts. As long as he awakens, even if he does not have the immortal body of my Buu Fruit, his recovery ability is extraordinary. With this kind of recovery ability, even if he is in his 70s or 80s, his body will degenerate very slowly, and he will not leave as many hidden injuries as Whitebeard. When Buddha Sengoku transformed CDEH into a golden Buddha and released his Conqueror's Haki, which symbolizes the king of Marine, Qin Yu had already discovered that although he was also in his 70s or 80s, Sengoku's strength was hardly eroded by the years. If Pluton Rayleigh was at the level of 4 emperors in his prime, then after aging, he was only slightly stronger than Admiral, but his sustained combat ability was not as good as Admiral, then Sengoku was different. Sengoku in his prime was even at the level of 4 among the emperors, he is also extremely powerful. Now that he is old, he has not regressed much. He has almost perfectly preserved the terrifying combat power of his peak period. As a user of the same mythical beast type, Qin Yu only had to think about it and understood what was going on. As long as the Zoan Demon Fruit power itself has a strong physique and super recovery ability, once this ability is awakened, it will be greatly improved. With this kind of recovery ability, as long as he is not dead, there is basically no hidden injury in the body. And Sengoku, as the Marine King who has dominated the Grand Line since the last era, naturally has long understood the awakening ability of the Zoan Devil Fruit. It is precisely because of this that he did not directly degenerate from the 4 Emperors level to the level of Admiral like Rayleigh. Although Sengoku at this time is still slightly inferior to his heyday, the overall strength is not much different. This is also the Buddha Sengoku knew that Qin Yu absorbed Pluton Rayleigh, and still dared to rush to the battlefield alone at a high speed. Bow down, demon. Sengoku, who transformed into a golden Buddha and burst out Conqueror's Haki, was earth-shaking. Under the Conqueror's Haki, which was as violent as a tsunami, Sengoku stepped on the ground with both feet. Although he did not have the speed of light like Kizaru, his speed was far faster than Aokiji and Akainu. Dracula Mahawk and others on the side only heard a sharp sonic boom in their ears, and found that Sengoku, who was originally standing nearly a kilometer away from the demon Qin Yu, had come to the demon Qin Yu out of thin air, and raised his hand to blast a shock wave that shook the island and broke through the tsunami. It's just a superior conquerors, you're not the only one watching. If it were someone else, facing Sengoku who transformed into a golden Buddha, burst out a terrifying Conqueror's Haki, and then launched a violent shock wave at lightning speed, even if they were an admiral-level existence, as long as they did not have the qualifications of a king, they would often be severely injured by him in a single encounter. After all, the power of Conqueror's Haki reaches Sengoku's level, even if it does not collide with other Conqueror's Haki, it is enough to interfere with reality and affect matter. It is conceivable how terrifying such a Conqueror's Haki is to the mind. Even if an admiral-level strongman faces it, he will also be greatly affected. But Qin Yu, although he did not have the qualifications of a king before, he had the ability to absorb Majin Buu and plundered it directly from Pluton Rayleigh. Just like a commoner, although he has no family background, no wealth, and no fiefdom, he relied on his fists to build his kingdom bit by bit, overthrow the original king, and occupied everything that originally belonged to the king. Chapter 291 King's Duel, Evil and Good, Demons and Buddhas 46, please subscribe. 292 374. Chapter 291 King's Duel, Evil and Good, Demons and Buddhas 46, please subscribe. Previous. Next. After Sengoku transformed into a golden giant Buddha, Conqueror's Haki, which was blessed by the Buddha form of the mythical beast species, was so violent that even admiral-level strongmen were affected. But after encountering Qin Yu, the effect and power of his continuous offensive were obviously greatly reduced. At the moment when his conqueror's haki surged towards Qin Yu's eyes also changed. From the original indifference and coldness, he became as high and mighty as a king looking down on all living beings, looking down on the world. A conqueror's haki that was even more powerful than Sengoku of Buddha instantly vented from Qin Yu's body. If Sengoku's conqueror's haki can stir up the wind and clouds and shake the sea, then Qin Yu's conqueror's haki can overturn islands and make waves. Dracula Mahawk and others on the side looked over and found that the moment Qin Yu released conqueror's haki, the surrounding space was covered by purple light. The heavy clouds in the sky caused by Sengoku's conqueror's haki split instantly, forming a crack in the sky. The ice layer under their feet even tilted by 45 degrees. Even with the release of Qin Yu's conqueror's haki, the tilt angle of the ice layer, which was larger than the island, became larger and larger. Just releasing conqueror's haki was terrifying enough to move a strong man like Dracula Mahawk. When the conqueror's haki of Qin Yu and Sengoku, who seemed to represent the devil and the Buddha, collided fiercely, the broken sky immediately showed a huge vortex, as if a hole had collapsed in the sky, sucking everything in. At the same time, the ice layer under their feet almost flipped over, making it impossible for people to stand. Not only that, as the ice layer continued to tilt, spider-web-like cracks that were shocking to people instantly extended to 1,000 meters away. Is this the spirited confrontation between the kings who truly stand on the top of the sea? Bartholomew Kuma, Boa Hancock and others on the side were shocked and speechless when they saw the purple and gold conqueror's haki, which were like thunder and lightning, centered on Qin Yu and Sengoku's bodies, constantly colliding and crushing each other, as if they were like two angry dragons, determined to crush each other. Although they had just witnessed the shocking scene of Qin Yu's fierce battle with the three admirals, when they saw Qin Yu and Sengoku colliding with conqueror's haki, they suddenly found that the battle in which the three admirals besieged Qin Yu was much more eclipsed. It seemed that the power generated by the collision of the two people in front of them with conqueror's haki exceeded the battle between Qin Yu and the three admirals just now. Didn't he get conqueror's haki by absorbing Pluten Rayleigh? Even Pluten Rayleigh didn't have such amazing conquerors at his peak. How could his conquerors, which he got by absorbing Pluten Rayleigh, be stronger than Pluten Rayleigh himself? Sengoku, who originally wanted to shock Qin Yu with the conqueror's haki amplified by the mythical beast Buddha form and then catch him off guard with the shock wave, couldn't help but feel moved when he saw Qin Yu burst out conqueror's haki that was even more powerful than his own. Sengoku. After suppressing Sengoku bit by bit under the collision of conquerors, Qin Yu suddenly raised his hand and punched Sengoku's crushing shock wave. Boom. Bang. With a deafening roar, Qin Yu's fist that burst out with lightning full of destructive breath and Sengoku's Buddha palm covered with a shock wave that crushed everything collided fiercely. Please give me flowers. The conqueror's collision just now has tilted and cracked the ice layer that is wider than the island. Now that the two of them are together, more violent power is released, and the ice layer is instantly blasted into an ice pit with a radius of more than a kilometer. On both sides of this ice pit that makes people dumbfounded, a crack that almost breaks the entire ice and snow land in half extends. Thunder Fruit. It's just like what Aokiji said. Damn demon, how many people with abilities did he absorb, and how many devil fruits did he get? Seeing the lightning wrapped around Qin Yu's fist, Sengoku's eyes flashed with a trace of haze. Although he knew all this before he came and was prepared in his heart, when he faced the demon in person and saw his terrifying Thunder Fruit, he couldn't help but take a breath of cold air in his heart. Mr. Sengoku equals be careful. In his hands, Thunder Fruit has been developed beyond our understanding. He can use Thunder Fruit as Heat Fruit, Flash Fruit, and even the ability of Magnetic Fruit. I dare not say other things, but he is not inferior to me in controlling light. Being scolded by Sengoku several times, and being affected by the collision between Qin Yu and Sengoku's conquerors just now, Kizaru seemed to gradually regain consciousness. After all, he is the admiral of the headquarters, and his will is so strong that it is outrageous. Even if he collapsed temporarily, he can still cheer up quickly as long as he is given a little time. Kizaru, who regained consciousness and his brain was able to function normally, saw Sengoku and Qin Yu fighting fiercely. He was afraid that Sengoku would suffer a loss, so he hurriedly reminded him loudly. Chapter 292 Thunder and Buddha. Power above Admiral 56, please subscribe. 293 374. Chapter 292 Thunder and Buddha. Power above Admiral 56, please subscribe. Previous. Next. What? Magnetism, light, heat, is this still Thunder Fruit? Can a devil fruit really do this? Sengoku was immediately moved after hearing this. Even if Thunder Fruit only controls lightning, its destructive power is unmatched by Logia. Now, it has to control light, heat, and electromagnetism as Kizaru just said. Isn't this going to make other people collapse? Why not? Sengoku. Seeing Sengoku's shocked face, Qin Yu first showed him a meaningful smile, and then he turned into a blue light and disappeared on the spot. At the same time, a blue light flashed from the back of Sengoku. In the light, Qin Yu raised his foot and kicked Sengoku in the face. It's exactly the same speed as Kizaru. No, it's even weirder than Kizaru's movement. Kizaru's light speed movement can only be in a straight line, not in a conversion. But he can go wherever he wants at a speed close to that of light, just like teleporting instantly. Sengoku's pupils shrank, and his left hand raised reflexively. His reaction speed is naturally not as fast as light, but his observation haki is far above Admiral. As early as when Qin Yu was transformed into an element, he had already predicted Qin Shui's movements one step ahead. Bang! Although he intercepted Qin Yu's light speed kick with his left hand, the light speed kick that broke out at a speed close to that of a human still made Sengoku's feet scrape the ground and move dozens of meters away. What on earth did this guy develop the Thunder Fruit into? When transformed into an element, he can actually have a speed no less than Kizaru, and can shuttle and turn at will, unlike Kizaru who can only move in a straight line. Sengoku looked at Qin Yu in disbelief. He had heard of Thunder Fruit, but after living for so long, this was the first time he faced a Thunder Fruit user. Even though he was the marshal of the naval headquarters, his knowledge of Thunder Fruit was limited to the records in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. In fact, he had never fought against a Thunder Fruit user. Most of the information about Thunder Fruit recorded in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia was about lightning. There was no other user like Qin Yu who had developed Thunder Fruit to such a diverse level in the history of the Grand Line. Although I am light, I can also be lightning and electromagnetic waves. So don't confuse the ability of the Flash Fruit with my ability. Before Qin Yu's voice spread, he had turned into lightning that pierced the sky, holding a lightning fang Tianhuaji that had been condensed at some unknown time and slashed at Sengoku. Whether you are light or electricity, as long as I fight back at the moment you attack me, it will be fine. After seeing Qin Yu's moving speed that was even more bizarre than Kizaru, Sengoku gave up the idea of competing with Qin Yu in speed and taking the initiative. At this moment, he was like a huge Buddha standing still, seemingly indifferent to the world. But when Qin Yu chopped him with the Thunder Fang Tianhuaji, he burst out with boundless Buddha's greatness. He raised his right hand, and waves visible to the naked eye burst out from his palm. When the Thunder Fang Tianhuaji fell towards him, he also pushed out the waves condensed in his hand at the same time. Bang! A shock wave with enough destructive power to make the mountain torrents and tsunamis pale in comparison hit Qin Yu's Fang Tianhuaji fiercely. The violent shock wave collided with the thunder and lightning crazily. Every collision of the two forces caused huge damage to the surroundings. The ice layer that had been broken into pieces by them was like an island being destroyed, and began to break into pieces. Facing the terrifying power released by the two people's fight, even though Kizaru had woken up and Aokiji, who had broken a leg, came over with ice instead of the broken leg, they could only stand aside and watch. If they intervene rashly at this time, even those with admiral-level strength will be affected and injured. Kizaru, did you remind Mr. Sengoku that Qin Yu turned Akainu into a puppy biscuit? Aokiji said. No. Kizaru shook his head. What? Then why didn't you tell him? What if Mr. Sengoku was hit by Qin Yu with this ability? Aokiji's face changed instantly. Do you think Mr. Sengoku is one of our three admirals? Although I don't want to admit it, I have to admit it after seeing Mr. Sengoku take action. Even though so many years have passed, Mr. Sengoku has grown old, and we are still in our prime, but his strength is still superior to our three generals. With Mr. Sengoku's observation haki, even if he doesn't know that the demon has a transformation ray, he will definitely not be hit. Kizaru glanced at Aokiji who was still worried, and then said. Back then, you and Zephyr were responsible for chasing Roger with Mr. Garp, while Akainu and I chased Whitebeard with Mr. Sengoku, so you don't know enough about Mr. Sengoku's strength. Think about it, Akainu, who has such a strong desire for power, is obedient in front of Mr. Sengoku and never dares to openly disobey Mr. Sengoku's orders. Do you think this is just because Mr. Sengoku is a marshal and has a higher rank than him? It's because Akainu followed Mr. Sengoku to chase when I met Whitebeard, I was already overwhelmed by Mr. Sengoku's strength. Quote, Chapter 293 Does the demon lack this kind of absolute strength? 66, please subscribe. 294 374. Chapter 293 Does the demon lack this kind of absolute strength? 66, please subscribe. Previous, next. When Aokiji heard Kizaru say this, he immediately thought of Akainu, who had always been unwilling to be inferior to others and had always been eyeing the position of marshal under Sengoku, but never dared to disobey Sengoku's orders, and he was silent in his heart. Indeed, Sengoku had not taken action for too long. Although he knew that Sengoku was very strong, so strong that he was on the same level as Garp and the Four Emperors, he did not know how strong he was as well as he knew Garp. On the contrary, Kizaru had followed Sengoku in the Roger era, and even in the Rocks era, so he knew Sengoku's strength better than anyone else. If it were us, we might still suffer from the devil's transformation ray, but that's because we are not as strong as the devil. If Akainu's strength was not inferior to the devil before, and he was not severely injured by him first and then captured by him, do you think Akainu would be hit by the transformation ray? Kizaru saw that there was still a trace of worry on Aokiji's face, so he said. Even we will not be hit by the devil's transformation ray, let alone Mr. Sengoku. Just watch with peace of mind. The only way to deal with Mr. Sengoku, a Marine King who has surpassed the admiral limit in every aspect of heart, body, skills, and wisdom, is to defeat him with absolute strength. Abilities like transformation ray will not work. Absolute strength. But does the devil lack this absolute strength? Aokiji heard this, although he put away the worry on his face, but the worry in his heart did not disappear. All this is because although he doesn't know how strong Sengoku is, he knows how strong Garp is. The strength Qin Yu showed just now was no more than that of Garp at his peak. But Garp was the recognized top player in Marine, and even Akainu didn't dare to provoke him. No matter how strong Mr. Sengoku was, no matter how well he took care of himself, could he be stronger than Garp when he was young? With such worries in his heart, Aokiji couldn't rest assured at all. This destructive power is comparable to Whitebeard. Thunder Fruit, the closest ability to invincibility in Logia, is indeed well deserved. Such an ability can be even more terrifying in the hands of a figure like the demon. While Aokiji was secretly worried, Sengoku, who had a fierce battle with Qin Yu and had hundreds of head-on collisions in just a few minutes, was also secretly shocked by Qin Yu's strength. He really didn't expect Qin Yu's growth rate to be so terrifying. A battle that he thought was a sure win was turned around by Qin Yu, and now even he couldn't take Qin Yu down even if he came in person. Sengoku, is this your limit? If so, you really disappoint me. Is the Marshal of the Naval Headquarters only able to reach this level? Or, after years of erosion, have you lost your edge? After raising his hand and sending a Kamehameha to collide with Sengoku's shock wave, Qin Yu dodged and stepped back a few steps. Whether I have lost my edge is not up to you. In that case, wait until you defeat me, and then tell me. Or have the successive battles weakened you, a demon with the so-called immortal body, to the point where you can only talk big? Faced with Qin Yu's ridicule, Sengoku behaved like a Buddha who was as still as a mountain, and was not angry at his words at all. Weakened. Sengoku, you are also a user of the mythical beast species, so you should know that strong people like you and me do not have the problem of physical weakness. As long as the injury is not fatal, we who have mastered the awakening ability can still maintain our peak physical strength even if we fight for 10 days and 10 nights. Qin Yu shook his head. Since you also know this, you should be very clear that, except for the immortal body, I also have everything you have. The powerful physique of the fantasy beast, the perpetual motion recovery ability, and the powerful special ability, 353, we both have. As long as you don't have the absolute strength to defeat me instantly, no matter how strong your demon is, I can pin you down here. Sengoku launched a fierce attack on Qin Yu while exerting psychological pressure on Qin Yu. As long as Aokiji and Kizaru recover, the 2 admiral candidates sent by the naval headquarters will arrive. At that time, you will face the siege of me, 2 admirals, and 2 admiral candidates. By the way, there is one more thing I am not afraid to tell you directly. I have reported your acquisition of the ancient weapon Pluton to the world government. I think the top strong men sent by the world government should be on their way to the Sabayati archipelago now. When the people from the world government come, together with our naval, even if you, the master of headquarters, have extraordinary abilities and an immortal body that no one can kill, you will still die in the face of such a lineup. Chapter 294 Sengoku, I have one more reason to kill you. 16, please subscribe. 295 374. Chapter 294 Sengoku, I have one more reason to kill you. 16, please subscribe. Previous. Next. You are indeed a powerful demon. You have such strength at the age of 20, which is unique in the entire Grand Line. But even the young Whitebeard could not defeat the Marine led by me personally. No matter how strong you are, can you be stronger than Whitebeard back then? Sengoku raised his hand and sent a shockwave to Qin Yu fiercely, and at the same time brought out his proud record in the past, hoping to hit Qin Yu's spirit and make his will flawed. I see, you are indeed worthy of the name of the Buddha Sengoku, who was once known as the resourceful general. Your brain is as good as your strength. I think every time you fought with Whitebeard, you relied on the awakening ability of the mythical beast species like today, and dispatched various masters to hold back Whitebeard at his peak. Qin Yu turned into a ray of lightning, avoided Sengoku's shock wave, and landed hundreds of meters away, looking deeply at Sengoku. Although he had not seen Whitebeard, he had seen Sengoku and Monkey D. Dragon, who were at the level of 4 emperors, so he could more or less guess how strong Whitebeard was. There were still gaps between the 4 emperors. When the Pirate King was young and not seriously ill, Whitebeard and Garp must have been the top 4 emperors. Sengoku, Rayleigh, Shanks and the other 4 emperors were slightly inferior. Normally, except for Garp, no Marine could stop the young Whitebeard, not even Sengoku, the Marine Marshal. But if Sengoku took the same approach as he did now every time he fought Whitebeard, using the awakening ability of the mythical beast Buddha form to hold him back, and then joined forces with other Marines and even the masters of the world government to besiege Whitebeard, then even Whitebeard would still be outnumbered. Even with the invincible power of Shock Fruit, he was pinned down by Sengoku. You are absolutely right, even Whitebeard, the Pirate King with Shock Fruit, can't do anything to me, and you, the demon, will be no exception. Also, don't think about getting rid of me and running away. Although you have saved Trafalgar Law now, your crew members are still there. Although I have to deal with you and can't chase them, Kizaru and Aokiji can still go. With their strength, even if they are in a bad state, it is still not a problem to deal with your crew members. After listening to Qin Yu's words, Sengoku didn't feel embarrassed at all. In his opinion, as long as he can achieve his goal, it doesn't matter what method he uses to deal with the enemy. In those days, his strength was indeed not as good as Whitebeard, but he relied on the awakening ability of the mythical beast species Buddha form, and every time he fought with Whitebeard, he would join forces with other admirals to hold him back. Without Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard pirates could not fully exert the destructive power of his shock fruit every time they fought with Marine, and thus could not cause a heavy blow to Marine. In fact, every time Sengoku fought with Whitebeard, he would, basically use all the tricks that he could. Even in the Summit War, when Whitebeard was already injured and old and reached ultimate, he still did not change this style. Although it is said that the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit, among the many kings in this grand line, you and Don Quixote Doflamingo have the most despicable means. You two are people who do big things, but you are the kings one despised the most. Quote. Seeing that Sengoku was not ashamed, but proud, and even used the crew to threaten him like Don Quixote da Flamingo, Qin Yu was not angry, but his eyes gradually showed a murderous aura. As long as it can eliminate the sin, what's wrong with a little trick? Sengoku said indifferently. Unfortunately, I am not Whitebeard. He is upright and generous, so your tricks may be able to check him. But they can't check me. The murderous and cold eyes of Qin Yu made Sengoku, a marine marshal, feel awe in his heart. Don Quixote da Flamingo used my crew to threaten me before, and I couldn't kill him with my own hands. To be honest, I still feel a little regretful. Now you jump out and inherit Don Quixote da Flamingo's will, that's really the best. This way I have one more reason to beat you to death. As soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, before Sengoku could speak, his body suddenly emitted a purple light. As a purple light column shot up from his body, it began to change its form, from a cylindrical light column to a purple giant that was 999 meters tall, with muscles all over his body intertwined like dragons. At the same time, the sky, which had been covered by layers of thick black clouds that seemed to be doomsday, suddenly fell with thousands of meters of thunder, like super-large sea kings. These thunders seemed to have life. The moment they fell from the sky, they gathered on the palm of the purple giant's right hand. In the end, these thunders formed a simple-looking, daunting thunder axe. Chapter 295 Devil Fruit Fusion. Power Beyond Whitebeard 26, please subscribe. 296 374ths. Chapter 295 Devil Fruit Fusion. Power Beyond Whitebeard 26, please subscribe. Previous. Next. This power is beyond the scope of Whitebeard. After Sengoku saw the purple giant holding a thunder axe appear in front of him from nothing, he suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. This feeling was something he had never experienced even when he had fought with the young Whitebeard countless times. But now, as soon as this purple giant holding a thunder axe appeared, he got goosebumps all over his body, and at the same time, an inexplicable uneasiness enveloped his body and mind like a shadow. It's not over yet, Sengoku, Qin Yu said as he flashed into the purple giant's forehead, like a robot driver, and was absolutely protected by the purple giant. But unlike the operator who could only drive a robot, when Qin Yu sank into the purple giant's forehead, the purple giant's eyes first burst into a white light, and then his body was suddenly covered with a piece of armor filled with bright white light. 200. Seeing this scene, whether it was Sengoku standing in front of Qin Yu, or Kizaru, Aokiji, and Monkey D. Dragon in the distance, they were all stunned. The moment this purple giant wearing white armor and holding a thunder axe appeared, they all smelled a strong breath of death. Even Kizaru, who possessed the flash fruit and had unparalleled speed, was no exception. Can this purple giant kill me? Kizaru looked at the purple giant in front of him, and a strong sense of uneasiness suddenly rose in his heart. Whether it was the feeling in his heart or the perception of observation haki, he told him that even if he had a speed close to that of light, if this purple giant wanted to kill him, he would be doomed. What a terrifying power! Monkey D. Dragon looked at Qin Yu standing on the forehead of the purple giant with a shocked look. Just by using observation haki to perceive it, he had already felt a variety of terrifying forces from the purple giant. The body of the purple giant should be shaped by the special ability of his mythical beast Buu Fruit, Qi. The thunder axe is condensed by the power of thunder fruit. As for the white armor, hiss, this demon is really terrifying and extravagant. He actually used armament haki to create a haki armor that looks like a substance. I guess only a monster like him with almost infinite physical strength and heaven-defying recovery ability can use haki in such a luxurious way. Aokiji had a clear understanding of the composition structure of Qin Yu's purple giant with a little perception. But it was precisely because he knew that he felt strong fear and uneasiness. Qi, armament haki, thunder fruit, these three powers belonging to the demon, any one of them is the strongest power of the grand line. It is no exaggeration to say that any one of these three powers is as powerful as Whitebeard's shock fruit, which has the ability to destroy the world. And now, each of these CDEG has the power to destroy the world when taken out separately, but they are all combined together to form this purple giant. Aokiji felt a sense of uncontrollable horror just thinking about it. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Sengoku. This is the ability specially prepared to kill you, the Marine Marshal, and to bury you. I call it Pangu. Qin Yu said that he had waited for a long time, but in fact, the purple giant was created from nothing in just a moment. That's why even if Sengoku used observation haki to sense in advance that Qin Yu was going to use an extremely terrifying ability, he had no way to stop it. After all, Qin Yu just had a thought, and this purple giant with all Qin Yu's abilities and the power to destroy the world was born. Its birth is a combination of all the powers I possess. You are the first person to see it, and the first person to die at its hands. Before you die, feel its horror. Qin Yu looked down at Sengoku from above. This monster, Majin, can actually fuse different devil fruits with armament haki. How did he do it? That's right, life return. Damn it, many of the marine generals he absorbed knew about life return. It was because of his super control over life return that he could control multiple devil fruits and the power of haki at the same time, and he could also fuse all these powers together. Facing Qin Yu, who was as high and mighty as a god at this time, Sengoku, who could only look up at the other party after transforming into a golden Buddha, suddenly felt that he was really insignificant. Even when facing Whitebeard in his prime, he had never experienced this feeling. But now he has it, Even if he has Aokiji and Kizaru, the two highest combat forces of the naval headquarters, by his side, he still feels a shortness of breath, and his heart feels as uncomfortable as if it is being constantly squeezed by a big hand. Chapter 296. The Power of an Axe. Severely inflicting damage to Buddha's Sengoku. 36. Please subscribe. 297 374. Chapter 296. The Power of an Axe. Severely inflicting damage to Buddha's Sengoku. 36. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. Thinking of the one he was facing, called Pengu by the demon Qin Yu, a product of the fusion of the various powers of the armament haki that surpassed emission, the thunder fruit that was closest to invincibility in Logia, and the Buu fruit that had been coveted, feared, and dreaded by the world since Qin Yu's sudden appearance, Sengoku's face became more solemn than ever. Feeling the unprecedented suffocation that enveloped his heart, Sengoku was no longer as calm as before. Now, even though he knew that the top strong men sent by the world government and the two admiral candidates he had sent out before had rushed to the scene, he still couldn't calm down. The restlessness full of anxiety made his heart continue to tighten. Sengoku, I hope you can hold on for a while, don't let me kill you all at once. If that happens, I'll be very disappointed. Although I don't have much hope for you, at least you have to take a few more hits, so that I can fully test how powerful this Pengu, who has integrated all my strength, is. Qin Yu's voice fell, and the purple giant Pengu, who had been motionless since he appeared, suddenly raised the thunder axe in his hand, and then chopped down at Sengoku, who had transformed into a golden Buddha below, with the posture of splitting Washan Mountain. Obviously, the axe has not fallen yet, but the majestic power like the power of heaven entrenched in the purple giant Pengu has oppressed Sengoku to the point that he feels like he can't straighten his waist. Kizaru, Aokiji and others who are inferior to Sengoku in strength in the distance feel suffocated. Even if they are some distance away from the battlefield, standing on the ancient weapon-pluton giant ship, Nami and others all felt the mighty power of the purple giant Pengu, which covered the sky and the sun as if it was going to completely split the sky and the sea. Big Buddha impact. Seeing that the thunder axe had not fallen yet, the faint power on the axe had completely split the atmosphere wherever it passed, and even distorted the space. Sengoku was shocked and gasped. He did not dare to neglect it at all, and quickly raised his foot and stomped on the ground, as if he was a Buddha who was as immovable as a mountain and could not be shaken by anything. When his feet were rooted in the ice like Optimus Prime, his hands immediately burst out circles of air waves like water ripples. Then, he clapped his hands forward, and the atmosphere was instantly blasted away. Two shock waves that were enough to flatten the island blast away the tsunami gathered together to meet the thunder axe in front of him. Kizaru, Aokiji and others standing in the distance saw this scene and couldn't help but sweat for Sengoku. They originally thought that Qin Yu and Sengoku's confrontation must be earth-shattering, with terrifying noises. But the next scene made them all stunned. When the thunder axe and Sengoku's shock wave collided with each other, there was no sea-shaking noise as Kizaru and the others had imagined, nor was there a terrifying, earth-destroying confrontation. Under their gaze, when the purple giant Pengu condensed by Qin Yu swung the thunder axe and chopped at Sengoku's shock wave, it was like a ball of fire falling on a piece of ice and snow. Sengoku's shock wave was not only split, but also disappeared in an instant, as if it had never appeared. During the whole process, there was no earth-shattering noise, nor was there a collision that emitted terrifying destructive power fluctuations, only silence. This kind of almost absolute silence was not until the thunder axe split the shock wave and chopped Sengoku in an unmatched posture, and then with Sengoku's scream was broken. Please give me flowers, Mr. Sengoku. Standing in the distance, Kizaru and others who were stunned by Qin Yu's axe just now woke up instantly. Sengoku's miserable and seriously injured appearance also fell into their eyes. At this time, they looked around and saw a hideous wound on Sengoku's nearly 10-meter-tall body that almost split his entire front half. The dazzling blood burst out from the wound, making him, who was originally shining with golden light and full of Buddha's majesty and sacred aura, seem to have been thrown down to the mortal world. Instantly, he turned from a Buddha into a monk who fell into the mortal world. That axe. No mistake, it's the same as the three swords left by Gul D. Roger that Pluton Rayleigh used before. Not only the three powers of armament haki, Buu Fruit, and Thunder Fruit, but also his outrageously strong Conqueror's haki. Fortunately, it was Mr. Sengoku who faced that axe just now. If it were the two of us, we would probably be dead. Kizaru and Aokiji looked at each other and saw the same idea in each other's eyes. When they saw Pluton Rayleigh and Qin Yu use the three swords of Gul D. Roger before, they also felt the kind of oppression that made the Admiral's mental will almost unbearable. And this oppression, to a large extent, comes from Conqueror's haki. But they didn't expect that after Qin Yu absorbed Pluton Rayleigh, he not only obtained the three swords of Gul D. Roger, but also combined his own multiple fruit abilities to create a Conqueror's haki that far surpassed Pluton Rayleigh. Gul D. Roger's three swords are even more terrifying than the purple giant Pengui. Chapter 297. Can you hold on until the world government arrives? Sengoku 46, please subscribe. 298 374. Chapter 297. Can you hold on until the world government arrives? Sengoku 46, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Just now, although Kizaru and Aokiji stood far away, when the purple giant Pengu swung the thunder axe, under the overwhelming Conqueror's haki like Kamui, even as strong as them, they inevitably fell into a state of mental sluggishness or even stagnation. In this case, with the physique of Admiral, ordinary people naturally cannot hurt them. But if they were replaced by a strong person of the same level, they would definitely be severely injured in an instant. If it was the 4 Emperors level, and the most powerful demon Qin Yu among the 4 Emperors level, it would be normal for Whitebeard to kill them in one fell swoop when they were mentally slow, sluggish, and defenseless. 930. After all, even if the strength reaches the Admiral level, if there is a flaw and the enemy seizes the opportunity, they will still be injured or even die. Admiral is strong in all aspects without dead ends. Mental will, fruit ability, physique, hockey are unparalleled in every aspect, almost standing on the top of the sea. Normally, Admiral-level warriors have almost no flaws, so they are naturally extremely powerful. But when faced with Qin Yu's purple giant Pangu, Galdie Roger's 3 swords, which are so powerful that even admirals cannot withstand them, they will be vulnerable once faced with them, and even admirals will be extremely dangerous. His strength is probably not as good as Whitebeard's when he was young. Let alone admirals like Kizaru and Aokiji, at this time, even if they surpass admirals and truly stand on the top of the sea, Monkey D. Dragon's heart is full of horror and horror when he thinks of Qin Yu's axe just now. After Sengoku was severely injured by Qin Yu's axe, he secretly compared it. If he and Sengoku were swapped, and the person facing Qin Yu just now was not Sengoku but him, then what would Monkey D. do? No matter how many times Monkey D. Dragon thought about it, racked his brains to think of all ways, and took all his abilities into consideration, in the end he only came to one result. If it was him who faced Qin Yu's axe instead of Sengoku, his fate would not be much better than Sengoku's now. Huff. Sengoku took several steps back, and after barely stabilizing himself, he actually breathed heavily and rapidly. As a user of the great Buddha form of the mythical beast, and also awakened, his physical strength was not as nearly infinite as Qin Yu's, but he would definitely not have a situation where his breathing became disordered not long after the fight. With Sengoku's physique and the super recovery ability of his awakened ability, when he was young, he could carry Whitebeard's shock fruit for a long time without falling down. But now, he just fought with Qin Yu, and his breathing was disordered, and he also looked like he had consumed a lot of physical strength and suffered a serious injury. This guy actually has such power. It's comparable to Whitebeard's shattering sky, earth-shattering. Sengoku covered his Sengoku, used life return to control the wound to wriggle and stick together to stop bleeding, and looked at Qin Yu with horror. But when he used life return, his heart suddenly sank. Normally, as long as he moved his mind, he could control even a hair on his body in detail, but now when he used life return to integrate his consciousness into the muscles of the wound, those muscles were actually out of control. He had no way to control the muscles through life return to achieve the effect of muscle wriggling and sticking together to stop bleeding. Don't waste your energy, Sengoku. Although life return is magical, if you practice it to a high level, you can control all your internal organs, hair and skin. But life return is not omnipotent. If that part of the body tissue is completely necrotic, even if you inject consciousness into that part of the tissue through life return, you can't control it. Qin Yu looked down at Sengoku from a high position. At this moment, he was like an omniscient god. All of Sengoku's thoughts and every little move of Sengoku were all seen by him. Your wound, as well as the nearby muscles, tissues, etc. have been completely destroyed by my thunder and axe. Unless you have a physique like Kaido, or an immortal body like me, it will be useless even if you are a fantasy beast and have awakened. The powerful recovery ability of the awakened fantasy beast is powerful, but as long as the damage exceeds the scope of the awakening ability, you can't expect to recover in a short time. You were able to resist Whitebeard in the past, not only because Whitebeard didn't have the ability to hit you so hard that even the awakening ability of the 0.6th level of the Phantom Beast couldn't resist it with one punch, but also because you had other people around you to help you. But now, there is no Admiral-level strongman around you to help you, and my axe has exceeded the limit of what Whitebeard can achieve. Now I really want to know, can you still hold on until the strong man of the world government and the 2 Admiral candidates you just mentioned arrive? Every time Qin Yu said a word, Sengoku's face became ugly and heavy. He didn't expect that he, who had been putting pressure on Qin Yu just now, would suddenly reverse it. Now he not only suffered a heavy blow, but Qin Yu even put pressure on him in return. Chapter 298 The 4 Emperors Cannot Defeat the Enemy Together 56, please subscribe. 299 374. Chapter 298 The 4 Emperors Cannot Defeat the Enemy Together 56, please subscribe. Previous. Next. HMPH, Demon, I think you are too proud. I admit that your power is really terrifying. The axe just now is not as good as Whitebeard's shattering sky and earth. But if you think you can scare me like this, then you underestimate me. I often suffered such injuries when I was not yet a marshal and was still on the expedition to New World. If you think you can deal with me by leaving such a little thought on me with an axe, then you are simply wishful thinking. Sengoku, who has extremely strong psychological quality and mental will, quickly suppressed the heaviness and shock in his heart, and his face returned to his usual calmness and composure. People who don't know would think that he was at a disadvantage. The person who was seriously injured by an axe just now was not him, but Qin Yu. Mr. Sengoku, Aokiji and Kizaru, who were far away, saw that although Sengoku showed his admiral style at this time, it was impressive to see him. However, as the admirals of the headquarters, they had known Sengoku for decades, and their hearts were filled with haze. Whether it was Kizaru who was familiar with Sengoku, or Aokiji who was not familiar with Sengoku, it was the first time for them to see Sengoku injured to this extent. Especially, Sengoku's serious injuries were caused by an axe after Qin Yu's purple giant Pengu appeared. If Sengoku's injuries were caused by fighting with Qin Yu for dozens of hours, or at least dozens of minutes later, they would not be so worried. But after witnessing the power of Qin Yu's axe just now, even Kizaru, who was full of confidence in Sengoku before, was full of panic. Can he really hold on, or is he already at the end of his strength? Dracula Mahawk and Monkey Dragon stared at Sengoku deeply. They were a little unsure whether Sengoku could really hold on or was just pretending. If it was against other people, they would still be optimistic about Sengoku, but when they thought about the demon he was facing and the amazing axe just now, it was hard for them to be optimistic about Sengoku. In their opinion, facing the demon who was so powerful as ultimate at this time, even a marine king like Sengoku would be powerless in a single fight. To deal with Qin Yu, at least 2 4 Emperor's level strongmen, or 1 4 Emperor's level strongman plus 3 admirals, would be needed to have a certain chance of winning. Really, Sengoku, I feel relieved to hear you say that. If you fell down after this axe, I would be very disappointed. You are still alive and kicking, and you can still say such confident words, then I can't wait to be happy. Just when Monkey D. Dragon and others were secretly speculating whether Sengoku was already at the end of his strength, Qin Yu laughed at Sengoku's words full of awe-inspiring confidence. I forgot to tell you that my Pengu just used only the power of Thunder and Conqueror's Haki for the 10 axes. As for the Chi of Buu Fruit and Armament Haki, I didn't use these 2 powers. Since you said that the damage caused by the axe just now was just a little bit of thought for you, then I will be more serious this time, and use Armament Haki on the basis of retaining the power of Thunder and Conqueror's Haki. As soon as he said this, everyone who heard it changed color. Even though Sengoku looked calm on the surface, his face twitched when he heard what Qin Yu said, and a sense of uncontrollable horror emerged from the depths of his eyes. But Qin Yu did not give him time to think. As soon as he finished speaking, the purple light giant Pengu, who had not released any attacks after the 10 axes, raised the thunder axe again. Unlike before, this time when the purple light giant Pengu raised the thunder, his empty left hand also opened at the same time. With a flash of light, a huge axe composed entirely of dazzling white light fell into the left hand of the purple light giant Pengu, and then the purple light giant Pengu held 2 similar-looking giant axes in his left and right hands, but the power contained was completely different, and turned into a terrifying 770 giant axe that flashed blue and white light, and with the huge size of the purple light giant Pengu, it still needed both hands to control. Seeing this scene, Sengoku knew that the white axe was the armament Haki that surpassed the first level of emission after being released, just like the white armament Haki armor covering the purple giant Pengu. However, Qin Yu was the only one in the world who dared to use armament Haki in this way. If it were someone else, even a monster like Whitebeard or Roger would not easily waste armament Haki, but would control every bit of armament Haki to ultimate, not daring to have any extra loss. Looking at the entire Grand Line, only Qin Yu, who has infinite physical strength and terrifying recovery ability, dares to control armament Haki in this way. Don't let him attack again. If there are a few more acts like the one just now, even with my physique and awakened recovery ability, I can't bear it. Not to mention an axe that is more powerful than the one just now. Witnessing Qin Yu merging the Haki axe with the Thunder axe, Sengoku suddenly felt a deep and piercing dangerous atmosphere in his heart. Chapter 299 You are still too young and too arrogant. 66, please subscribe. 374. Chapter 299 You are still too young and too arrogant. 66, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Armed Buddha attack. Just when Qin Yu controlled the purple giant Pengu to fuse the Haki giant axe with the Thunder giant axe, and had not yet mastered this new armed Thunder giant axe to launch a stone blasting attack, Sengoku, who felt extremely dangerous, did not dare to give Qin Yu another chance to attack. At that moment, he stepped on the ground more than 100 times in an instant, and with his extremely strong physique, he performed Marine 6 styles and burst out at an astonishing speed of several times the speed of sound. With a burly figure, he was like a cannonball at this time, shooting in front of Qin Yu who was standing at the center of the purple giant Pengu's eyebrows at a terrifying speed, and then fiercely blasted the terrifying shock wave condensed on his hands and fused with armament Haki at the center of the purple giant Pengu's eyebrows. Bang! With a loud noise, the shock wave was as terrifying as a tide, and even a large island like Sabayati Archipelago was enough to penetrate it with one blow. It was like a rainstorm and a hurricane, and it was like a mountain torrent and tsunami, and it madly hit the purple giant Pengu's head. When Sengoku released the powerful armament Haki shockwave to ultimate in one breath, the huge head of the purple giant Pengu was swallowed by the shockwave on the spot. At the same time, with Sengoku's hands as the center, circles of air waves like water ripples spread in all directions, completely shattering the already broken ice layer. Aokiji on the side saw this scene, although he immediately used the Ice Age to freeze the sea again. But the speed at which he froze the sea could not keep up with the speed at which Sengoku's shockwave destroyed the ice layer. From the time Sengoku made his move, in less than 3 seconds, the ice layer within a radius of thousands of meters had been completely crushed into ice chips by the shockwave. The purple giant Pengu, who was originally stepping on the ice layer, was hit hard into the sea by Sengoku's big Buddha, shaking up a terrifying wave hundreds of meters high. Has the King of Marine finally exploded? Pipe question mark quote. Witnessing Sengoku, who had been suppressed by Qin Yu, suddenly showing his might, Monkey Dragon and others understood that Sengoku had exploded. As the King of Marine, he had been sitting on the position of Marshal for more than 10 years and was as stable as a mountain. Once he exploded, even people like Monkey Dragon felt a sense of shock. Great, the demon was blasted into the sea. Although the demon has the abilities of many devil fruits, he only does not have the frozen fruit. He was blasted into the seabed and there was no way he could freeze the sea like I did. Aokiji and Kizaru looked at the terrifying ice pit that spanned thousands of meters across the ice layer and the seawater inside was sunken. The two looked at each other and saw ecstasy in each other's eyes. As expected of Sengoku, the Buddha of the resourceful general, knowing that his own strength was not as good as the demon, he actually took this way to deal with him. Dracula Mahawk couldn't help but flash a gleam in his eyes when he saw this. Even a proud person like him was amazed by Sengoku's move. Although the demons are powerful and the devil fruit they possess is simply heaven-defying, no matter how powerful the ability users are, they have an irresistible natural enemy, which is the sea. For any ability user, no matter how powerful you are like Whitebeard, as long as you fall into the sea, you can only wait for death. Now, Monkey D. Dragon and others saw that the Buddha Sengoku blasted Qin Yu into the seabed in one fell swoop, and they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. In such a disadvantageous situation, Sengoku can actually turn the tables, and he really deserves to be the Marshal of Marine. Calling the demon, Yuan Tian admits that you are indeed powerful. But you are too young and too arrogant after all. I have been in Grand Line for decades, and I have experienced everything and encountered all kinds of battles. Although people like you are unique, I have my own way to deal with them. Even if you are extremely powerful, as long as you meet me, you can only be defeated like the Golden Lion back then. Sengoku stared at the ice pit that he had blasted out with one hand, his eyes seemed to penetrate the seawater and reach the demon in the deep sea. But just as he was talking freely, thinking that the demon Qin Yu was blasted into the sea by him, and the overall situation of this battle was already decided, the sea surface that had not yet calmed down rolled up again with a huge wave. The ice layer that had been blasted out with a 1,000-meter ice pit was broken again by this huge wave. In the blink of an eye, the ice layer within a radius of 10 kilometers had been washed away by the huge wave and shattered. Sengoku, who was originally talking freely, could only swallow the words he had not finished saying, and then stepped on the moonwalk and flew into the air. Just as the sea rolled up huge waves of hundreds of meters and Sengoku was forced to fly into the air with moonwalk, the purple giant Pangu, which made Zon, King Zhao's Guo, Kizaru and others look ugly, broke out of the sea, rushed to the surface from the thousands of meters deep seabed, and then stepped on the air, standing on the sea, looking down at Sengoku, Kizaru and others. Demon. Seeing the demon Qin Yu, Aokiji, Kizaru, and Dracula Mahawk, who they thought was buried in the sea a moment ago, but broke out of the sea the next moment, their hearts sank to the bottom of the valley instantly. Especially when the three of them witnessed that the purple giant Pangu was not afraid of the threat of the sea, but even descended from the sea again, and his body was unscathed after being hit by Sengoku's full force, the blood color that had just risen on their faces disappeared again. Chapter 300. The End of the Road. Chopping off the Buddha with an axe. 16. Please subscribe. 301 374. Chapter 300. The End of the Road. Chopping off the Buddha with an axe. 16. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. You are not hurt at all. How is it possible? You have been knocked to the bottom of the sea by my blow. As a person with special abilities, you should have lost the ability to resist at this time. Not to mention Kizaru, Aokiji and others, even Sengoku, who thought that this battle was a sure win, was gloomy to the extreme at this time. Originally, he thought that he could use the sea as the nemesis of special abilities to blast Qin Yu into the bottom of the sea and completely reverse the situation. But now, Qin Yu not only rushed out from the bottom of the sea in an unreasonable manner, but also took a direct blow from him. The head of the purple light man Pangu was not damaged at all. You are still called the resourceful general. I think you are mentally retarded. I know exactly what you are thinking in your mind. Do you think I will be easily tricked by you like Whitebeard's 910 in this situation? Qin Yu, standing between Pangu's eyebrows, glanced at Sengoku indifferently. You facing Qin Yu's cold ridicule in public, Sengoku's face turned livid instantly. He is the marshal of the naval headquarters, a top figure who has dominated 2 eras. But now he is being laughed at by a pirate who is just a junior in his eyes. This is simply a great shame in his eyes. That palm strike just now should be the limit of your Buddha Sengoku. I am really disappointed that you couldn't even leave a scar on Pangu's forehead. Sengoku, what's the point of me keeping you? Without waiting for Sengoku to speak, Qin Yu shouted coldly, and then Pangu, who was hovering in the void, suddenly raised the armed thunder axe, which was enough to split the atmosphere and shake the sky with just a shake, and chopped down at Sengoku below from a distance of hundreds of meters. Swish. The armed thunder axe fell from the void, and the space of hundreds of meters in front seemed to be cut open, and a series of shocking white cracks covered the void. The sea below Qin Yu split into a terrifying sea crack that was 10,000 meters long and bottomless. Under the power of Qin Yu's axe, the Grand Line seemed to be forcibly split open, and instantly outlined a sea scene that stunned Dracula Mahawk and other beings. Sengoku, who was facing Qin Yu's axe, felt a sense of powerlessness in his mind as if the sky, the sea, and even his soul were split apart when Qin Yu controlled Pangu's axe to chop it down. As the axe controlled by Qin Yu fell, Sengoku knew that he had encountered the greatest danger in his life. What was even more terrifying was that Qin Yu's axe not only had the power to split the atmosphere and split the Grand Line, but also seemed to have the ability to block space. When the axe fell, Sengoku found that he actually had a feeling of no escape and no hiding. He knew that this was not an illusion, but all the methods he could think of. Even if he used observation haki to predict, he could not find any means and ways to dodge or escape. Facing Qin Yu's axe, he either had to resist it or wait for death. There was no third way to choose. I don't believe that you can kill me with this axe. When the crisis came, Sengoku showed his generosity and tenacity as the king of Marine to the fullest. He did not retreat, but gritted his teeth and raised his hands that burst out visible air waves, and sent a shock wave that broke everything towards the oncoming axe light that seemed to be able to completely split the red line. Swish. The axe light flashed, and Sengoku's shock wave that was enough to penetrate the island, even a large island, was split on the spot after encountering Qin Yu's axe. Then the axe light that cut through everything, whether it was the sea or the sky, fell on him under Sengoku's horrified eyes. Puff. Wow. Sengoku's face turned pale, and a stream of scarlet blood spurted out of his chest and mouth at the same time, and then the other side of his body at the wound was broken at the root. Kizaru and others in the distance looked over and found that starting from Sengoku's left shoulder, almost half of his left shoulder, along with one arm, was cut off by Qin Yu's axe. Not only that, Sengoku, whose body was cut off by the axe light, could not maintain moonwalk and fell from midair to the sea on the spot. Mr. Sengoku, Kizaru and Aokiji's faces fell into a sluggish state at first, and then they woke up immediately and rushed over at the fastest speed. Aokiji froze the sea again to prevent Sengoku from falling into the sea. And Kizaru turned into a golden light and caught Sengoku in an instant. Run. When Sengoku fell into Kizaru's hands and was supported by him, he immediately grabbed Kizaru's shoulder with his only remaining right arm, spitting out blood and saying two words with difficulty. You are the Marine's marshal. How can an admiral abandon the marshal on the battlefield and run away? At this time, Aokiji, who came over quickly, heard Sengoku's words and immediately refuted. Chapter 301 I will send naval headquarters and world government to you. 26, please subscribe. 300-374. Chapter 301 I will send naval headquarters and world government to you. 26, please subscribe. Previous. Next. You are the future of Marine, Majin, you will have to deal with the Great Pirate Era. I am already a disabled person, and Marine does not need a disabled person to be the marshal. Now listen to me, run and I will buy you time. Let me use this broken body to buy time for you in the future of Marine. Sengoku quickly handed a Den Den Mushi to Aokiji. Notify Momosugi and Chaton, tell them not to come. Remember, without two strong men who surpass Admiral, you must not go to Majin. If necessary, you can cooperate with the four emperors of pirates. After he explained everything in a flash, he immediately used his remaining right arm to send out a shock wave that pushed Kizaru and Aokiji away, 1,000 meters away. Mr. Sengoku, neither Aokiji nor Kizaru expected Sengoku to be so decisive and so resolute. As the Marshal of Marine, he actually risked his life to cover the rear for the two of them who were his subordinates. Take Hawkeye and run. Remember what I said, without two four emperors or above, you must not come to avenge me. And when you go back, let Garp come out to take charge of the situation. I have been taking the blame for that old guy for most of my life, and I have been cleaning his A for most of my life. It is time for him to come out. Just tell him that he has to be the marshal even if he doesn't want to be one. Otherwise, don't come to pay homage to me, Sengoku. After Sengoku pushed Kizaru and Aokiji away with a shock wave, he immediately rushed towards Qin Yu without looking back, with boundless determination and tragic aura wrapped around his body. Whether you are the Marine Marshal or the two admirals, these are all my favorite collections. How can I let you send them away so easily? Qin Yu glanced at Aokiji and Kizaru from a distance, who had already flown 1,000 meters away. Although Sengoku still had the ability to fight, he was already a lamb to be slaughtered after being hit by 2 axes and his left chest, including his heart, was almost chopped off by his 10 axes. Compared to him, he would rather leave behind the two admirals Kizaru and Aokiji. Obviously, this time the naval headquarters and Don Quixote Doflamingo captured Trafalgar Law to threaten him and deal with him, which really made him completely angry. At this moment, he was no longer satisfied with simply letting 1 or 2 admiral-level strongmen from the 3 parties participating in this pirate war, the Don Quixote family, and Cluden Rayleigh, die. He wanted to wipe out the 3 parties participating in the war. The Don Quixote family was slaughtered, Cluden Rayleigh was absorbed by him, Akainu was turned into a cookie by him, and Sengoku was chopped into a cripple, not far from death, but he was still not satisfied. It seemed as if he was going to take down Kizaru and Aokiji, the 2 strongest fighters of the naval headquarters, and even the world's #1 swordsman Dracula Mahawk. That is the spark of our Marine's future. It is the hope and foundation for destroying you in this evil era of pirates. How could I let you succeed? Sengoku stomped his feet and rushed towards Qin Yu without fear of life and death. You don't have the final say, Sengoku. I am not Whitebeard, who will be checked by you in various ways. I am the demon Qin Yu, the ruler of this era. Qin Yu stared at Sengoku who was rushing towards Qin Yu fearlessly, without any fluctuation in his eyes. For a person who wanted to take his life several times, now he was forced to a dead end by him, what kind of emotional fluctuations or feelings would he have? As early as the moment he was defined as a pirate by Sengoku and forced to change his career, he had decided that sooner or later he would beat Sengoku to death with his own hands. It's not that the era will not belong to you, it will never belong to you. Even if I, Sengoku, can't stop you today, Marine, sooner or later someone will be able to check you. I believe that day will definitely come. 0. Sengoku roared, and his golden Buddha body, which was originally covered with blood and looked a little dim, suddenly burst into an unprecedented bright light. That day will never come. After you, I will send your naval headquarters, the world government you are loyal to, and even the celestial dragons to hell to see you. Qin Yu said word by word. But before that, I have to deal with Kizaru and Aokiji first and then deal with you. Don't even think about it. Although I can't kill you with my remaining body, I can still stop you from destroying the hope and fire of Marine. Sengoku stood in front of Qin Yu regardless of everything. Facing Qin Yu's attack, he didn't care at all, as if he was going to use his life to pave a way for Kizaru and Aokiji. Then I will kill you first, and then kill the other two. Seeing that Sengoku didn't give way at all and was going to use his life to delay time, Qin Yu's eyes flashed with murderous intent. At that moment, he gave up the idea of jumping over Sengoku and going after Kizaru and Aokiji, and controlled Pengu to take Sengoku's head pills. Chapter 302, The Nirvana of the Great Buddha, The Shockwave of Mutual Destruction 36, please subscribe. 303-374. Chapter 302, The Nirvana of the Great Buddha, The Shockwave of Mutual Destruction 36, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Want to kill me? Then I'll let you kill me. But I, Sengoku, I'm not so easy to kill. Anyone who wants to kill me will have to pay a price. Looking at the armed thunder axe that was falling towards his head, Sengoku's eyes flashed with determination. Sengoku, who had just personally faced the horror of the armed thunder axe controlled by Pengu, knew very well that he had no way of resisting the second axe. But thinking of the marine future, Aokiji, Kizaru who were retreating behind him, he resolutely went forward. Facing Qin Yu's armed thunder axe, at this moment Sengoku did not retreat but advanced. 730. When he was about to be beheaded by Qin Yu's axe, his Buddha body, which was already shining with dazzling golden light, suddenly burst into circles of golden fluctuations. At the same time, an extremely tragic and terrifying aura emanated from Sengoku's body. Demon, take my Sengoku's last blow, Buddha Nirvana. Sengoku roared at Qin Yu with a deafening thunderous roar, and then, his golden Buddha body seemed to have buried a nuclear bomb, and then it exploded at this moment. With his body as the center, a touch of brilliant golden waves accompanied by a tidal wave, washed away everything, even a large island like Ate archipelago would be blown to pieces. The shattered shock wave instantly burst out from Sengoku's body, and then in a flash, it swallowed up Pengu, who was close at hand, and the demon standing between Pengu's eyebrows. Boom. Originally, Monkey D. Dragon, who wanted to sell a favor to Qin Yu and also help him do two things and eliminate several big enemies for the Revolutionary Army, planned to delay Dracula Mahawk, Kizaru and others. Although he couldn't defeat 3 Admiral-level strongmen by himself, let alone stop the 3 Admiral-level strongmen from breaking through, he could still delay them for a while. But Kizaru and the other 3 saw through his intention, and they decisively joined forces to attack Monkey Dragon. Sengoku, who was far away, noticed his intention and did not hesitate to pull Monkey Dragon, whom he once regarded as the future of Marine and his successor, into his attack range. Facing the shock wave released by Sengoku, which instantly covered an area of nearly 10 kilometers and hovered between the sea and the sky like an energy ball, Monkey Dragon had to give up the idea of holding Kizaru and others in order to protect himself, and then tried his best to resist Sengoku's terrifying shock wave that also included him in the attack range. After all, although he was powerful enough to surpass Admiral, stand at the top of the Grand Line, and be on par with any of the 4 emperors, he was not as powerful as Qin Yu after all. He did not have Qin Yu's ability with heaven-defying destructive power and defensive power, Pengu. Facing Sengoku's annihilation shockwave, Monkey Dragon had to use all his strength to deal with it even though he was far away from Sengoku. Otherwise, even if he was still in his prime and not injured, he would be dragged down by Sengoku at any moment. The nuclear explosion caused by Sengoku covered a full 10-kilometer radius like the end of the world, and the Buddha's nirvana that affected hundreds of kilometers of sea area lasted for nearly a minute before it exhausted all its strength and then dissipated into nothingness bit by bit. But when the shockwave dissipated between heaven and earth, the sea that was hit by the shockwave just now appeared, and a terrifying sea pit with a diameter of 10 kilometers appeared, which could not be filled by seawater. In this deep pit, whether it was the island fragments left over from the previous attempt to shake the archipelago, or the ice layer that Aokiji had refrozen the sea before retreating, they all disappeared, leaving only pure seawater. In addition to the sea, the heavy black that had been hovering in the sky was gone. Only the blue sky was left. The nirvana of Sengoku, the Buddha, who had placed great hopes on him, cleared all the sins of the world, washed away all the darkness, and brought clarity to the sea and sky again. Puff! A huge wave suddenly rolled up on the sea surface more than 10 kilometers away from where Sengoku was before. In the rolling waves, a terrifying giant ship that was so huge that it was outrageous, like a super large sea king's, surged out from the bottom of the sea. I almost thought I was going to die. Nami on the deck looked at the translucent sphere that covered the entire Pluton battleship with lingering fear, just like the bubble-like coating that Ate archipelago used to coat the ship. Fortunately, Pluton not only has unparalleled firepower, but also has a super strong defense system. If there is no energy shield, even if we are a little far away from the battlefield, this ancient weapon may be destroyed by Sengoku. Standing in the control room, when Sengoku performed the Great Buddha Nirvana, Frankie activated Pluton's defense system in time and also had an expression of surviving a disaster. Chapter 303 It's a pity that I couldn't drag you to hell. 46, please subscribe. 304 374. Chapter 303 It's a pity that I couldn't drag you to hell. 46, please subscribe. Previous. Next. I didn't expect ancient weapon Pluton to be so advanced. Trafalgar Law looked at the giant Pluton ship that spanned more than 1,000 meters across the sea, and a touch of shock flashed in his eyes. Although he had seen the unparalleled firepower of ancient weapon Pluton, he was still shocked when he saw Pluton's powerful defense function again. Is this really a warship created by humans 800 years ago? Even 800 years later, no force can create such a terrifying and advanced ship. Violet's tone was full of disbelief. If ancient weapon, if it wasn't so powerful, how could the world government let a CP-9 sneak into the water city in our best years? Khalifa, who was standing aside, suddenly had a bit of a bleak tone. She knew that after today's battle, the world government would definitely hate her, a CP-9 traitor who boarded the ship of the demon pirates. Even those high-level officials of the world government would think that it was because of her help that the demon pirates got Pluton. After all, before she betrayed the world government, she happened to be lurking in the water city looking for the ancient weapon Pluton. After she betrayed the world government and boarded the ship of the demon pirates, Qin Yu got the ancient weapon Pluton. Even if she explained it all clearly by publishing in the newspaper, no one would believe her. After all, it was too coincidental. However, although her tone revealed a hint of desolation, her eyes no longer had the stubbornness and unyielding spirit of the past, but instead had a touch of resignation and admiration. Obviously, after witnessing Qin Yu's invincible combat power, even the luxurious lineup of Marine, Don Quixote family, the world's #1 swordsman, and Pluton Rayleigh, which was composed of many strong men, was defeated by Qin Yu. Even though she was brainwashed by the world government since she was young and was extremely loyal to the world government, as time went by, and with the shock of Qin Yu's military power and life on the ship, she gradually accepted her current identity. Violet, use your ability to find Qin Yu. Nami took a telescope and looked at the sea around her, but still couldn't find Qin Yu. When her eyes swept over Violet, she immediately realized that there was a person with a special ability who was more powerful than any telescope. Okay. Hearing this, Violet quickly put her hands in front of her eyes, and then used the ability of the staring fruit to fight for everything within a radius of 4,000 kilometers. Others saw Violet using the fruit ability to find Qin Yu, except Frankie who was driving the ancient weapon Pluton in the control room, and Roronoa who was lying on the ground with serious injuries and could not get up for the time being. Except for Zoro, everyone else gathered around. Found it, 12 kilometers in this direction. Violet's staring fruit ability is powerful. Just by looking in all directions, she quickly found Qin Yu's location. Frankie, northwest direction, 2 kilometers. Nami saw the direction pointed by Violet's finger and immediately said to Frankie in the control room. No problem. Frankie immediately drove the Pluton giant ship towards the location Nami said. At the same time, Qin Yu, who had changed from Majin Buu to human form, held a pale face in one hand, lost an arm, and even his internal organs were exposed. He also changed from the Buddha form to human form. Sengoku soared into the air from the sea area Violet just mentioned. Can't this hurt you? You win, demon. Held in Qin Yu's hand, his face was covered with wrinkles, his black hair had turned into silver, and he no longer had the robust posture of a middle-aged man. Instead, he looked like an old man who was about to die and had half a foot in the coffin. Sengoku raised his eyelids with difficulty and glanced at Qin Yu, who was hit by his big Buddha Nirvana head-on but was unscathed. A sigh flashed in his eyes. Marshal Marine's suicidal blow. You actually did this to buy time for Aokiji and the others to escape. You were worthy of your title of Marshal Marine. To be honest, I really looked down on your despicable means before. But as a marshal, you dared to use your own life to cover the rear, which made me change my opinion of you a lot. At least just now, you showed your responsibility as a king, not a despicable villain who can only hide behind the scenes and play tricks and schemes, and is not worthy of being seen by others. Qin Yu stared at Sengoku. Although his eyes were filled with murderous intent, there was no trace of ridicule and contempt in his eyes when he looked at Sengoku. Although he was very disdainful of Sengoku as a marine king and a marine marshal, his methods were so despicable and he did not have the style of a king at all. However, as an opponent and an enemy, he did not attach much importance to Sengoku, the Buddha, who was now in his hand. What a pity, I still can't kill him. Even your move called Pangu can't shake it. Although I have tried my best, it is still a pity that I can't drag you to hell with me. At this time, Sengoku, who seemed to be in a state of exhaustion, struggled to pull out a smile, and his tone was full of regret and unwillingness. Chapter 304. The King Falls. There is no more Marshal Sengoku in the world. 56, please subscribe. 305 374. Chapter 304. The King Falls. There is no more Marshal Sengoku in the world. 56, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Haha. Then go to hell with reluctance and regret. Qin Yu looked at Sengoku who wanted to kill him until his death, and the corners of his mouth gradually raised a cold arc. The right hand that was originally holding Sengoku's body suddenly expanded into a pink flesh ball, and then wrapped Sengoku's burly body. The demon wants to absorb my dream. I will never let you use my Sengoku's power to deal with Marine and blaspheme justice. Sengoku saw that he was about to be absorbed by Qin Yu like Pluton Rayleigh, and he seemed to be back to life, staring at the sky in vain. He was originally weak, but his eyes suddenly burst into a compelling light, and then his body began to burst out circles of visible waves. Under this wave of waves, his body actually began to disintegrate. You can't stop me, Sengoku. Qin Yu stretched out a finger and pointed it at Sengoku's heart. With a whoosh, a finger-thick Qigong wave instantly pierced Sengoku's heart. Sengoku, who was in his last moments, relied on a breath to squeeze his body, releasing shock waves to destroy his body, and prevented the demon from absorbing it. His pupils began to gradually spread. As his heart was pierced, his last bit of strength also dissipated. With your vitality, it's not a problem to live for a while after your heart is pierced. But you want to destroy your body, which should be impossible. Single quote. Qin Yu said while controlling the pink meatball to cover Sengoku's entire body. Sengoku, who had completely lost the ability to resist and allowed him to slaughter like a fish on a board, was quickly absorbed by the pink meatball and finally sank into Qin Yu's body. Boom. After absorbing Pluten Rayleigh, he reached a point where even the Marine King, Buddha Sengoku, was not his opponent. Now that Sengoku, whose strength is comparable to that of the four emperors, has been absorbed, even Qin Yu himself is not sure how much his strength will be improved. However, just thinking about this, he feels a strong sense of anticipation in his heart. Country can't escape the disaster, will it be absorbed by him? When Qin Yu completely absorbed Sengoku and started a new round of transformation and evolution, a storm suddenly rolled up in the sky not far away. In the howling wind, Monkey Dragon's body slowly condensed into shape. Obviously, he also survived Sengoku's nirvana of the Great Buddha. After all, the life-saving ability of Logia ability users is extremely strong, almost the best of the three fruit abilities of Zoan, Logia, and Paramesha. Except for a few people such as Qin Yu who has the Buu Fruit and Marco who has the Phoenix Fruit, the life-saving ability of Logia ability users is the strongest. After Monkey D. Dragon appeared in this sea again and saw the whole process of Qin Yu absorbing Sengoku, even though it was not the first time he saw it, he still felt a chill. He couldn't imagine that Qin Yu, who was so powerful that even the four emperors couldn't defeat him, would be so powerful after absorbing the Buddha's fruit. How terrifying will Sengoku be in the future? No wonder when he met him in the waters around Amazon Lily before, he was full of confidence in this battle that was equivalent to a losing battle in the eyes of the world. An immortal body, a variety of devil fruits, plus this ability to absorb people, as long as it is used properly, it has the ability to turn the tables. Now, he has absorbed Sengoku as well. Unless Gall Roger is resurrected, even though the Grand Line is large, it is estimated that there will be no 10 people who can compete with him head-on. Quote, Monkey Dragon thought secretly in his heart. Just as he was secretly speculating on how Qin Yu would improve his strength after absorbing Sengoku, Qin Yu, who was suspended in the sea, suddenly burned with a flame that rushed straight to the sky. After this flame rose up, it did not maintain its original state, but burned more and more vigorously and more violently. In the end, the flame directly turned into a purple light column that rushed into the sky and pierced into the sky fiercely, and also penetrated the sea, as if it was going to reach the deepest part of the sea. After the purple light column penetrated the sky and the sea, with his body as the center, waves of air rose out of thin air, and then spread in all directions with an increasingly violent posture like a tsunami of the Grand Line. The sea under his feet, which had just calmed down, Li began to rotate and shake again, and finally formed a terrifying Uzumaki that was daunting. Everything was in sight. Monkey Long thought Qin Yu should have completed his transformation, but he never thought that just when this thought just rose from his mind, a thunderous sound suddenly burst out from Qin Yu's body like a thunder, and in an instant it resounded across the sea area of hundreds of miles. Then, a conqueror's haki, so powerful that even Monkey Admiral, a top powerhouse comparable to the four emperors, was terrified when facing it, swept up a terrifying storm like the shock wave of a missile explosion, covering the sky and the sea with a posture that covered the sky and the sun. Chapter 305 Absorbing the Qualifications of the Two Kings, Surpassing the Conquerors 66, please subscribe. 306-374. Chapter 305 Absorbing the Qualifications of the Two Kings, Surpassing the Conquerors 66, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Under Monkey Dragon's gaze filled with deep shock, the Conqueror's haki that came out of Qin Yu's body exploded, not only rolling up the sea into huge waves, but also instantly covering the sky with a thick layer of dark clouds. The sky, which had originally been clear and bright due to Sengoku's attack before his death, once again showed a dark cloud-covered posture as Qin Yu's Conqueror's haki soared into the sky, and even as the Conqueror's haki vented for a longer time, the clouds in the sky began to rotate like Uzumaki. Then, lightning and thunder flashed out from the clouds like bursts of thunder god Shunjang. The sky changed from clear to dark clouds, and the sea changed from calm to turbulent. All these changes happened in an instant. Completely shocked by Qin Yu's kingly spirit, the sky and the sea seemed unable to bear it and began to collapse. As the only person present who witnessed Qin Yu releasing Conqueror's haki and faced the 500 shares of Conqueror's haki, Monkey D. Dragon felt like a mountain was pressing down on him. And made him a little angry. Facing Qin Yu's Conqueror's haki, he almost instinctively released his superior Conqueror's haki to resist. It would have been fine if he didn't release Conqueror's, but once he released it, it was like waking up an angry dragon that was still sleeping. His Conqueror's haki had just been released, and Qin Yu's Conqueror's haki was like a demon dragon that swallowed the world, destroyed and killed all disobedient and unsubmissive enemies, and collided fiercely with his Conqueror's. Conqueror's haki collided, and it was the superior conquerors that collided, and the entire sky and sea worked in an instant. A terrifying crack that seemed to connect the sea and the sky at the same time emerged from the sea, and the sky was positive. Dense and violent lightning was like a mad python, circling in the sky for a while, and then fell into the sea one after another, splitting waves on the sea surface. Crack. Originally, Monkey Dragon thought that even if his conqueror's haki was not as good as Qin Yu's conquerors, he could at least compete for a while. But what he never expected was that when their conqueror's haki collided with each other, his conqueror's haki was like a deflated ball, and it collapsed at the touch. With a deafening roar, Qin Yu's conqueror's haki completely crushed the conquerors and then severely shocked him. Even a powerful Monkey D Dragon, who was shocked by Qin Yu's aura that was so powerful that it was beyond the scope of the superior conquerors, was so frightened that his face turned dark and his breathing became rapid. What was even more terrifying was that when his body was shocked by the conqueror's haki, he seemed to be out of control and actually took a few steps back. The spirit can shock the sea and change the weather. This conqueror's haki has surpassed the scope of the four emperors. It is said that only the pirate king Gall D. Roger, who conquered the entire Grand Line and all the kings, has this kind of haki. If I remember correctly, the old man seemed to have said that the pirate king relied on this conqueror's haki that surpassed the scope of the four emperors to conquer the new world, a sea that was so bad that even the admiral and even the Golden Lion pirates were in danger of falling. I didn't expect that after absorbing the qualifications of Pluton Rayleigh and Sengoku, the two top kings representing Marine and pirates respectively, he raised conqueror's haki to such a terrifying level in one fell swoop. Monkey D. Dragon took a deep breath. Although he had tried his best to calm himself down, even with his deep scheming, he saw Qin Yu's conqueror's haki at this time. Haki, he was still shocked, just like the sea that was shocked by Qin Yu's conqueror's haki at this time, and he couldn't calm down at all. After Gall D. Roger, the upper conquerors has become the ultimate that represents the spirit and qualifications of the king. Even the four emperors. Red-haired Shanks, who is known to have the world's strongest conqueror's haki, actually his conqueror's haki is only the best of the four emperors, reaching the ultimate of the upper conquerors, and has not completely surpassed the category of the upper conquerors. At least, when facing other four emperors and colliding with conquerors, red-haired Shanks can't completely defeat his conqueror's haki in an instant like Qin Yu and his Monkey D. Dragon collided just now. Similarly, Qin Yu's conqueror's haki, which had absorbed Pluton Rayleigh before, is strong, but it is not as strong as red-haired Shanks's conqueror's haki. Shanks is slightly higher, but not yet a crusher. But now, after Qin Yu absorbed the Buddha's Sengoku, his conqueror's haki has completely broken the category of the superior conquerors, and entered a category that only the late pirate king has entered. How can he calm down? Chapter 306 Shaki. Captured in one go, 16, please subscribe. 307 374. Chapter 306 Shaki. Captured in one go, 16, please subscribe. Previous. Next. You should know that conqueror's haki, which symbolizes the qualifications and spirit of a king, cannot be cultivated. That is why the strength of conqueror's haki often represents the strength in a certain sense. If a conqueror's haki is strong enough to surpass the four emperors, then his strength is at least above the four emperors. After all, the strength of conqueror's haki can only increase with the growth of the user. Now Qin Yu's conquerors is so strong that even a strong man like him who surpasses Admiral will collapse at the touch of a button. It is conceivable how strong Qin Yu is now. Just when Monkey D. Dragon was secretly shocked that Qin Yu's conqueror's haki had broken through the category of the superior conquerors and the four emperors, and entered a level that no one had ever entered in these two eras except the late pirate king, Gall D. Roger, the conqueror's haki that was like a storm hovering over Qin Yu and spreading in all directions suddenly dissipated. As Qin Yu's conqueror's haki dissipated, the thunderclouds that were shocked by his haki changed color and covered the sky began to dissipate, and then the huge crack across the sky was gradually healing. At the same time, huge waves rolled up, and the sea surface was covered with huge uzumaki one after another. The sea that could not calm down at all quickly returned to its original state. Has Sengoku been completely absorbed? Monkey D. Dragon saw Qin Yu put away the conqueror's haki that was densely covered in the void, and knew in his heart that the Grand Line might no longer have such a figure as Marine Marshal, Buddha's Sengoku. Next, he should go after Kizaru and the others. Calculating the time, it didn't take him much time to absorb Buddha's Sengoku. If he chases them now, Kizaru may not be able to catch up, but Aokiji probably can't escape. Puff. The sea, which had gradually calmed down because Qin Yu put away conqueror's haki, suddenly burst into a wave of spray, and a figure in a black leather jacket rushed out of the sea, and then held a long knife and slashed at Qin Yu's head like lightning. It's her. Monkey D. Dragon's eyes flickered slightly. When this figure attacked Qin Yu, he had already sensed the other party's existence, and also understood the other party's identity. Showing up at this time is just suicide. Well, at least I can see how strong the demon is after absorbing Sengoku. Monkey D. Dragon glanced at Qin Yu, who stood there motionless without even raising his eyelids. He instantly suppressed the thought of attacking. He could sense that someone was lurking under the sea, and he didn't believe that Qin Yu would not be able to sense it. He didn't forget how terrifying Qin Yu's perception ability was after the thunder fruit amplified his observation haki. What surprised Monkey D. Dragon was that Qin Yu not only didn't raise his eyelids, but also kept his eyes closed when facing the long sword of the attacker. He didn't even move or use his ability to resist. He just floated on the sea, letting the attacker swing the long sword with a terrifying edge to chop at his head. Clang. Crack. But the blade slashing at Qin Yu's head was like slashing at a mountain made of steel. After a sound of metal clashing, the long sword in the attacker's hand actually began to bend, and then in less than 3 seconds, the whole long sword seemed to be unable to withstand the collision of power and broke into 2 halves on the spot. Asking for flowers. What? The figure who attacked Qin Yu with a knife seemed to have not expected to encounter such a situation, and his face suddenly changed. Not only did Conqueror's Baki break the category of superiors, but even armament hockey has entered a new level. Just with armament hockey condensed in such a fragile place on the head, it can actually break Shaki's sword whose strength far exceeds Don Quixote Doflamingo. I really want to imagine how strong he is. Monkey D. Dragon, who stood aside and saw the whole process of Shaki swinging and attacking Qin Yu, suddenly felt a wave of shock in his heart. As Garp's son, he naturally knew Shaki, the legendary female pirate who was once hunted by Garp himself. It was precisely because he knew Shaki and was familiar with her strength that he was even more shocked when he saw this scene. This monster, Shaki, who had short hair and was walking in the air in black high heels, glared at Qin Yu who was close at hand with an ugly face and then raised her hand and punched Qin Yu's heart 10 times. Whoosh! But her fist had just been raised, and Qin Yu, who had been suspended in the air motionless, opened his eyes in vain. The moment his eyes opened, 2 purple rays of light burst out. Although Shaki, who was close at hand, used observation hockey to predict Qin Yu's movements, Qin Yu's speed was too fast. The difference in strength and observation hockey made her have no time to respond, and her abdomen was pierced by the 2 rays of light. Chapter 307 Isn't It Good to Be Alive? Why Do You Want to Die? 26, please subscribe. 308 374. Chapter 307 Isn't It Good to Be Alive? Why Do You Want to Die? 26, please subscribe. Previous, next, HMPH. After being hit by 2 beams of light shot from Qin Yu's eyes, Shaki's face turned pale and she groaned. But she endured the pain and kept stepping on the air to stabilize her body from falling into the sea. But before she could stabilize her body, a palm had pierced the air, grabbed her neck at an incredible speed, and lifted her up in the air. Isn't it good to be alive? Why do you want to die? Although Pluton Rayleigh is my enemy, he didn't threaten me with my crew after all. As long as you don't come to trouble me, I won't come to you either. 387. Qin Yu stared at Shaki indifferently. Haha, then I really have to thank you for your kindness, demon. However, you can save your kindness, and don't give it to me. From the moment you killed Rayleigh, only one of us can survive. Shaki's eyes showed a hint of sarcasm. You shouldn't have come, Shaki. This matter has nothing to do with you. It is also Pluton Rayleigh's choice to join the war. What's more, even if you don't want this life, you can't hurt him at all. Monkey D. Dragon stepped on the storm and flew over slowly. Did I say that my purpose of coming here is to kill the demon? From the moment Rayleigh couldn't kill you, I knew that I couldn't kill you either. Now that you have absorbed Rayleigh and Sengoku, it is even more impossible for me to shake your share. Shaki raised a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. I see. Qin Yu seemed to sense something, and his eyes suddenly shone. Thunder Fruit is really scary. You found it so quickly. Then I have nothing to hide. Although Shaki was held in the air by the neck, there was no fear on her face. Instead, she looked into Qin Yu's eyes calmly. I know that I will never be able to kill you, the demon Qin Yu, in my lifetime. The only thing I can do is to use someone who can kill you to deal with you. So you didn't want to kill me to stop me from hunting down Kizaru and the others. Haha, it's really interesting. Before this war started, Marine had the idea of catching Pluton Rayleigh and me in one fell swoop. But in the war, Pluton Rayleigh cooperated with Marine, and you, Rayleigh's wife, actually risked your life to help the 2 people who wanted to kill your husband at the beginning. Although I have heard more than once that nothing is impossible in the Grand Line, what happened today still surprised me. Qin Yu shook his head slightly. Since you know everything, then do it. You have killed Rayleigh, so it doesn't matter if you kill one more. Shaki looked at Qin Yu calmly, without any fear of the impending danger. Well, since you ruined my chance to kill Aokiji and Kizaru, then take your life. Qin Yu heard this. Without any hesitation, his right hand hit Che-Chi's neck. With his current strength, even a strong man like Marine Admiral would be in danger of death if he fell into his hands, not to mention Shaki, a woman whose strength was a little inferior to Marine Admiral. Feeling the terrifying pressure from the palm of the demon, Shaki's eyes flashed with a dead gray. She knew that she could not resist the power of the demon at all. After the previous sneak attack failed and she was caught by the demon, she gave up struggling and resisting. Now facing the terrifying power that burst out from the demon's hand, which was enough to crush a mountain, she had no intention of resisting or struggling, and let this power crush her neck. What puzzled her was that when this power touched her throat, it was retracted as soon as it touched her throat, as if it was a receding tide, and was all taken back by Qin Yu. What's wrong with this guy? Suspicious, Shaki looked up at Qin Yu. At this glance, she immediately found that Qin Yu's face was changing at this time, and he seemed to be experiencing a strong struggle in his heart. This scene not only puzzled Shaki, but even Monkey D. Dragon looked at Qin Yu with curiosity. Facing the inquiring eyes of the 2, Qin Yu ignored them, and his mind was completely immersed in his body at this time. As his mind moved, the scene in front of him suddenly changed dramatically. The sky, the sea, Monkey D. Dragon, and Shaki all disappeared, replaced by a quiet and gloomy space. At this time, in addition to him, There are two men in this space 0.1, wrapped in two pink balls, with only one face exposed on the air hill. You are worthy of being the king who dominated the Grand Line in the last era. Pluton Rayleigh, Buddha Sengoku, you two kings representing marine and pirates can actually bring me such a surprise. Qin Yu took a deep look at Pluton Rayleigh and Buddha Sengoku in front of him. I have absorbed many people, but only you two can still affect me after being absorbed. It's because of the qualifications and spirit of the king you have. Chapter 308 Demon, Grand Line has no room for you. 36, please subscribe. 309 374. Chapter 308 Demon, Grand Line has no room for you. 36, please subscribe. Previous, next, Sengoku and Rayleigh, who were wrapped in pink flesh balls and imprisoned in an unknown dark space in Qin Yu's body, seemed to hear Qin Yu's voice, and their eyes that had been tightly closed slowly opened. Demon, when they saw Qin Yu, their eyes were very complicated. Sengoku was murderous and terrified. Rayleigh was lonely and regretful. However, one thing in common was that when they looked at Qin Yu, a trace of original horror was revealed in the depths of their eyes. As the only two people who could temporarily retain consciousness after being absorbed by Qin Yu, they both knew how powerful Qin Yu standing in front of them was. Unlike Monkey D. Dragon outside, he could only understand Qin Yu's Conqueror's Haki and the improvement of armament Haki. Things have come to this point. I want to ask you to let us go. I guess you think it's a joke. 23 Demon, let's make a deal. If you let Shaki go and don't cause trouble for her in the future, I will no longer fight you. Pluton Rayleigh looked at Qin Yu deeply. He knew that the demon in front of him would become the most terrifying monster in the history of Grand Line. The rise of the other party is already a fact. Even if Gul D. Roger is reborn, it is impossible to stop the rise of the demon. As long as you don't chase Kizaru and Aokiji and let them go this time, I will not interfere with your will again. What do you think of this deal? Sengoku pondered for a moment, and after Pluton Rayleigh finished speaking, he also spoke. Haha, do you think you can really interfere with my will? Qin Yu heard this, and a cold color flashed in his eyes. Then, the pink meat ball wrapped around Pluton Rayleigh and Buddha Sengoku suddenly sent a sense of attraction. Faced with this attraction, the two people who were bound and unable to move and could only become the source of Shin Bao's power immediately felt weak all over. They felt like they were food falling into the mouth of sea kings and were quickly digested. You are indeed amazing. After being absorbed, you can still maintain your consciousness. However, even if you too have the qualifications of a king and are very powerful, you can't maintain this situation for long. Don't think that after I absorb you, you will always maintain your current state. If you think so, you are wrong. Qin Yu's words made Pluton Rayleigh's face change horribly. What do you mean by this? Sengoku stared at Qin Yu's eyes. Sengoku, you are called the resourceful general, don't you think that I absorbed a lot of people before you? For example, there are several vice admirals, Crocodile, and the previous Thunder Fruit ability users. Where are they now? Qin Yu said to Sengoku meaningfully. Disappeared. Sengoku felt the weakness coming from his body at this time, and immediately thought of a terrible thing. That's right, the people I absorbed before disappeared just like the lives that fell into the belly of sea kings. Although you two are very powerful, you can still maintain consciousness after being absorbed by me, and you can also interfere with my will to a certain extent. However, this situation will not last too long. Even if you are powerful and can hold on for a while, it won't last too long. Soon, you will completely disappear from this space. At that time, there will no longer be Pluton Rayleigh and Buddha Sengoku in Grand Line. Qin Yu stared at Sengoku and Rayleigh, whose faces changed again and again, with a playful look on his face. What a terrifying ability. Pluton Rayleigh's heart gradually sank to the bottom of the valley. At first, after they entered this space, they thought they were just imprisoned by Qin Yu's ability, and there would always be a day when they would be released. That's why, when he learned that Qin Yu was going to kill Shaki, he joined forces with Sengoku, who was also bound in this dark space with him, to stop Qin Yu. When Sengoku learned that Shaki risked his life to kill Qin Yu in order to make Qin Yu miss the chance to kill Aokiji, Kizaru, he agreed without hesitation. Do you still think you are qualified to negotiate with me now? Qin Yu smiled. Yes. 470. Sengoku was silent for a moment before speaking again. Then I really want to know what qualifications you have to negotiate with me. Qin Yu looked at Sengoku with interest. It will take some time for you to completely absorb both of us and make us disappear from this world. Although we cannot change our fate of being absorbed by you, we can do a lot of things with our will before we disappear. No matter what you do during this time, we will try our best to interfere with your will and will not let you succeed. I think that the result of today's battle has spread. Your demonic abilities are completely unknown to the world, and no one can tolerate you. The world government and naval headquarters cannot tolerate you, and the 4 emperors in the pirates cannot tolerate you either. The world is afraid of your abilities and afraid of being absorbed by you, so they will definitely unite to deal with you. Sengoku met Qin Yu's gaze without fear. Chapter 309 10 seconds later, it won't just be Kizaru and Aokiji who will die. 46, please subscribe. 310 374. Chapter 309 10 seconds later, it won't just be Kizaru and Aokiji who will die. 46, please subscribe. Previous, next. Yes, you are strong, Qin Yu. We can't hurt you, but we can interfere with your will, distract you frequently in battle, and prevent you from exerting your full strength. I know that after you absorbed us and gained our power, even the young Whitebeard is not your opponent. Only Roger can compete with you before he got sick. However, as long as we keep interfering with you, it will be a threat to you. After all, no matter how strong you are, as long as the naval headquarters, world government, and pirates can send out more than 2-4 emperors at the same time, plus several admiral-level strongmen, and we interfere in your body, you will not be able to escape death. Pluton Rayleigh stared into Qin Yu's eyes and said word by word. At this moment, he seemed to be the one who controlled the overall situation, not the one absorbed by Qin Yu. As long as you agree to the request we just made, during the time you absorb us, we will not interfere with your will. On one side is your life, on the other side is Shaki, and Aokiji and Kizaru. You should be able to think clearly about which is more important to you. Besides, the request we made should not be too much for you. Sengoku was afraid that Pluton Rayleigh's words would have a counter effect, arousing the arrogance of the demons and rejecting them, so he quickly added. It's not too much, but you are still not qualified to make a deal with me. As long as I kill Shaki now, chase after Aokiji and Kizaru, and then take the Pluton giant ship to the bottom of the sea, no one will be able to find me, whether it is Marine or world government. When I completely absorb you, I will not be afraid of the world government, pirates, and the three of them joining forces. Qin Yu said disdainfully. Hearing his words, Sengoku and Rayleigh's faces changed slightly. They also knew the power of ancient weapon Pluton, especially Rayleigh, who knew more about ancient weapon than Sengoku. If Qin Yu really did what he said, it would be difficult for the world government and other forces to find Qin Yu in a short time. Okay, I think you have said everything you need to say. This is also the last time I come to see you. Goodbye, Sengoku, Rayleigh. Qin Yu smiled when he saw the two of them were silent, and then his body began to slowly become illusory, as if he was about to leave this space. Wait, Sengoku saw that Qin Yu was about to disappear, and suddenly shouted at him. Do you have any last words? Since you are Sengoku of Buddha, I don't mind giving you a few more seconds. Qin Yu said, don't you think that the request we just made is not enough to impress you and not qualified to make a deal with you? Then I will add another wait. Sengoku said to Qin Yu. Sengoku, do you still think you were the Marine Marshal who held great power before? Now you are just a dying man. What other weight can you add? Qin Yu shook his head and laughed. Don't you want to listen to what I want to add before you make a conclusion? I tell you, there is only one chance. Once you miss it, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Sengoku said with a firm face. I suggest you listen to what he says. I am also an old opponent of Sengoku, and I know his insidiousness and viciousness better than anyone else. He must have his confidence to say so, and he is definitely not bragging. What's more, you only need a few seconds to listen to him. I don't think a few seconds is enough for Kizaru and the others to escape. Quote, Pluton Rayleigh said on the side. Lifelong regret. Okay, Sengoku, I'll give you 10 seconds. But I'll be frank, if you can't come up with a bargaining chip to impress me, then after 10 seconds, not only Aokiji and Kizaru will die, but also the two admiral candidates. Qin Yu stared at Sengoku's eyes indifferently. The bargaining chip I want to add is a piece of information. An information that is extremely important to you, even more serious than the Trafalgar Law. But I can't tell you now. I can only tell you when you agree to the request we just made. Quote, Sengoku said, MJU4NDA2 Nadizemta 4 NJMIODQZOJC equals. Sengoku, I thought you were going to say something. Let me tell you, from the moment you were absorbed by me, not only your strength and wisdom, but also your memory, I can know. Single quote. Qin Yu shook his head and said, amazing really, but if I'm not mistaken, all this is based on the fact that you have completely absorbed both of us. But unfortunately, Pluton and I are much stronger than the people you absorbed before. Even if it's you, Qin Yu, you can't completely absorb both of us in a blink of an eye. Otherwise, you would never be like this now. If you really know all my memories, you wouldn't chase Kizaru and the others now. Sengoku said word by word. You're right, before I completely absorbed you, all I got was your power. As for the rest, I don't know yet. Qin Yu's eyes flickered slightly. Chapter 310, say, what did the 5 elders send to East Blue for? 56, please subscribe. 311 374. Chapter 310, say, what did the 5 elders send to East Blue for? 56, please subscribe. Previous, next, you don't have to try to find out what I'm thinking. I won't think about it, so even if your observation hockey can sense my thoughts, you won't know it as long as you can't look through my memory. Also, you don't have to wait until you have completely absorbed me before looking through my memory to figure out what I'm hiding in my heart. Although your absorption speed won't be too slow, it will take 3 or 4 days even if you absorb me faster. 3 or 4 days is not too short or long, but it's enough to make many things a foregone conclusion. Sengoku looked at Qin Yu deeply, as if he had seen through his thoughts. Qin Yu didn't say anything when he heard it, but stared at Sengoku's eyes with his eyes as deep as a black hole. Facing his gaze, Sengoku didn't flinch at all, and looked at Qin Yu with an arrogant attitude. For a moment, the entire dark space fell into a dead silence. An indescribable depression enveloped the entire space. 107 inches okay, I promise you. After staring at Sengoku for 10 seconds, Qin Yu spoke again. As he nodded in agreement, Sengoku and Rayleigh breathed a sigh of relief. Especially Sengoku, Although he looked very confident just now, he was actually nervous inside. But I have something to say in advance. If what you say later is not as serious as what you just said, enough to make me regret for the rest of my life, then the deal will be voided. Kizaru, Aokiji, and Shaki are not only dead, but also the two admiral candidates who came to support, and the ship of Marines are no exception. The murderous intent hidden in Qin Yu's cold voice made Sengoku's face suddenly pop out veins. I have fallen to this point, do you think I still have the capital to play tricks? But thinking that he has fallen to the point of being absorbed, Sengoku can only take a few deep breaths in his heart, forcing himself to calm down, CDDE, and then said to Qin Yu. It's better to be as you said, otherwise what will happen later will definitely not be what you two want to see. Qin Yu said expressionlessly, okay, you can talk now. After the five elders learned that you absorbed Pluton Rayleigh and killed Akainu, they were afraid that you would escape with ancient weapon Pluton, so they not only sent CP9 to Sabayati Archipelago to deal with you, but also sent people to East Blue. As soon as Sengoku finished speaking, a powerful conqueror's haki, like a demon descending, instantly surged out of Qin Yu's body. Boom. When conqueror's haki filled the entire space, Sengoku and Rayleigh were shocked to find that the space they were in was actually shaking. What was even more terrifying was that they felt short of breath when they were shocked by Qin Yu's conqueror's haki. It was as if their spirits were being hit by a giant swinging a hammer crazily, and a strong sense of dizziness rushed straight to their heads. Fortunately, this Kamui prison, which was enough to shake the conqueror's haki of the Grand Line, came and went quickly. Just when Sengoku and Rayleigh were moved by Qin Yu's conqueror's haki, the conqueror's haki that enveloped the entire space suddenly dissipated. But even so, Sengoku and Rayleigh looked at each other and saw deep worry and fear in each other's eyes. His conquerors has really reached Roger's level. It's really a monster. At the beginning, Roger also defeated all the kings on the sea, conquered the Grand Line, and entered Raftel, and his conqueror's haki was just upgraded to this level. But now, he has reached the level of Yaoji without even going to the New World. Is there really anyone in the Grand Line who can defeat him? Pluton Rayleigh was full of worries. Before, he was full of confidence, thinking that Shanks and the successors chosen by Shanks would be able to stop Qin Yu sooner or later and would not let this era fall into the hands of the demon. But now, his confidence is not as strong and firm as before. I shouldn't have let Garp go back to East Blue. I should have said that I would capture him and help me deal with the demon. If I join forces with Garp, I can definitely fight against the previous demon. Add Kizaru and Aokiji, and there will be no problem killing the demon. Thinking of this, Sengoku's heart was full of deep regret. Now that he has been absorbed, people have become more powerful than ever because of him and Pluton Rayleigh. Even if Garp comes now, it's too late. Tell me, what did the five elders send people to East Blue for? Qin Yu's eyes became more brutal and colder than the super large sea kings. Facing such eyes, even Sengoku and Rayleigh, who once dominated the Grand Line, felt a chill. They sent people to the Kokoa West Village and Seymour Shiki Village in East Blue, trying to capture the relatives of your crew members in order to force you to hand over the ancient weapon. Sengoku sighed in his heart. If possible, he didn't want to tell the five elders about this plan. Chapter 311 The five elders really got into trouble this time. 66, please subscribe. 312 374. Chapter 311 The five elders really got into trouble this time. 66, please subscribe. Previous. Next. But when Sengoku thought that if he concealed the truth, Marine would lose Kizaru and Aokiji, two pillars, and he would die in vain, and even Momosuge and Chaton, two admiral candidates who came to support, would be buried in the sea, he told the five elders' plan. After all, after falling to this point, this was the only bargaining chip he had in his hand. I think the five elders not only want me to hand over Pluton, but also want to learn from Don Quixote Doflamingo and you, Sengoku, and use the relatives of my crew members to threaten me to fight the Sabayati Archipelago again. Qin Yu's eyes were like knives, and he scratched Sengoku's body in an extremely cold manner. In response, Sengoku was silent. Five elders, you really played a trick this time. Pluton Rayleigh didn't expect that the five elders would do such a thing behind his back. When he saw the change in Qin Yu's eyes, he knew that Qin Yu's violence and cruelty had been completely aroused by the news of Sengoku. Good, really good. Trafalgar Law can also be called a pirate. You used him to threaten me, although it was despicable, but there was nothing wrong with war. But those in Kokoa West Village and Seymour Shiki Village were just ordinary citizens, and they dared to do this. Sengoku, the world government you are loyal to is really just. Qin Yu laughed. His laughter was like the howling of ghosts and gods, and the wrong souls were asking for their lives, which made Sengoku and Rayleigh feel a chill. I seem to have done something wrong. Sengoku heard Qin Yu's laughter and suddenly felt unprecedented uneasiness in his heart. Well, since you world government don't take the lives of citizens as your lives, then I don't have to take your lives as human lives. Qin Yu glanced at Sengoku, who showed a trace of worry in his eyes, and his mouth gradually raised a chilling smile. You don't have to be so nervous. Although I don't have many advantages, I am a man of my word. Since I agreed to your deal, I will naturally not break my promise after receiving your information. I will not touch Aokiji and the others this time. But I may not be sure next time. Hearing Qin Yu say this, Sengoku was relieved, but the uneasiness and heaviness in his heart did not disappear. Okay, remember your words. Be obedient during this period, otherwise, don't blame me for breaking my promise. Qin Yu glanced coldly at Rayleigh and Sengoku, and his figure gradually disappeared in this dim space. Sengoku, you really went too far this time. You used Trafalgar Law to threaten Qin Yu, and you can also say that Trafalgar Law himself is a pirate, and you have the right to execute him in any way. But the villagers of those islands in East Blue have been badly harmed by pirates and you Marine. Now you still allow 5 elders to do such things. This way of doing things has exceeded the bottom line between pirates and Marines. After Qin Yu left, Rayleigh said to Qin Yu, is it useful for you to tell me this? I am the Marshal of Marine, not the supreme ruler of world government. You are not unaware of 5 elders' obsession with ancient weapon Pluton. Speaking of this, I want to ask you, didn't Jay hide the location of the ancient weapon very secretly? Why was it so easy for the demon to find it? Should you be held responsible for this? Please give me flowers. Perhaps because he knew that death was waiting for him, Sengoku, who had fought with Pluton Rayleigh for most of his life, did not treat his enemy at all at this time, but instead scolded Rayleigh in the tone of treating an old friend. Am I not responsible enough? I, a retired old guy, have put my life on the line now, what else do you want from me? Rayleigh said unhappily, hey, you're right, you and I are both dying. We have done everything we can, and what happens next is out of our control. I hope Garp can be more reliable this time. Sengoku heard this, and the scolding on his lips instantly turned into a sigh. This is also what I am most worried about. Pluton Rayleigh glanced at Sengoku. What do you mean? Sengoku's heart was suddenly overshadowed when he heard Pluton Rayleigh say this. 5 elders crossed the line this time. Since they broke the rules of the Grand Line and did not follow the rules of the Grand Line, how do you think the demon will react? Rayleigh's words made Sengoku's face become more and more ugly. You should have seen it too. When you said that 5 elders sent people to East Blue, the demon's eyes had changed. He used to be cruel and violent, but he was still a person with a bottom line. At least when facing the 2 of us who were about to die, he still chose to keep his promise and not chase Aokiji and the others. But it's hard to say after this time. I didn't see a trace of humanity in his eyes just now, there was only cruelty and brutality. I can't imagine what he will become after leaving here. Chapter 312 Next time, I will send you to see Pluton Rayleigh, 16, please subscribe. 313 374. Chapter 312 Next time, I will send you to see Pluton Rayleigh, 16, please subscribe. Previous. Next. No matter what he will become, no matter what kind of storm he will stir up in this era, all of this is not something we can interfere with. Whether it's a pirate or a marine, where they will go in the new era depends entirely on their own abilities. Sengoku was worried, but thinking that he had already been absorbed by Qin Yu, he was afraid that Qin Yu would speed up the absorption of the 2 of them in the next period of time, so as to completely eliminate their 2 hidden dangers. I didn't expect that I didn't die with Roger, but was buried in the belly of the demon with you, the Marshal of Marine. It's really fate. Pluton Rayleigh shook his head and laughed. Both of them are great Poseidons who have reigned over the 043 era for 2 generations. No matter what they are like, no matter what their identities are, there is one thing in common. They all have the qualifications of a king and the courage to laugh at life and death. Facing the impending death, even welcoming the arrival of death every moment, the 2 of them are actually very free and easy, and don't take their life and death seriously at all. If I had a choice, I really don't want to die with a gambler like you. Sengoku scolded with a smile. The problem is that you have no choice. Rayleigh retorted. Haha. Sengoku heard this, looked at Rayleigh, and burst into laughter. Death, for these kings who have been weak for many years, has long been mentally prepared. With their spirit and will, death that is enough to make ordinary people collapse, has become a topic of laughter for them before they die. When Pluton Rayleigh and Sengoku of Buddha, the former mortal enemies, had a tendency to laugh off their grudges before death, after leaving the space in the body, the scene in front of Qin Yu had changed dramatically. In a blink of an eye, the dark space that imprisoned Sengoku and Pluton Rayleigh had disappeared, replaced by an endless sea of Wangyang, as well as Shaki held in his hand and Monkey D. Dragon standing beside him. Get out of here before I change my mind. After coming out of the dark space, Qin Yu casually Shaki was thrown into the sea. His action not only stunned Monkey D. Dragon, but also Shaki, who was prepared to be killed by him, was stunned for a moment. You won't kill me. Shaki knew the past of the demon Qin Yu very well. Basically, those who were enemies with him were either killed or absorbed. Basically, there was no survivor in the hands of the demon Qin Yu. Monkey D. Dragon also turned his head to look at Qin Yu. At this moment, he really couldn't see through Qin Yu. In his opinion, Qin Yu had no reason to let Shaki go. Do you want to die? Qin Yu's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He knew that the continuous absorption of Pluton Rayleigh and Sengoku, 2 peerless kings of the Grand Line, had a great impact on his mental will. The negative emotions that had just been controlled by him not long ago and calmed down have now surged a lot. That's why, in the dark space in his body, Pluton Rayleigh would sense that he had become very violent. In fact, the 5 elders matter was just a trigger. The real reason was that he absorbed Pluton Rayleigh and Buddha Sengoku in one breath. If I was afraid of death, I wouldn't have come. Shaki stared at Qin Yu fearlessly. If someone hadn't provided me with some useful value before completely disappearing, you would have been dead. Qin Yu said coldly, providing value to you before disappearing. Rayleigh, is it that Rayleigh is not dead? If you release Rayleigh, I can agree to all your requests. Shaki was stunned at first, and then she immediately reacted. Pluton Rayleigh is my trophy, can you let him go just like that? What's more, I don't think you can provide me with more value than completely absorbing Pluton Rayleigh. Qin Yu said disdainfully. Now he needs a strong strength to suppress everything. Although the 3 admirals were killed by him and fled in a panic, and even Marine Marshal Sengoku died in his hands, it was only the naval headquarters that was injured in this war, not the world government. Next, he will face not only the naval headquarters, but also the world government, and even the 4 emperors and the pirates. At this time, how could he possibly damage his own strength and let go of Pluton Rayleigh, who originally regarded him as an enemy and wanted to kill him? He did not forget that when Sabayati Archipelago fought with Pluton Rayleigh before, the right arm of the pirate king tried his best to kill him. If you don't let Rayleigh go, even if you let me go now, I will entangle you for the rest of my life. Shaki said, you think too highly of yourself. This time, it was Pluton Rayleigh and Buddha Sengoku who provided me with their last remaining value, so you were lucky enough to save your life. Next time, no one can protect you. If you don't know how to cherish your life this time and dare to jump in front of me, I will send you to see Rayleigh without hesitation. As soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, his right hand suddenly turned into a pink meatball and wrapped Shaki's whole body. Chapter 313 Monkey D. Long, I have noted down what happened today, 26, please subscribe. 314 374. Chapter 313 Monkey D. Long, I have noted down what happened today, 26, please subscribe. Previous, next, faced with the sudden pink flesh, Shaki had no time to dodge. After all, the gap in strength between her and Qin Yu was huge. When she came to her senses, she was shocked to find that she had been completely covered by pink flesh. An unprecedented weakness and powerlessness immediately swept over her body, making it almost impossible for her to stand up. As Qin Yu absorbed more and more people, the development of Buu Fruit became higher and higher, and his absorption ability became more and more terrifying. Once a being like Shaki was wrapped in a pink flesh, she didn't even have the strength to struggle, and could only watch in horror as she was absorbed bit by the pink flesh on her body. Just when Shaki thought that she was going to follow Pluton Rayleigh and Sengoku of Buddha and be absorbed like them, the pink flesh wrapped around her suddenly left her body. The weakness and powerlessness that had enveloped her disappeared immediately. This sudden change made Shaki almost unable to adapt, and she fell directly into the sea from midair. Although Shaki was not as strong and determined as Sengoku and Pluton Rayleigh, and could remain conscious even after being absorbed, she was still an extraordinary person after all. After falling into the sea and being drenched by the sea water, she quickly calmed down. At this time, although there was still some shock in the depths of her eyes, she had calmed down on the surface. If you do it again, the things you just faced will not be interrupted, but will be carried out to the end. Don't doubt my words, just as I kept my promise to Pluton Rayleigh and let you and Aokiji go. If you dare to provoke me, I will definitely keep my word and send you to see Pluton Rayleigh. Qin Yu said while waving at Shaki, and a burst of air instantly blasted Shaki out of the sea. Okay, you can go. Bang. In the blink of an eye, Yuan Xian disappeared from Qin Yu's sight. The next moment, he had landed in the sea 1,000 meters away with an embarrassed look. Demon. Shaki stared at the direction of Qin Yu with a complicated expression. There was fear, hatred, and concerns in her eyes, but more murderous intent. Obviously, just from her eyes, it can be seen that after saving a life from Qin Yu, she was not willing to give up. At least, she is not willing to do so now. Just thinking of the strength of the demon Qin Yu and the absorption ability he had just shown, Shaki couldn't help but show a trace of fear on her face. After a strong struggle in her heart, she finally gritted her teeth and turned to swim in the direction where Aokiji and Kizaru had just escaped. Although Shaki was already 1,000 meters away, she was within the perception range of Qin Yu's haki and didn't know that all her thoughts were heard by Qin Yu. However, although Qin Yu saw through her thoughts, he didn't chase her, but ignored her directly. Even the amazing and luxurious lineup of the 3 admirals, Pluton Rayleigh, Sengoku of Buddha, Don Quixote Doflamingo, and Dracula Mahawk were turned over and blown up by him. Shaki, of course, was not taken seriously by him. Long, I've taken note of what happened today. After taking back the observation haki that was covering Shaki, Qin Yu's eyes fell on Monkey D. Dragon in front of him. I'm just keeping my promise. After all, isn't this what we agreed on before? Monkey D. Dragon said, that's true, but we agreed before that you would help me block an admiral, but just now you helped me hold back 2 admirals at a critical moment. I've seen everything you did. Although you did what you promised me, I still took note of it. Although Monkey D. Dragon's participation in the war was the first thing he got in exchange for an ancient weapon Pluton battleship, participating in the war can also be a passive response or an active response. In the Battle of Sabayati Archipelago 853 ago, Monkey D. Dragon obviously took it seriously. Not only did he help him trap 2 admirals when he absorbed Pluton Rayleigh, even when he absorbed Pluton Rayleigh and became extremely powerful, Monkey D. Dragon seemed to stand by and did not fight again, but he also helped him contain Dracula Mahawk invisibly. Although Qin Yu was in the fierce battle at that time, he was also aware of this series of actions. Seriously speaking, Monkey D. Dragon contributed a lot to achieve such a heaven-defying record and successfully turn the tables this time. This is definitely not something that can be measured by agreeing to help him do one thing. Be loyal to someone who entrusts you. As long as you, the demon, keep your promise to me as you did to Pluton Rayleigh. Monkey D. Dragon shook his head. Don't worry, starting from today, within 3 months, I promise that you will see ancient weapon Pluton in front of you. As Qin Yu spoke, he took out a Den Den Mushi from his arms and handed it to Monkey D. Dragon. Chapter 314. Alliance, Demon Pirates and Revolutionary Army Unite 36, please subscribe. 315-374. Chapter 314. Alliance, Demon Pirates and Revolutionary Army Unite 36, please subscribe. Previous. Next. I'll let you know when I'm ready. I promise that this time will only be advanced, and it will never exceed 3 months. Qin Yu promised immediately after Monkey Dragon took the phone from him. You can even keep your promise to Pluton Rayleigh, I have no reason not to believe you. Monkey Dragon saw that the demon Qin Yu was looking forward to it seriously, and he believed that he would keep his promise. Thinking of the ancient weapon Pluton that the world government had been pursuing for 800 years but never had the chance to get, and finally fell into the hands of his revolutionary army, even a king as deep as him couldn't help but feel excited. Compared to the matter of ancient weapon, I have something more important to discuss with you. After putting away the Den Den Mushi, Monkey Dragon's face showed a serious expression. What's the matter? Qin Yu did not use observation haki to sense Monkey Dragon's thoughts, although if he did so, Monkey Dragon could not stop him. But now both parties are in the honeymoon period, if he does this, Monkey Dragon will definitely know. Monkey Dragon will inevitably feel a little unhappy at that time. I think you have seen it. Although you have been very powerful this time, not only have you defeated the amazing lineup sent by Naval Headquarters, but you have also defeated the entire Don Quixote family including Don Quixote Doflamingo, Admiral Akainu, Buddha Sengoku, and Pluton Rayleigh, but Marine will obviously not give up. Yes, after this battle, Marine's apparent combat power is likely to be unable to deal with you, but Marine's water is not as deep as it seems. I used to work in Naval Headquarters, so I know how deep the water of Naval Headquarters is. What's more, behind Naval Headquarters there are world government and world nobles. You are certainly strong, but facing the 3 major forces of Marine, world government and world nobles at the same time, it is inevitable that you will be unable to do so. Monkey Dragon said, you want to form an alliance with me. Qin Yu heard this, even without the observation haki to perceive, he had roughly guessed Monkey Dragon's intention. Yes, I can see that you are different from ordinary pirates. Even different from pirates like Whitebeard, Gull, Roger. Although they did not burn, kill, and plunder like you, and were not afraid of the world government and the Marine, they did not openly confront the Marine and the world government. But you are different. Although you are a pirate, everything you do tells me that your goal is the same as our revolutionary army. So I want to represent the revolutionary army and form an alliance with your demon pirates today. Monkey Dragon said word by word. Alliance. Don't you think my demon pirates are too small? Qin Yu glanced at the Pluton giant ship in the distance that was heading towards his position. Yes, from the surface, the demon pirates are completely supported by you alone. At least, apart from you, the demon pirates don't even have an admiral level strongman. But so what? This pirate group that seems to have no strongman except you helped you find the ancient weapon Pluton that the world government couldn't find. I think we can't just look at the surface and the strength when judging people and things. What's more, the facts have told me that your pirate group is definitely not as simple as it seems. I think under your leadership in the future, your pirate group will inevitably become an extremely powerful force. Monkey D. Dragon said in a firm tone. Since you don't mind that my demon pirates are small, then I have no reason to refuse your request for an alliance. Qin Yu took a deep look at Monkey Dragon, and then a smile appeared on his face. He has learned how powerful Monkey Dragon is. No wonder this kind of person can completely suppress the brilliance of the current 3 admirals when he was in Marine. Let's not talk about Monkey Dragon's strength for now. His abilities in all aspects are not comparable to the Marine 3 admirals, who have many flaws in their personalities, can only be generals but not commanders, and lack the king haki. Okay, I believe that if you and I unite, even if the world government, Marine, the world nobles, or even the 4 rings unite, it will not be so easy to defeat us. Seeing that Qin Yu agreed to the alliance he proposed, Monkey Dragon's strong face also showed a touch of joy. King Lee's my ship is here, let's go up first. Qin Yu glanced at Boa Hancock, who was floating on the sea surface, stepping on a non-toxic python, Salome, and Bartholomew Kuma, who was standing on the 10 emperors without saying a word, stepping on the air. Okay, the alliance is a matter of great importance, and Monkey Dragon naturally does not want to make it so hastily. Apart from other things, in the offensive and defensive alliance, how the 2 sides cooperate, how to share resources, how to deal with the world government, Marine, and how to coordinate future actions, etc., a series of things need to be discussed carefully. Coincidentally, he also wanted to take a close look at this ancient weapon Pluton. For Qin Yu's invitation, he naturally agreed. Chapter 315 Touch Healing. How many abilities does the devil have? 46. Please subscribe. 316-374. Chapter 315 Touch Healing. How many abilities does the devil have? 46. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. Qin Yu, it's great that you're okay. Seeing Qin Yu boarding the deck of the ancient weapon Pluton with Monkey Dragon and others, Nami and others immediately came to greet them. Most people on the ship don't know observation haki, although they knew from a distance that Qin Yu was safe and sound through telescopes and Violet's ability. But when they saw with their own eyes that Qin Yu had gone through a series of battles, but was still unscathed and stood in front of them in high spirits, Nami and others were completely relieved. What can happen to me? Have you forgotten? I am immortal. Qin Yu's eyes swept over Nami and others, and then fixed on Roronoa Zoro, who was lying on the deck, seriously injured and being treated by Trafalgar Law. Long, you sit here for a while, I have something to deal with first. He said to Monkey Long and others, then walked in front of Roronoa Zoro and asked Trafalgar Law who was treating Roronoa Zoro. How is Zoro? Very bad, he had a close call with Dracula Mahawk and almost broke his body. If it weren't for his good foundation and the fact that I am an Op Fruit user, he would have died. Besides, he had been holding on without resting before you boarded the ship, which further overdrawn his body and spirit. Trafalgar Law glanced at Roronoa Zoro, who had fainted after seeing Qin Yu board the ship due to his slackness. Zoro, can he be saved? Qin Yu frowned slightly. Of course it's no problem, but it will take a long time. At least he must not do any training within 2 months, let alone fight with others. But you know Zoro's character, the head of the demon family. Usually he practices like risking his life, and this time he is not inferior to Hawkeye. I think he will practice sword after he wakes up. Quote, Trafalgar Law said with a headache. After this battle, after the great revenge was avenged, he also put down the last worry in his heart and completely regarded himself as a member of the demon pirate group. As a ship doctor, the most headache is naturally that his patients do not rest well when they are injured, and respect the words of him as a doctor. It's hard for you. Qin Yu shook his head, and then stretched out his hand and pressed on Roronoa Zoro. As his mind moved, a touch of purple fluctuation suddenly burst out from his palm. A minute later, when he took back his hand from Roronoa Zoro, Trafalgar Law and others were shocked to find that all the crisscrossing wounds on Roronoa Zoro's body cut by Dracula Mahawk were healed. Treatment. He healed the wounds that took Op Fruit users 2 months to heal in a short time. How many abilities does the demon have? Monkey Dragon and Bartholomew Kuma, who had not spoken since boarding the ship, looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. Such abilities may seem to have no combat capabilities, but they are extremely important to any force. At least with this kind of healing ability, the chances of the wounded being rescued are increased countless times. Master Demon, I feel that if you use this ability a few more times, I will become the first crew member on the ship to face the risk of unemployment in the future. After being shocked, Trafalgar Law showed a helpless expression on his face. Don't worry, your job in the shipping industry is a stable job, you won't lose it. My ability can only treat conventional injuries such as sword and spear wounds. I can't do anything about poisoning, injuries, etc. When you encounter such a situation, it's time for you, the ship's doctor, to come in handy. Qin Yu shook his head. He had this ability of touch healing a long time ago. It was just that it didn't work much in the past, and he used it to remove the flying dragon hoof on Boa Hancock's back and the tattoo on Nami's arm. But as his Buu Fruit developed more and more, especially after he mastered the awakening ability, he not only obtained the killer move of the transformation beam, but also greatly improved the ability of touch healing that was quite useless before. Although this ability cannot treat injuries, poisoning, etc., its ability to treat injuries is only second to the healing fruit. It seems I won't be laid off. I'm really a little afraid that I will be the first person to face unemployment right after getting on board. Seeing that even Roronoa Zoro, who was the most seriously injured, only needed to rest for a few days to recover his overdrawn spirit and body, he would be completely cured, and the always cool Trafalgar Law also smiled. Just be your ship doctor peacefully. No one can take this position away from you. Qin Yu shook his head and laughed, then walked back to Monkey D. Dragon and Bartholomew Kuma, introduced them to Nami and others, and told them about the alliance. Chapter 316 Akainu. Should have been eaten by the demon. 56, please subscribe. 317 374. Chapter 316 Akainu. Should have been eaten by the demon. 56, please subscribe. Previous. Next. How long will it take to reach Sabayati Archipelago? On a Buster Call battleship, Momoshiki, wearing a coat of justice that symbolizes the admiral candidate, stepped on high heels and walked to a rear admiral and asked. Report to Momoshiki Vice Admiral, the wind direction has changed now, and it will take at least an hour for us to reach Sabayati Archipelago. Although this is the nth time Momoshiki has asked this question, facing the admiral candidate, Momoshiki, who is known as the most beautiful woman in the headquarters and has both strength and appearance, this rear admiral still answered very patiently. Momoshiki, don't ask again. I have heard you ask this question no less than 10 times. Chatten, who is the admiral candidate with Momoshiki, but only has strength and looks as wretched as Kizaru, came over at this time. Forget it, let's not wait. Let's just moonwalk over there. When Momoshiki heard that it would take another hour to reach the destination, she seemed to have lost her last bit of heart and said to Chatten in an unquestionable tone. An hour's journey. If we moonwalk over there, we still have enough physical strength. Chatten pondered for a moment and nodded. If they had used moonwalk to reach their naval headquarters, it would not be impossible for the two of them to do it with their physical strength, but they were going to participate in the war, not just to travel. If they had lost 70% or 80% of their physical strength by the time they reached Sabayati Archipelago, how could they participate in the war? That was why the two of them chose to go to Sabayati Archipelago by boat. Let's go. Momoshiki saw that Chatten did not object, and bent her knees slightly. When her pair of proud long legs that made countless men ashamed were about to step on the deck and fly away, her eyes suddenly changed, and the moonwalk that was about to be stepped on also stopped abruptly. Similarly, Chatten, who was about to perform moonwalk, also stopped at the same time, and then looked towards the East Sea with Momoshiki. The originally calm and boundless sea suddenly formed a road of ice. On the ice road, 3 figures quickly leapt towards them. That's Admiral Kizaru, Admiral Aokiji, and the world's #1 swordsman Dracula Mahawk. Soon, the Marines near Momoshiki also noticed the movement on the sea. When some Marines took out their telescopes to look, they immediately found 3 familiar figures rushing towards them at a very fast speed. Bang! The speed of Admiral-level warriors is extraordinary, especially the 3 of them like Dracula Mahawk, Aokiji, and Kizaru, who are 10 times faster than ordinary Admiral-level warriors. From the time Momoshiki and Chatten discovered Aokiji and the other 3 to the time they boarded the Buster Call battleship, only 1 minute had passed. When the 3 of them landed on the boat, the Marines around them were about to salute Aokiji and Kizaru, but Aokiji and Kizaru, who were always relaxed and never looked embarrassed, suddenly fell to the deck. Kizaru, Aokiji, Momoshiki, Chatten's face changed immediately when he saw this scene. Aokiji, your leg, and Kizaru, what happened to you? Chatten hurried over and helped the 2 up. At this time, he just found out that Aokiji had lost a leg, and although Kizaru had all his hands and feet, his body was covered with blood. Especially, there were wounds on his body that made him feel shocked. Quick, bye. Aokiji did not answer Chatten's words. After his body fell on the deck, he didn't care about his miserable posture at this time, and yelled at Chatten directly. Turn around. What turn around? We are going to Sabayati Islands to wipe out the demons. Chatten didn't react for a while and couldn't help asking a little stunned. Turn around immediately and return to naval headquarters. This is the order of Marshal Sengoku. Not only Aokiji, even Kizaru, who was always leisurely, spoke very slowly to anyone, and was full of teasing, looked impatient. Turn around. Momoshiki reached out to stop Chatten from asking more questions, and directly asked the adjutant beside him to turn the battleship around. Now, can you tell me what happened? And why is Akainu missing? Chatten calmed down at this time. Looking at Aokiji, who was always very powerful and almost never injured in any battle with any opponent, Kizaru was not only embarrassed at this time, but also his injuries were more serious than the other, and he felt uneasy. Hearing Chatten asking about Akainu's situation, Guangyuan and Aokiji couldn't help but look at each other. At this moment, they both saw a touch of horror in each other's eyes. You guys tell me, quote, Momoshiki urged, he Akainu, he should be eaten by the demon now. Aokiji's mouth moved a little, and finally squeezed out the bitter words. You know what you are saying. Aokiji, you are not seriously injured, are you having brain problems? Chatten, who has a good relationship with Aokiji, did not hesitate to speak. Chapter 317 Nightmare. Broken Leg Aokiji, Cookie Akainu, Idiot Kizaru, 66, please subscribe. 318 374. Chapter 317 Nightmare. Broken Leg Aokiji, Cookie Akainu, Idiot Kizaru, 66, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Kizaru, is what Aokiji said true? Momoshiki immediately asked Kizaru. She naturally wouldn't believe that Aokiji had a problem with his brain. But there was no way, what Aokiji said was too explosive. Akainu, the Admiral of Headquarters, the most capable and powerful, cold-blooded and ruthless person, was actually eaten. How could she believe it? But when she saw Aokiji lost a leg, Kizaru was covered in blood, and Dracula Mahawk was also in a mess, she couldn't help but have an idea in her heart. Maybe, what Aokiji said was true. It's true, Kizaru said bitterly. 87-0. Do you two know what you are talking about? Chatten looked at Kizaru and Aokiji in astonishment. What's going on? Speak clearly. Momoshiki asked solemnly. Aren't you going to Sabayati Archipelago to destroy the demon pirates? 3 admirals, plus the Don Quixote family and Hawkeye, who can beat you like this? Are there other 4 emperors in Sabayati Archipelago? Chatten couldn't help but look at Kizaru and Aokiji with a curious and uneasy look. Go ahead, Aokiji. Kizaru opened his mouth to speak, but he seemed to be hesitant. What's going on? Momoshiki and Chatten immediately looked at Aokiji after hearing this. You all know that Kizaru, Akainu, and I went to Sabayati Archipelago to ambush the demon according to Mr. Sengoku's arrangement. Originally, everything went according to plan. The demon was lured out, and after the Don Quixote family was destroyed by him, Pluton Rayleigh also appeared. Even the 2 of them started a decisive battle as Don Quixote Doflamingo said. Aokiji sighed, and a trace of fear and regret flashed in his eyes. Pluton Rayleigh, the demon should not be his opponent. When Chatten heard the name Pluton Rayleigh, a trace of solemnity suddenly appeared in his eyes. Although he was a junior in front of Aokiji and Kizaru, let alone compared with Pluton Rayleigh, but as an admiral candidate, he also knew about Pluton Rayleigh's strength. At his peak, it is said that he was comparable to the current 4 emperors. We thought so at first, especially after Pluton Rayleigh used the swordsmanship left by Gall D. Roger, and even suppressed the demon for a time. But, in the end, he still lost to the demon. Aokiji shook his head. No way, Pluton Rayleigh was already a world-famous swordsman in the last era. How could he lose? Could it be that his strength has regressed a lot in these years of retirement? Momoshiki raised her eyebrows slightly. She is also a great swordsman, so she knows Pluton Rayleigh's strength better than anyone else. Indeed, he has regressed a lot. Due to his age, his strength is only slightly higher than our 3 admirals, and his endurance is slightly inferior to ours. However, Holding the supreme sword and using Galdi's swordsmanship, even Kizaru may not be able to save his life in his hands. Aokiji nodded. After hearing this, Chaton and Momoshiki immediately looked at Kizaru, but found that Kizaru, who always looked down on everyone and teased and played tricks on his opponents in a condescending manner, was silent about Aokiji's words. Apparently, he also acquiesced to Aokiji's words. The demon won. Doesn't this mean that his strength has improved a lot compared to when he fought with you? Momoshiki pondered for a moment, and then asked Aokiji. It's not improved a lot, it's explosively improved. When he fought Pluton Rayleigh, none of us 3 admirals had any confidence that we could beat him in a single fight. Aokiji nodded. Then you shouldn't have ended up like this. The 3 of you joined forces, plus Hawkeye, even the 4 emperors couldn't beat you. How could a demon alone beat the 4 of you? Chaton asked suspiciously. To be precise, it's not 4, it's 5. Aokiji and Kizaru looked at each other, and they saw bitterness and pain in each other's eyes. Seeing the 2 admirals who were extremely determined and stood at the top of the naval headquarters showed such expressions, Momoshiki, Chaton, and the marine generals on the deck felt very sad. At that time, although Monkey D. Dragon came to help the demon, the 5 of us still had a certain advantage. But we didn't expect that the demon not only had the 4.9 Thunder Fruit, but also had the ability to absorb people. He used this ability to absorb Pluton Rayleigh and became stronger than ever. Even though Akainu, Kizaru and I besieged him, we were defeated by him in the end. I broke a leg, Kizaru was almost beaten into an idiot by him, and Akainu was turned into a cookie by him. Now I guess he has eaten him. Aokiji sighed, and then slowly told the scene that frightened him. Silence. Silence. The Marines standing on the Buster Call fell silent after Aokiji finished speaking. For a moment, the huge Buster Call fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 318 Even if the Pirate King is resurrected, he is still no match for him. 16, please subscribe. 319 374. Chapter 318 Even if the Pirate King is resurrected, he is still no match for him. 16, please subscribe. Previous. Next. This is terrible. From what you said, our operation to eliminate the demons not only failed, but also helped the demons become stronger than ever before. The most important thing is that we are still an admiral in the Marines. How can we explain this to the Marshal? The deck of the Buster Call battleship was silent for a full minute before Chaton spoke and broke the silence. Explain. I don't think you need to worry about how to explain to Mr. Sengoku. When Kizaru and Aokiji heard Chaton say that he would explain to Sengoku, they looked at each other first, and then showed a bitter expression at the same time. Of course you two are not worried. But I was the one who went to support, and in the end, the war was over before I even got to the battlefield. It's terrible. Mr. Sengoku will definitely blame me for neglecting the fighter planes and not supporting in time. Alas, I have to take at least half of the blame for the death of Akainu. Chaton sighed. Momoshiki, who was standing next to 23, also looked a little unhappy when he heard Chaton say this. Because she and Chaton were both admiral candidates who went to Sabayati Archipelago to support Aokiji and others. But now the war was over, and they hadn't even arrived at the battlefield yet. She wasn't afraid of Sengoku's scolding, but she felt annoyed that she couldn't participate in this war. Taking the blame, I think you don't have to worry about it. And you don't have to worry about Mr. Sengoku blaming you in this life. Aokiji shook his head. Why? Did Mr. Sengoku tell you that he was going to fire me? Chaton was full of doubts. Mr. Sengoku didn't say he was going to fire you, but he didn't have the chance to scold you anymore. Aokiji said. What do you mean by that? Chaton heard Aokiji say that and gradually smelled a breath of terror. Aokiji, how did you 3 come back? Momoshiki suddenly seemed to think of something, her face suddenly changed, and her delicate body couldn't help shaking. When Chaton heard what Momoshiki said, he also reacted immediately. He immediately looked at Aokiji and Kizaru with a horrified expression. Grand Line no longer has a person like Sengoku of Buddha. The taciturn Dracula Mahawk suddenly spoke. When he said this, all the Marines present fell into a stagnation. Chaton. Momoshiki first looked at Dracula Mahawk in astonishment, and then turned his eyes to Aokiji and Kizaru. Aokiji, Kizaru's face was very ugly, but he didn't say anything. After absorbing Pluton Rayleigh, he has the Buu Fruit, Thunder Fruit, and Sand Fruit, and all his abilities have reached the ultimate of the Grand Line. Conqueror's Haki surpasses Red Hair, Armament Haki surpasses Emission, and Observation Haki can even listen to people's voices. In addition, his swordsmanship level is better than mine. The most important thing is that his Devil Fruit ability has become even more terrifying. Even the 3 admirals joined forces and were defeated by him alone. Dracula Mahawk glanced at the silent Aokiji and the other 2, and then spoke out what they wanted to say but couldn't say. Just when the 2 of them were about to be turned into cookies like Akainu, Buddha Sengoku came and fought a fierce battle with the demon. But in the end, he not only lost, but also ended up like Pluton Rayleigh, being absorbed by the demon. I think after absorbing Rayleigh and Sengoku, even if the Pirate King is resurrected, he will not be his opponent. Marshal Sengoku, he was actually absorbed by the demon. The Marshal is actually dead. Not only Admiral Akainu, but also the Marshal of Country has been killed by him. Oh my god, the demon is so powerful just by absorbing Pluton Rayleigh, and now the Marshal of Country has also absorbed it, who in our Marine can deal with him. All the Marines present felt that their brains were blank and they were completely stunned. Even Chaton, Momosuke, who was a strong and powerful admiral candidate, was stunned after learning from Dracula Mihawk that Sengoku was absorbed by the Demon 057. Puff. No, Sengoku and Rayleigh were indeed absorbed, but they should not be dead yet. Just when everyone was in a state of panic and anxiety because of the news that Sengoku was absorbed by the demon, the sea not far from the Buster Call battleship suddenly earthed coiling a wave of waves, and then Shaki in a black leather jacket rushed from the sea to the deck of the Buster Call battleship. Shaki, what did you say? When Aokiji heard it, he didn't care that Shaki was a criminal who was hunted by Garp that year, and he flashed in front of Shaki. Although the others were not as excited as Aokiji, they also stared at Shaki, the uninvited guest, with burning eyes. Hey, you'd better think clearly before you speak. Although I understand your feelings about losing your husband, we saw Mr. Sengoku and Pluton Rayleigh being absorbed with our own eyes. How could they still be alive? Kizaru was shocked at first, but then he teased Shaki with a mocking face. Chapter 319 Late 4 Emperor's Red Hair. No chance to use the face fruit. 26, please subscribe. 320-374. Chapter 319 Late 4 Emperor's Red Hair. No chance to use the face fruit. 26, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Just because I and the three of you are still alive here, I know they are not dead. Shaki said in an unquestionable tone. Shaki, explain it clearly. Aokiji's face moved slightly when he heard this, but he asked calmly. After you escaped and Sengoku was absorbed by the demon, I went to attack him. Shaki glanced at Aokiji and others, and then slowly told the group's situation. You were really brave. You dared to attack the demon that Mr. Guo has absorbed. Kizaru said a little sarcastically. When I decided to attack him, I didn't think about living. I did this just to create trouble for the demon and make him miss the opportunity to kill you. Shaki looked at Kizaru expressionlessly. When she said this, Kizaru's face twitched. When Kizaru thought that Shaki had saved his life, and he was mocking others, his face got hot even though he was a person of Kizaru's character. He immediately shut his mouth and remained silent. Then how did you survive? And what proof do you have that Mr. Sengoku and Pluton Rayleigh are still alive? Momosuke looked at Shaki deeply. She had heard Crane talk about this legendary female pirate more than once when she was at naval headquarters. This was a female hero whose strength and fame were both well known in the last era, and she even overshadowed Crane, who was still young at the time. At this time, the others also looked at Shaki. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Shaki walked to the side of the ship without saying a word, staring at the sea, without speaking. Just when a vice admiral on the deck couldn't help but ask him, Aokiji, Kizaru, Dracula Mihawk, as well as Chaton and Momosuke's faces changed slightly. They all looked in the direction of Shaki's gaze. Boom. Under the gaze of many admiral-level strongmen, a huge shadow gradually appeared on the calm sea. The next moment, with a loud noise, a pirate ship with a mighty shape and a red dragon head on the front broke through the layers of huge waves, rushed out from the bottom of the sea, and then floated beside the Buster Call battleship. This is Red Force. That's the ship of 4 Emperors red-haired Shanks. Damn it, why'd I meet 4 Emperors in paradise at this time? After witnessing the appearance of this pirate ship with a dragon head shape, many Marines present immediately recognized the name of the ship. Red Force, 4 Emperors number 10. The ship of the pirate group established by red-haired Shanks. The Marines who didn't know the purpose of Shanks's visit all looked extremely ugly when they thought about the fact that they had lost Admiral Akainu first, and then Marshal Sengoku was dead, but now they met the 4 Emperors. Even though every Marine on the Buster Call battleship was an elite, many of them were still pale with shock at this time. Compared to the Marines who were still frightened and had serious faces, Aokiji and his team were much calmer. Not to mention that Shanks was the most elusive of the 4 Emperors, just the fact that Dracula Mihawk was invited by him to come to the Sabayati archipelago to participate in the war, Shanks would not become an enemy of them before the great enemy, the demon, died. At least, he would not fight them here recklessly. You're late, red-haired. Dracula Mihawk looked at Shanks, who was standing on the bow, exuding a sense of awe. If you had come earlier, maybe the ending would not be like this. Sorry, I've rushed here. But you know the climate of New World. Except for Aokiji and others of the Admiral class, the Marines present did not see any movement from Shanks, and were shocked to find that he, who was originally standing on the Red Force, had boarded the Buster Call battleship without knowing when. Hey red-haired, are you coming here to fight us at this time? Although Kizaru knew that Shanks was unlikely to fight with them here, he still cautiously tested the arrival of the 4 Emperors. This is indeed a good idea. If we go to war with you now, I think we should remove naval headquarters from the 3 major forces of the Grand Line. Red-haired Shanks glanced at the wounded Kizaru, Li Jiao and Aokiji who had a broken leg. With just one sentence, all the Marines present looked as if they were facing a great enemy. It's not just us Marines who will be removed from the list. You red-hair pirates will also be removed from the 4 Emperors. Momosuke put his right hand on the hilt of the knife, as if he was going to fight if he disagreed with you. Then let's try. Red-haired Shanks heard this, and there was no fear on his face. As his mind moved, a conqueror's haki that made the entire sea seem to be still surged out instantly. Under his conqueror's haki, Marines above Vice Admiral fell on the deck one by one. Even Aokiji and others felt a strong sense of oppression. Chapter 320. What's the point of going to the demon? To die again. 36. Please subscribe. 321-374. Chapter 320. what's the point of going to the demon? To die again. 36, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Red hair, are you really going to fight us here? Seeing red-haired Shanks board the ship and release Conqueror's Haki without saying a word, almost all the Marines on their warship were wiped out in the blink of an eye. Aokiji's face turned cold. Isn't this what Kizaru suggested I do? I thought about it and felt that it made sense. After all, it's rare to encounter a situation where you are seriously injured. Red-haired Shanks was not moved at all when he heard it. Looking at his appearance, it seems that he really wants to take advantage of it. Okay, Shanks, don't scare them. Quote. Just when Kizaru and the others thought that Shanks was really going to start a war and they all looked like they were facing a great enemy, Shaki's words dissipated the Conqueror's Haki that was gushing out from Shanks like a storm. Didn't they capture you after the vice-captain and the demon were both injured? Hearing this, Shanks immediately looked at the reappearance. When he said this, Momoshiki and the others almost couldn't help cursing. How could they capture Shaki? This woman obviously came to them on her own. They didn't capture me, I took the initiative to board the ship. Shaki shook his head. You took the initiative to board the ship. What's going on? Shanks was stunned. Originally, he thought that Marine and the others had captured Shaki, so they immediately rushed out from the bottom of the sea and came to rescue people. Unexpectedly, it was Shaki who took the initiative to board the ship. That's why I said, you are late, red-haired. Quote. Dracula Mahawk sat in front of red-haired Shanks and briefly told him about Sabayati Archipelago. Boom. Red-haired Shanks, who had originally dispersed Conqueror's Haki, became more ferocious than Sea Kings after listening to Dracula Mahawk's story about the battle in Sabayati Archipelago. The usual laughing red-haired Shanks, who laughed at everything, disappeared in an instant, replaced by a king who towered over the sea and dominated the world like an emperor. At the same time, a Conqueror's Haki that was several times more powerful than the one that just shook the Marine below the Vice Admiral surged out of his body. This Conqueror's Haki was as powerful as the power of heaven, not only shaking the sea, but also shaking the sky. The sky that was originally hovering over the sea and seemed clear and bright was replaced by the red-haired Shanks Conqueror's Haki. Haki vented out, soared into the sky, and quickly became dark. Layers of heavy clouds appeared out of thin air, covering the sky. In the blink of an eye, the sky formed a terrifying picture of collapse. Not only that, the Buster Call warship under the feet of red-haired Shanks even produced a strong vibration. The solid deck and even the steel hull were actually broken, and the entire Buster Call warship swayed violently, as if it would collapse on the spot. Let's go, the demon should not have gone far now, it should still be in time to chase him. Red-haired Shanks said with a cold face. In addition to Gall D. Roger, Pluton Rayleigh is the person he respects most in his life. That's why he took the initiative to get involved in this war because of Shaki's words. It's too late, it's nearly an hour's journey from here to the Wave Islands. Even if all of us abandon the ship, it will take nearly 10 minutes to swim or walk on the moonwalk. The demon pirates would have left by then. Chatten shook his head. No matter what, I suggest you go. Shaki said. What do you want to find the demons for? Are you going to die again? Kizaru said sarcastically. Don't you want to save Sengoku? If you go now, you can gather Shanks's pirate group and your forces and have a chance to save Sengoku and Rayleigh. If you miss this opportunity, they will really be dead. Shaki questioned Kizaru. You just said more than once that Mr. Sengoku and Pluton Rayleigh are not dead, and now you are talking about saving Mr. Sengoku and Pluton Rayleigh. Aren't they absorbed by the demons? Are they still alive? Momoshiki asked calmly. Yes, they should not be dead. I attacked the demon and was captured by him. He wanted to kill me, but he didn't do it in the end. He also told me that Rayleigh saved me this time, and no one could save me next time. If I guessed correctly, Rayleigh and Sengoku were not dead after being absorbed by the demon. At least not yet. They should have reached some kind of agreement with the demon in his body, so the demon let me go and didn't chase after the three Aokiji, Kizaru, and Dracula Mahawk who escaped. Shaki nodded. Kizaru Admiral, I think we should go higher. Whether Shaki's words are true or false, it is a fact that she survived the demon. And it is also a fact that the demon didn't come to chase you. Momoshiki said to Kizaru immediately after hearing this. Chapter 321. 4 Emperors, 6 Admirals, can't they defeat the demons? 46, please subscribe. 322-374. Chapter 321. 4 Emperors, 6 Admirals, can't they defeat the demons? 46, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Go find the demon. What can we do to find him? We finally managed to get rid of that demon-like guy, but now you say you want to find him again. Isn't that courting death? Even the three of us admirals and Mr. Sengoku are no match for him. What do you think will happen if we take the initiative to go to him now? Either we will be absorbed by him and turned into cookies and eaten by him. Kizaru's heart was obviously shadowed, and his spirit was like that of Gecko Moria who had faced Kaido and was defeated. It really takes a certain amount of courage to take the initiative to find the demon. This is the only chance to save Mr. Sengoku. We must go even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance. You and Aokiji, plus me, Chatten, and Mahawk are equivalent to 5 admirals. In addition, there is the red-haired Shanks, a 4 emperor, and Binbakaman can also be comparable to admirals. I don't believe that a 4 emperor and 6 admirals can't beat a demon. Momoshiki said without giving in. Aokiji, what do you think? Chatten saw that Momoshiki and Kizaru were arguing and disagreeing, so he said to Aokiji who had been silent. Marshal Sengoku left a few words before he was absorbed. We need to find Mr. Garp to take charge of the situation. Don't look for the demon without 4 emperors who are stronger than Admiral. Finally, you can join forces with the 4 emperors when necessary. Under the gaze of many people, he slowly spoke. Although there is only 4 emperor, there are 6 admirals here. 3 admirals are enough to defeat any 4 emperors except Whitebeard at his peak. Now we have 6 admirals, which is stronger than 4 emperors combined. That was before. Aokiji, wake up. When Mr. Sengoku said this, we were facing the demon who only absorbed Pluton Rayleigh. If we go back now, we will face the demon who absorbed Rayleigh and Mr. Sengoku. Can these two be the same? Don't you think that the demon who only absorbed Pluton Rayleigh is so strong that 3 admirals joined forces, and Mr. Sengoku couldn't beat him, and he had to use 4 emperors to deal with him? What about now? Having absorbed Mr. Sengoku and gained all of his abilities, how much more intelligent the demon would be? Have you ever thought about this? Kizaru suddenly said with excitement. So what? We have 6 admirals and 4 emperors. The combined strength is better than that of 4 emperors. I don't believe that such a lineup can't defeat the demon. Moreover, this is the only chance to save Mr. Sengoku. As long as Mr. Sengoku is rescued, our strength will be enhanced again. On the contrary, the demon will be weakened because of the loss of Mr. Sengoku. If we don't go now and miss this opportunity, not only will we fail to save Mr. Sengoku, but we will have to face a stronger demon in the future. Aokiji shouted coldly at Kizaru. Kizaru, I know you are afraid. Not only you, I am afraid too. Facing a monster like the demon that goes against common sense, who is not afraid? I think even Mr. Sengoku is afraid. But fear does not mean to escape. We are Marine Admirals, representing justice. Anyone on this ship can escape, but we can't. If 4 emperors, 6 what if Admiral is not his opponent? What if one of us is absorbed by him and turned into chocolate again? Faced with Aokiji's cold shout, Kizaru was silent for a long time before speaking again. Even if we are not his opponent, we should be able to escape unscathed. As for turning into chocolate, I want to know that after having this ability, no one will be easily hit by this move again. Aokiji said, if the 7 of us unite together and don't separate, the demon will have no chance to defeat us one by one, and will not have the chance to absorb any of us. If there is anything wrong with the situation, we will retreat immediately. Ben Bakaman, Shanks's deputy and the vice captain of the Red Hair Pirates, also came over at this time. Actually, you don't have to think that the demon is so invincible. We may not lose. Oh, according to what you said, when the demon first arrived at Sabayati Archipelago, his strength was only comparable to that of the vice captain. It was only because of his immortality that he was so difficult to deal with. He really became powerful after absorbing the vice captain, and completely surpassed the category of admiral. But judging from the fact that Sengoku can still fight with him, his strength has only increased from slightly higher than admiral to comparable to Whitebeard at his peak. Of course, he has an immortal body, so he is still stronger than Whitebeard at his peak. Now that he has absorbed Sengoku, his strength should have reached Captain Roger, or even surpassed Captain Roger, but it should not be too much. After all, the degree to which the demon becomes stronger after absorbing a person depends on the strength of the person he absorbs. Even when Sengoku was young, he was about the same as me now. It is impossible that the demon's strength would be exaggerated to be equivalent to several people just by absorbing him. Captain Roger, you just need to compare whether the 7 of us can defeat the combined forces of the demon who only absorbed the vice captain and Sengoku. Quote, red-haired Shanks pondered for a moment and said something that made everyone think deeply. Chapter 322, The Alliance of 4 Emperors, Shichibukai, and Marine 56, please subscribe. 323-374. Chapter 322, The Alliance of 4 Emperors, Shichibukai, and Marine 56, please subscribe. Previous. Next. 3 admirals can definitely defeat 4 emperors. We have 6 admirals here. 3 of them are enough to defeat Sengoku. The remaining 3 admirals plus our captain are definitely stronger than Whitebeard at his peak. In terms of combat power, the 7 of us can theoretically defeat the current demons. At the very least, we can be invincible. Ben Bakaman compared them and soon got the result. After hearing his analysis, the others showed their intention. Even the most intense reaction just now calmed down and no longer opposed going to fight the demons again in 033. Vote. The 7 of us represent the Marine, Shichibukai, and 4 Emperors camps. If we can't reach a consensus and rush forward, we will definitely be defeated by the demons one by one. We must also reach an absolute consensus on dealing with the demons, which can be considered a real alliance. Red-haired Shanks swept his eyes over Aokiji and others. Momoshiki and the others all thought it made sense. Indeed, the 3 major forces of Marine, Shichibukai and 4 Emperors have been confronting each other for so many years. It is impossible to say that there is no filth and grudge between them. To reach a consensus, everyone must be willing to participate in the war. Let's do this. Let's vote. Those who agree to fight the demon again, please raise your hands. Aokiji said. Everyone nodded when they heard it. Then who agrees to fight the demon again, please raise your hands. Red-haired Shanks said, and then he took the lead in raising his only remaining right hand. At the same time, Dracula Mahawk and Ben Bakaman, who are red-haired Shanks' assistants and close friends, also raised their hands. Seeing that the three pirates raised their hands, Momoshiki was not willing to lag behind. However, when she raised her right hand, she found that Chatten was still thinking about it, and immediately drew a knife and smashed it on Chatten's arm. Chatten subconsciously raised his right hand in pain. Kizaru, the speed of the flash fruit may allow you to escape for a lifetime, making it difficult for demons to kill you. But there are some things that you can't escape even at the fastest speed, and you can't escape. After Aokiji said this to Kizaru, he also raised his right hand. For a moment, all 7 people present, except Kizaru, raised their hands in agreement. At this time, everyone's eyes turned to Kizaru. Although they already had 6 people agree, they still felt unsafe without Kizaru, who had a speed almost like light. After all, Qin Yu's speed was not inferior to Kizaru at all, and his destructive power was far superior to Kizaru. If no one could restrain the powerful Qin Yu in terms of speed, then Qin Yu would be able to fight or retreat in this battle at his will. You know you'll just die if you go, but you still want to die. Haha, whatever, I can't die anyway. If anything goes wrong, you'll be the only ones to die. Don't blame me for not reminding you if you're absorbed by the demon or turned into cookies or something. Kizaru glanced at everyone and finally raised his right hand. Since everyone agrees, let's be frank. Before we get rid of the demon, everyone must put aside their identities, positions, and grudges. If in the next battle, someone doesn't work hard or plays tricks, no matter who this person is, we will retreat immediately and attack him in groups. Red-haired Shanks said in a deep voice. What if the person playing tricks is your deputy Ben Beckman? Momoshiki said coldly. You'd better worry about the people on your side. At least, I haven't been scared by the demon yet. Ben Beckman said lightly. That's because you don't know what terror is. Kizaru looked a little unhappy and immediately retorted. Okay, stop arguing. I've said that no matter who this person is, if he doesn't work hard in the next battle, we will attack him together. Not only Ben Beckman, but also myself, of course Hawkeye, and the 4 of you. This is also the awareness required to participate in the next battle against the demons. If you are afraid, quit now and don't hold everyone back later. Red-haired Shanks said in an unquestionable tone. Marine represents absolute justice. Whoever dares to retreat and be cowardly in the action of conquering the demons, even if he is a Marine Admiral, I will not let him go. Momoshiki said coldly. Although she did not have the qualifications of a king, when she spoke at this time, she had a spirit of 4.5 women who were not inferior to men. Aokiji and others did not speak, but nodded silently. To unite them who belong to the Marine, 4 emperors, and Shichibukai, this kind of awareness is indeed needed. If not, it would be better to withdraw now. Since everyone has this awareness, I will not say much, let's go. After the red-haired Shanks finished speaking, he looked at Aokiji. Without Aokiji, they really could only swim or use methods such as walking to rush to the battlefield. But with Aokiji, there is no need to use this way of wasting energy to rush. Chapter 323 You will regret meeting me, Red Hair, 66, please subscribe. 324-374. Chapter 323 You will regret meeting me, Red Hair, 66, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Ice Age. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Aokiji jumped into the sea without saying a word. The moment he stepped on the sea area of dozens of kilometers was instantly frozen. Go! Red-haired Shanks shouted, stepped on the ice first, and shot towards the direction of Sabayati Archipelago like a cannonball. Momoshiki and others on the side were not willing to lag behind, and followed closely. At this moment, the top combat forces of the 3 major forces, Marine, 4 Emperors, and Shichibukai, almost gathered together under the pressure of oppression. With Aokiji's frozen sea as a stepping stone, the 7 people, none of whom were weak, ran wildly and could be described as lightning. It would have taken an hour to travel by boat, but the 7 of them walked for less than 10 minutes to set foot on the waters of Sabayati Archipelago again. Is this really Sabayati Archipelago? When Momoshiki and other people who had not participated in the first war came to the original location of Sabayati Archipelago, they immediately showed a look of shock on their faces. At this time, they looked around and found that the Sabayati Archipelago that stood on the sea in their memory had disappeared. Only the endless Wangyang Sea and some small deserted islands formed by the broken island fragments of Sabayati Archipelago were left on the sea. Did they destroy the entire Sabayati Archipelago? Fortunately, there are celestial dragons here. In order to prevent them from dying in the war, Marine evacuated most of the residents of the entire Sabayati Archipelago to nearby islands early. Otherwise, not only the residents of the island would die, but also the celestial dragons. When he thought of the celestial dragons dying in this war, even Chatten couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. It's not just the Sabayati Archipelago that's gone. In fact, the previous battle destroyed at least 3 Sabayati archipelagos. Aokiji glanced at the frozen sea in front of him, and a complex look flashed across his eyes. The 3 admirals were defeated here, and then they fled like dogs that had lost their homes. 3 Sabayati archipelagos were destroyed. Chatten was even more shocked when he heard this. Where's the demon? Momoshiki glanced around, but couldn't see the location of Qin Yu and others. Maybe we're too late. The demon pirates have the ancient weapon Pluton. That ancient weapon has the function of diving, and they should have left by now. Aokiji said as he released the observation haki to cover the nearby sea area, but he couldn't sense the breath of the demon Qin Yu. Is he gone? Kizaru's eyes suddenly became a little complicated when he heard this. There was a sense of relief, but also reluctance. Obviously, He had a very complicated mind when facing Qin Yu. He hoped that they could defeat Qin Yu and wash away the shame and regain his shattered spirit this time, but at the same time, he was afraid of meeting the man he regarded as a nightmare again. It's too late. Red-haired Shanks used observation haki to sense the surroundings, and found that there was no breath of the demon pirates at all, and his face gradually became gloomy. Although he thought that the demon pirates had evacuated when he came, he still held a glimmer of luck, hoping that the demon pirates had not gone far because they won the war. You are indeed late, but if you want to see me, then there is still a chance. Just when red-haired Shanks felt extremely annoyed, the sea frozen by Aokiji suddenly split apart, and then a figure that made Kizaru and others feel like they were facing a great enemy slowly rose into the air from the cracks in the split ice. Demon, it's really great that you haven't left yet. Red-haired Shanks saw that Qin Yu hadn't left the sea area where Sabayati Archipelago was located, and his eyes suddenly burst into a cold color. Is it really that good to see you? Maybe you will become like Kizaru later and regret seeing me here. Qin Yu said while glancing at Kizaru standing behind red-haired Shanks. 980 With his observation haki, he had already seen through the thoughts of everyone present. Kizaru's contradictory psychology naturally could not escape his perception. Maybe it will be you who will regret staying later instead of me. Red-haired Shanks walked in front of Qin Yu expressionlessly, confronting the man who single-handedly defeated many of the highest combat forces of naval headquarters and absorbed one of the people he respected most, Vice Captain Pluden Rayleigh. That depends on your ability, red-haired. Qin Yu looked at the man in front of him who was known as the most haki among the four emperors with great interest. It is undeniable that the man in front of him was indeed full of vigor and dignity. In comparison, the frail Pluden Rayleigh and the aging Sengoku of Buddha were much more eclipsed by the red-haired Shanks who was currently in the limelight. After all, this was not the era of Pluden Rayleigh and Sengoku of Buddha. Chapter 324 Celestial Dragon's Strongest Shield, CP016, please subscribe. 325-374. Chapter 324 Celestial Dragon's Strongest Shield, CP016, please subscribe. Previous. Next. You demons want to see my ability, then I will not let you down. As soon as the red-haired Shanks finished speaking, Aokiji, Bakaman and others standing beside him had surrounded Qin Yu, leaving him no way to go up to the sky or into the sea. Kizaru and others intercepted him in the sky, Aokiji and others blocked him in the sea. Obviously, they had already discussed how to deal with Qin Yu in the next battle on the way. Now they surrounded Qin Yu, and a majestic momentum gathered by the power of 7 people suddenly surged towards Qin Yu. Under the pressure of the momentum of the 7 strong men standing on the top of the Grand Line, the sea and the air nearby became extremely heavy and even fell into a state of almost solidification. But facing the pressure of the momentum of the 7 red-haired Shanks, Qin Yu seemed to be unaffected at all, and actually floated in the void calmly, ignoring their momentum. Demon, don't think about running away. We are well aware of all your abilities. There are only 2 options before you now. Either hand over Pluden Rayleigh and Buddha Sengoku, or fight to the death with us here until one side is completely defeated. Just when the battle was about to break out, red-haired Shanks suddenly spoke. Faced with his sudden words, Aokiji and others were not surprised at all. Obviously, this was also what they had discussed early in the morning. Although they have a certain degree of confidence in fighting the demon with the strength of 7 people, they have no confidence in killing the demon. If they can rescue 2 peak combat forces, it is not impossible to retreat this time. At least in this way, their losses can be minimized. As for the demon, if they can rescue Rayleigh and Sengoku, they will have 9 masters on their side, and they will not be as passive as they are now when they want to surround and kill the demon in the future. Hee, red-haired, although you are the 4 emperors, but I think it's not your turn to make the decision in this situation today. You should think I'm right. Celestial Dragon's Strongest Shield, quote. Faced with the pressure from red-haired Shanks, Qin Yu shook his head lightly, then turned his head and looked at the sky not far away, which was nothing but air. When red-haired Shanks and others heard Qin Yu's words, especially when the sentence Celestial Dragon's Strongest Shield came out of Qin Yu's mouth, their expressions changed slightly. Red-haired Shanks and other pirates frowned slightly, while Momosuke and other marines showed joy. Almost at the moment when Qin Yu's voice fell, under the gaze of many eyes, the sky that was originally empty suddenly opened a door that seemed to be formed by air. Then 5 figures wearing white suits and huge masks on their faces, completely covering their heads, making it impossible for people to see their faces, stepped out of the air door. You are right, red-haired Shanks is not the one who makes the decision now. The leader of the 5 people walked up to Qin Yu with a condescending attitude. Demon, there is only one way in front of you today, hand over the ancient weapon Pluden, and then die. There are countless people who want my life in this sea. But in the end, they all died or were absorbed by me without exception. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with disdain. These celestial dragons' lackeys, CPOs, have been following their masters for too long. In front of celestial dragons, they are just lapdogs, but in front of others, they act like Tianpeng people. Don't treat us CPOs as the trash you met in the past. Quote. The CPO leader's words made Momosuke and others' faces turn cold. This sentence not only scolded Pluden Rayleigh and Sengoku who were absorbed by Qin Yu, but also Akainu who died in his hands, and also scolded them. As expected, there is a dog like the master. Chatten was extremely disgusted with celestial dragons, and now after hearing the words of the CPO leader, he also became disgusted with CPD. Unfortunately, in my eyes, the pugs in the hands of you 5 celestial dragons are even more rubbish than the enemies I have encountered. Qin Yu sneered. You were looking for death. The CPO leader's tone was cold, and a majestic conqueror's haki suddenly vented from his body and then shocked Qin Yu like a storm. Conquerors. How powerful can you be if you are enough conquerors? When a word full of disdain came out of Qin Yu's mouth, a conqueror's haki, but it was as powerful as the power of heaven, and collided with the conqueror's haki of the leading CPO, Zhao Ma, like a god or demon descending. Crack. As soon as the two conquerors' haki collided, a deafening roar came from the void, and then the sky and the sea split at the same time. A series of crisscrossing and densely covered lightning burst out, shining in the space around the two people. Originally, the members of the CPO thought that the collision of the two conquerors' haki would start a fierce tug of war, but they did not expect that the two conquerors' haki collided for less than 3 seconds. The conqueror's haki of the leading CPO was like a muscular man with a strong appearance but a weak heart encountering a world-fighting champion. In less than 3 seconds, his conqueror's haki could not resist and was shattered on the spot by Qin Yu's conqueror's haki. Chapter 325. Like Master, Like Dog 26, please subscribe. 326-374. Chapter 325. Like Master, Like Dog 26, please subscribe. Previous. Next. What? How can there be such a powerful conquerors in this conqueror's sea? Is he also D? Whether it was the person suspected to be the CPO captain who collided with Qin Yu's conqueror's haki, or the other 4 CPO members, when they saw that Qin Yu's conqueror's haki was so powerful that it crushed the conquerors of the strongest member among the 5 of them in a few seconds, their faces under the masks changed color. Although the expression of the CPO captain who collided with Qin Yu's conqueror's haki could not be seen, everyone could imagine how ugly his face was just by listening to his tone. A useless waste. As expected, there is a master like a dog. Qin Yu shook his head disdainfully. It would be great if we could say this. Hearing his words, although Chatten regarded Qin Yu as an enemy in his heart, he couldn't help but secretly cheer for his words. As a member of the Marine, 510 faced the most loyal dog of celestial dragons. Although they were disdainful in their hearts, they could not show it directly. Now Qin Yu's words not only touched their hearts, but also said what they had always wanted to say but could not say. Looking for death, the CPO captain, who was humiliated by Qin Yu, was a little angry. He stretched out his hand and pressed it. A force that made the void collapse slightly burst out instantly, and beat Qin Yu into a pulp on the spot. HMPH, demon, nothing more than that. Seeing that Qin Yu was beaten into this state with just one move in front of him, the CPO captain immediately said disdainfully. But as soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yu, who was beaten into a pulp by him, had recovered as before. What did you say? Qin Yu asked with a playful look on his face. A mortal body, so what? It just allows you to be beaten a few more times in front of me. The CPO captain said, raising his hand and bursting out the force that made the void collapse again. Gravity. It is indeed very strong, but it is a pity that it is a little slow. Facing the gravity that makes the void collapse, Qin Yu instantly turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared. Thunder Fruit. This ability is fine in front of others, but it is not qualified in front of me. The CPO captain opened his hands, and with his body as the center, a twisted Uzumaki suddenly appeared around him. This Uzumaki has extremely terrifying attraction and pulling power. Although it is not exaggerated to the point of a black hole that cannot escape even light, it is also extremely terrifying. Even Qin Yu, who has been transformed into an element, is affected by this gravity. When approaching him, his body slowed down. I really want to know, after your body is completely swallowed by the collapsed space, can you still survive? As the CPO captain finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and twisted it in the air. The space where Qin Yu was seemed unable to withstand the pressure of gravity and collapsed suddenly, forming a strange scene like a space collapse. Whether you are thunder or light, you will not escape death in front of my collapsed space CDBI. Although this guy is really annoying, his strength is beyond words. Chatten looked at the CPO captain in front of him with a serious face. His strength is even better than that of the old Buddha Sengoku. Dracul Mahawk thought secretly in his heart. To be the strongest shield of celestial dragons, he is really capable. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. Momosuke looked at the CPO captain in surprise. Originally, they all thought that this arrogant and domineering CPO captain would suffer a big loss at the hands of Qin Yu, but they didn't expect that this person had a strength that was even better than that of the old Buddha Sengoku. This strength is not inferior to the 4 emperors. The world government and celestial dragons have a very deep foundation. I originally thought that Marine already had many masters and talents. After the death of Akainu, 2 admiral candidates will come immediately. But now it seems that Marine is far less capable than the world government and celestial dragons. After Bin Bakaman glanced at the CPO captain, his eyes fell on the red-haired Shanks. Gravity so strong that it can cause space to collapse. This ability is interesting. It is even stronger than Fujitora's heavy fruit. It's a pity, if it wasn't for the wrong occasion, it would be good to use it. When Qin Yu saw that he was surrounded by the space collapse caused by gravity, even a strong man like him felt like he was being sucked in and could not escape. He coveted the ability of this fruit. Gravity is one of the 4 basic forces. Even if it falls into the hands of an illiterate person, it can develop extremely powerful abilities. If it falls into the hands of scientists like Vegapunk, it will be even more terrifying. Die, demon, Just as Qin Yu was secretly sighing at the power of the gravity fruit, the CPO captain had already done his best to adjust the gravity to ultimate, forming the collapsed space to swallow Qin Yu into it. Chapter 326 Admiral Candidate Chatin. Observation Hockey Who Predicts the Future 36, please subscribe. 327-374. Chapter 326 Admiral Candidate Chatin. Observation Hockey Who Predicts the Future 36, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Squeak. Facing the gravitational field of the CPO captain that can cause space collapse, Qin Yu's body was torn into countless pieces on the spot, and there was even a tendency to continue to decompose. If I remember correctly, your immortal body can regenerate as long as there is a cell. But when you meet me, your immortal body is useless. This time I will beat you until not even a cell can be left. I want to see how you, the demon, can regenerate if not even a cell can survive. The CPO captain stared coldly at Qin Yu, who was caught in the space collapse and couldn't extricate himself. Seeing that the CPO captain showed extremely powerful strength as soon as he made a move, Ben Beckman, Momosuke and others who didn't know much about Qin Yu couldn't help but have an idea in their hearts. Could it be that this CP0 captain can really break the demon's immortal body? If possible, I would also like to see if you have the ability to deal with my immortal body. It's a pity that the time is almost up this time. You can only wait and see next time. Of course, the premise is that you still have the life to wait until the next time you see me. When Qin Yu was about to be further crushed by the collapsed space, a voice suddenly came out. Bluffing. The CPO captain heard it, but disdained it. Run. But Chatin, who was not far away, seemed to sense something, and his face suddenly changed. After he left a word, he performed Marine 6 styles without saying a word. He stomped on the ice layer frantically, and instantly burst out several times the speed of sound. In the blink of an eye, he shot 1,000 meters away. Run. Others did not know Chatin's ability, but Momosuke, who was also an admiral candidate like him and rejected his pursuit more than 100 times, knew it very well. That's why, the moment Chatin's voice fell, Momosuke did not hesitate at all, and flashed away at a very fast speed like Chatin. Although red-haired Shanks and others didn't know what was going on, they followed Chatin out of trust in the offensive and defensive alliance they formed at the beginning. Humph, Marine Admiral, 4 Emperors, Shichibukai, they are just a bunch of cowards. The demon scared you like this with just one word. No wonder even your marshal was killed by the demon. It's a joke for you to enforce absolute justice. When the CPO captain saw the actions of Chatin and others, his tone was full of disdain. In his opinion, Qin Yu was already a dying man, how could he still threaten him? But now, Chatin and others actually fled shamelessly because of Qin Yu's words, which really disgraced the world government. They are not cowards, on the contrary, they are not very smart. It's just that you are arrogant and stupid and don't understand. Qin Yu, who was in the collapsed space, said a word, and purple lightning burst out instantly with his body as the center. The collapsed space that could even pull lightning in was actually unable to restrain the purple lightning at this time. Seeing this, Captain CP0 also felt a little uneasy. But he just mocked Chatin and others. If he ran away at this time, he would lose face. I don't believe that you demons are almost killed by the collapsed space, and you can still turn the tables. Thinking of this, Captain CPO suppressed his uneasiness and continued to increase the output of gravity, wanting to kill Qin Yu before he took any action. Ask for flowers. 0 It's a pity that his idea is beautiful, but the reality is very cruel. Although the collapsed space is powerful, it is still difficult to kill the immortal body in a short time. Boom. When Chatin, red-haired Shanks and others rushed out 1,000 meters away, Qin Yu's body instantly burst out a terrifying purple light column that pierced the sky and penetrated the sea. This light column was like the scepter of God that came down from God to punish the sins of the world. After being released from Qin Yu's body, it instantly spread in all directions. Even the collapsed space could not pull this purple light column. In a blink of an eye, the CPO captain who was still left in the original place, and the other 4 CPO members were swallowed up by the purple light column that expanded, covered the sky and swallowed everything. Fortunately, otherwise we would be buried with that idiot. Chatin, who had already rushed out 1,000 meters away, was also blown away by the purple light column that seemed to be able to expand infinitely. Although they did not suffer any injuries under their joint efforts, they also deeply felt the horror of the purple light column. They were just on the edge, but they were affected and were blown away, and they were blown away under their joint efforts. If they were in the center like those CPO guys, what would happen? You can imagine. Marine is really full of talented people. Everyone knows the 3 admirals of the headquarters, but they don't know that you, Chatin, are also a powerful master. You have actually practiced observation hockey to the point of predicting the future. Red-haired Shanks stepped steadily on the ice, and when he looked at Chatin, he couldn't help but flash a glimmer of praise. Chapter 327 Celestial Dragons I Kill One When I See One 46, please subscribe. 328-374. Chapter 327 Celestial Dragons I Kill One When I See One 46, please subscribe. Previous. Next. It's no wonder that red-haired Shanks looked at Chatin with praise. Compared to armament hockey, the difficulty of practicing observation hockey is undoubtedly higher. On the sea, there are many strong people who have practiced armament hockey to emission or even beyond the level of emission. At least among the 4 emperors, there are several who have practiced armament hockey to a level beyond emission. Observation haki that can predict the future is not possessed by even the 3 admirals of the headquarters and the 4 emperors. As for the legendary observation haki that is rarer than the superior conqueror's haki, it has the ability to listen to the voice of the heart, speak to the heart of people, and even convey one's own consciousness to others, affecting the minds and thoughts of others and generating strong resonance, so as to change the other party's values and thoughts. Only one person can possess it. Red-haired Shanks did not expect that among the Marine Admirals who always pay attention to the ability of the fruit, there is actually an admiral candidate like Chaton who has practiced observation haki to predict the future. What's the use of being able to see the future? If you face a strong person like you or demon, the most you can do is to know how you will die in advance. Chaton said nonchalantly. One knows the cold and warm of the water after drinking it. Others think that he has cultivated observation haki to the level of predicting the future, which is very powerful. But in fact, only he knows that this ability is not as powerful as others think. This superior observation haki can indeed give him an advantage when facing strong people of the same level, but when encountering some stronger opponents, as he said just now, foreseeing the future is just to know how you will die in advance. Compared to this rare superior observation haki, he wants to surpass Emission's armament haki in real strength. You can't say that. At least your observation haki just now was very useful. If you hadn't seen the future in advance, we wouldn't be able to stand here and talk so easily now, but would be the same as those CPOs. Red-haired Shanks said while looking at the location of the purple light column. Under his gaze, the purple light column that stood like a scepter between the sea and the sky, as if it broke the gap between the two and connected the sea and the sky, lasted for nearly a minute, and then began to disappear bit by bit. When the purple light column was completely in the air, a terrifying huge pit appeared in the sky and the sea at the same time. The huge pit in the sky looked as if it was pierced by some force, which was daunting. The huge pit in the sea was equally terrifying. This bottomless pit in the sea with a radius of 1 kilometer actually made it impossible for the surrounding sea water to fill it up. It seemed that there was a powerful force in the huge pit that suppressed the surrounding sea water. As for the arrogant CPOs, they were lying in the sea and on the ice at this time. The CPO captain who had just made a bold statement to break the immortal body of the demon Qin Yu was now in such a mess that not only his clothes were tattered, but even the mask covering his face was broken. Besides, he himself was like a beggar, lying on the ice formed by the frozen sea of Aokiji with wounds all over his body. Damn demon, you actually blew yourself up. The CPO captain raised his head with difficulty and looked at the demon Qin Yu floating in the sky, with only a pink flesh ball left. Life is very tenacious, and you can survive like this. 11. The pink flesh ball floating in the air turned into a palm-sized Qin Yu in an instant. Since you can survive, you are qualified to be my messenger. Tell the world government and your master celestial dragons that from today on, I will kill a celestial dragon if I see one. If you don't want to die, don't show up in front of me, like a rat crossing the street, hide in Mariajoy. Do you know what you are saying? You are simply treasonous. The CPO captain immediately spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard it. Since the 5 elders broke the rules of the game, I will of course accompany them to the end. Didn't they send people to capture the villagers in Seymourji village and Kokoaxi village to threaten me? Then I will play with them. If they capture a villager, I will destroy a marine base. If they kill a villager, I will kill a celestial dragon. If they hurt the relatives of my crew members, I will destroy all the member countries of the world government, just like this Sabayati archipelago. Qin Yu stared at the CPO captain who was crawling at his feet with cold eyes, and then uttered something faintly that made everyone present change color, and felt a chill flying directly from the soles of their feet to their foreheads. You are simply crazy. You actually involved so many innocent people. The Momosuge who surrounded him again heard the words and immediately shouted at Qin Yu coldly. As an admiral candidate, she, like Aokiji, is a marine who prefers Garp and Suru, unlike Akainu who treats ordinary people as nothing. That is why she reacted so strongly after hearing Qin Yu's words. Chapter 328. A dog-like thing is also worthy of telling me about innocence. 56. Please subscribe. 329-374. Chapter 328. A dog-like thing is also worthy of telling me about innocence. 56. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. Aren't the people of Seymour Village and Coco Village innocent? What evil things have they done? First, they were plundered by the dragon pirates, and then because of your marines' inaction and the collusion between the army and the pirates, they were harmed again. Now the 5 elders of your world government have sent people to capture them to threaten me. Is this the absolute justice of you being the world government and your marine? A dog-like thing is worthy of telling me it's innocent. When you dare to question the 5 elders and throw them into the underwater prison, come and talk to me again. Qin Yu glanced at Momosuge, and his cold eyes made Momosuge, an admiral candidate, feel uneasy. You, faced with Qin Yu's cold shout, Momosuge's face suddenly turned pale. But she couldn't refute it. After all, the actions of the 5 elders were too despicable. Why do you think you guys survived today? Do you really think I can't kill you guys? If Sengoku hadn't used the news of the 5 elders to exchange for your lives, you Aokiji, you Kizaru, you Hawkeye, and you Momosuge, and everyone present would have died here long ago. Qin Yu's words shocked Momosuge and others, and also completely confirmed that Yuan Chi's words were true. The Buddha Sengoku and Pluten Rayleigh are not dead yet. Sure enough, you are not a demon at all. Or you are not the real body of the demon. Aokiji took a deep look at the demon in front of him who was only the size of a palm after so much time. In the previous war in Sabayati Archipelago, he had seen Qin Yu's terrifying ability to clone hundreds of people and his regeneration ability to recover instantly after being crushed to ashes. But now, the demon Qin Yu standing in front of him has not recovered after so much time. Obviously, this is not a demon at all. Not the real body. Momoshiki and others immediately looked at Aokiji. If the real body is here, even if he is cut into countless pieces of meat, he can recover immediately. But the demon in front of him is still the size of a palm after so long. If I guess correctly, he should be the 10 clones left here by the demon on purpose. Am I wrong? Aokiji stared at Qin Yu with burning eyes. Damn you, you sinister guy. So you left this clone to trick us. Chatten glanced at the 5 CPO members lying in a pool of blood not far away and instantly woke up. Momoshiki and others heard the words and glared at Qin Yu. Don't stare at me like that. I just want to blame you for running back to die. Although I promised Pluton Rayleigh and Sengoku that I would not kill you this time, you are so persistent. I can still teach you a profound lesson. Qin Yu paused a little when he said this, and then glanced at the CPO captain who had stood up again not far away, but looked at him with fear and did not dare to come over. But I didn't expect that not only you, but also CPO came here at this time, and took the initiative to help you block this disaster, and took the blame for you. Quote, the faces of several CPO members present were as black as the bottom of a pot when they heard this. Especially the CPO captain who was hit by Qin Yu at close range, his face was as ugly as if he had eaten shit. Damn, you hiding your head and showing your tail. If you have the guts, come out and fight us now. I see you said you promised Mr. Sengoku that you would not fight with us, but in fact you just used this insidious method because you saw that we were outnumbered and did not dare to fight with us. Momoshiki said sarcastically with a cold face. You can put away those ridiculous provocations. Although this is just one of my clones, it still has some abilities. I know what you were thinking. You just want to provoke me to come out, and then join forces with CPO to surround me here. Qin Yu shook his head. Yes, that's what I think. Don't you, the demon, claim to be invincible in the world? Faced with so many admiral sieges, you dared to fight. Don't you dare now, Momoshiki said coldly. 130. Don't be so anxious, you will have this opportunity. You Marines have hunted me down many times. I have always been a person who repays kindness and revenges. No matter how many times you hunt me down, I will return it once and for all. Take advantage of this time to enjoy the last peaceful life in your life. After Qin Yu finished speaking, he ignored Momoshiki and looked at the CPO captain. Remember to convey what I want to say to your master, otherwise they will die in my hands, and you celestial dragons' dogs will be skinned and torn apart by other celestial dragons. Looking for death, who do you think you are? A mere pariah dares to threaten the descendants of the great creator. The CPO captain had suffered a great loss at the hands of Qin Yu, and he was already very angry. Now hearing that Qin Yu was blatantly threatening celestial dragons, he could no longer bear to raise his hand to trigger the gravitational field to completely destroy Qin Yu's clone. Chapter 329 Give me some face and release Sengoku and Rayleigh. 66, please subscribe. 374. Chapter 329 Give me some face and release Sengoku and Rayleigh. 66, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Facing the enveloping gravitational field, Qin Yu did not dodge, but looked at the CPO captain in front of him with a smile. His clone had almost exhausted all his remaining power in the self-explosion just now. Since he had conveyed his warning to the world government and celestial dragons and achieved all his goals, there was naturally no need to keep this clone. He didn't care if the CPO captain wanted to destroy it. Anyway, destroying 100 of these clones would not damage his original body at all. Clang. Wait a minute, just when the CP0 captain released the gravitational field and caused the space to collapse to destroy Qin Yu's clone, the red-haired Shanks, who had been silent all the time, suddenly drew his sword and slashed at the CPO captain. Red hair, why did you stop me from killing him? Are you in league with the demons and want to declare war on the world government? After being hit by the self-explosion of Qin Yu's clone, the CPO captain, who was in poor condition, was immediately forced back by the red-haired Shanks. Being angry will only reduce your wisdom. Red-haired Shanks said this lightly, and then ignored the CPO captain. Seeing that red-haired Shanks dared to treat him in this way, the CPO captain was furious on the spot. But when he saw Dracula Mahawk standing next to red-haired Shanks, and Ben Bakaman secretly targeting him, his eyes became slightly solemn. In his current state, he couldn't take down just one red-haired Shanks. If there were 2 more admiral-level strongmen, he would be in great danger. What are you Marines doing? Are you just going to let a pirate do whatever he wants here? Thinking of this, the CPO captain immediately looked at Aokiji and others. Obviously, at this time, he wanted to use the identity of the Shield of the World Nobles to let Momoshiki and others help him. What made the CPO captain even more angry was that Momoshiki and others turned a blind eye to his scolding. Damn it, this time I must report the situation of Marine to the 5 elders. I must not let Marine decide the marshal by himself at that time. The CPO thought with gritted teeth. But no matter what he thought, at this moment, Momoshiki, Aokiji, and even Kizaru, who always sat on the fence and didn't offend anyone, ignored him. Majin, you absorbed the vice captain and Buddha Sengoku not only because they are your enemies, but also because you want to improve your strength by absorbing them. I'm not wrong, am I? Red-haired Shanks stared at the demon Qin Yu in front of him. So what? Qin Yu looked at the most haughty and mysterious man among the four emperors with interest. The other four emperors are basically the mortal enemies of Marine and world government, but the red-haired Shanks in front of him is different. He actually showed up as a pirate at World Summit. If I'm not wrong, then I want to discuss conditions with you. Red-haired Shanks said, tell me. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of amusement. He wanted to see what conditions red-haired Shanks would negotiate with him. Although Sengoku of Buddha and the vice captain are old, they also have combat power above admiral and admiral level. I hope you can give me a face and let them go. I promise that Sengoku of Buddha and Captain Wa will not bother you as long as I live. If they really dare to cause trouble for you, I, Shanks the Redhead, will take it all. Shanks the Redhead said shockingly. Four emperors, your face is indeed valuable in this sea. But I don't think your face is valuable enough to make me release them both unconditionally with just one word from you. When Qin Yu heard Shanks the Redhead utter his most classic words, give me a face, a smile that no one could understand suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Of course, I didn't expect to get something for nothing. As long as you, the demon, agree to my conditions and release Sengoku and the vice captain, then in return, I will capture two people with similar strength to Sengoku and the vice captain and send them to you as exchange objects. I think you won't suffer any loss this way. Shanks the Redhead's words were more shocking than the last. This guy is really bold. One admiral, one close to the four emperors. It would be difficult for even you, red-haired Shanks, to capture two strong men of this level. After hearing what red-haired Shanks said, Good Chatten and others were also shocked by his decision. But if they thought that it would really save Mr. Sengoku, it would not be impossible. After all, compared to facing the demon who was so powerful that it makes people's scalps numb, they would rather face a four emperors and a Tianyao. After all, although the combination of admiral and four emperors is powerful, at least the opponent is a normal person. As long as they can mobilize enough combat power, they can still take down the opponent. Unlike the demon Qin Yu, whose ability is like a bottomless pit. Not only is he immortal, he also has many devil fruit abilities, and he has the ability to absorb people. In comparison, taking down a four emperors and admiral is much easier than dealing with a demon in their opinion. 7BF. Chapter 330 You only have 2 months. Red hair, 16, please subscribe. 331-374. Chapter 330 You only have 2 months. Red hair, 16, please subscribe. Previous. Next. You go capture 2 strong men who are comparable to Sengoku and Rayleigh. Interesting, I think there shouldn't be many strong men who are comparable to them in the Grand Line, no, in the New World. After listening to Shanks' proposal, Qin Yu looked at the most mysterious man among the four emperors in front of him with a little surprise. To do such a thing, even with Shanks' strength, no, even with his pirate group, it is not easy. It's okay to capture an admiral, at least Shanks can beat the admiral. After all, Shanks is in his prime, the youngest and most mysterious of the four emperors, unlike Whitebeard who is old and weak, with hidden injuries all over his body like a time bomb that can explode at any time. Even if Shanks lost an arm, he is still the top strong man in the sea. If an admiral meets him alone, unless he is a user of the flash fruit like Kizaru, who has an almost unparalleled ability to save his life, then red-haired Shanks is determined to kill this admiral, and this admiral will definitely die. You don't need to pay attention to this. Anyway, I will definitely do what I say. As long as you agree, I will do it immediately. After that, you release the vice captain and Sengoku of Buddha, and I promise that the vice captain will not cause you any more trouble. As for the marine side, if they cause you trouble, then I will form an alliance with you and resist them together. This should be considered sincere enough, demon. Red-haired Shanks stared at the demon Qin Yu in front of him expressionlessly. Okay, if you can really catch 2 strong men who are comparable to the current Pluton Rayleigh and Sengoku of Buddha as you said, I don't mind making this agreement with you. L. Qin Yu took a deep look at the red-haired Shanks, as if he saw through the thoughts hidden by this four emperors who was shrouded in mystery. But I won't wait for you too long. 2 months. I will only give you 2 months. If you can do it, come to me. If you can't, then there is nothing you can do. 2. Okay, it's a deal. 2 months from now, we will exchange here, what do you think? Red-haired Shanks sank slightly, then nodded and agreed. Okay, I hope you can bring me some surprises 2 months from now. Qin Yu smiled and nodded, and then without waiting for Momosuke and others to say anything more, his body gradually turned into a wisp of pink smoke and dissipated in everyone's sight. Sure enough, this clone is simply dispensable to him. Even if he is destroyed, his body cannot be harmed at all. Quote. Chatten shook his head. The CPO captain's face suddenly turned ugly. Chatten's words were simply a slap in his face. But it was true that the CPO, who had learned all the habits of celestial dragons, did not help at all in this incident but instead injured himself. Even if Chatten was not there to make up for it, their CPO would have lost face. Let's go. The more he thought about it, the angrier the CPO was. He could only glare at the red-haired Shanks and Chatten with hatred, as if he wanted to remember them. Then he waved his hand and asked the CPO members around him to open the air door, then rushed in with a gloomy face and disappeared from everyone's sight. What celestial dragon's strongest shield? It's really funny. Chatten shook his head. They have the strength, but they have been with celestial dragons for too long and have learned all their habits. So not only can they not help, but they are just here to make trouble. Quote. Aokiji said calmly, and then ignored the group of CPOs. After what happened just now, he understood. To deal with the demons, you can't count on the world government, let alone the world nobles, to save Sengoku. It was fine when Sengoku was alive, but now that Sengoku has been absorbed, he is of no use to them. Even the 5 elders who relied on Sengoku before would not bother to save Sengoku. They would only think about how to balance the naval headquarters and how to quickly select a new marshal to maintain the balance of the Grand Line, instead of spending a lot of effort to save Sengoku who was absorbed by the demons. Marshal Sengoku is always Marshal Sengoku. The title of the resourceful general is indeed not for nothing. He must have anticipated the reaction of the world government from the moment he was absorbed by the demons, so he told us that we can cooperate with the 4 emperors when necessary. Quote, Kizaru thought of Sengoku's previous words and CPO's reaction just now, and couldn't help but admire Sengoku's vision and wisdom. The only one who would help him, save him, and contribute to the matter of the demon was Marine. The world government might value the demon, and even want to kill him, but it would never put a lot of effort into saving him. The world government values the demon and wants to kill him only for the ancient weapon Pluton. On the contrary, the 5 elders' murderous intent is not strong enough to kill the demon, who is not as powerful as the 4 emperors, nor like Monkey D. Dragon, who has risen up and opposed the world government everywhere. They care about the ancient weapon, the rule of the world government, and the balance of the sea. Chapter 331 2 months. Red hair in Marine's calculation 26, please subscribe. 332 374. Chapter 331 2 months. Red hair in Marine's calculation 26, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Captain, are you really going to capture 2 people who are comparable to Sengoku and Mr. Rayleigh to exchange with the demon? Ben Beckman asked red-haired Shanks after the CPO left. As soon as he said this, everyone looked at red-haired Shanks. This is also the only way to save Sengoku and the vice-captain. If you don't do this, the demon will never let go. Red-haired Shanks nodded, but it's difficult to deal with the demon, but it's not easy to take down 2 strong men who are comparable to Sengoku and Mr. Rayleigh. Ben Beckman frowned slightly. It's not easy, but at least I just fought for it and bought 2 months for the vice-captain and Sengoku. Although the demon has a fierce personality, I think you will agree that he is a man of his word. Since he gave us 2 months, it means that Sengoku and the vice-captain are not in danger of life in these 2 months. Regardless of whether we can rescue them in the end, at least we now have 2 more months to deploy. Quote, red-haired Shanks' words made Aokiji and others look at him sideways. His thoughtfulness and calmness were obviously recognized by everyone. Under the pressure of the demon, the Marine, 4 emperors, and Shichibukai all united. And because of his outstanding performance, strong strength, and proud personality charm, red-haired Shanks gradually became the leader of their group. Since it is against the demon and to save Sengoku, then our temporary team agreement is still valid. It is difficult for you red-hair pirates to capture 2 strong men comparable to Mr. Sengoku and Pluton Rayleigh in 1 month. Since it is a team and the one to be rescued is Mr. Sengoku, we don't want to be accused of standing aside and watching the fun. So, let's take 1 each. Maybe because of the embarrassing incident of CPO, Momosuke didn't want Shanks to look down on their Marine, so he took a strong man without waiting for Shanks to speak. Okay, the vice-captain is the one I want to save, so let's go and capture a strong man comparable to the vice-captain. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Shanks' eyes. If Marine wants to do nothing and watch him fight, then he will have to reconsider whether to save Sengoku. Although he also hopes that the Grand Line can maintain balance and the situation will not collapse so quickly, it does not mean that he is willing to give everything for stability. In fact, it doesn't have to be so troublesome. It's not easy to capture 2 strong men who are active in the Grand Line and comparable to Mr. Sengoku and Pluton Rayleigh. There are not many such strong men who are lone rangers. There are either powerful forces behind them or some allies, which is not easy to deal with. In comparison, I do know a place where you can find 2 ready-made strong men without any effort. Quote, Aokiji pondered for a moment and suddenly suggested, impel down. Ben Beckman's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. As a pirate with extremely high intelligence, he actually thought of this a long time ago. But his relationship with Marine is not very good, and rashly proposing it may cause bad thoughts. After all, their team only came together because of the pressure of the demon and the rescue of Sengoku and Rayleigh. In fact, he had just thought about how to guide Momosuke and others to think of impel down. This is a good idea. When Chatten and others heard this, their eyes lit up. But the question is, who to find? Ask for flowers. The demon is not an idiot. If he wants to exchange 2 people for Mr. Sengoku and Rayleigh, at least they must be criminals in the 6th floor of Impel Down, and they must be extremely powerful among the criminals. Otherwise, he would never agree to return Mr. Sengoku and Rayleigh. There are not many prisoners of this level even in the 6th floor of the advancement layer. The prisoners imprisoned on the 6th floor who are qualified to exchange for Mr. Sengoku and Pluton Rayleigh are either extremely powerful or extremely terrifying. If they are absorbed by the demon, the degree of terror may not be lower than absorbing Pluton Rayleigh and Mr. Sengoku. Quote, 0. Kizaru, who had not said much, suddenly threw out a sentence. This is what we expected from the beginning. Even if we do nothing, the demon will still be as terrifying as it is now. If we do it, we can at least have 2 months and have a certain degree of initiative. At least who the demon wants to absorb is now decided by us. Quote, red-haired Shanks' words made Kizaru silent. Indeed, the situation was already as bad as it could be. It was impossible to get Sengoku and others back without paying anything. The only way to make the demon spit out the meat that had been eaten by the demon was to exchange it for 2 pieces of meat of the same quality. Get ready, we have 2 months. Once we get Mr. Rayleigh and Sengoku back, we will unite everyone's strength to kill the demon. Bunbakaman said, okay, I will check the list of criminals in Impel Down after I return to the headquarters. I will inform you at that time, and then select 2 most suitable prisoners as an exchange. Quote, Aokiji nodded. Chapter 332, The Plots of All Parties, Bartholomew Kuma's Decision, 36, please subscribe. 333-374. Chapter 332, The Plots of All Parties, Bartholomew Kuma's Decision, 36, please subscribe. Previous. Next, I suggest you go find Garp and ask him to put pressure on the world government. To put it bluntly, the 5 elders don't care what you guys said. Only Garp and Sengoku are powerful enough to persuade the 5 elders. In addition, Garp's character will definitely make him angry. If he is willing to go to the 5 elders to make a scene, I think the 5 elders will more or less send some world government experts to help him 2 months from now, whether to appease him or to appease you Marines. Red-haired Shanks said to Aokiji. When he said this, Aokiji, Kizaru, Momosuke, and Chaton all had their eyes lit up. They knew how stubborn Garp was and how powerful he would be once he started to make a scene. It was also because of the death of the pirates in recent years that Garp had no opponents, and with his grandson, he was older and had more concerns, so he was not as unscrupulous as before. If it was the former Garp, he would have probably hit Mariajoy with his iron fists if he knew that Sengoku was in trouble and the world government was indifferent. With the strength, weight, and fame of Aokiji and others, if they dared to make trouble in front of the 5 elders, they would definitely ask for trouble. Just like Akainu, who became the marshal in the future, he dared to make trouble in front of the 5 elders and was eventually humiliated and kicked out. In the end, even Rob Lucci, a former CP9 who joined CPO not long ago, dared to disrespect him as a marshal. In the final analysis, it is a matter of weight, strength, and fame. The contemporary 3 admirals, whether in the eyes of the 4 emperors or the 5 elders, are far less important than Sengoku, let alone Garp. Okay, Aokiji thought about it and felt that Garp must come forward to deal with this matter. Moreover, the loss of Marine this time was so great that the world government would definitely send someone to hold him accountable. Even if he and Kizaru were to take on this responsibility, they would not be able to bear it. Only Garp could forcefully push back the world government's accountability. After a period of discussion, all matters of caution and cooperation were finalized, and then red-haired Shanks and his party parted ways with Aokiji and his party, leaving the Sabayati archipelago, which was once a very prosperous economy and known as a paradise for pirates and criminals. At the same time, what Aokiji and his party who had already left did not know was that on a deserted island far away from where they were just now, 2 people were standing and staring at their direction. They're gone. Monkey. Dragon suddenly retracted his gaze, and then said to Bartholomew Kuma beside him. What's the situation, Bartholomew? Bear asked expressionlessly. It was a wasted trip. Originally, they were going to suffer a great loss, but CPO suddenly came out to help them avoid this disaster. The 5 CPO members were all injured, and the CPO with the gravity fruit in the lead was seriously injured. Monkey D. Dragon said, just leaving a clone behind, he actually made CPO look so miserable. The devil is really so powerful that it is difficult to control. You really have to be careful when you cooperate with him. Before, you still had the ability to bargain with him, and even suppressed him to a certain extent. But now, you are no match for him. Bartholomew Kuma glanced at Monkey, Dragon. I know it in my heart. Although the devil is fierce and violent, after several contacts, I found that he is not as rumored by the outside world. At least, the Revolutionary Army has no need and possibility to conflict with him. Monkey D. Dragon shook his head. If it were before, he might still worry that Qin Yu would focus on his devil fruit ability and come to deal with him specifically. But now, forget it. Although his ability is powerful, he is one of the best in Logia. But compared with the devil fruit ability currently mastered by the demon Qin Yu, it is still slightly inferior. In addition, the relationship established through a series of cooperation before. As long as he controls this scale, the demon will naturally have no need to harm him. Just know it in your heart, and I can go to find Garpunk with confidence. Bartholomew, Shang said lightly. So fast, Monkey. Long's face suddenly sank. Bartholomew, Shang is different from other people in the Revolutionary Army. This is the veteran who accompanied him to build the Revolutionary Army from scratch. He knew very well that if Bartholomew Kuma went to the world government this time, it would be a disaster. Originally, it could be delayed for a while. 3.9 But in this battle against the demon, first Boa Hancock changed sides at the last minute, and then I was also working but not working hard. I think the 5 elders should be more defensive against Shichibukai. They can't do anything to Hawkeye, but they will probably speed up the process and make me completely obedient. Besides, I can't not go. I have promised the demon that I will go to see Vegapunk on its behalf as soon as possible. If I don't go now, the 5 elders and Vegapunk will be suspicious of me. At that time, the demon's plan will definitely be ruined. Quote, Bartholomew Kuma shook his head. Chapter 333 The title of the world's strongest man is about to change hands. 46, please subscribe. 334-374. Chapter 333 The title of the world's strongest man is about to change hands. 46, please subscribe. Previous. Next, I'll talk to the demon. I think he'll give me some face because of this incident. Monkey Long said in a deep voice. This matter will have to be done sooner or later. Rather than adding many variables and the final result will not change, it is better to go through it earlier. At least let this matter be implemented as soon as possible, and the relationship between the Revolutionary Army and the demons will be more harmonious. I can see that he has changed. The repeated pursuits of the world government and Marine have made him constantly change. And his changes are more beneficial than harmful to the Revolutionary Army. So at this time, if the demons feel that they owe us the Revolutionary Army, it would be the best thing. A wave flashed in Bartholomew Kuma's eyes, but in the end he shook his head and rejected Monkey Long's proposal. Going to the world government is equivalent to dying. If possible, no one wants to die, he doesn't want to. But for the sake of the revolutionary drama, he is willing to take this path. Hey, Monkey! Long opened his mouth to say something, but when he saw the firm expression on Bartholomew Kuma's face, the words on his lips could only turn into a helpless, heavy sigh. After this separation, I think when we meet again, I will already be world the puppet of the government. Tell the rest of the Revolutionary Army that if they meet me in the future, do not show mercy and tear it down immediately if possible. Quote, Bartholomew Bear left a few words that made Monkey, Dragon and other kings feel quite sad, then he disappeared. A.B. Monkey, Dragon looked at Bartholomew Bear going away, his eyes full of loneliness. Although he knew that the Revolutionary Army would inevitably have to make sacrifices on the road to overthrowing the world government, he was still full of sadness and pain when he saw his best friend go to his death and that he would most likely destroy Bartholomew Bear, who had become a puppet of the world government, with his own hands. Revolution requires bloodshed and sacrifice, but the pain brought by such bloodshed and sacrifice made even him feel the urge to make a big fuss. In the final analysis, Monkey Garp's blood is still in his bones. Hidden deep in his body is still the same bold and reckless style as Monkey Luffy, his son, and Monkey Garp, his father. The Battle of Sabayati Archipelago, which was unanimously believed by all the forces of the Grand Line to be the end of the Battle of Demons, ended dismally with Marine. The demise of the Don Quixote family spread to every corner of the Grand Line. When all the representatives of various forces who were concerned about the direction of this war learned the results of the war and all the major events that happened in the war through various channels, they were all stunned. After waking up, their faces did not change without exception. Hiss, this demon actually won. How is it possible? Facing the siege of the three admirals of the headquarters, Marshal Sengoku, the world's #1 swordsman, Pluten Rayleigh, the Pirate Queen, Tyrant Bear, and the Don Quixote family, he actually won. This is too ridiculous. Even if any of the four emperors faced this lineup, they would die. It's really too cruel. The demon's ability is simply a monster. He actually absorbed Pluten Rayleigh and Buddha Sengoku. Not only that, the ancient weapon, Pluten that disappeared for 800 years actually fell into his hands. With such a weapon, once a war is launched, the number of people will have no meaning. This is a big deal. Two of the three major forces in the Grand Line, Shichibukai and Marine, suffered heavy losses. The balance is probably broken. I think the demon can replace Whitebeard and become the strongest man in the world. It seems that the title of the strongest man in the world is about to change hands. When the Battle of Sabayati Archipelago swept the entire Grand Line, the top leaders of all forces were talking about it. They all knew that once the balance was broken, the era would inevitably run wild. At that time, it is very likely that a new era would replace the current era. And the change of eras often means that all forces in the Grand Line will have to reshuffle. In the face of such a major event, even the four emperors, the overlords sitting on the top of the new world, dare not underestimate it. As a single-handed person, he broke the inherent balance of the Great 660 Channel, killed several long-known top masters in one fell swoop in the Sabayati Archipelago War, and became even more terrifying by absorbing people's abilities. He was listed as the focus of attention by all forces and the first on the list of people who should not be offended. Originally, Majin, a new pirate who had already moved all the high-ranking forces in the New World before entering the New World, not only became as famous as the four emperors and others after this battle, but also surpassed them. This kind of thing has never happened in the past two eras. Even the former Gaul, Roger, only stood out from the heroes of the sea and became the pirate king after entering the New World. But what about Qin Yu? He has neither entered the New World nor built a huge power. He is just a demon Qin Yu who has only a small pirate group in the eyes of the world. He is not only on par with the four emperors, but also surpasses all the four emperors in strength and fame. Even Whitebeard, who is known as the leader of the four emperors, pales in comparison to Qin Yu, who is at the peak of his career. Chapter 334 Who is provoking the dispute between the demon and Whitebeard 56, please subscribe. 335 374. Chapter 334 Who is provoking the dispute between the demon and Whitebeard 56, please subscribe. Previous. Next. What are these damn reporters talking about? In New World, on the Whitebeard pirate's main ship, the Moby DK, a man with a pompadour hairstyle held a newspaper and shouted angrily. What's wrong, Thatch? It's rare to see you so angry. On the deck, many captains of the Whitebeard pirates standing around saw Thatch suddenly burst into flames and looked over. Even Whitebeard, who was sitting upright on a chair with an IV bottle hanging on his eyes, narrowed his eyes as if he had fallen asleep, opened his eyes slightly. It's not this newspaper. These damn newspaper reporters actually said that Dad's title of the world's strongest man is going to change hands. The one who truly deserves this title is the demon Qin Yu. Saki looked at the other captains with an angry face. What newspaper is so bold? As soon as he said this, several captains rushed over indignantly, snatched the newspaper from Sachi's hand, and then lowered their heads to read it. It would have been better if these captains didn't read it. As soon as they saw it, they were like Saki, with anger on their faces, and they looked like they would immediately send troops to destroy this newspaper. Well, don't reporters always say this for sales? There are so many newspapers like this in a year. Marco, the captain of the first team, came over and calmed everyone down. Marco, is it just like this? Saki stared at Marco. What else do you want? The mouth and pen are in the hands of others. Let others say whatever they want. We can't just go and destroy others just because they print a newspaper. Marco said lightly. That's what I said, but if we don't do something, the world will probably look down on our Whitebeard pirates. The captain of the second division, Ace, who had been silent, spoke up. Ace is right. As soon as he said this, many captains responded immediately. In the eyes of these captains of the Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard is the sky, an existence that must not be blasphemed or offended. Now this newspaper is so blatantly saying that the title of the world's strongest man is going to change hands, which is simply a slap in the face of their Whitebeard pirates. Then what do you want to do? Seeing that even Ace has joined in, Marco has to take this matter seriously. Others don't know Ace's identity, but as Whitebeard's most trusted left and right arm, he knows it very well. Let them not dare to write nonsense in the future. The title of the world's strongest man is not something that a group of people in the newspaper can decide recklessly. Quote, Ace picked up the newspaper and said. At his words, Marco shook his head. Marco, do you object to me doing this? Ace frowned slightly. As the son of the Pirate King, he has been smooth sailing since his debut. Except for the disastrous defeat at the hands of Whitebeard, he has almost lost all the time. It is precisely because of this that he has more or less developed some arrogant and self-righteous personalities. I am not against you doing this. But your approach will not have any effect at all, but will have a very bad reaction. Today you take people to destroy this newspaper, and tomorrow another newspaper will write that the Whitebeard pirates are bullying the weak and afraid of the strong, and dare not go to the demon pirates, and can only rely on destroying the newspapers to show off their power. Marco's words made Ace and other captains change their faces slightly. Then will we do nothing? In this case, how will other pirates and forces in the new world view our Whitebeard pirates? Ace said a little unwillingly. Their Whitebeard pirates are all over the Grand Line, and they have no rivals. If it weren't for the fact that when he was young, Whitebeard didn't want to be the second Roger, and thought that there was only one Pirate King, he could have gone to Raftel and become the Pirate King after Roger died in Gaul. But he didn't do that. Instead, he stood in front of Raftel like a mountain, blocking some ambitious people from the door, so that they had no chance to get involved in Raftel. Ace knew something about it, and that's why he admired Whitebeard's broad mind even more. Do you think a newspaper dares to openly challenge our Whitebeard pirates? Marco picked up the newspaper and read it carefully. His eyes, which seemed a little listless, suddenly burst into a gleam of light. You mean, this newspaper printed this newspaper not for sales, but for other purposes? Diamond Joes, the captain of the third team, came over. In the new world, it's not just Dad who has the title of the strongest. Why doesn't this newspaper mention any other people who have the title of the strongest, but only Dad? Moreover, the words are full of ways to sow discord and fan the flames. Obviously, they want to use this to provoke a dispute between our Whitebeard pirates and the Majin pirates. Marco said word by word. Chapter 335 The Temptation of the World's Strongest Title, 66, please subscribe. 336 374th. Chapter 335 The Temptation of the World's Strongest Title, 66, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Damn it, who is so bold as to plot against our Whitebeard pirates? After Ace calmed down, he analyzed the situation a little and suddenly became furious. Affected by his emotions, a wave of heat unconsciously burst out from his body in all directions. After hearing Marco's words, the other captains were also furious. Who is plotting against our Whitebeard pirates? In fact, it is not difficult to guess. How many people in this sea can control newspapers and news? It's nothing more than celestial dragons, marine, world government, and a few dark emperors who made their fortunes with news. We just need to investigate which force is behind the newspaper that prints this newspaper, and then investigate whether this force has had disputes with the Majin pirates. Quote, Marco decided on the countermeasure in just a few words. Compared to the impulsive Ace, he showed his admiral style at this moment. No wonder after the red-haired Shanks boarded Whitebeard's ship, the first person he wanted to invite was Marco, not the Fire Fist Ace. Compared with Marco, except for his strong strength, the current Ace 337 is far behind Marco in all other aspects. His kingly spirit has not awakened at all. Leave this matter to me. Ace is very concerned about Whitebeard's affairs. After Marco finalized the action plan, he immediately took charge of the group affairs. After watching Ace and others leave by boat and go to investigate the newspaper, Marco returned to Whitebeard's side and stayed with him. What's wrong, Marco? You seem a little worried. Whitebeard glanced at his trusted general. Others could not see it, but he could sense Marco's hidden worry at a glance. There is nothing to worry about. I am just wondering which guy is so bold as to plot against our Whitebeard pirates. Marco was shocked, but shook his head. You can lie to others, but can you lie to me, your father? As my ship's doctor, you know me well enough. But similarly, as your captain and father, don't I know you well enough? You were worried about the demon. Whitebeard said lightly. Yeah. Marco looked up at Whitebeard. When he touched Whitebeard's wise eyes that seemed to see through everything, he knew that he could not hide it from the other party. What is there to worry about? There is no eternal king in this world, only the eternal grand line. Even I am just a mortal, I will grow old and die. Whitebeard suddenly sighed slightly. Perhaps, he would only show this kind of attitude that only an old man would have when he was in front of Marco. Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? You are still young and strong. It won't be a problem even if you live for a few more decades. Marco said confidently. If I live for a few decades, I will need your support even when I walk. What's the point? Whitebeard shook his head. Dad, do you want to? Marco seemed to have thought of something, and his face suddenly changed. It's not that I want to, but the times are changing, and people are changing as well. CDBD, Whitebeard said. Dad, you are the strongest man in the world. No matter how the times change, no one can replace you. Marco said in an unquestionable tone. Haha, you are right. Laozi is the strongest man in the world. No matter who wants to replace me, let him come. As long as he can take off Laozi's head, it doesn't matter if he gets the most fishy job in the world. Whitebeard laughed when he heard this. Dad, you are the strongest man in the world. Who can take off your head? Not even a demon. Marco looked at Whitebeard in front of him. Although he smiled, he was worried. As Whitebeard's ship doctor, no one knew Whitebeard's condition better than him. Compared with Qin Yu, the demon who is now in his prime and has an immortal body, Whitebeard is just a normal man with flesh and blood, and a man who has entered his 60s. Physical strength, spirit, will, no matter which aspect, Whitebeard is declining day by day. Demon, can you resist the temptation of the title of the strongest man in the world? Marco couldn't help but worry when he thought of Qin Yu, the demon's shocking strength. He could analyze calmly, and realized that someone behind this newspaper was provoking them, the Whitebeard pirates and the demon pirates, and he could deal with it in the best way. But he could only influence the Whitebeard pirates. He was not sure what the demon pirates would think after seeing this newspaper. After all, Whitebeard's position was too coveted by all the men who went to sea. Defeating Whitebeard would not only make him the strongest in the world, but also only one step away from Raftel. No one could resist such a temptation. Kaido came to the Whitebeard pirates almost every year to make trouble, wanting to see if Whitebeard was too old to lift a knife. It was also impossible to resist the temptation to kill Whitebeard. Even for Emperor's Kaido was like this, he was really not sure if the demons could resist this temptation. Chapter 336 Kaido's Murderous Intention. Destroy the Demon Pirates. 16, please subscribe. 337-374. Chapter 336 Kaido's Murderous Intention. Destroy the Demon Pirates. 16, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Just when Marco was worried about the possibility of a conflict between the Demon Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates, Kaido, who was one of the 4 emperors like Whitebeard, was silent for a while and then burst into tears after learning about the death of Don Quixote Doflamingo and the fierce battle record of the demon. Damn demon, damn Joker. Kaido cried and muttered these 2 words with a ferocious look. Standing aside, as Kaido's subordinates, they were immediately terrified and frightened when they saw their captain like this. They knew very well that Kaido was like a beast in a rage at this time, but he did not completely lose his mind. He just became extremely aggressive, and even the pirates of the Beast's pirates trembled in front of Kaido at this time. Except for Kaido's confidants, the 3 disasters, no one else dared to approach Kaido in this state. Why are you so weak? Why are you so useless? I have protected you many times before, but you still died. So many people have helped you, why are you not a hopeless case? The longer Kaido talked to himself, the more excited he became. In the end, he seemed to be unable to suppress his extremely restless, crazy, and complicated emotions, and he directly grabbed the jar of wine beside him and drank it in big gulps. You die, but what about my plan? My plan to build a zone ability army and start the most luxurious war in the world has gone down the drain. Damn demon pirates, if it weren't for you, my plan would not have been aborted. Not only did the wine fail to suppress Kaido's madness, but it made Kaido's emotions even more violent. Gradually, after a few jars of strong liquor entered his stomach, Kaido's expression became more and more ferocious. Not only that, with his body as the center, a sense of oppression made the air around him extremely turbid, and the repressed breath began to release. Then, when this breath rose to a certain level, the tables, chairs, and even the floor and walls in the room began to crack. Captain, don't be angry. I will immediately take people to destroy the demon pirates and help Joker revenge. Jack the Drow, who came upon hearing the news, volunteered to run to Kaido and said when he heard Kaido talking to himself. A-hole, who wants to avenge that rubbish? But this time, Jack the Drow flattered Kaido and hit the horse's butt. Not only did Kaido not calm down, but he roared directly. The demon killed Joker and ruined your plan. Shouldn't you kill him? Jack the Drow was stunned for a moment, then said. He wants to kill the demon, but not for Joker, a weak waste. I want to kill the demon, not because of Joker, but because the demon ruined my plan, and he deserves to die. Kaido shouted coldly at Jack the Drow. Then I will take people to kill them immediately. Jack the Drow didn't care what the reason was, he just wanted to fight. Idiot, the demon can defeat the 3 admirals head-on, absorb Sengoku, and Rayleigh, and you think you can deal with him? But before Jack the Drow took a few steps, Kaido punched him against the wall, smashed the wall with a bang, and flew hundreds of meters away. Captain, are we just going to let this go? We Beasts pirates have never suffered losses and have the habit of pretending nothing happened. Quote, one of the three disasters, Plague Disaster, Quinn, said in a deep voice. Let it go. He ruined my big plan, so he wants to let it go. Impossible. Unless he can create a batch of artificial devil fruit for me again, I, Kaido, will never let him go. Kaido shouted in an unquestionable voice. Captain, the demon ruined our Beasts pirates' big plan, and he deserves to die. _O. But I sent someone to investigate this information, and it is indeed true. In other words, the demon's strength is even better than Whitebeard at his peak. In addition, he has an immortal body similar to you, Captain. To deal with such a person, it is far from enough for us, the three disasters, to do it alone. You have to go out in person. No, you have to lead the main force of the Beasts pirates and destroy it with one blow. The strongest of the three disasters, and the most trusted and relied upon by Kaido, Jin Yan, suggested. Just do as you say. Even if I can't kill the demon in one go, I will destroy his demon pirate group and make him alone. I'll know how much I have to pay for ruining the Beasts pirates. Kaido knew the demon was powerful, but because of his confidence in his own strength and the power of his immortal body, he was not afraid at all. In his opinion, even if the demon's record was true, he would not know who would win or lose in a fight with him. Before the fight, even if the demon's record was 100 times stronger, he would not retreat. Chapter 337 When the Immortal Body Faces the Immortal Body 26, please subscribe. 338-374. Chapter 337 When the Immortal Body Faces the Immortal Body 26, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Captain, I don't object to you declaring war on the demon pirates, but the problem is that we don't know where the demon pirates are. Since the Battle of Sabayati Archipelago, the demon and his pirates have disappeared on the ancient weapon Pluton. Even the world government and naval headquarters can't find him. We don't know their location, so even if we want to deal with him, we have no way to start. Plague. Quinn saw that Kaido had decided to declare war on the demon pirates, and was not afraid of the heaven-defying record of the demon in Sabayati Archipelago. He was not surprised at all. For this kind of thing, if it were other four emperors, or even the world government, naval headquarters would never provoke the demon when they knew they were no match for him. But this method doesn't work with Kaido. 473. After all, Kaido has done such suicidal things countless times in the past few decades. Challenging the other four emperors and naval headquarters alone, this kind of thing that seems to be seeking death to others, Kaido has done so many times. In the eyes of Quinn, the epidemic, Kaido, who has powerful strength and an indestructible immortal body, will never die even if he cannot defeat the demon. Because no one and nothing in this Anhai can kill Kaido. In the past years, the reason why no one dared to provoke the Beasts pirates, in addition to their strength, is largely because Kaido is immortal. Being captured by forces such as the four emperors and naval headquarters and executed so many times, he is still alive and kicking, which is simply incredible. He has an immortal body and is extremely powerful. Once you offend Kaido, few people in the entire Grand Line can sleep peacefully. Check. Contact the Emperor of the Dark World, the exact location of my demon. Kaido has always been a man of urgency. Since the decision has been made, there will be no delay. He immediately ordered, Plague, Quinn to do it. I will have people keep an eye on every sea area in the New World. Even if we can't find the demon pirates, I think a pirate group like them will definitely come to the New World. Otherwise, they will face the endless pursuit of Marine in the first half of the Grand Line. As long as they come to the New World, they will definitely not escape the pursuit of our Beasts pirates. Plague. Quinn nodded, then picked up the Den Den Mushi and turned to walk out. If the demon pirates stayed in the first half of the Grand Line, then with the powerful stealth ability of ancient weapon Pluton, even the four emperors' forces such as Beasts pirates would find it difficult to find the location of the demon pirates. After all, the three major forces have almost divided up the entire Grand Line. The four seas, the first half of the Grand Line, are basically the maps of Marine, world government, and the Revolutionary Army. Although there are countless pirates in the first half of the Grand Line, they are mostly independent pirate groups, and rarely form a large force, organization, or power. Pirate forces like the Baroque works before Crocodile are quite rare in the first half of the Grand Line. That is why even though Kaido is a four-emperor with a huge power, it is not easy to find the demon pirates in the first half of the Grand Line. But once the demon pirates enter the New World, the situation is completely different. The New World is basically the world of the four emperors. Even the so-called Emperor of the Dark World is actually within the sphere of influence of the four emperors. Too slow. Please help me contact Charlotte Linlin and ask her people to help me find it. As long as she can help me find the demon pirates, I will consider it as a favor to her. Kaido is not a patient person, and he said directly to Yan Zion beside him. Yes, Captain. When Yan Zijin heard this, he felt a chill in his heart. It seems that the captain has murderous intentions. No, although the matter of artificial devil fruit is important, it should not be something that the captain cares about to this extent. He pondered for a moment, thinking of his captain's usual style, and instantly understood. Captain's hobby, is it coming again? But this time the opponent is a demon who is immortal like the captain. And, judging from the current information, the demon's strength should be above the captain. But it doesn't matter, the captain and the demon are different from all the opponents they have encountered before. If two monsters with immortal bodies meet, I really don't know who will kill who. As the leader of the three disasters that Kaido trusts the most, Flame Disaster Jin is naturally clear about Kaido's temper and hobbies. That's why, after figuring out why Kaido is so concerned about the demon pirates and can't wait to rush over to fight the demon pirates, Flame Disaster Jin couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Demon, hee, I thought that after Gall D. Roger died and Whitebeard got old, there would be no one in the world who could kill me. I didn't expect that the small paradise in the first half of the Grand Line would actually produce a person like you. I hope you won't let me down. Don't let that happen, you can't even break my skin, and I'll blow up your immortal body. Quote, after the three disasters left and went to help him find the demon pirates, after drinking for a while, the madness and excitement on Kaido's face gradually disappeared, replaced by a dignified fighting spirit and strong expectations. Point 3.7, Chapter 338 Naval Headquarters Deserter Incident. Alarming 5 Elders 36, please subscribe. 339 374. Chapter 338 Naval Headquarters Deserter Incident. Alarming 5 Elders 36, please subscribe. Previous. Next. After the Battle of Sabayati Islands ended, the seriously injured Aokiji and others not only returned in defeat, but also brought a Buster Call fleet and lost Admiral Akainu and Marshal Sengoku. After returning to Naval Headquarters, the Marine's headquarters, Marineford was in an uproar. Admiral, Marine has suffered casualties since its establishment. In the era of Rox and Roger, the two great pirates, Admirals suffered casualties. But the death of the Marshal of Naval Headquarters on the battlefield has almost never happened since the establishment of Naval Headquarters. That's why when the news of the death of Sengoku and Akainu spread, it not only caused unrest in Marineford, but even the headquarters of the world government, Mariajoy caused a wave of waves. The world government has the 5 elders to suppress it, so it is not chaotic, but Marine is different. One of the 3 admirals was lost, and the surviving Kizaru and Aokiji was seriously injured and lost a leg. In addition, Buddha Sengoku died at the hands of the demon. This was a heavy blow to Naval Headquarters. Even if Kizaru, Aokiji, and Crane came out to appease and suppress, there was no way to stabilize the morale of the Marines in Marineford. Especially as time went by, various rumors from the outside world, such as the demon pirates would sooner or later destroy Naval Headquarters, and Marine was no longer good, spread to Marineford. Not only did the huge Naval Headquarters have unstable morale, but even deserters appeared. As the headquarters of Marine, any Marine who could stay in Marineford, even if it was just a recruit, was 1 in 100. There might be deserters in wartime, but now there are all kinds of deserters just because of rumors. It is conceivable how fatal the loss of Marshal Buddha Sengoku is to the morale and national spirit of Marine. What's more frightening is that most of the deserters at the beginning were recruits, but gradually, even the veterans at the grassroots level and even the lieutenant-level officers began to desert. Although the middle and senior generals who noticed something was wrong personally killed many deserters and suppressed the situation, and temporarily suppressed the desertion phenomenon in Marineford, this approach can only suppress it for a while, but not for a lifetime. Shortly after the desertion incident ended, the Marines, which lacked spiritual support and leaders, once again ushered in a wave of resignations and resignations. In Marineford, being a deserter means death, so it's okay to apply for retirement, resignation, and not be a Marine. When the first Marine officer applied for resignation and retired, a trend began to rise. The Marines of Marineford are also human beings, with flesh and blood, and naturally they will be afraid. Especially the Marines at the grassroots level, their courage often depends on the high-end combat power of the Marines. But now not only the admirals are dead and injured, but even the marshals have died in battle. It's naturally fake that they are not afraid. That is why, with the first Marine leaving, this wave of resignation could not be suppressed. Especially those Marines who went to the sea area where Sabayati Archipelago was located and witnessed the former Sabayati Archipelago being completely destroyed by the demons resigned one after another the next day after returning to the headquarters. Facing deserters, Aokiji and others can still suppress them with iron-blooded means, but you can't refuse to let people resign. But if every Marine who came to resign was approved, Marineford would have to reduce at least 1,000 people, and the longer the time passed, the more people would resign. When the situation became worse and worse, and even admirals such as Aokiji and Kizaru could not suppress and solve it, the 5 elders sitting in the headquarters of the world government, Mariajoy, were finally alarmed. They were not unaware of the Marineford situation, but they did not expect that the disastrous defeat in the Sabayati Archipelago battle would have such a great impact on the Marines that even Admirals Aokiji and Kizaru could not stabilize the situation. The Marine is one of the most powerful forces in the world government, and is also a key department to maintain the balance of the Grand Line and the rule of the world government. After learning of this situation, even the 5 elders did not neglect it and immediately held a meeting. I didn't expect the situation of Marine to be so bad. It seems that the selection of Marine Marshal can't be delayed any longer. I originally wanted Aokiji or Kizaru to handle this matter, and then choose one of them as the new Marine Marshal, but now it seems that their prestige is not enough to be the Marshal. If Sengoku is still alive and he maintains the situation, any one of the 3 admirals can take over the position of Marshal from Sengoku, but in this precarious situation, whether it is Aokiji, Akainu, or Kizaru, they lack the prestige to save the building from collapse. It seems that Garp can only be the Marshal temporarily. If Monkey Dragon didn't appear in the Battle of Sabayati Archipelago, Garp could still be the marshal. Now, are you assured? After all, they are father and son. Yes, no matter how strong Garp is, he can only be the marshal at most. Admiral, you must not be the marshal. Then you can only parachute in. Let's select one person from the CPO to be the marshal. In the highest conference room of the world government, the 5 elders quickly finalized the solution. Point 780, Chapter 339. The reputation of a person, the shadow of a tree, the weight of the hero Garp, 46, please subscribe. 340-374. Chapter 339. The reputation of a person, the shadow of a tree, the weight of the hero Garp, 46, please subscribe. Previous. Next. In order to stabilize the situation at naval headquarters as soon as possible and prevent the situation from getting worse, the 5 elders acted extremely quickly. After finalizing the solution to the problem and deciding on the candidate for the airborne marshal on the same day, the order was issued to naval headquarters the next day. Aokiji and Kizaru did not have much resistance to the airborne marshal. Mainly because they had experienced the 2 major storms of desertion and resignation, they all knew that without Sengoku, they simply could not accept the order in such a bad situation. Only the new marshal with the order of the world government and the background of the world government could stabilize the morale of the army. Maybe this new marshal did not have any connections or prestige in Marineford, but he had a big background and was personally selected by the 5 elders. If there was anything wrong, he could get support from the 5 elders at the first time. In comparison, Kizaru, who was born in Marineford, was an orthodox marine. Although Aokiji was an admiral, he was not seen by the 5 elders themselves many times, so it was impossible for him to get the strong support of the 5 elders. That was why, when the 5 elders vacated the position of marshal, whether it was Aokiji who had previously wanted to compete for the position of marshal, or Kizaru who had no intention of being the marshal, their first reaction after learning about this was to breathe a sigh of relief. Aokiji Admiral, Kizaru Admiral, Vice Admiral, Garp him, Vice Admiral Garp him, he's back. Sitting in the marshal's office, Aokiji, who had just hung up the call from the 5 elders, was stunned for a moment when he heard the rear admiral who flew in from the door and shouted with obvious ecstasy, and then a look of joy appeared on his face. Huh. Marineford's morale and situation can be completely stabilized at once. Quote, after learning that Garp is back, Aokiji immediately exhaled deeply, with a relieved expression on his face. As expected, Mr. Garp is still amazing. Just coming back, the Marines' mental outlook is different. It seems that we Marines are really far from enough in front of monsters like Mr. Sengoku and Mr. Chosen. Standing by the window, overlooking most of Marineford, Kizaru saw that the dock of naval headquarters was almost surrounded by Marine soldiers and generals, and he couldn't help but laugh at himself. Before, Kizaru, who had grown to the peak and served as admiral, did not think that he was about the same as the aging Garp, Sengoku and others. Maybe they are strong, but they are old after all. The Marine era no longer belongs to them, but to the 3 admirals. But after the battle with the demons, Sengoku left, and Marineford almost collapsed. He realized how big the gap was between the 3 admirals of the headquarters and Garp, Sengoku and Yukanki. This is not just a gap in strength, but also prestige and reputation. Sengoku is gone, Garp is not there. Even if he and Aokiji come forward, they still can't stabilize the situation and make Marineford's Marine feel at ease. But now, as soon as Garp came back, Marineford's Marine seemed to have been injected with a shot of cardiotonic. Before Garp got off the boat, the Marines who heard the news had already surrounded the entire dock in advance. The most important thing is that after Sengoku died, the spirit of every Marine that Kizaru saw on weekdays was full of panic, decadence, and panic, and there was no longer the spirit when Sengoku was there. But with the return of Garp, these Marines actually seemed to have found their backbone, and they were actually ready to rise again. Marine hero, end rocks, pursuit of One Piece hehe, the prestige earned with fists is really different. In the heart of the new era Marine, Mr. Garp's weight is still so high. Aokiji didn't even need to go to the window to see with his eyes, just using observation hockey to cover naval headquarters he could already clearly sense the changes in naval headquarters. After the news of Garp's return came, he clearly sensed the changes in most of the atmosphere of naval headquarters. Aokiji was only happy, not surprised. As Garp's follower and little fanboy in the past, he knew Garp's prestige among Marine very well. In the past, when Sengoku was still there, the 3 admirals were complete, and naval headquarters was in its heyday. Garp's prestige could not be fully reflected. But with the death of Sengoku, when Marineford fell into chaos, Garp's weight was reflected. He, Aokiji, Huang, King Zhao Yuan, Crane and other Marine high-level officials still couldn't stabilize the situation, but Garp returned soon, and he didn't need to do anything. Just his return immediately stabilized the precarious Marine like a magic needle. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. This is the prestige of Marine heroes. Aokiji knows better than Akainu and Kizaru that even though the times have changed and Garp has grown old, his deeds have not been forgotten. Instead, as time goes by, he is being sought after and praised by more and more people. It can be said that in the Marines of the Great Pirate era, at least 60 to 70% of the members basically joined the Marines after hearing Garp's heroic deeds and being influenced by him. Chapter 340. One word sets the Army's heart. Marine Heroes Might 56, please subscribe. 341-374. Chapter 340. One word sets the Army's heart. Marine Heroes Might 56, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Vice Admiral Garp, You are finally back. Huh. I feel relieved to see you back. Vice Admiral Garp, Marshal Sengoku is dead, you must come out to take charge of the situation and capture the demon. At the dock of Marineford, Garp just walked up from the battleship and was immediately surrounded by the Marines who had heard the news and were waiting here. At this time, these anxious Marines seemed to have found their backbone, just like bullied children who found parents who could protect them. Haha, I have made you worry for so long, it is really my fault. Don't worry, I am back. When I understand the whole story, I will find the location of the demon pirate group and hunt him down immediately. Although Garp is rough and careless on weekdays, he is the only one who can compete with Roger in the Great Pirate Era. In the era when Marine was weak and oppressed by pirates, he almost single-handedly carried the banner. His charisma, his spirit, and his prestige are unmatched even among the contemporary Marines. Even the Marshal Sengoku is inferior to him. As soon as he came back, he saw fear and panic in the eyes of these Marines. As an old man, he knew very well that what he had to do now was not to hunt down the demon, but to say a word. His words were enough to calm the Marines present. Sure enough, it was just as he thought. Even if Garp did nothing, but just said a word, the panic on the faces of 80% of the Marines present in the demon pirate group dissipated a lot. Ever since Sengoku and Akainu were absorbed and turned into chocolate, and were regarded as dead in battle in their eyes, Marineford has been shrouded in the shadow of the demon. These Marines are really worried. If one day the demon comes to Naval Headquarters (CDBB) in person, will there really be anyone in Marineford who can stop the demon? But now Garp is back. Thinking of Garp's heroic deeds, and how he carried the Marine banner and called out every pirate to deal with them when Marine was weak and oppressed by legendary pirates such as Roger, Rox, Golden Lion, and Whitebeard, they all felt relieved. Everyone, make way. Don't block Vice Admiral Garp's way. The matter of the demon is extremely important. The sooner Vice Admiral Garp understands the whole matter and finds the trace of the Sword Demon Pirate group, the sooner he can arrest this daring and vicious pirate and throw him into the Impel Down. At this time, a deputy beside Garp said loudly. When the Marines around heard this, they quickly stepped back and consciously made way. Everyone, please wait patiently. Don't panic. Those who need to train should train, and those who need to rest should rest. I will take care of the demon issue myself. There was a large-scale desertion and resignation storm in Marineford. Although Garp was not at the naval headquarters at the time, he also heard about it. Unlike Aokiji and others whose prestige was not enough to reassure Marineford, they could only use extreme force to suppress it. But Garp didn't need to do anything. He just stood in front of Marineford and said a few words to instantly reassure the Marines. At the same time, he also suppressed the desertion and resignation storm that even alarmed the five elders. Yes, General Inpu. After hearing Garp's words, the Marines present breathed a sigh of relief, and then returned to their posts with peace of mind. Even many people quietly tore up the resignation letters they had prepared long ago when they returned to their posts. Demon. After passing through the crowd, Garp's originally smiling face suddenly became gloomy. He could ignore Akainu's death. After all, he and Akainu didn't get along well. It was just that his strength, fame, prestige, and background were there. Although Akainu didn't get along with him, he didn't dare and didn't have the ability to compete with him. So, no matter how much Akainu competed, he only went after Aokiji. But the incident of Sengoku, his life and death friend who had been with him for more than half a generation, almost made him go crazy on the spot. Originally, he was about to return to East Blue to deal with his grandson Menko Luffy who wanted to go out to sea as a pirate. But when he learned on the way that Sengoku had died in the Sabayati archipelago, he immediately threw Monkey D. Luffy's matter aside and rushed to Marineford. In his opinion, there would be opportunities to beat his grandson at any time. Anyway, he had often beaten him since he was a child, so it was not new. But Sengoku's matter was extremely important, and it couldn't be delayed for a moment. Thinking of Sengoku and the demon, Garp, who was already in a bad mood, walked through the crowd and came to the office where he and Sengoku used to work. When his eyes swept over Aokiji, his pupils suddenly shrank, and then a trace of anger that was about to burst out suddenly swept through his eyes. Chapter 341 I am the Marshal. Who among you has any objection? 66, please subscribe. 342 374. Chapter 341 I am the Marshal. Who among you has any objection? 66, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Mr. Garp, we've been waiting for you to come back. When Aokiji saw Garp coming in, he didn't laugh as usual, but looked at him steadily, and he immediately understood what was going on. Although he covered it up with pants and shoes, Garp was a very important person. How could he hide the fact that he had lost a leg from him? When he saw the flash of anger in Garp's eyes, his heart warmed slightly, but on the surface he looked like he had no idea. Good job, I'll help you out with this. Garp glanced at Kizaru, then walked up to Aokiji and patted him on the shoulder. It's great that your father can think of this. Aokiji felt relieved. The reason why he felt relieved was not because Garp went to find the demon to help him vent his anger, but because he had never felt relieved since he came back from Sabayati archipelago. He and Kizaru were already injured, and they had no time to recover from their injuries before the Marines faced a large number of deserters and collective resignations. In order to deal with this, he and Kizaru dragged their sick bodies to walk around the naval headquarters every day to stabilize the morale of the troops. In the past, that was something only Akainu would do. Both he and Kizaru would only sleep and do their nails in the marshal's office. But even though they were busy these days, they did help ease the dire situation in the Marines. Various rumors from the outside world continued to spread to the naval headquarters, and the pirates became more rampant. The influence of the Marines was greatly weakened. Even Aokiji, who was as determined as he was a little oppressed by various things. In the past, no matter what happened, Sengoku would take care of it. When Sengoku couldn't take it, Garp would hit him with his fist. But some time ago, Sengoku's life and death were uncertain. Garp was far away in East Blue, and he and Kizaru, two admirals, could not hold on at all, and their fists were not as strong as Garp's. But now it is different. Garp not only came back, but also solved two of the three things that gave them a headache, and took on the third one. Tell me honestly, is Sengoku dead or not? Garp stared into Aokiji's eyes. Grand Line is now spreading rumors that Buddha Sengoku and Pluton Rayleigh have been absorbed by the demon, and their power has become part of the demon, and they are already dead and can't die anymore. But on his way back, he heard Aokiji call and said that Sengoku could still be saved. We all thought Mr. Sengoku was dead before. But the appearance of Shaki made them unexpectedly discover that although Mr. Sengoku and Pluton Rayleigh were absorbed, we don't know whether it is because of their strong strength or because it takes time for the demon to completely absorb the life. In addition, red-haired Shanks intervened in this matter. We can basically conclude that Mr. Sengoku is still alive. Aokiji quickly told Garp the agreement reached when red-haired Shanks confronted the demon that day. Well, Red Hair is a sensible guy. This Red Hair did a lot of bad things before, and he even taught my grandson bad things, wanting him to become a pirate. Originally, I was thinking about when to deal with him. Since he played a lot of roles in Sengoku's matter, I will hold back when I hit him in the future. After Garp understood the whole story, his dissatisfaction with Red Hair was reduced a lot. No matter why Red Hair Shanks reached an agreement with the demon Qin Yu, it was all because of him that the Buddha Sengoku's life was saved. If the CPO was replaced to deal with it, he would really have to go to the grave to burn incense for Sengoku. I have sorted out the list of impel downs. Now I just need to choose the right exchange object, and how to deal with the demon after exchanging Marshal Sengoku and others. Please give me flowers. After all, if the demon can absorb Marshal Sengoku today, it can absorb others tomorrow. If he continues to act recklessly, I am worried that one day no matter how many admirals or 4 emperors join forces, they will not be able to suppress him. Quote, Aokiji said this, his eyes were full of worry. This is indeed a problem. By the way, Sengoku is always very smart. Did he leave any words for you to pass on to me before he was absorbed? Knowing that Sengoku can still be saved, Garp's tone was also much more relaxed. Mr. Sengoku did leave some words for us to pass on to you before he was absorbed by the demon. Aokiji nodded. You tell me, I am listening. Garp said in a deep voice. Mr. Sengoku asked us to go back and let Garp take charge of the situation. He said, I have been taking the blame for that old guy for most of my life and cleaning his A for most of my life. It is time for him to stand up. He also specifically explained that he had to take the position of marshal even if he didn't want to, otherwise, don't come to worship him, Sengoku. Aokiji conveyed Sengoku's words to Garp verbatim. This old guy is really forcing me to do something. Didn't you see that I don't even want to be an admiral? He's fine, forcing me to skip the admiral position and directly become the marshal. When Garp looked at the chair in front of the marshal's desk, his eyes first flashed with a gleam of light, and then he strode over, and under the gazes of Kizaru, Aokiji, Crane and other Marine senior executives, he sat on the marshal's seat without hesitation. Before Sengoku comes back, I will sit on this marshal's seat first. Who of you has any objection to me sitting on this marshal's seat? Chapter 342. Now that Sengoku is still alive, who dares to replace him? 16. Please subscribe. 343-374. Chapter 342. Now that Sengoku is still alive, who dares to replace him? 16. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. If it were in the past, Garp would have refused to leave without saying anything when he learned that Sengoku was going to inherit the position of Marine Admiral. After all, he found the position of Admiral troublesome and refused to serve as Admiral countless times, let alone being a Marshal. Moreover, his son Monkey D. Dragon not only left the Marines, but also established the Revolutionary Army to fight against the world government. If it weren't for his strong strength and high prestige as a Marine hero, the 5 elders would have held him accountable long ago. Let alone becoming a Marine Admiral, it would have been good enough if he wasn't locked up. But now, no one is sure whether Sengoku is alive or dead. After all, Sengoku's 100 life and death is completely in the hands of the demon. At this time, facing Sengoku's last words, Garp also knew that he could not retreat. From the moment he stepped into the naval headquarters and saw the faces of those Marines full of panic, he knew that Sengoku was dead, and Aokiji and Kizaru alone could not stabilize the morale of the army. At this time, looking at the entire naval headquarters, the only person who can really play a role like a stabilizing force and turn the tide for Marine in this situation is him. Considering all this, Garp, who has refused to serve as Admiral many times, not only took the position of Admiral this time, but also faced all the senior executives of naval headquarters with an extremely haughty attitude. I have no objection. Aokiji has been looking forward to Garp's return to take charge of the overall situation. Now seeing Garp so active and taking the initiative to sit in the position of Admiral, how could he refuse? He has understood the experience of these days. With his prestige, even if Kizaru is added, the two of them are far inferior to Garp. In this period of crisis for Marine, the only person who can save the building from collapse is Garp in the entire naval headquarters. I second the motion. I also support Vice Admiral Garp as Admiral. After Aokiji expressed his position, the senior executives of Marine present also expressed their positions one after another. When competing with Aokiji and Akainu for the position of Marshal, the senior management of naval headquarters had different support. Once Garp stood up, he was unanimously approved. Even if Akainu was here, it would be useless for him to compete for the position of Marshal. 99% of the senior management of Marine supported Garp, and with the difference in strength and prestige, he would only bring shame upon himself if he opposed. However, if Akainu was really here, he would not have the courage to compete with Garp for the position of Marshal. Strength, reputation, prestige, status, all aspects were crushed. There was no competition at all. Mr. Garp wants to be the Marshal, then I naturally agree with it. However, our agreement is not enough. The world government may not agree. Just when almost all the Marine executives voted unanimously and agreed that Garp would be the Marshal, 10 slightly abrupt voices suddenly came out of Kizaru's mouth. It's time, and it's still their turn to make a decision. Hearing this, Garp sneered. Relying on the world government to deal with the situation in Marine will only make the situation worse. Mr. Garp, don't say it. Not long before you came back, Aokiji and I received a call from the 5 elders. 3 days later, the 5 elders will send someone to the naval headquarters to replace Mr. Sengoku and become the new Marine Marshal. Kizaru said slowly. They dare replace Sengoku. Now Sengoku is not dead, who dares to replace him? Even if it is me, I am only temporarily taking over the position of the Marshal. As long as Sengoku comes back, he will continue to be the Marshal. When Garp heard this, he was like an angry sea king, and a terrifying breath instantly surged out of his body. Facing Garp, who was in a furious state at this time, even Kizaru, who seemed calm on the surface, felt extremely depressed in his heart. No wonder Garp was so angry. At this time, if the world government really sent a Marshal down, then the first thing the people sent by the world government would think of was to rectify the Marine and take power. This is what every superior will do. But in this case, for the sake of his position and power, the new Marshal will not try his best to save Sengoku. Even if he does, he will only save him after he has taken power and is sure that even if Sengoku is rescued, he will not threaten his position as Marshal. But by that time, Sengoku is probably absorbed. If it is normal, 5 Elders 3.6 Airborne Marshal, as long as Sengoku does not object, then he has no objection. But at this critical moment, when everything is to rescue Sengoku, 5 Elders dare to play such a trick, it is difficult not to anger him. The hero who ended rocks and chased One Piece is back. Aokiji, Crane and others saw Garp's unquestionable and furious attitude, and they were immediately happy. Since Gall D. Roger died, they have never seen Garp in this posture. Furious, self-centered, everything is up to him. Even the former Marshal, now the Commander-in-Chief of the entire army, Kong, could only retreat and give in when facing Garp. Chapter 343 Garp Goes Mad. Smashing the Door of 5 Elders 26, subscribe. 344-374. Chapter 343 Garp Goes Mad. Smashing the Door of 5 Elders 26, subscribe. Previous. Next. Mr. Garp, it's useless to yell at me. Of course, I don't dare to have any objection to your words. But this is the decision of the 5 Elders, not me. I'm just a messenger. Faced with Garp's attitude, Kizaru, who didn't want to play against Garp, but just habitually teased the people around him, was scared on the spot. 5 Elders, humph. Garp snorted coldly, then stood up and left the Marshal's office in a hurry. Mr. Garp, where is he going? Isn't he going to be a Marshal? Why is he leaving now? Did he give up? Stallo Berry looked at Garp's back as he suddenly left, and 23 was stunned. Give up? Do you think Garp, with his temper, will give up on what he decided to do? Suru glanced at Stallo Berry and said, but the order of the 5 Elders. Before Stallo Berry finished speaking, Aokiji beside him had already interrupted him. Didn't you see, isn't Mr. Garp going to solve the 5 Elders' problem? Aokiji pointed his lips in the direction where Garp left. How to solve it? Stallo Berry was stunned. The 5 Elders' orders are equivalent to imperial decrees in the world government and naval headquarters. Even the Marshal and even the Commander-in-Chief of the entire army cannot disobey. As for Garp, after all, he is currently the Vice Admiral. Even if he has a special status and is more noble than the Marshal in the eyes of everyone in the naval headquarters, he cannot change the orders of the 5 Elders. Of course, he will use his monkey family's usual way of solving problems. Aokiji thought of the various beatings he suffered when he was trained by Garp before, and he couldn't help but touch his head. Even if he thinks of that unbearable memory now, he feels uneasy in his heart and his body can't help trembling. Whether it is raising a son, teaching a grandson, or training a Marine, Garp's way of solving problems is exactly the same. As a little fan of Garp, he had a deep understanding of this. What method? Stallo Berry didn't react for a moment. What other methods can the monkey family use to solve the problem? If it can be solved with fists, it will never be a fuss. Kizaru said with an expression of watching a good show. Solve it with fists. Could it be that Mr. Garp wants to beat up the 5 Elders? Stallo Berry and many Marine executives present heard this and their eyes widened. It's not that he will beat up the 5 Elders, but it's probably not much better. Kizaru said, while showing an expression of interest and looking at the world government headquarters, the direction of Mariajoy. Just as Kizaru and Aokiji said, after learning that the five elders were going to airdrop a marshal to replace Sengoku, Garp, who left the marshal's office without saying a word, stepped on the moonwalk on the spot with a fierce attitude, boarded the red line, and then boarded the world government in a dignified manner. After he boarded Mariajoy, many government officials wanted to greet Garp when they saw him, but when they noticed that he had a look of "no strangers allowed" on his face and was walking towards the location of the five elders, all the government officials over 50 reacted instantly and stopped moving forward. At the same time, they also pulled some of their friends and juniors beside them to prevent him from going forward to greet Garp. Garp was not as friendly to the government officials he met along the way as he was in the naval headquarters. In his opinion, most of the officials here were the same as the celestial dragons, harboring filth. If it were normal times, when he was in a good mood, he might say a few more words to someone he liked. But now, he directly passed all the government officials and rushed into the government building where the five elders were. Seeing Garp's expression of wanting to accuse him, the people guarding the government building immediately stepped forward to intercept him and ask about his purpose. But these people just walked in front of Garp, and before they had time to speak, Garp, who was in a hurry, piled them up with one hand and threw them all out of 980. Even if the Marine Marshal came to meet the five elders, he had to obtain the permission of the five elders first, and then he could go up under the guidance of the people guarding the building. But Garp had no intention of informing the five elders and then waiting slowly. He directly rushed to the door of the five elders' office with a grand manner, blasting away all the guards along the way. Bang! Standing at the door only one door away from the five elders, Garp first glared at the door in front of him, and then he did not reach out to speak, but directly smashed the entire door with a punch. This action immediately alarmed the five elders inside. Although they knew that Garp would never stay still from the moment he came to Mariajoy, they did not expect that Garp, who had been well behaved for many years after Galdi Roger's death, would force his way into the world government headquarters and smash the door of their office with one punch without any prior notice. Chapter 344. Unique Treatment. Even if you can't bear it, you have to bear it. 36. Please subscribe. 345-374. Chapter 344. Unique Treatment. Even if you can't bear it, you have to bear it. 36. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. Garp, what are you doing? Do you want to rebel? The five elders sitting in the office chairs shouted at Sengoku, who was standing at the door with a murderous look. Stop talking nonsense, Lousy will ask you a few questions. Are you going to send someone to replace Sengoku? Garp ignored the five elders' scolding and asked on his own. Looking at his posture when he spoke, he didn't look like a subordinate facing his superior, but like someone who came to ask for punishment. Do you have any objections to our decision? One of the five elders, an old man wearing a dark blue suit, long straight white hair and a long beard, said in a deep voice. If I don't have any objections, do you think I would have the leisure to come to see you five old men? Do you think I want to come all the way here? Garp said back without giving any face. The old man who just scolded Garp was speechless on the spot. Garp, I know you have a good relationship with Sengoku. But Marine's affairs are not to be trifled with. As long as the position of the marshal is vacant, the Marines in Marineford will be uneasy. The old man, who also wore a black suit but had white curly hair, a fluffy white beard, a flat hat, and a scar on his left face, knew Garp's tough personality very well. He knew that unless he took Garp down directly, otherwise, fighting him head-on would only result in the loss of a bunch of men, and then forcing Garp away. Nonsense. Marine stability will naturally be solved by stability. If this is why you airdrop the marshal, then you can worry less. Before the people you arranged came, I had already made Marine's heart calm. Garp interrupted the old man with the scar directly. I have no doubt that you, Garp, have the ability. But it is not a long-term solution for Marine to have no one to serve as the admiral. Without Sengoku, someone will always have to take the position of the admiral. You should also be able to see that Aokiji, Kizaru and the others can't control the situation at all. If Sengoku were here, he would pass on the throne, and after a few more years of stability, the three admirals could still control the situation. But in this bad situation, unless Sengoku comes back, the three admirals alone can't stabilize the situation. We are helpless and have to do this. The old man with two H-shaped beards, a Madara birthmark on his forehead, and a bald head said. Obviously, he also knows Garp's character well. Facing this Marine hero, unless he can't bear it anymore and takes Garp down directly, he can only follow his temper. Looking at the entire naval headquarters, the person who has the confidence and the qualifications to make the five elders follow his temper is not Sengoku, not the General Sora, but Garp, who has dedicated his life to Marine. There is no way. Garp is neither greedy for money nor power, but he is very loyal to Marine. He has made countless contributions to Marine, and he is also very powerful and prestigious. For such a person, the five elders will tolerate him if they can, and will tolerate him if they can't. After all, they also know that the naval headquarters needs people like Garp. In the era when the demons oppressed the Marine, people like Garp were even more needed. That's why, since Garp became famous in Marine, no matter how many troubles he caused, the five elders turned a blind eye. Even if he broke into the world government headquarters building and smashed the door of their office like now, they only symbolically scolded Garp a few words, and then began to appease Garp. If you are arranging someone to replace Sengoku because Marine cannot live without a marshal, then you can worry less. Sengoku is not dead yet. As long as he is not dead and as long as he has not resigned, he is the Marshal of Marine, and no one can replace him. Now the morale of Marine's army has stabilized, and Aokiji and I have a detailed set of combat protection. As long as I find the demon, I will immediately lead the troops to encircle and suppress him. I don't know whether I can kill him, but at least I can save Sengoku. Garp paused slightly when he said this. You can replace Sengoku, but you must wait until I save Sengoku and Sengoku resigns on his own initiative. As long as Sengoku comes back alive and he wants to abdicate, I have no objection to who you want to push out as marshal. But as long as Sengoku is alive, you can't arrange someone to be the marshal. Money is good. For various reasons, you old-timers in power know better than me. Now the most important thing for naval headquarters is to save Sengoku, not those messy power struggles. Ridiculous. Will the position of Marine Marshal remain vacant for a day if you don't save Sengoku? Holding a supreme big knife, the most powerful old man among the 5 elders shouted coldly. 2 months, give me 2 months. During these 2 months, you postpone the selection of the marshal. Let me devote all my energy to saving Sengoku. After 2 months, you can talk to Sengoku about the marshal position. Quote, Garp said in a deep voice. Chapter 345 The 5 Elders Give In. You must bring back the ancient weapon. 46, please subscribe. 346-374. Chapter 345 The 5 Elders Give In. You must bring back the ancient weapon. 46, please subscribe. Previous. Next. What if you still can't save Sengoku after 2 months? Faced with Garp's request, the 5 elders looked at each other, and finally the old man in a crimson suit, no bow tie, blonde hair, a blonde beard, and a scar on his chest spoke. If I still can't save Sengoku 2 months later, then he's dead. I don't care who you want to push out as the marshal. But these 2 months are the golden time to save Sengoku. Whoever dares to stop me from saving Sengoku, I'll let him taste my iron fist of love. Garp clenched his fist, and an unquestionable aura burst out of his body. This is his style, this is the way the Monkey D family always solves problems. Even when he comes to the 5 elders, he is still so lawless. Who will take the position of marshal for the next 2 months? It is a blow to Marine's prestige to keep this position vacant. The old man with long straight white hair and a long beard said. Me, I will take the position of marshal for the next 2 months until Sengoku comes back. 700. Garp said without thinking. You. The 5 elders looked at each other and saw hesitation in each other's eyes. Okay, what are you thinking about? Do you think I care about this broken marshal position? If this is not the request left by Sengoku before he was absorbed by the demon, I would not bother to take this position. No matter whether Sengoku is rescued in the end, my position is temporary. 2 months, I will just leave. Don't tell me that you can't even tolerate me for 2 months. Quote, Garp knew that the 5 elders were not afraid of him, but of Monkey D. Dragon. After all, father and son are connected by heart. If Garp only asked to be an admiral, the 5 elders would naturally agree on the spot. But the marshal is different from the admiral. Although the admiral is the highest combat power of the naval headquarters, he is only the highest combat power, and many secrets are only known by the marshal. Once Garp becomes the marshal, many secrets of the world government will be known by Garp. If he has any connection with Monkey D. Dragon at that time, it will definitely not be a good thing for the world government. If it is someone else, the 5 elders would have dragged the other party out and killed him. Even if this person is the 3rd admiral, it is no exception. But facing Garp, the 3 of them are a little hesitant. If they refuse, then with Garp's style, he will definitely make a fuss to the end. But if they don't refuse, they are a little uneasy. Have you thought about it? Garp sat down on the 5 elders. Elders, staring at the 5 elders in front of them with a defiant look. Okay, for your past achievements, we promise to give you 2 months. But remember, it's only 2 months. Your position is only temporary. In addition to being able to mobilize all the forces of the Marine, you have no right to read the secrets of the Marine in the world government. After 2 months, regardless of whether you can save Sengoku, you must leave the position of marshal. After a brief eye contact, the 5 elders thought that the ancient weapon was still in the hands of the demons. If there was anyone in the Marine who was most likely to bring this CDAJ ancient weapon back, then this person must be Garp, so they decided to take a step back. For them, it was not difficult to tolerate Garp for 2 months. In fact, if it weren't for the Monkey D. Dragon incident, even if Garp wanted to occupy the position of marshal for a long time, they would not care, but would support it. If it weren't for saving Sengoku, I wouldn't bother to take this position. As for the government's shit, I'm tired of it. Garp curled his lips in disdain. Also, you have to promise to do one thing well before we allow you to be the marshal. Single quote. The old man holding the supreme sword said in a deep voice. Ancient weapon Pluton, right. Although Garp is carefree and looks thick-skinned, if he is really a thick-skinned idiot, can he end the era of rocks? Can he carry the banner of Marine alone in an era when pirates are strong and Marine is weak? Obviously impossible. Garp's thick-skinned and carefree personality is just his character and style, which does not mean that he is confused. 5 Elders' various ideas, including his seemingly reckless smashing of the 5 Elders' door today, are actually because he is confident that he can make 5 Elders retreat. He is strong and confident, not reckless. Yes, it is the ancient weapon Pluton. This thing must not be left in the hands of such a vicious person as the demon. The old man holding the supreme sword nodded. We don't ask you to rescue Sengoku, but to defeat the demon pirates. After all, we know the immortality of the demon and his strength. It is unrealistic to destroy them in one fell swoop. But 2 months later, you Garp must bring the ancient weapon Pluton back to us. If you can promise to do it, we will grant you the 2-month martial period. The old man with white curly hair, fluffy white beard, flat hat, and a scar on his left face said word by word. Chapter 346 Dr. Vegapunk, Here I Come, 56, please subscribe. 347-374. Chapter 346 Dr. Vegapunk, Here I Come, 56, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Okay, as long as I'm not dead, I'll bring this ancient weapon back to you no matter what. Garp glanced at the 5 elders in front of him. He also knew the nature of these 5 old guys. They used to be very obsessed with ancient weapons, and they were willing to destroy several countries to get ancient weapons. Now that they have seen the power of the ancient weapon Pluton in the hands of the demon Qin Yu, and have confirmed that the Pluton giant ship can really destroy an island with one shot, they are even more determined to get the ancient weapon. For the 5 elders, nothing is more important than the ancient weapon. Even the admiral is not as important as the ancient weapon Pluton in their hearts. After all, if they say they don't have 4 or 5 admirals, it must be a lie. Even the marine established by the world government has 3 admirals, Garp, Sengoku, Momoshiki and many other top powers. If the world government, which has been standing on the Grand Line and has ruled this sea for more than 800 years, has less top combat power than the marine, how can the world government govern the marine? In comparison, ancient weapons like Pluton are what the world government lacks the most. Remember what you said, Quo. The old man holding the supreme sword nodded with satisfaction when he saw Garp agreed to their request. Although Garp is usually careless and a little unreliable, since he agreed, he will definitely do his best to do it. In the current naval headquarters, if we talk about the person who is most likely to seize the ancient weapon from the demon Qin Yu, in the eyes of the 5 elders, it must be Garp. Got it. Garp nodded, then turned around and left. For him, since he has achieved his goal, he really doesn't want to stay in this place for a moment. After all, he is loyal to the justice of the marine, not the world government. Pluton, this kind of thing must not continue to be controlled by ambitious people like the demons. As long as we get Pluton and let Vegapunk crack his technology, we will definitely be able to form a Pluton fleet. With the Pluton fleet, plus the pacifists representing the vast majority of marines, this era of pirates will not only be completely ended by us, but our dominance will also be more unbreakable. Speaking of pacifists, Bartholomew Kuma should almost be undergoing the final transformation. Well, I heard that he is a little slack in the work of the demons, and he really needs to be transformed. Don't worry, I have notified Bartholomew Kuma to come back, and I think he should be arriving at Vegapunk's laboratory soon. After Garp left, the 5 elders began to discuss without scruples. It was precisely because of this terrible plan to form the Pluton fleet and combine it with the pacifists that they agreed to Garp's request so readily. Compared to the pacifists, the Pluton fleet, and the grand plan of ending the great pirate era, tolerating Garp's recklessness, letting him be the marshal for 2 months, and saving Sengoku is nothing. Anyway, as long as Garp can bring back the ancient weapon Pluton, everything is nothing. As for Sengoku, it would be great if he could be rescued, but it doesn't matter if he can't be rescued, as long as he has the ancient weapon Pluton. On the other hand, after negotiating with the 5 elders, Garp immediately left the 5 elders' office and planned to return to Marineford as soon as he left the world government building. After all, whether it is to stabilize the morale of the army, maintain the prestige of Marine in the Grand Line, and deal with his people, a series of things require him, the marshal, to sit in Marineford to deal with them. ... Please give me flowers. 0. What Garp didn't expect was that he had just left the world government building, he met a man who made him pause slightly. Garp. Under Garp's gaze, Bartholomew Kuma, who was surrounded by 2 masked men in suits, walked towards him step by step from a distance. Don't you regret it? This time you step in here, you will no longer be yourself when you walk out. Quote. Garp stared at Bartholomew Kuma in front of him, and a hint of unknown complexity flashed in his eyes. 0. Maybe I will regret it, but I am not the only one who regrets it. Bartholomew Kuma said lightly, and then brushed past Garp and walked into the government building. But no one noticed that when he brushed past Garp, he left a sentence in Garp's ear that only Garp could hear. He misses you very much. Garp's body trembled unconsciously when he heard it, and his old eyes flashed a little wet. He seemed to be afraid that others would notice his emotional changes. At the moment when his eyes were slightly wet, he closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he had regained his calm, but Bartholomew Kuma had completely disappeared from his sight. Dragon. Garp muttered silently in his heart, and then left Marineford without looking back. At the same time, under the surveillance of 2 CPO members, Bartholomew Kuma, who entered the world government headquarters building, after a series of checks, Kuma confirmed that there was no problem, then put seastone handcuffs on his hands and feet, and then sent him to the Vegapunk laboratory on the ground floor of the headquarters. Dr. Vegapunk, I'm coming. Chapter 347, Putting the Power of the Demon on the Pacifist, 66, please subscribe. 348-374. Chapter 347, Putting the Power of the Demon on the Pacifist, 66, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Lie down. Under Bartholomew, Bear's gaze, Vegapunk, who was sitting in the laboratory and observing and studying a devil fruit, slowly stood up and walked to a laboratory table. Doctor, this is the last transformation, right? Under the gaze of the two CPO members behind him, Bartholomew, Bear lay on the laboratory table without any hesitation. Yes, after this transformation, you are no longer Bartholomew, Bear, but a pacifist. Of course, since you transformed it yourself, you are also the only one with the ability of devil fruit, and the strongest piece, Mi-8, righteous man. Vegapunk said lightly, it seems that for him, creating a pacifist with the ability of devil fruit is just a trivial matter. I hope to use a piece of information in exchange for one of your conditions. Bartholomew, Bear lay on the laboratory, looking at Vegapunk indifferently. For the upcoming cruel transformation, he seemed to have no fear at all. His eyes were still as calm as usual, and it was impossible to guess what he was thinking. That depends on how valuable your information is to me. Vegapunk waved his hand, signaling the two CPO members not far away to stay calm. Although he was not a Marine Admiral, his position in the hearts of the five elders was still higher than that of an admiral. Coupled with the birth of the pacifist, his value rose again. As long as the conditions were not too excessive, he could agree to it directly without asking the five elders. Of course, the premise was that it could help his scientific research or arouse his interest. I know that Dr. Vegapunk, you have always been interested in the body of the demon. Especially after the Battle of Sabayati Archipelago, this interest should have reached a new height. Bartholomew, Bear said, yes, I am really interested. The Buu Fruit is really a magical devil fruit. It can actually give the demon Qin Yu such a terrible physique and ability. In particular, his split body tissue can actually inherit all his abilities, which is simply incredible. The most important thing is that his body can actually break the curse of the devil fruit, which is really terrible. Once 2 devil fruits are eaten, the power of the curse is enough to instantly kill any strong man in the sea. If there are 3, it will be even more terrifying. But the demon Qin Yu, he doesn't seem to have this concern. As far as we know, he has more than 3 devil fruits on him. If his ability can be studied clearly and then installed on the pacifist, then each pacifist will not need to be repaired and will not be damaged. Even if it is blown up, it can rely on the ability of the demon to recover quickly, and the pacifist can even plunder the fruit ability of others like the blood demon. By then, the pacifist I created will definitely surpass the 3 legendary ancient weapons. Vegapunk heard when Bartholomew, Shang mentioned the demon Qin Yu, his eyes burst into a ray of enthusiasm. For Vegapunk, whose wisdom and technology surpassed the current human beings by 500 years, there was no existence in the Grand Line that could compete with him. But the 3 ancient weapons that existed before the establishment of the world government made him feel uneasy. He could surpass this era by 500 years, but he could not surpass the ancient weapon banquet master of the past 800 years. At least, with the technology he has now, there is no way to copy an ancient weapon, Pluton, from scratch. What if I say, I have some body tissues of the demon Qin Yu? Bartholomew, Shang glanced at Vegapunk, who was already in a frenzy, and then one sentence made him excited and trembling with excitement. How could you have his body tissues? His body tissues have unique regeneration and recovery capabilities, and they can also form independent consciousness individuals. If you had his body tissues, you would have been killed by him long ago. Vegapunk was shocked, ecstatic, and a little unbelieving. Doctor, you don't know. During the Sabayati Archipelago battle, the demon Qin Yu left a clone there, and then severely injured 5 members of the CPO by self-destruction. At that time, the power of the clone had been exhausted. Anyone present could destroy it, and the demon left this clone, and he didn't intend to let it continue to exist. Even after the red-haired Shanks reached an agreement with the demon Qin Yu, his clone was destroyed. Bartholomew, Shang explained, you collected the demon's body tissue at that time. Vegapunk's eyes burst into an uncontrollable excitement. Yes, when his body turned into a wisp of pink smoke and disappeared completely, I quietly wrapped it with the power of the fruit. Bartholomew, Shang nodded. Chapter 348 Identity Exposed. Demon Qin Yu's Body Organization, 16, please subscribe. 349-374. Chapter 348 Identity Exposed. Demon Qin Yu's Body Organization, 16, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Even Vegapunk, a chief scientist who was 500 years ahead of the times, was so excited that his whole body trembled when he heard what Bartholomew said. If I'm not mistaken, the demon was planning to destroy this clone. But because I sealed it up at the moment when this clone was completely destroyed, I don't think the demon knew that there were still some body tissues left here. In order to prevent the demon from sensing the existence of these body tissues, I have always used the power of the fruit to seal them in a vacuum environment, so that they cannot have any contact with the environment. So far, these body tissues have not changed in any way. I think it should be because the distance is too far, so the demon did not notice it. Of course, from the moment I walked into this place and put on the seastone handcuffs, I couldn't use the fruit power 23. So whether the body tissue will change, disappear, or be noticed by the demon, I dare not guarantee all of this. Bartholomew, Bear seemed to be unable to see Vegapunk's expression of ultimate excitement, and said to himself. Tell me, what conditions do you want? If what you said just now is true, I promise to absolutely meet your requirements within my ability. Quote, Vegapunk took a deep breath. For him, the temptation of the demon's body tissue is too great. As long as he has the demon's body tissue, he can extract the demon's life design, and then carry his bloodline factor on the pacifist, and at the same time he can understand the secret of the demon's body through the life design. Since he joined the world government, there are not many things in the outside world that can interest him. Even the secret treasure of the sea, devil fruit, only a few devil fruits can attract his attention. In the past, what he wanted to study most was thunder fruit, but since the demon Qin Yu turned out, what he wanted to know most was the mythical beast species, Buu fruit. It's a pity that demons have never been injured in battles with people. Even though he has issued an order to naval headquarters through the 5 elders to collect blood samples and body tissues of the demon Qin Yu as much as possible, he has gained nothing so far. If Bartholomew Bear can really meet his requirements in this regard, then within his ability, no matter what Bartholomew Bear's conditions are, even if it is to the world government. Naval he didn't care that the headquarters was not favorable. Doctor, I can only tell you this condition alone. Bartholomew Kuma glanced at the 2 CPOs who had been watching his every move. You go out first, Vegapunk said to the 2 CPOs. Sorry, Dr. Vegapunk, the 5 elders have ordered that in order to prevent Bartholomew Bear from causing any harm to you, we must stay by your side during your transformation. The 2 CPOs stood there like old trees with twisted roots, and had no intention of moving a step. It doesn't matter, King. They don't matter. As long as the doctor unties my sea stone handcuffs first, let me seal the demon's body tissue first, and then I will tell you one person. Bartholomew Bear said nonchalantly. Hearing him say this, the 2 CPO members also felt a little relieved. Although they also wanted to know what conditions Bartholomew Bear had proposed to Vegapunk, they had no way to force Vegapunk to tell them. Although they were known as the strongest shield of celestial dragons, their status was actually higher than Vegapunk. Chief scientists like Vegapunk were not only the treasures of the 5 elders, but even ordinary celestial dragons did not dare to do anything to him, not to mention the 2 loyal dogs of celestial dragons. Although they did not know what Bartholomew Bear had proposed, seeing that Bartholomew Bear allowed them to stand here, Bartholomew Bear could not make any waves. With their strength, at such a close distance, even if Bartholomew Bear untied the sea stone handcuffs, he could not hurt Vegapunk at all. Moreover, this laboratory was Vegapunk's territory. There were so many secrets here that no one except Vegapunk knew. Anyway, in this laboratory, even a master like the CPO member would find it difficult to hurt Vegapunk. Okay, Vegapunk walked to Bartholomew Bear, untied his sea stone handcuffs, and then leaned over to him, not afraid that Bartholomew Bear would suddenly attack him. Doctor, I hope you can leave an instruction in my brain when you transform me. Let me go to save Monkey Luffy once when he is in danger. Bartholomew Bear said. Monkey Luffy. Vegapunk is such a smart person, he guessed a lot of information as soon as he heard the name. Bartholomew Kuma has nothing to do with Monkey Garp, so if that's the case, he should have a close relationship with Monkey Dragon. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been a member of the monkey family when he was about to be transformed by him. Chapter 349 Brain Transformation. There's no more Bartholomew Kuma in the world. 26. Please subscribe. 350-374. Chapter 349 Brain Transformation. There's no more Bartholomew Kuma in the world. 26. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. Vegapunk didn't care about the possible relationship between Bartholomew Kuma and Monkey Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Whether it was the world government or the Revolutionary Army, he had no interest in the fight between the two sides. For him, coming to the world government to work was equivalent to changing the research location. It was just that this research location could meet all his research needs, including funding and materials, and at the same time, it would allow him to do research with peace of mind without any threats or interference from external forces. For him, nothing was more important than something that could arouse his research interest. Not to mention that only he knew about the relationship between Bartholomew Kuma and the Revolutionary Army. Even if the relationship between Bartholomew Kuma and the Revolutionary Army was known to everyone, he would still dare to agree to Bartholomew Kuma's request because Bartholomew Kuma had the body tissue of the demon Qin Yu. Doctor, this is my condition, can you do it? While Bartholomew Kuma was talking, he had already activated the meatball fruit and created a vacuum wall. This wall had no defensive capabilities and could only isolate the sound of the conversation between him and Vegapunk. Originally, when the CPO saw Bartholomew Bear activating his fruit ability, they subconsciously wanted to control him. However, when they sensed Bartholomew Bear's actions, they temporarily quieted down. If they just blocked the sound, they could still tolerate it for Vegapunk's sake. After all, they also knew that if they made Vegapunk unhappy and ruined his research, even as members of the CPO, they would definitely not have a good ending. Anyway, as long as Vegapunk was safe, they could tolerate Bartholomew Bear's little moves. After all, in their opinion, Bartholomew Bear was already a dying man and would soon become a weapon of war for the world government. No matter what deal he reached with Bartholomew Bear, it didn't matter. Okay, I promise you. Where is the body tissue of the demon? Faced with Bartholomew Bear's conditions, Vegapunk agreed almost without thinking. As for what kind of changes would be caused by this deal in the future, he didn't care at all. Even if the 5 elders knew about it in the future, they would definitely not hold him accountable for it. For no other reason, just for his ability and contribution to the world government, a little bit of resistance is nothing. If the 5 elders can tolerate Garp, they can naturally tolerate Vegapunk. Here, Bartholomew Bear reached out and inserted his hand into his chest, ignoring the damage to his body, and then dug out a ball of pink flesh from his body. Okay, it is indeed the body tissue of the demon Qin Yu. The secret of immortality, absorption, and accommodating multiple devil fruits, etc., is all here. Vegapunk stretched out his slightly trembling hands to take the body tissue of the demon Qin Yu from Bartholomew Bear's hands, and immediately walked to another experimental table with this pink flesh. He just observed it through an instrument for a while, and then cheered excitedly. Although he has not yet cracked the secret of the immortality of the demon Qin Yu, and has not studied this ability clearly, and is still far from being able to mount it on the pacifist, all this is not a problem for him, Vegapunk. At the beginning, he asked Kizaru to come over to draw blood every day, and just by drawing blood, he figured out the secret of the flash fruit and mounted the flash fruit on the pacifist. Now he has this pink meat ball in his hand. In his opinion, it is only a matter of time to crack the secret of the immortality of the demon to research a pacifist equipped with the power of the Buu Fruit. Doctor, you should do the research on the demon's body later. His Excellency Five Elders has instructed that the first thing you have to do today is to complete the transformation of the pacifist. Seeing that Vegapunk looked like he was possessed and completely ignored Bartholomew Bear lying on the experimental table, the CPO had to remind him. Okay, Vegapunk's observation was interrupted, and his brows furrowed immediately. However, thinking of the pacifist project and the Five Elders' emphasis on this project, and Bartholomew Bear's current identity is so sensitive, if he does not completely transform Bartholomew Bear, the Five Elders will probably be worried. Thinking that studying the demon is not a one-step process, it will take a lot of time, and it will not take much time to transform Bartholomew Bear, his slightly wrinkled brows soon relaxed. Doctor, I believe you are a person who keeps your promises, and everything is gone. Seeing Vegapunk coming over again, Bartholomew Bear said expressionlessly. For the transformation that is about to come, which can be called death, he behaved very calmly. It seems that the person who is about to die is not him, but the two CPOs on the side. Don't worry, I will definitely do what I promised you. Quote. Vegapunk nodded, then activated the instrument on the lab table and began to deeply transform the brain of Bartholomew Bear in front of him. Once this transformation is completed, there will be no Bartholomew Bear on the Grand Line, only the strongest pacifist. Chapter 350. Shocking Change. Absorbing Vegapunk 36, please subscribe. 351-374. Chapter 350. Shocking Change. Absorbing Vegapunk 36, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Dr. Vegapunk, is this all right? After half a day, the two CPOs who had been standing by the experimental table and watching the whole process of Vegapunk's transformation of Bartholomew Kuma saw Vegapunk stop and asked hurriedly. It's all right. His body has been completely transformed before, except for the brain. Although the structure of the brain is more complicated, it is not difficult to complete the transformation. Vegapunk took off a pair of gloves, and then said to Bartholomew Kuma, who seemed to be unchanged in front of him. Get up. Hearing Vegapunk's words, Bartholomew Kuma stood up expressionlessly. He looked no different from before. Dr. Vegapunk, how do we control him? One of the CPOs asked. He is the most intelligent pacifist and the strongest pacifist. I have already input the information of all enemies of world government and marine into his brain. Besides, he can also automatically distinguish enemies from his own people. If you want to control him, it is not difficult. You just need to input the blood factor, appearance, fingerprints, and voice of that person into the intelligence system of Bartholomew Kuma, who has become a pacifist at this time. Then Bartholomew Kuma will do whatever that person says. Vegapunk said, we understand. The two CPOs nodded, and then took the pacifist out of Vegapunk's laboratory. They all saw that Vegapunk was extremely dissatisfied with the interruption of Vegapunk's research on the body tissue of the demon. Now that the experiment is completed, Vegapunk is just short of taking a broom to drive him away. After figuring out the use of the pacifist, the two of them naturally did not dare to stay any longer. Demon, here we come. As soon as the two CPOs left, Vegapunk CDAF drank some refreshing drinks and immediately rushed to another experimental table with great interest. He first stared at the pink meat ball with an obsessive look, and then started the instrument again, wanting to get the life design of the demon Qin Yu from the pink meat ball. As long as he had the life design, he could further study the ability of the Buu Fruit, and finally completely carry this ability on the pacifist. It's amazing. The life design of the demon is at least 100 times more complicated than Kizaru's life design. This is simply the most complicated life design of all the species I have come into contact with in the Grand Line. Vegapunk originally thought that with his own technology, it would not take long to get Qin Yu's complete life design. But what surprised him was that after a full hour, he still didn't get a complete life design. The complexity of the life design of the demon Qin Yu was far beyond his expectations. But this is also a good thing. Such a complex life design often means more secrets and greater research value. After being shocked, Vegapunk's eyes were filled with ecstasy. Just as he was about to further decipher Qin Yu's life design, a voice suddenly came into his ears. It seems that you are really full of yearning for my body. Since you want to know all my secrets so much, then I will give you the best opportunity to understand. Become a part of my wisdom, and then you will know everything about me. When this extremely abrupt voice came out, the pink meatball that had been motionless in front of Vegapunk suddenly turned into the appearance of the demon Qin Yu. Demon, not good. There is a cooperative relationship between you and Bartholomew, Bear. Vegapunk was startled and subconsciously wanted to activate the laboratory's weapon system and notify the guards who were always guarding outside the laboratory door. But before his body could faithfully execute the command of his brain, the demon Qin Yu in front of him had turned into a pink meatball again, covering Vegapunk's entire body. So your target is me. Vegapunk felt the weakness and powerlessness coming from his whole body, and a deep fear flashed in his eyes. He knew that it would be useless even if he called for help at this time. Since Qin Yu dared to absorb him at this time, he must have a way to leave Mariajoy. Of course, I spent so much effort and even handed over the ancient weapon, Pluton, to the Revolutionary Army, not because I was attracted by the Revolutionary Army's combat power, but in fact, I just wanted Bartholomew, Bear, to bring me to you. Qin Yu said to him while absorbing Vegapunk. If Vegapunk shouted loudly at this time, the pink flesh covering him would immediately block his mouth and cut off his voice. Do you want the research in my mind? For example, pacifism. If it were me, I could give it all to you. Vegapunk said with difficulty. No, I am not as short-sighted as the Revolutionary Army. They let Bartholomew, Bear, lurk around you for the pacifism, but I am attracted by your wisdom. Qin Yu said lightly. Chapter 351. Your wisdom that is 500 years ahead of mankind belongs to me. 46. Please subscribe. 352. 374. Chapter 351. Your wisdom that is 500 years ahead of mankind belongs to me. 46. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. Vegapunk's eyes widened. Even though he was extremely smart, he didn't expect Qin Yu to recruit him not for his research, but for him as a person, for his wisdom. Your strength is not attractive to me at all. Although your research works, such as pacifist, are quite good, they are not worth mentioning compared to your wisdom in my eyes. As long as I absorb everything from you and gain your wisdom, I will master all your knowledge and abilities. As long as I want, pacifist can be created casually. I can even research the pacifist equipped with my Buu Fruit that you have always dreamed of. The wisdom that is 500 years ahead of mankind is what I have dreamed of this time. Qin Yu's plain but eager voice slowly came into his ears. I didn't expect that I, Vegapunk, was successful because of wisdom, and failed because of wisdom. One day, it was because of my wisdom that was ahead of everyone that I was killed. I originally thought that someone like you who pursues power would definitely look down on a scientist like me. Even if you want to absorb it, you should go to the 3 admirals and the 4 emperors. I didn't expect you to have such insight and understand the combination of wisdom and power. Vegapunk's eyes were full of despair. At this moment, how could he not know Qin Yu's plan? Qin Yu can be regarded as the strongest power of Grand Line, and he is the strongest wisdom of Grand Line. If Qin Yu absorbs him and obtains his knowledge, command, creativity, and all abilities, it is equivalent to the combination of the strongest power and the strongest wisdom. It's not that he is arrogant, but he knows very well how terrible his wisdom and knowledge are compared to the human beings of today. And with the importance of the demon to him, once the demon gets everything from him, he can't imagine how terrible the demon will be. Apart from other things, at least Haki, Devil Fruit, human life design, etc. will no longer be a secret in front of the demon Qin Yu. At that time, Qin Yu's development and application of Devil Fruit and Haki will definitely be many times higher than now. Others don't know. As the first scientist who has led the Grand Line for 500 years, Vegapunk knows very well that there are many Devil Fruits need enough wisdom and intelligence to develop into earth-shattering Devil Fruits. Once they fall into the hands of illiterate pirates who only know how to burn, kill and plunder, they can't develop any powerful power. For example, the Magnet Fruit, in Eustace Kid's view, is to absorb steel, weapons and metal, but in Vegapunk's hands, it can easily burst out with the power to destroy the island. No way, I have reached a bottleneck in the development of Thunder Fruit. The development of Buu Fruit is almost at its limit. The same is true for Sand Fruit. To continue, in addition to relying on absorption and fighting, there is only wisdom and knowledge. And the only one who can help me in the entire Grand Line is you, Vegapunk. I want to get your wisdom and knowledge. All my Devil Fruits, and Haki, should be able to develop into a new field that no one has ever stepped into in the history of Grand Line. It just so happens that you have been staring at me all the time and want to study everything about me, so it shouldn't be too much for me to absorb you and get your wisdom that is 500 years ahead of Grand Line. Quote. As soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, Vegapunk was completely wrapped, covered, and absorbed by the pink flesh before he could even open his mouth. He could no longer speak. He has such knowledge and such terrifying strength. The world government, the 5 elders, and even the world nobles may be defeated by him. Vegapunk only had time to think of this before his mind was completely frozen. He does not have the powerful strength of Pluton Rayleigh and Sengoku of Buddha, nor the kingly spirit of these 2 people. It will take Qin Yu a long time to absorb him. Although Vegapunk is strong, his strength is no longer in strength, but in his mind. With Qin Yu's current absorption ability, it will not take much time to completely absorb it. Is this the wisdom that has led the Grand Line for 500 years? From today on, this wisdom belongs to me. Quote. After absorbing Vegapunk, the flesh that originally covered him turned back to Qin Yu's appearance. When he received all of Vegapunk's memories, wisdom, and knowledge, an unprecedented wonderful feeling filled his brain. This feeling was completely different from the previous absorption of strong people and gaining their power and abilities. Absorbing Vegapunk did not increase his strength, but he felt as if he had been reborn with his brain. Whether it was devil fruit, haki, life, or everything about the Grand Line, there were earth-shaking changes in his cognition. Now he just turned his mind slightly, and many unsolvable problems and many difficult answers in the past were presented in his brain. Chapter 352 Breaking Through the G4 Base, Have you ever seen fireworks? 56, please subscribe. 353 374. Chapter 352 Breaking Through the G4 Base, Have you ever seen fireworks? 56, please subscribe. Previous, next, boom. In the sea at the front half of the Grand Line, a huge warship that is 99% larger than that of this era broke out of the deep sea in the heavy rain. Even in the heavy rain, strong wind, thunder and lightning, this huge warship that rushed out from the bottom of the sea still sailed steadily on the sea, as if it was not affected by the bad weather at all. Is it here, Robin? Qin Yu, standing on the deck of the warship, looked at an island several kilometers away with indifference. The island in front is the location of the Marine G4 branch. Unlike other Marine branch bases built in towns, this, 897, G4 branch is not only used for training Marines and providing recruits for Seahai and the major branch bases of the Grand Line, but also a large military factory. The weapons used by Marine in Seahai are basically derived from this military factory. So this base is guarded by the branch Vice Admiral. Nicole. Robin heard the words and immediately walked to Qin Yu and said, "Is there a Vice Admiral to suppress it? No wonder no pirates dare to go there to plunder." Nami was a little surprised when she heard this. After following Qin Yu to travel all over the country and fight all over the country for so long, she is no longer the little thief who rolled around in East Blue. Now her vision, knowledge, mind, etc. have changed dramatically from the past. That's why she knows very well what a Vice Admiral means to more than 90% of the pirates in the first half of the Grand Line. In that case, this Marine G4 base is more important to naval headquarters than all the Marine branches we destroyed along the way. After Qin Yu heard Nicole and Robin's words, a cold color flashed in his eyes. That's right, if this base is destroyed, not only will the Four Seas lose the elite soldiers provided by the Grand Line, but they will also lack weapons supplies. Before the G4 branch was rebuilt, the Marine branch of the Four Seas could only obtain weapons by relying on the naval headquarters to deliver them or buy them on the black market. Nicole. Robin knew that Qin Yu had murderous intentions when she caught the cold flash in Qin Yu's eyes. In fact, this is not the first time. Since Qin Yu learned from Sengoku of the Buddha that the Five Elders sent people to East Blue to capture the relatives and friends of his crew members to threaten him, he has destroyed 3 Marine bases on the way to East Blue. Since there are only Marines on this island and no residents of the town, it will be much easier. Qin Yu took a deep look at the island several kilometers away. With the observation haki, which has an almost unparalleled coverage range, he easily sensed all the movements of the entire island. When he realized that this island was indeed a marine arsenal as Nico Robin said, and was also used to train marine recruits, and was not built in a town like the several marine bases he had destroyed before, he had no worries. Boom. With a heavy rain that was covering the sea at this time, a loud thunder and lightning sound came out, and Qin Yu opened his right hand and released a lightning beam that went straight to the sky and pierced through the dark clouds. Have you seen fireworks? Qin Yu asked Nico Robin, Nami and others beside him. Yes, Nami and others nodded. Then I'll show you a fireworks display that's unprecedentedly grand. As soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, he slowly lowered his right hand. 0635122223 Filu1814822250. The next second, a roar that was even more deafening than the previous one, as if it was going to break the sky and the sea, suddenly shook the sea area within a radius of dozens of kilometers. Immediately afterwards, in the dim sky, under the torrential rain that filled the sea, a unicorn as big as an island, made entirely of lightning, suddenly tore apart the heavy dark clouds covering the sky, and then opened its mouth to swallow all the lightning surrounding the dark clouds into its stomach. This unicorn was already extremely huge, and after absorbing a large amount of lightning in nature, its size suddenly expanded. When this Qilin swallowed all the nearby lightning into its belly and became unprecedentedly huge, it first roared like a heavy rain and thunder, and then stepped on the island where the G4 branch base was located at a speed like teleportation. Boom! With a flash of lightning, a lightning ball that was large enough to completely swallow the entire island instantly submerged the G4 base several kilometers away, along with the entire island. As the rolling thunder and lightning covered the entire island, the terrifying lightning explosion spread instantly, and Pan 2.5 was perched on the sea. From a distance, the entire island looked like a nuclear bomb. The only difference was that the huge light ball produced by the nuclear bomb explosion was not blue. In less than 5 seconds, under the gaze of Nami and others, the island stepped on by the Qilin exploded like fireworks. Although it lasted for a short time, the light ball produced when the island was destroyed by lightning was more shocking and magnificent than any fireworks in the world. Even Roronoa and Zoro, who had experienced many battles, could not help but lose their minds when they saw the lightning fireworks that cost an island to produce, and their minds were immersed in the lightning fireworks. Chapter 353 This time I destroyed the base, next time I will destroy the country. 66, please subscribe. 354 374. Chapter 353 This time I destroyed the base, next time I will destroy the country. 66, please subscribe. Previous, Next, using an island to set off fireworks. Nami and others were not the only ones who were immersed in the thunder fireworks that finally bloomed when the Thunder Kirin stepped on the island. Even Khalifa from CP9 was stunned when he saw the thunder fireworks blooming in the dark night. He is getting stronger and stronger. Khalifa, who came back to his senses after a while, looked at Qin Yu deeply. After the Battle of Sabayati Archipelago ended and Sengoku of Buddha was absorbed, she found that Qin Yu's strength was like a bottomless pit, rising every day. There is no limit at all. She could hardly imagine how terrifying it would be if Qin Yu continued to grow. Just by absorbing Pluton Rayleigh and Sengoku of Buddha, his strength rose by 23 to a level that was hard to guess. If he absorbed the 3 admirals and 4 emperors, these enemies, Khalifa felt that her heart could not help but tighten. How is it? Did you not disappoint me with this fireworks? Qin Yu retracted his gaze from G4 Marine Base, and then asked Nami and others beside him. This is the first time I have seen such fireworks in my life. Nami woke up after hearing Qin Yu's words. If it was before, she might have persuaded Qin Yu not to kill so many people. But Marine first captured Trafalgar. Luo used this to threaten them, and then sent people to East after Blue wanted to capture their relatives and friends. Nami was already indifferent to Marine and the people of the world government. After learning about the actions of the world government and Marine, even if it was a Marine she had never met before, or even a Marine with whom she had no grudges, as long as it was a Marine, she would not care about the other party's life or death. Even now that she witnessed Qin Yu destroying a G4 Marine base and killing countless Marines, she did not have any bad feelings. At this time, a sense of relief rose in her heart. It looks good, but the G4 base is different from the previous bases you destroyed. First think Marine will receive the news soon, and then our itinerary will have many more obstacles. Nicole, Robin reminded. Then let them come. Humph, since the 5 elders don't follow the rules of the Grand Line, I won't be polite to them. From today on, I will destroy a Marine base I meet. I want to see whether they can hunt me down faster or I can destroy the Marine land faster. If they still want to continue playing, then I will play with them to the end. This time first destroyed the Marine base, and next time I will destroy the member states of the world government. 11 Qin Yu snorted coldly. Destroying a base is just a matter of a moment for him. And it is not easy for Marine to find them in the vast ocean. After all, they don't often sail on the sea with ancient weapon, Pluton. Sometimes they lurk on the seabed, and sometimes they soar in the sky. This also makes it many times more difficult for Marine to hunt and search for them. In addition, any Marine base that he destroyed before basically left no survivors. With the super strong perception ability of Thunder Fruit and Observation Haki combined for ultra-long distance positioning, Qin Yu can instantly locate the entire Marine base even at a long distance. The base and all the Marines inside were buried in the thunder. In this way, when the naval headquarters received the news that these Marine bases were destroyed by him, it would probably be more than 10 days later. By that time, they all didn't know where they went. I wonder how Nokigo and the others are doing now. When Nami heard Qin Yu talk about the 5 elders sending people to East Blue, a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. Roronoa. Zoro's face also darkened. Although his swordsmanship teacher Koshiro was not as weak as those people in Nami's hometown, Kokoa West Village, but after reaching his level of strength, Koshiro, who was previously unpredictable, he also knew what level the other party had reached. If it was an ordinary Shichibukai, a strong man like Gecko Moria, he would never worry about Koshiro. He was afraid of the masters in the CPO sent by the 5 elders. Then Koshiro would definitely not be able to bear it. After learning that the 5 elders sent people to East after Blue, we have been rushing to East Blue. In the Grand Line, there should be no ships that sail faster than us. If they send people to East Blue, they should not be as fast as us. Quote, Qin Yu glanced at the worry in Nami's eyes, and said, I don't know whether the strong men sent by the world government have arrived in East Blue, but Nokigo and others should be fine. How do you know? Even if your observation haki has a wider range of perception, it is impossible to perceive the situation in Kokoa West Village here. Nami asked immediately after hearing it. Roronoa, Zoro and others also looked over curiously after hearing Qin Yu's words. Chapter 354 The Return of the Clone. Ultra Long Distance Perception 16, please subscribe. 355 374ths. Chapter 354 The Return of the Clone. Ultra Long Distance Perception 16, please subscribe. Previous. Next. You have to know that they are still in the first half of the Grand Line, the sea area of Paradise, and they are still a long way from East Blue. Even with the sailing speed of the Pluton battleship, with sufficient supplies and without taking any wrong routes, it will take at least half a month to reach East Blue if they travel day and night. You can imagine how far their demon pirates are from East Blue at this time. But now Qin Yu can actually confirm the situation of Nokiko and others in Koko Village in East Blue, which makes them curious. My observation haki can't sense the movements of Kokoyasi Village right here. But I remembered Nokigo's aura when I went to Kokoyasi Village. If it was before, her aura was so weak, and it was difficult for me to sense her aura at such a long distance. But now that I have absorbed Pluton Rayleigh and Sengoku, my strength has increased sharply, and my ability to sense aura has also improved. Even here, I can sense Nokigo's aura. Facing the curious eyes of everyone, Qin Yu did not hide it. Sense aura. Khalifa was shocked when she heard this. At the beginning, she was afraid of Qin Yu's ability, so she didn't dare to escape. At this time, not only was Nokigo's chi safe and sound, But also, with her chi as the center, within a radius of 30 kilometers, I did not feel the existence of other relatively strong chi. If the people of the world government were near Cocoa West Village at this time, even if the 5 elders did not send CPOs but only sent members of the CP9 level, their chi, in East Blue, in Cocoa West Village, is a sun-like existence. But I did not sense any chi of this level. Quote, Qin Yu said, I feel relieved when you say that. Nami felt relieved after hearing this. Then my master, Roronoa. Zoro was silent before he finished speaking. I have not seen your master, so I don't know what his chi is like. So I can't give you an answer. But your master has no worries. As long as the 5 elders do not send out several CPOs, it will be difficult to keep him with his strength and retreat. Quote, Qin Yu glanced at Roronoa. Zoro. I hope so. Roronoa. Zoro sighed. Don't worry, you're wearing a belly band. The cooling of the flight system has ended. It can be used again now. The distance from here to East Blue should be able to fly directly in one breath this time. Frankie comforted. What do you mean by wearing a belly band? I have a name. Roronoa. Zoro. If you call me wearing a belly band again, I will definitely make you a vassal. Quote, Roronoa. Zoro was happy at first, but when he thought of Frankie's name for him, he immediately pulled out the autumn water from his waist with a clang. Yo, Mr. Zoro, calm down. He shouldn't dare. Quote, Brooke, who was standing by, saw that the sword in Roronoa, Zoro's hand was about to burst out with sword energy, and quickly reached out to grab him. The one wearing a belly band. Frankie uttered the 4 words again, as if he didn't know how to write the word death. You're looking for death. Roronoa. Zoro immediately broke away from Brooke, and then chased Frankie with a knife and slashed fiercely. Hey, are you serious? Frankie's face changed drastically, and he dodged left and right. Even if Roronoa, Zoro was not serious, the difference in strength still made him exhausted. In desperation, he could only pick up a piece of sea stone beside him as a shield. While resisting, he fled to the control room. This guy is really, why not give Zoro a nickname like this? Nami shook her head helplessly, and just when she was about to confirm whether the route of the Pluton giant ship had deviated, she found Qin Yu standing motionless on the deck, looking towards the direction of New World. Is there anything over there? Nicole. Robin also noticed Qin Yu's movements, and immediately took out the telescope to look in the direction Qin Yu was looking. Roronoa. Zoro, who was originally chasing Frankie with a knife, seemed to sense something and immediately turned his head to look behind. Frankie, who was in danger of being chopped, saw Roronoa. Zoro stopped. He didn't care about what was going on and rushed towards the control room. Soon, except for Nami, Nicole, Dajou, Robin, Roronoa, Zoro, everyone else on the ship also noticed the movements of the selected party. Under the gazes of many people, a figure only half a meter high suddenly fell from the sky in the heavy rain and strong wind. When everyone saw this half-meter high figure clearly, they were immediately shocked to find that this figure looked exactly like Qin Yu. Except for the height difference, everything else was completely the same. 2 Qin Yu. No, these are his clones. Roronoa. Zoro stared at the 2 Qin Yu in front of him with burning eyes. When did he release a clone? Nicole. Robin stared at the suddenly appeared Qin Yu clones with interest. Chapter 355 The Combination of the Strongest Wisdom and the Strongest Power 26, please subscribe. 356 374. Chapter 355 The Combination of the Strongest Wisdom and the Strongest Power 26, please subscribe. Previous. Next. After planning for so long, it's finally time to reap the rewards. Qin Yu looked at the clone that fell from the sky in front of him, and a bright smile immediately appeared on the corner of his mouth. I got the things. The clone that looked exactly like Qin Yu landed on the deck and said to Qin Yu. I sensed it. Qin Yu nodded. Be ready to receive this wisdom. I think there should be incredible changes. After the clone finished speaking, it flashed into Qin Yu's body under the gaze of Roronoa, Zoro and others. Chi-Chi as the clone completely merged with Qin Yu, a dazzling purple flame suddenly gushed out. There was no change in his breath. What's going on? This clone of his should have absorbed someone, how come its strength didn't improve at all? Roronoa. Zoro didn't care about raising 563 swords to chase Frankie at this time. He quickly chased after him, using observation haki to sense Qin Yu's changes, but found that after the clone merged with Qin Yu's aura did not change. Although Qin Yu's aura was as terrifying as before, it did not improve. Qin Yu, this clone, did you let it absorb someone? Nami pondered for a moment and couldn't help asking Qin Yu. Well, it absorbed a person in the world government, a person who was very important to me. Quote, Qin Yu did not hide it and nodded in acknowledgement. Why didn't your aura change at all? Khalifa asked before Roronoa. Zoro. Khalifa did not spend this time in vain following Qin Yu and others. Qin Yu and others did not hide the practice of armament haki or observation haki from Khalifa. Even when she was practicing, Qin Yu and Roronoa, Zoro did not hesitate to give her some pointers when they saw that she was not getting the hang of practicing observation haki. It was because of this that Khalifa not only learned the two-color haki, but also gradually adapted to her current life. She had unknowingly gotten used to thinking of herself as a member of the demon pirates. Because the people I absorbed are not as strong as you. Quote, Qin Yu glanced at Khalifa. Recently, under the pressure of Marine and world government, not only Roronoa, Zoro and others have grown rapidly in strength, but even Khalifa, the former CP9, has also improved rapidly. The previous Khalifa's Dowly value was only 7 or 800. But now that Khalifa has mastered the two-color hockey, his strength has long grown to the point where he can easily beat the former Rob, Lucci. Then you still absorb it? Brooke said in surprise. Could it be that the person you absorbed this time has the same powerful ability as Enel, similar to the Thunder Fruit? Trafalgar, Luo said. No, not only is he not strong, but he also has no Devil Fruit, and even his hockey, swordsmanship, and physical skills are extremely ordinary. Qin Yu shook his head. Then is he worth you sending a clone to absorb him? CDFH. Nami was a little puzzled. Is it because this person has some special talents? These talents have nothing to do with combat, but they are very useful to you. Quote. Nicole Robin analyzed it and then spit out his own guess. You hit the nail on the head. Qin Yu glanced at Nicole Robin with a little appreciation. Special talents that have nothing to do with combat. Then I would like to know what kind of talents are worth you sending a clone to sneak into the world government to absorb it. Roronoa. Zoro asked with interest. Vegapunk. Under the gaze of many curious eyes, Qin Yu uttered 4 words that made everyone shudder. What? You absorbed Vegapunk, the first scientist of the world government. Frankie, who had already run to the control room, heard what Qin Yu said on the deck, and immediately shouted loudly. Is there any problem? Qin Yu asked back. No, I just didn't expect you to be so bold. Vegapunk is the apple of the eye of the world government. This scientist who is 500 years ahead of mankind, you can actually absorb him. I really don't know how you did it. Frankie exclaimed. He naturally knew something about Vegapunk. Although he was not a scientist, he was also half an inventor. Vegapunk was a supreme figure in the field of science, and he knew very well how much the world government treasured him. This is exciting. You actually absorbed Vegapunk. I think the 5 elders of the world government are already furious. After being shocked, Trafalgar Luo was also shocked by Qin Yu's actions. As a member of the Don Quixote family, he knew very well that Vegapunk was basically doing research either in Mariajoy or in the naval headquarters Marineford. Basically, he was guarded by Admiral-level strongmen every time he went out. It is extremely difficult to absorb such a person silently. So that's it, the combination of the strongest wisdom and the strongest power. Nicole Robin was slightly distracted, and immediately realized the reason why Qin Yu did this. Chapter 356 Absorption Vegapunk's Changes. Controlling Electromagnetism 36, please subscribe. 357 374. Chapter 356 Absorption Vegapunk's Changes. Controlling Electromagnetism 36, please subscribe. Previous. Next. What does this mean? When Brooke heard Nico Robin say this, a puzzled look suddenly appeared on his skull face. Although he was not illiterate, he only knew music, swordsmanship, and could read words. Of course, he was not as well-read and knowledgeable as Nico Robin. I heard that the reason why Vegapunk was called a scientist who was 500 years ahead of the current human beings was because his inventions, exploration of things, and understanding were completely different from those of ordinary people. For example, the Bartholomew bear that Qin Yu met before, and the peaceful non-ritual he mentioned. The transmission of Devil Fruit's ability, the human life design, the artificial Devil Fruit, and other incredible inventions were all developed by Vegapunk alone. Nico Robin said. Then what does this have to do with Qin Yu? Qin Yu is not a scientist, and it seems useless to absorb Vegapunk. Brooke asked a little blankly. Stupid, Vegapunk has knowledge, wisdom, vision, and insights that we don't have. These things can play a qualitative role in Qin Yu's transformation. Nami shook her head. Although she is not as knowledgeable as Nicole and Robin, she is very smart. In just a short moment, she guessed the intention of Qin Yu's actions. So that's the case, but I still don't quite understand it. Brooke showed a look of sudden enlightenment on his face, but the next second he said something that made Nami and others laugh and cry. Let me give you an example. My study of navigation knowledge can allow me to accurately avoid various climates in the sea when sailing, or make various responses in advance. However, if I have the wisdom of Vegapunk, then I will not avoid it, but understand the changes in the climate of the Grand Line, and create various machines to fight against the climate in advance, and even create inventions to reverse the climate. Nami explained. Many of Qin Yu's abilities actually require sufficiently advanced knowledge as a foundation to be able to play to the ultimate. For example, Thunder Fruit, the Enel we met before can't compare with Qin Yu at all. That's because Qin Yu's understanding of natural elements such as lightning is far better than Enel. But when it comes to science and research on nature, who can't compare to Vegapunk as a scientist? After Qin Yu absorbed Vegapunk, he not only gained his wisdom and knowledge, but also all his research results. Life design, artificial Devil Fruit, pacifist, Devil Fruit transmission technology, and many inventions beyond our understanding. Nicole Robin saw that not only Brooke, but also Brigitte, Dory and others were confused, so he could only speak to explain to them. Yo hee hee. Although I don't quite understand, I also know that it seems to be extraordinary. Brooke rubbed his aching head. Captain, what is the difference after absorbing Vegapunk from before? For example, strength, development of fruit ability, etc. Trafalgar, Luo is the only person who can understand why Qin Yu did it besides Nami and Nicole, Robin. However, knowing it, he is still very curious about the changes in Qin Yu's own strength after absorbing Vegapunk. Changes. Give me a bullet. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment, then asked Trafalgar, Luo. Next, Trafalgar, Luo immediately took out a bullet from the pistol in his arms and handed it to Qin Yu. Please give me flowers 0. Look carefully. Qin Yu put the bullet on the front of his thumb. Seeing his action, everyone gathered around, even Frankie, who was originally sitting in the control room, rushed out in a hurry. Obviously, he also wanted to know what significant changes Qin Yu had after absorbing Vegapunk, in addition to obtaining all the inventions of Vegapunk. Although I knew that Thunder Fruit can control magnetic fields before, to be honest, I only studied for a few years, let alone compared with Vegapunk. In terms of reading and knowledge, Robin can beat me with just one finger. Due to my lack of understanding of electromagnetism, as well as my own knowledge and brain, my development and application of electromagnetism are actually extremely one-sided. But now, whether it is for scientific creation or for combat, without any other abilities, just relying on the application of electromagnetism, I can overwhelm Admiral. All this is because the reason for Vegapunk's wisdom and knowledge. You may not understand what I said, but you will understand it after you look at this. Qin Yu said as he flicked his finger. Chi. As blue electric light visible to the naked eye burst out from Qin Yu's palm, the bullet originally placed at the front of his thumb suddenly burst out with a sharp sonic boom. Everyone felt a flash before their eyes, and the bullet on Qin Yu's fingernail turned into an electromagnetic cannon wrapped with blue lightning, and suddenly shot out. This electromagnetic cannon first split the sea surface into a sea crack with a depth of tens of meters, and then completely penetrated a small island with a radius of about 1 kilometer not far away from the middle. And forcibly split it into 2 halves. Chapter 357. Sublight Speed. Seastone Bullet 46, please subscribe. 358-374. Chapter 357. Sublight Speed. Seastone Bullet 46, please subscribe. Previous. Next. This. Brook's eyes widened, his mouth opened as wide as it could, and drooped downwards. Is this really caused by a bullet? Trafalgar. Luo's face was dull. You know, the bullet Qin Yu just fired was obtained from him. He knew very well that it was just an ordinary bullet. You didn't secretly add the power of lightning into it. After Nami came back to her senses from the shock, she thought of the blue lightning that was wrapped around the bullet just now, and immediately asked Qin Yu. I didn't use the power of lightning. Qin Yu shook his head. 397, what happened just now? Brigitte looked like he saw a ghost. Whether it's a pistol or a rifle, these guns use gunpowder as a propulsion to make the bullet generate powerful kinetic energy to kill the enemy. But I just used electromagnetic propulsion. You have seen the effect. A small bullet is accelerated to a terrifying level through electromagnetic propulsion, and the destructive power contained is beyond your imagination. Qin Yu said lightly. How much can it accelerate to at most? Frankie asked in a horrified tone. Theoretically, it can reach sublight speed. Qin Yu said. Can the bullet withstand this speed? If it is sublight speed, the bullet will be reduced to ashes as soon as it is fired. Khalifa said. That's why I said this is the theoretical speed. The destructive power of the electromagnetic cannon just now is the limit of ordinary bullets. If the speed is faster and the destructive power is increased, these bullets will disintegrate before hitting the enemy. Quote. Qin Yu couldn't help sighing in his heart when he said this. The thermal weapons of this world seemed to be far behind those of the Earth in his previous life, but the workmanship is superior to that of the Earth's thermal weapons. Compared to the bullet he just shot out, with the hardness and heat resistance of the Earth's bullets, they can't withstand such speed at all. But the bullets in the One Piece world can withstand that speed. It has to be said that Grand Line is indeed a place full of mysteries. Can't the bullet withstand it? Harden it with hockey. Roronoa. Zoro's eyes flashed, and he blurted out. This is where the power of the electromagnetic gun can be pushed to ultimate. With my current strength of armed color, even an ordinary stone can withstand extremely amazing acceleration after being wrapped. Not to mention a bullet. Quote. Qin Yu glanced at Roronoa, Zoro with appreciation. This swordsman's sense of touch in combat is indeed very sharp. The first thing he thought of was to use armament hockey to strengthen the essence of the bullet and improve the bullet's ability to withstand it. Wait, it's just an ordinary bullet that has such power without armament hockey reinforcement. What if we use seastone? Seastone itself is very strong, with a hardness comparable to diamond, and it is not as brittle as diamond. In addition, seastone itself restrains the ability user. If seastone is used as a bullet and then the electromagnetic cannon is launched, wouldn't it be one shot to kill the ability user? The very smart and clever Nami suddenly screamed. The people on the side were shocked when they heard Nami's words. Khalifa, bring the seastone over. Nicole Robin immediately said to Khalifa beside her. Khalifa seemed to be anxious to see how powerful seastone would be when used as a bullet. She directly performed Marine 6 styles and went forward to take a seastone handcuff. She was captured by Qin Yu early on, but she was not a demon fruit power at this time. Holding the seastone in her right hand had no effect on her. There are no seastone bullets in the ship, only seastone handcuffs. Khalifa handed the seastone handcuffs to Qin Yu. Yes, how could there be no seastone handcuffs? Qin Yu took the seastone handcuffs from Khalifa and reached out to scratch the seastone handcuffs. In under Khalifa's dull eyes, a bullet-sized seastone fragment was immediately cut off by Qin Yu, and then as Qin Yu stretched out his hand and pinched it, this extremely solid, seastone fragment that can restrain all ability users, was forcibly pinched into the shape of a bullet by his hand. You can actually cut seastone. Isn't seastone indestructible, and aren't you an ability user? How come touching sea stone has no effect on you at all? Khalifa stared at Qin Yu in disbelief. At this time, she was startled and no longer as cold as usual. In her eyes, sea stone is indestructible. Even if it can be damaged, sea stone is the nemesis of all ability users. Qin Yu should be extremely weak after touching sea stone. Even if he originally had the ability to destroy sea stone, he should have lost this ability the moment he touched sea stone. Who told you that sea stone is indestructible? Yes, sea stone ranks among the top 5 in terms of strength in the entire Grand Line, but it is not indestructible. As long as one's swordsmanship reaches the level of a great swordsman, or armament hockey reaches the level above emission, sea stone can be destroyed. Qin Yu did not realize how much impact his actions had on Khalifa and others. Chapter 358 Electromagnetic Gun. Punch through the 10,000-meter ocean and crush the Sea Kings. 56, please subscribe. 359 374. Chapter 358 Electromagnetic Gun. Punch through the 10,000-meter ocean and crush the Sea Kings. 56, please subscribe. Previous. Next. You are obviously a person with special abilities, so why are you not affected at all by the sea stone handcuffs? Khalifa took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. The weaker the person, the more affected they are by sea stone. On the contrary, the stronger the person, the less affected they are by sea stone. In addition, it is also related to the size of the sea stone that is touched. The larger the sea stone is, the greater the impact is, and vice versa. Moreover, you can also practice by wearing sea stone for a long time to improve your resistance. Qin Yu picked up the sea stone handcuffs and said, "Unless I tie the entire sea stone handcuffs to my wrists, I will not lose my abilities. What's more, it doesn't matter even if I wear them." As he spoke, he put the sea stone handcuffs on his wrists. Then, under the dazed, horrified and shocked eyes of Trafalgar, Luo, Nicole, Robin and others, he pulled hard with both hands. The sea stone handcuffs that locked his wrists were torn to pieces on the spot. At most, I can't use the power of the fruit. With my physical strength in hockey, I can tear it apart easily. It doesn't matter if I am locked in sea stone handcuffs and thrown into a sea stone cage. I can shatter my body at any time. As long as a cell is out of the sea stone handcuffs and cage, I can recover immediately. Besides, I think that the Grand Line is so big that no one can lock my whole body with sea stone and then put me in a sea stone cage. If someone can do this, he also has the strength to defeat me, and there is no need to use sea stone to deal with me. Qin Yu said in a very casual tone. Although all the forces in the Grand Line have said this to you more than once, I still want to tell you that you are simply a monster. Khalifa took a breath and looked at Qin Yu with an expression as if he was looking at a monster. It was the first time she saw someone not afraid of sea stone to this extent. If you want to find a person who is least afraid of sea stone in the sea, then this person is definitely you. Trafalgar, Luo and Brooke, who are also people with abilities, looked at each other and saw bitterness and shock in each other's eyes. Not only them, but even Nicole Robin fell silent. Hurry up and try the power of the electromagnetic cannon fired with sea stone bullets. Seeing that the people with abilities on the ship were numb and sluggish because of Qin Yu's actions, Nami quickly pushed Qin Yu and urged him to use sea stone bullets to perform electromagnetic cannons. When the others heard what Nami said, their minds temporarily shifted from shock to the sea stone bullets in Qin Yu's hand. Okay, Qin Yu first glanced at the small island not far away that he had just split into 2 halves with an ordinary pistol bullet. He probably felt that the island was too small to test the power of the electromagnetic cannon fired with sea stone bullets more clearly, so he shifted his gaze to the sea. People who don't know observation hockey or observation hockey whose perception range is not more than 10 kilometers should wear telescopes. Nami, Nicole, Robin and others took out their telescopes and stared at the sea stone bullet in Qin Yu's hand. See it clearly. Qin Yu walked to the edge of the fence and raised his right hand. His thumb burst out with blue electric light. The next second, a blue electromagnetic cannon that was much larger than the ordinary bullet just used burst out from Qin Yu's thumb like a dragon. Almost at the same time when the electromagnetic cannon was fired, the sea rolled up a terrifying wave with a deafening roar. Then, under the dumbfounded expressions of Nami and others, the electromagnetic cannon shot out from Qin Yu's hand instantly penetrated the 10,000 meters of ocean and reached the bottom of the sea. Not only that, after tearing through the layers of ocean and reaching the deepest part of the sea, this electromagnetic cannon shot out with sea stone as a carrier also instantly penetrated the huge body of a sea kings with a length of more than several thousand meters, and finally hit the land on the bottom of the sea fiercely, bursting out a dazzling shock wave before gradually subsiding. Silence and stagnation. After Qin Yu's electromagnetic cannon, all members of the demon pirates kept silent, and were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. At this time, their minds were completely taken away by the power of the electromagnetic cannon just now, and they were completely immersed in horror and couldn't extricate themselves. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they really couldn't believe that a small bullet could burst through the ocean for thousands of meters, smash the body of the super large sea kings that was thousands of meters in size, and then blast out a terrifying shock wave. For a moment, the deck of the Pluton giant ship became silent. Even Frankie and Brooke, who were the most talkative on weekdays, just opened their mouths so wide that they could fit a goose egg, but no sound came out of their open mouths. Chapter 359. Carrying Thunder, The Pacifist of Buu Fruit. 66, please subscribe. 374. Chapter 359. Carrying Thunder, The Pacifist of Buu Fruit. 66, please subscribe. Previous. Next. I think this ancient weapon, Pluton can be thrown away. After Qin Yu released an electromagnetic cannon with seastone bullets, making the entire splint quiet, it took a long time before Frankie broke the silence. I think it's useless to have an ancient weapon. You are a humanoid ancient weapon yourself. Trafalgar. Luo shook his head in shock. A bullet penetrated the 10,000 meters of ocean, magnetic super large sea kings. He could imagine what a terrifying scene it would be if this bullet landed on an island. Mr. Demon, I think you can just carry a bag of seastone bullets when you go out in the future. I think this ancient weapon, Pluton, has no use. Nicole. Robin couldn't help but tease Qin Yu after she came back from the shock. Although she was teasing, everyone present agreed with her words. Compared to the huge Pluton, which is just a dead weapon, Qin Yu's electromagnetic cannon is much more terrifying. Long range, difficult to defend, fast speed, extremely destructive power. The most important thing is that no charging or preparation is required. Any seastone bullet, or even seastone fragments, can burst out with such power. Even if there is no seastone bullet, it doesn't matter. Using armament hockey to strengthen the bullet can reach or even exceed the level of seastone bullets. Are you surprised? You don't think that Vegapunk's wisdom, knowledge, and inventions can only give me the ability of electromagnetic guns, right? Backquote. Qin Yu's eyes swept across the faces of Nami and others, and seeing that each of them was shocked by the electromagnetic gun, his face was full of surprise, and he couldn't help but reveal a mysterious smile. Isn't this enough? Brooke murmured. If absorbing Vegapunk only gave me this ability, then Vegapunk is not worth my time to let Bartholomew Kuma send my clone to him. The electromagnetic cannon just now is just one of the uses of the electromagnetic ability I have mastered. In addition to the electromagnetic cannon, there are many other powerful abilities. Qin Yu said in a shocking way. Anything else? Frankie suddenly felt that the ancient weapon, Pluton he was driving, was really vulnerable in front of Qin Yu's electromagnetic ability. Yes, there are many more, and the effect of any ability is no less than that of the electromagnetic cannon. Qin Yu nodded. Hiss. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of gasps echoed throughout the deck. This is just the electromagnetic ability, not all. The knowledge and wisdom of Vegapunk not only allowed me to reach the current ultimate of Thunder Fruit in the control and use of electromagnetics, but also gave me a powerful Devil Fruit creation ability. Quote. Qin Yu said to Nicole, Robin and others who were all dazed. You have heard of the pacifist, right? It is an intelligent war weapon built by Vegapunk, which is equipped with Kizaru's Flash Fruit ability and combined with the body of Bartholomew, Bear. Since the pacifist can carry Kizaru's Flash Fruit ability, can it also carry other Devil Fruit abilities? You mean, can you create a pacifist equipped with Thunder Fruit ability, enough to release the electromagnetic cannon attack just now? Nicole. Robin's eyes burst into fear. Although the pacifist has not been mass-produced at this time, after learning about this war weapon from Qin Yu, she also knew how great an impact the birth of this war weapon would have on the war of this era. At least in the first half of the Grand Line, 99% of the pirates will die when they encounter the pacifist. It only takes one pacifist to suppress the pirates on an island. In theory, the world government only needs to mass-produce pacifists and place one pacifist in the first half of the Grand Line and on every island in the Four Seas, which is definitely enough to catch more than 90% of the pirates in one fell swoop. 2 equals. Frankie, Nami, Khalifa and others looked at each other and saw horror in each other's eyes. Not only them, even Roronoa, Zoro, the most powerful person on the ship besides Qin Yu, also changed his face after hearing Nico Robin's words. After witnessing Qin Yu's electromagnetic cannon with seastone bullets just now, Heat Disciple Zhao's Kong deeply felt the horror of this move. If Qin Yu really made a pacifist that can carry the power of Thunder Fruit, he might not care about 1 or 2, 5 or 6. But once the number of pacifists equipped with Thunder Fruit power reaches more than 10, and they release the electromagnetic cannon just now together, even Roronoa, Zoro felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Not only Thunder Fruit, as long as I want, Buu Fruit can also be carried. In fact, Vegapunk was eyeing my Buu Fruit before it was absorbed by me, and wanted to create a pacifist equipped with Buu Fruit. Qin Yu once again threw out a sentence that shocked Nami, Nico Robin and others to tremble. Chapter 360 Demonic Forces. Pacifists, Artificial Devil Fruit, Pluton, 16, please subscribe. 361-374. Chapter 360 Demonic Forces. Pacifists, Artificial Devil Fruit, Pluton, 16, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Wait, if the pacifist can carry your Buu Fruit, does that mean that the pacifist has an immortal body and can also have multiple Devil Fruit abilities like you? Just when everyone was stunned by Qin Yu's words, Nico Robin suddenly caught an extremely critical and extremely horrifying detail. When everyone heard it, they were immediately shocked and their faces turned pale. The pacifist who just carried the Thunder Fruit ability made them feel terrified. If it is really as Nico Robin said, even the Buu Fruit can be carried, then is this one still a pacifist? Not only has an immortal body, but also has the ability to absorb people, and has the special ability to control Qi. The most important thing is that it has a terrible physique that can accommodate multiple Devil Fruits. In addition, there is the 637-point Thunder Fruit that can destroy the world. They can't imagine how terrible the impact of such a war weapon will be on the Grand Line once it is born. As you said, Vegapunk noticed this from me early on. That's why he used his influence in the world government to have the naval headquarters and CPO capture or kill me. The reason why the Marine paid so much attention to me in the previous Sabayati Archipelago battle and sent 3 admirals directly was not only because the naval headquarters was adjacent to the Sabayati Archipelago, but also because of Vegapunk. Quote, Qin Yu nodded. Can it really be done? Roronoa Zoro felt the horror of science for the first time. He had always ignored the word, technology. After all, in the Grand Line, compared with the fruit ability users with varied abilities, the ability to destroy the sky and the earth, the conqueror's haki who can compete with the devil fruit and stand proudly at the top of the sea, as well as swordsmanship, physical skills and other abilities, the means of technology are really dwarfed, and they are eclipsed in front of these abilities. But now, after hearing everything Qin Yu and Nico Robin said, if these can really become facts, then the word, science, will definitely become one of the top abilities of the Grand Line like swordsmanship, haki, fruit ability and physical skills. In fact, it is normal for Roronoa Zoro to have such an idea. Since the establishment of the world government, the technology of the Grand Line has progressed very slowly. It was not until the appearance of Vegapunk, who ignited the talent of the technology tree, that the technology of the Grand Line flourished, and at the same time, the Grand Line was also made countless black technologies appeared in line. If you can't do it, do you think Vegapunk will still target me? Such a thing is indeed incredible, but with Vegapunk's ability, it can definitely become a reality. I can be completely sure of this after absorbing him. Qin Yu said, then if you create an army of pacifists equipped with Thunder Fruit and Buu Fruit, can't you directly sweep the entire Grand Line? Even overthrowing the world government is not an impossible thing for you. Khalifa seemed to have thought of something, and her pretty face was full of emotion. I finally understand why you let Violet go to Dressrosa first. It turns out that you want him to take over Don Quixote Doflamingo's industry in Dressrosa. For example, the artificial devil fruit manufacturing factory. At the same time, it should also be for you to build a pacifist manufacturing factory in Dressrosa in advance. Frankie slapped his thigh, and then said excitedly, yes, the Water City will come to manufacture ancient weapon, Pluton. Because not many people think that the iceberg who cut off all ties with you and banned you Frankie from entering the Water City is actually still closely connected with you. And when it comes to shipbuilding, the Water City is indeed second to none, and it is also the most suitable place for Pluton to go to sea. As for pacifists, in addition to a developed economy, they also need sufficiently advanced equipment to support them. These things have long been in close cooperation with scientists. Guy Saw, Kalang, and Don Quixote Doflamingo's personality, which is more focused on this aspect, just meets the needs of me as a minister. And Dressrosa is in New World, not Paradise, so it is not easy for Marine to go straight in. So I asked Violet to take my clone back to Dressrosa to prepare for all this, and at the same time subdue Don Quixote, Doflamingo's Guy Salang. Although this guy is not as good as Vegapunk, he is also a leading scientist in Grand Line. If I can use him, whether it is to make artificial devil fruit, pacifists, or some weapons of mass destruction, it will be a help. Once everything is on track, our demon pirates will no longer be a small group of high Z, but a force that can form a huge business chain. Let alone the artificial devil fruit, weapons made by Gaisa, Kalang, and pacifist, if I just leak some of this to Grand Line, it will be enough to shock the world. Quote, Qin Yu nodded. Chapter 361. Demon Pirates, Beyond the Three Major Powers 26, please subscribe. 362-374. Chapter 361. Demon Pirates, Beyond the Three Major Powers 26, please subscribe. Previous. Next. I didn't expect you to set up such a big chess game quietly. When Khalifa thought about the turmoil that Qin Yu's various methods would cause to the sea once they were fully operational and formed, her inner fear was like the tsunami of the New World, and she couldn't calm down for a long time. She knew that everything Qin Yu said was not bragging. With Qin Yu's current strength, reputation, and status in the Grand Line, coupled with his arrangements, it will inevitably become a fact. At that time, the already shaky era pattern will inevitably be completely broken by Qin Yu. The world government has maintained its rule for 800 years. Marine, the leader of the three major forces, may really be completely overthrown by the man in front of it. Too terrible. Trafalgar Law shook his head. He suddenly realized that compared with Qin Yu's series of methods, the current four emperors and the revolutionary army were too childish, and they were simply small fights. Apart from other things, the mass production of ancient weapon, the outflow of a large number of artificial devil fruits, and the birth of pacifists, any one of them is enough to make Qin Yu's power leap to the top of the Grand Line. If the three are released together, the four emperors, the revolutionary army, and even the naval headquarters will be eclipsed by Qin Yu's power. It seems that we have to act faster. Iceberg can solve the ancient weapon, but you can only solve the pacifists and artificial devil fruits, and such things must wait for you to go to Dressrosa to be fully implemented. If you simply leave it to Violet, I am not very reassured. Nico Robin said, the flight system can be used again. Just charge it with lightning or other energy sources. Frankie said immediately. Qin Yu heard this and raised his hand, and a piece of lightning immediately fell on the ancient weapon Pluton. However, the lightning he released did not cause any damage to the hull. Instead, the lightning fell on the ancient weapon Pluton and was quickly absorbed by it. Charging is complete. Frankie ran back to the control room and immediately activated the flight system after seeing that the flight system of the ancient weapon Pluton had enough energy. In a short while, the huge ancient weapon Pluton rose from the sea, ignoring the rainstorm, the ocean, the lightning, and the hurricane, and soared towards the east blue. Violet, who had separated from Qin Yu and others after the end of the Sabayati Archipelago battle, had already returned to Dressrosa. Not only that, with the help of the reputation of the demon pirates and the annihilation of the Don Quixote family, Violet, who had already known all the heinous things Don Quixote Doflamingo had done in Dressrosa, almost encountered no resistance and let Rikudold III return to the position of king. At the same time, Violet, who knew clearly that Qin Yu wanted her to return to Dressrosa, contacted the dwarfs immediately. After a series of discussions and statements of interests, Dressrosa not only re-established a peaceful relationship with the dwarfs, but also the dwarfs were grateful to the demon pirates who destroyed the Don Quixote family, and expressed their willingness to fully help Qin Yu in various manufacturing industries in Dressrosa. After quickly handling all the matters in Dressrosa, Violet only rested for a day, and then sailed to Punk Hazard without stopping. Please give me flowers Mr. Demon, this is Punk Hazard. After Violet parked the boat, she pointed to the island in front. You have worked hard during this period. Quote. Qin Yu nodded to Violet. Although he is a clone, he is different from the one in Bartholomew Kuma's hand. Not only is his size almost close to the original body, but his strength is also very strong. Although not as good as the original body, as a clone, he also has the strength to kill Admiral. 0. The most important thing is that all the abilities that the original body has, the clone also has. Mr. Demon, you are too kind. Although I am running errands for you, our family has gained more benefits. Relying on your reputation, we can regain the ruling power of Dressrosa without any resistance. And it is also because of your reputation that even those unruly pirates in the New World dare not come to Dressrosa to plunder after Dressrosa lost Don Quixote Doflamingo as a deterrent. I will remember your help and support to us in my heart. These things are nothing at all. Quote. Violet shook her head. After witnessing the Battle of Sabayati Archipelago and learning about Qin Yu's arrangements, she was proud and honored for her actions to establish a relationship with the demon pirates at Sabayati Archipelago that day. If she hadn't established a relationship with the demon pirates, even if the Don Quixote family was completely wiped out by Qin Yu, it would not be easy for King Liku to regain his ruling power with his bad reputation made by Don Quixote Doflamingo. Chapter 362 Guy, come see me within 30 minutes 36, please subscribe. 364. Chapter 362 Guy, come see me within 30 minutes 36, please subscribe. Previous. Next. It's just mutual benefit. Qin Yu shook his head lightly, not taking credit for it. Dressrosa is not his country after all. If they want long-term cooperation, gratitude alone is obviously not enough. Although there is no shortage of people in Grand Line who are willing to sacrifice their lives for gratitude. But if interests can be tied on the basis of gratitude, then this relationship will be even more unbreakable. Mr. Demon, how do you plan to deal with Guy Salin? Violet asked. It depends on his choice. Qin Yu said lightly, and then the observation color, 430, hockey and thunder fruit ability combined with each other, and the perception ability covered the entire Punk Hazard in an instant. Guy Salin's location is, seeing Qin Yu's actions, Violet quickly activated the ability of the staring fruit and quickly found the location of Caesaron. No need. Guy saw. Kalang is not qualified for us to go to him. Before Violet finished speaking, Qin Yu interrupted her first, and then he spit out some indifferent words to the air under Violet's surprised eyes. Guy saw. Kalang, I am Qin Yu, the captain of the demon pirates. Now I give you 30 minutes, come to Punk Hazard Pier immediately. If it exceeds 1 minute, I will wipe you and the entire Punk Hazard off the Grand Line. Mr. Demon, can that, Guy saw, Kalang hear you? Violet asked cautiously. Although Punk Hazard is not as large and vast as Dressrosa, it is not comparable to a small island. And Qin Yu's voice just now was neither loud nor soft. In her opinion, it could only be transmitted within a kilometer. It is obviously unlikely to be transmitted directly to the ears of Guy saw, Kalang in the center of Punk Hazard. His ears can't hear, but this paragraph will be directly received by his brain in the form of brain waves. When Qin Yu said this, Guy saw, Kalang, who was studying the killing weapon, the gas weapon, Death Kingdom, in the laboratory in the center of Dressrosa, suddenly found a piece of information in his mind. Although this voice appeared out of thin air, it gave him the same feeling as receiving sound and obtaining information with his ears. What? Demon Qin Yu. After Guy saw, Kalang browsed through this information, he was shocked and fell to the ground. A person's name is like a tree's shadow. Before the Sabayati Archipelago battle, Qin Yu's name had already spread far and wide, even more famous than the three admirals. After the end of Sabayati Archipelago, the two words Qin Bao were regarded as the strongest existence in the world by everyone in the entire Grand Line. Even many people felt that Whitebeard was no longer worthy of the title of the world's strongest man, and believed that the title of the world's strongest man should belong to Qin Yu. After all, even Whitebeard didn't exaggerate enough to survive the siege of the world's greatest swordsman Dracula, Mahawk, the right arm of the Pirate King, Pluton Rayleigh, the three admirals of the naval headquarters, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, and the headquarters Marshal Buddha Sengoku and a Buster Call fleet. Not to mention fighting against such an opponent. But the demon Qin Yu did it. When his power was far inferior to that of the four emperors, and even inferior to many pirate families, pirate groups, and dark emperors in the New World, Juping single-handedly defeated such a lineup and fled. Not only did he kill Akainu, one of the three admirals, but he also absorbed the right arm of the Pirate King, Pluton Rayleigh and the Marine King who dominated the Grand Line for 2 eras, Buddha Sengoku. Such a terrifying record would be eclipsed even by the 4 emperors. Even Kaido, who often fights 4 emperors, naval headquarters without dying, pales in comparison with the demon. After all, although Kaido often fights such forces, he is either defeated or captured every time, and has never won, let alone a complete victory. But Qin Yu won the war under the siege of such forces. Although Guy saw, Kalang is in New World, he still knows very well about the Sabayati Archipelago battle that took place in Paradise. Damn it, although I have a cooperative relationship with Don Quixote, Doflamingo, it's just cooperation. I'm not a member of Don Quixote Family 1.3, and I didn't participate in the battle that besieged you. Do you have to come to me from a long distance? Guy saw, Kalang was so shocked that his face turned pale and his whole body trembled. Although he is arrogant, Guy saw, Kalang knows very well that his legs and arms are far from enough in front of the demon. Even the naval headquarters 3rd generation, Marshal Buddha Sengoku, Pluton Rayleigh and others were defeated by the demons. He didn't think he could be more powerful than all of them combined. The moment he knew that he was targeted by the demons, he was terrified and didn't even dare to think of running away. Chapter 363 It's better to offend the 4 emperors than the demons 46, please subscribe. 364 Chapter 363 It's better to offend the 4 emperors than the demons 46, please subscribe. Previous. Next. It's no wonder that Guy saw, Kalang was so panicked. After all, since Qin Yu won the Battle of Sabayati Archipelago and established his reputation of being almost invincible with his absolute strength, such a saying has been circulated in Grand Line. It's better to provoke 4 emperors than to provoke the demon. The 4 emperors here do not refer to the 4 emperors, but the 4 sea emperors of red hair Shanks, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, and Whitebeard among the 4 emperors. If it were in the past, such a sentence would definitely be laughable. But now, such a sentence has been recognized by 80% of the power calendar of Grand Line. It is precisely because of this that Guy saw, Kalang, who is considered a well-known person in Grand Line, was so panicked when he learned that he was targeted by the demon Qin Yu. 30 minutes, damn, 23 minutes have passed. Guy saw, Kalang, who trembled on the spot and was terrified for 2 minutes, just woke up. Now is not the time to be afraid, but to cherish time. Otherwise, he won't even have the chance to be afraid in 28 minutes. He reacted and quickly transformed into gas, bursting out at the fastest speed ever and flying towards the dock of Punk Hazard. At this time, he was very glad that he was not a Paramesha or Zone ability user, but a Logia Gas Fruit ability user. If he couldn't fly, he would have died unjustly this time. After all, he couldn't get to the dock of Punk Hazard within 30 minutes. On the other side, after Qin Yu issued an ultimatum to Guy saw, Kalang, Violet, who was standing on the dock of Punk Hazard, took the initiative to help Qin Bao with timing. Although Violet, who had experienced a series of things such as national coups and pirate turmoil since childhood, was the princess of Dressrosa, she didn't have any princess habits. In addition to the nobleness of a royal princess, she didn't see any savagery and willfulness as a princess. 5860. Mr. Demon, 30 minutes have passed. Violet said to Qin Yu beside her after watching the minute hand of her watch move 30 minutes. Yeah, Qin Yu nodded, then raised his right hand calmly. A terrifying thunderbolt like a giant dragon suddenly flashed out from his right hand. The next second, this majestic thunderbolt instantly pierced into the clouds above the sky with the posture of a flying dragon in the sky. Boom. As the thunderbolt pierced the clouds, the originally clear sky was immediately derived into a thick dark cloud. Not only that, when the dark clouds covered the sky and enveloped the entire Dressrosa, a series of terrifying lightning snakes that made Violet tremble with fear and turned pale continued to multiply and circle in the clouds, as if they were about to fall at any time. Is this really a clone of the demon? Why do I feel like this is the real body of the demon? Not only is his wisdom, personality, and way of dealing with people exactly the same as the demon, but his strength is also incredibly strong. Even the Marine Admiral is inferior to him. When Violet looked at Qin Yu, her eyes were full of shock. To be honest, she didn't know how powerful Qin Yu became after absorbing Pluton Rayleigh and Sengoku of Buddha. But now, seeing that Qin Yu only sent a clone to come, Dressrosa burst out with a might that made the Admiral pale in comparison. She can more or less understand how powerful Qin Yu's real body is. Wait, I'm here, don't attack. I'm the Guy, Kalang you're looking for. Just as Violet was shocked by the strength of one of Qin Yu's clones, and the terrifying lightning snakes in the sky were about to rush down towards Punk Hazard, a panicked and urgent voice suddenly came from the sky far away from Punk Hazard. Is it coming? Violet's eyes widened, and the fruit ability was activated, and she immediately saw clearly that the person coming was Guy, Kalang. Mr. Demon, don't do it. I am Guy, Kalang. Flying such a long distance in one breath with the element 507, and at the maximum speed, Guy, Kalang just fell from the sky and stood in front of Qin Yu and gasped. You're overtime. Qin Yu's words made Guy, Kalang feel like he was falling into an ice cave. No, I didn't exceed the time limit. I was shocked for 2 minutes when I heard your name, Mr. Demon. If I had been 2 minutes earlier, I wouldn't have been late. After seeing that the person standing in front of him was indeed the demon Qin Yu, Guy saw, Kalang, who was a bully, didn't dare to breathe. Even though he was shocked for 2 minutes, he said it without hesitation. Puff. When Violet heard Guy saw Kalang say this, she couldn't help laughing on the spot. But Guy saw Kalang, who wanted to explain clearly and make Qin Yu change his mind, didn't care about being looked down upon and laughed at by Violet, and looked at Qin Yu with a pitiful look. Chapter 364 You, Gaisa Kalang, are not qualified for me to absorb. 56, please subscribe. 365-374. Chapter 364 You, Gaisa Kalang, are not qualified for me to absorb. 56, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Answer me a question. If your answer does not satisfy me, the lightning from the sky above Punk Hazard will still fall. Believe me, the lightning from the sky is enough to wipe you and everything in Punk Hazard out of the Grand Line. Qin Yu looked at Guy saw Kalang, who was in a very ugly state and almost kneeling in front of him, and he was not surprised at all. He had long known how much Guy saw Kalang bullied the weak and feared the strong. When facing Charlotte, Linlin, one of the 4 emperors, he was almost scared. Not to mention facing him, whose strength and reputation were above the 4 emperors. I will definitely answer well. I have no doubt about your strength. After Guy saw Kalang breathed a sigh of relief, he hurriedly said carefully. I know you are wanted by the world government, but Don Quixote, Doflamingo has been protecting you, so you can be free and easy until now. Qin Yu said, this is not Vegapunk's fault. If it weren't for that guy, I would never leave the world government. It's all that guy. If it weren't for him, the world government would never want me, the greatest scientist of the Grand Line. Guy saw Kalang heard Qin Yu talk about this and immediately gritted his teeth. It seems that as long as Vegapunk is mentioned, he has unparalleled courage. Vegapunk, it seems that you hate him. Qin Yu looked at Guy saw Kalang in front of him with interest. Of course I hate him. That guy always gets ahead of me. If it weren't for him, I would be the greatest scientist, not him, who is 500 years ahead of human wisdom. But it doesn't matter. As long as my experimental research succeeds, the world will know that the most powerful scientist is my Guy saw. Guy saw. Kalang excitedly opened his hands to the sky. Then you can save your worries. Vegapunk is dead, you don't need to compare with him anymore. It's meaningless to compete with a dead person. Qin Yu said, dead, what? Vegapunk is dead, how is it possible? That guy is the darling of the 5 elders. CPOs are secretly protecting him when he goes in and out. The places where he does experiments are usually guarded by heavy troops, how could he die? You know, his laboratory is in Naval Headquarters and Maria, the headquarters of world government. Guy saw. Kalang didn't react at first, but when he came to his senses and learned that Vegapunk was dead, his face suddenly became extremely wonderful. At this moment, his face was filled with reluctance and dissatisfaction, but more of it was disbelief. I sneaked into Mariajoy and absorbed Vegapunk. Qin Yu's words made Guy saw Kalang's face turn pale instantly. You absorbed Vegapunk. Then, you come here this time to absorb me too. Guy saw Kalang was shocked to think that Vegapunk was absorbed, and Qin Yu came to find himself, who was also a scientist, and he stepped back repeatedly. But because of the extreme panic in his heart, his feet actually stepped on the air and fell directly to the ground. You can rest assured that your wisdom is not enough to make me tempted to absorb you. Speaking of wisdom, knowledge, and invention, looking at the entire Grand Line, only Vegapunk can make me tempted, worth my special trip to the city 10 times. You, Guy saw Kalang, are not qualified for me to absorb. Qin Yu shook his head. Although Guy Sakuron and Vinsmoke Judge of Germa can be regarded as the best scientists in the Grand Line, and they invented many black technologies in the Grand Line where the technology is much backward compared to the Earth, they are far behind Vegapunk. This gap is so big that Qin Yu, who has absorbed Vegapunk, has no intention of absorbing it. After all, whether it is Vinsmoke Judge or Guy Sakuron, the so-called black technologies they play with are actually the ones that Vegapunk has left over, and they are the ones that they have long lost interest in. This is the case with artificial devil fruit and life design drawings. As for the so-called poison gas bomb that Guy Sakuron is carefully preparing, it is even more of a joke in front of Vegapunk's invention. Apart from anything else, the pacifist who is equipped with Kizaru's flash fruit ability is enough to crush him countless times. What? How can I be inferior to a jerk like Vegapunk? I am Guy Sakuron, the greatest scientist in history. Originally worried that he would be absorbed by the demon, Guy Sakuron heard Qin Yu say that he was not as good as Vegapunk, and the fear on his face disappeared instantly. Instead, he mustered up the courage to speak to Qin Yu excitedly. The greatest scientist in history, Guy Sakuron. Do you want me to absorb you? Qin Yu saw that Guy Sakuron completely lost his composure when he mentioned Vegapunk, and shook his head secretly in his heart. If you knew that Vegapunk had never regarded you as an opponent from the beginning to the end, and had never even had such an idea, then you would probably want to die. Chapter 365 Surrender or Die, it's your choice. 66, please subscribe. 366-374. Chapter 365 Surrender or Die, it's your choice. 66, please subscribe. Previous. Next. No, although I am greater than Vegapunk, I absolutely do not want to be absorbed. Scientists like him who are not as good as me have no use value, and it is good for you to absorb him. Guy saw. Kalang heard Qin Yu say this and quickly woke up from the competitive mood with Vegapunk. Just kidding, if he has to be absorbed to prove that he is worse than Vegapunk, then he would rather be considered inferior to Vegapunk by the world. After all, as Qin Yu said, Vegapunk is dead. What's the point of competing with a dead person? It is precisely because you still have some use value that you can survive in front of me. Qin Yu glanced at Guy saw Kalang indifferently, which immediately made him shudder all over. Mr. Demon, is there anything you want me to do for you? By the way, I'm secretly researching a terrifying weapon 430. As long as this weapon is successfully researched, I can kill all the creatures on an island in an instant. Guy saw Kalang is not stupid. From what Qin Yu said, it is obvious that there is something about him that attracts him, so he can survive all the time. Thinking that Qin Yu has absorbed Vegapunk, he has clearly understood how terrible it is to absorb this ability. Life design drawings, artificial devil fruit, these things that Vegapunk has played with for a long time, will definitely not impress Qin Yu. If he wants to impress Qin Yu, he must come up with something that Vegapunk doesn't have. If it's your Death Kingdom, then you can forget about it. That kind of thing is meaningless to me. Whether it's ancient weapon, Pluton, or my pacifist equipped with my Thunder Fruit ability, they can easily destroy the island without causing indiscriminate casualties. Qin Yu's tone was full of disdain. Guy saw Kalang's poison gas bomb is indeed amazing, and most of the forces in Grand Line are salivating. But for him who has already absorbed Vegapunk, it is meaningless. He really doesn't like this kind of killing weapon that doesn't distinguish between friend and foe. Apart from anything else, as long as his pacifist comes out, poison gas bombs like Death Kingdom are meaningless at all. After all, poison gas bombs can kill people but not machines. And the pacifist he made is not only a machine, it is not affected by poison gas bombs, and it also has Buu Fruit and Thunder Fruit. It has both immortality and elementalization. Even if the immortality and elementalization abilities carried by the pacifist are far from comparable to him, it is enough to make the pirates of Grand Line with a bounty of less than 500 million to spare. Even if Gecko Moria of Shichibukai, a pirate of this level, as long as he creates 4 or 5 pacifists with his 2 devil fruit abilities, he can completely crush and kill him. In comparison, poison gas bombs are naturally not attractive at all. Then, what do you want? Guy Sakuran's face turned pale, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. His most proud masterpiece that is about to be released can't even make Qin Yu interested, so he really can't think of any other invention that can interest Qin Yu. Don't think too much, I dare not be interested in any of your inventions, whether it is artificial devil fruit or poison gas bombs. I am interested in you. Qin Yu stared at Guy saw Kalang, and a wave of conqueror's hockey that shook a huge island like punk hazard swept towards Guy saw Kalang like a storm, almost making him faint. If Qin Yu had not deliberately reserved some strength, and he was not the original body, the power of conqueror's hockey was less than a quarter of the original body. Guy saw Kalang would have fainted long ago, and even his spirit would have been greatly damaged. Ordinary conqueror's hockey would only make people dizzy, and after waking up, they would only feel uncomfortable for a while and their hands and feet would be weak. But Qin Yu's conqueror's hockey has already surpassed the scope of the superior. Even the red-haired Qingshu Si, who has the strongest hockey among the 4 emperors, is far from enough in front of Qin Feng's dominant color hockey. This kind of conqueror's hockey that can distort reality and interfere with matter is extremely horrible to the spirit. Like a strong man of Guy saw Kalang's level, coupled with his weak spirit and will, a wave of conqueror's hockey is enough to kill him instantly. Submission or death, you choose. Guy saw Kalang. Remember, there is only one chance. If you answer wrong, there is no chance to correct it. Qin Yu looked down at Guy saw Kalang, who was kneeling on the ground and couldn't stand up under the shock of his conqueror's hockey. Is this the spirit of the demon? It's too scary. Joker's spirit is just a child's play in front of him. Facing Qin Yu's conqueror's hockey, even if Guy saw Kalang didn't faint, he felt a strong dizziness and a feeling of his brain being torn apart, which gave him a splitting headache. Feeling the spirit of the demon, he was so shocked that his mind was almost frozen. Chapter 366 Gaisa Kalang surrenders. 16, please subscribe. 367-374. Chapter 366 Gaisa Kalang surrenders. 16, please subscribe. Previous. Next. As a partner of Don Quixote, Doflamingo, Guy saw Kalang naturally knew about the ability of conqueror's hockey. But when Guy saw Kalang felt the conqueror's hockey on Qin Yu, he couldn't help but have an idea in his mind. That is, Don Quixote, Doflamingo conqueror's hockey is not the same ability or the same category as the conqueror's hockey he feels from the demon Qin Yu now. What's your answer? Guy saw Kalang. Qin Yu looked down at Guy saw Kalang, who was kneeling on the ground under the pressure of his conqueror's hockey. I am the one being hunted by the world government and the Marines. I worked with Don Quixote, Doflamingo before because he could protect me. But speaking of protection, who in the Grand Line can protect someone better than you, Majin? As long as you, Majin, are willing to protect me for experiments, I will naturally follow your lead. Guy saw Kalang's heart trembled. The mind that was almost frozen by conqueror's hockey barely started to work, and then he squeezed out a few words with all his strength. If you help me, I will naturally protect your life. But you don't need to do those crappy experiments except the poison gas bomb. If you want to do it, you can only use those pirates who can only burn, kill and plunder, and some marines. If I find out that you dare to use children for experiments, I promise that even if you can get the 4 emperors to unite and protect you, I can twist your head off. Qin Yu glanced at Guy saw, Kalang lightly. You are joking. How can I have the ability to let the 4 emperors protect me? Quote, Guy saw, Kalang smiled awkwardly. It's true that when he and Don Quixote, Doflamingo cooperated before, they wanted to jointly conduct a giant experiment. It's just that Virgo's death caused no one to help them cover up the various unfavorable news that would be caused by the giant experiment. In the end, this plan could only end in vain. After knowing some of the preferences of the demon Qin Yu, or the taboos that cannot be violated, how dare he have this idea? Punk Hazard has a good geographical location and is not too far from Dressrosa. If something happens, you can get support from Dressrosa in a very short time. Qin Yu said while handing a blueprint to Guy saw, Kalang. This is an arsenal and an artificial devil fruit factory. Does he want to build a factory in Punk Hazard to manufacture mechanical weapons and artificial devil fruit? By the way, if he really absorbed Vegapunk, he should be able to manufacture artificial devil fruit and pacifists. These 2 factories, he should want to mass-produce pacifists and artificial devil fruit. Guy saw. Kalang took the blueprint from Qin Yu, looked down, and his pupils shrank for the first time. After a while, my body will come to Punk Hazard. If my body comes to Punk Hazard by then, the pacifist arsenal and the artificial devil fruit factory will not be built yet. What will be the consequence? You can see for yourself. Qin Yu raised his hand and pointed to the sea behind him. A blue light flashed, and a qigong wave shot out from his palm, blasting a crack of several thousand meters in the calm sea. Asking for flowers 0. Then, with a deafening roar, the qigong wave exploded instantly, turning into a blue light ball that was entrenched in the sea and bursting out in all directions with a hurricane that was enough to blow Guy Sakuran away. When the blue light ball that exuded an aura that was enough to destroy all matter was completely dashing Guy Sakuran, who was blown away, looked around, and his already pale face immediately became 3 times whiter than paper. Is this just the damage caused by a casual attack? Wait, he said the main body. Is he just a clone of the demon who released such an attack casually, not the demon's main body? 0. If the strength of just a clone is so terrifying, then how terrifying will it be if the main body comes? Under Guy Sakuran's dull eyes, the sea was blasted into a terrifying deep pit with a radius of several kilometers. In this deep pit, the surrounding seawater could not flow back to fill it up again. Such a terrifying power was released by only one clone. He really couldn't imagine how terrifying the power displayed by the demon Qin Yu would be if he came here in person. After seeing that even a clone of the demon Qin Yu had such power, Guy Sakuran dared not have any thoughts. Now he understood why the Grand Line put the demon above the 4 emperors. Even Whitebeard's title of the strongest man in the world was considered by the world to no longer belong to Whitebeard, but to the demon. Now he also felt that it was true. Compared with the 4 sea emperors who reigned over the New World, Qin Yu was indeed much more terrifying. Chapter 367 The Grand Line is about to be reshuffled. 26, please subscribe. 368 374. Chapter 367 The Grand Line is about to be reshuffled. 26, please subscribe. Previous. Next. I promise that these 2 factories will be built before you come to Punkhasa next time. Witnessing that even a clone of the demon has such shocking power, Gaisa, Kalang was immediately shocked and quickly promised Qin Yu humbly. At this moment, how could he dare to have any idea of playing tricks? As for escaping, forget it. He has offended the world government and naval headquarters. He can't go back to the first half of the Grand Line in the 4 seas, which is Marine's territory. Even though Marine experienced the Battle of Sabayati Archipelago and was beaten by Qin Yu with heavy casualties, a lean camel is bigger than a horse, and with the backing of naval headquarters from the world government, Marine's power is still supreme in the 4 seas and Paradise. If he dares to leave New World and return to Paradise in the 4 seas, he will definitely be imprisoned. Thinking of this, the only place he can stay is New World. But in the World, who would be willing to be enemies with the demons just to protect him? Even if someone is willing to protect him, even if the other party is the 4 emperors, Guy saw, Kalang doesn't think that the other party can beat the demon. Strength. This kind of thing is very lacking, but as a top scientist, he still has vision and brain. He can't see how much potential a person has, but he can still see a person's strength. I hope it's really as you said. Qin Yu nodded indifferently to Guy saw, Kalang's assurance. His attitude made Guy saw, Kalang dare not be careless. He secretly decided in his heart that starting today, he would put aside everything and speed up the construction of the pacifist factory and the artificial devil fruit factory. Is this the power of the demon? It's really terrible. As his deeds spread more and more in the Grand Line, his reputation, status, and power in this sea became higher and higher. Even scientists like Guy and Saw Current could not resist his courage and surrendered in the blink of an eye. Quote, Violet stood aside and watched the whole process of Guy Saw, Kalang's surrender. He had been lurking in the Don Quixote family before, and he knew how much Don Quixote, Doflamingo valued Guy Saw, Kalang. Even Don Quixote, Doflamingo would not be rude to Guy Saw, Kalang, on the contrary, he would treat him with great courtesy. But now, Qin Yu only said a word to make Guy saw, Kulang, who was treated as a guest of honor by Don Quixote, Doflamingo, kneel down and surrender. Even though it was not the first time that Violet relied on Qin Yu's reputation to do things during this period of time, she was still shocked and speechless after witnessing the scene in front of her. At this time, she felt extremely fortunate. Fortunately, she boarded the ship of the demon pirates when she was in Sabayati Archipelago. Otherwise, as a person who had been ruled by Don Quixote, Doflamingo, Dressrosa, she didn't know what would happen to her country in the end. Even if Qin Yu didn't settle accounts with this country, after Qin Yu entered the New World, the entire New World's power would inevitably be reshuffled because of him. When that time came, where would Dressrosa go in this reshuffle storm? Whether it would be destroyed or stand firm in the end, Violet really had no idea. But now, she has no such worries. Dressrosa became one of Qin Yu's bases, and she, the princess of Dressrosa, ran around for the demon pirates. Just for these 2 points, even if a new era came, Dressrosa would not be crushed to pieces in front of the wheel of the times. Let's go, Violet. After explaining the matter, Qin Yu said to Violet beside him. Okay. After Violet woke up, she hurriedly followed Qin Yu back to the ship. Mr. Demon, take care. Guy saw. Kulang immediately stood up to see them off. After sending the two to the boat and watching Qin Yu and Violet completely out of sight, he fell to the ground like a soft-skinned snake with its bones pulled out, gasping for breath. Looking around, he was sweating all over at this time, and his face was full of panic, as if he had suffered a terrible shock. Too scary. This demon is simply a monster. Just his spirit almost killed me. 1.3. I really don't know how the sea can give birth to a monster like him who breaks the balance. Guy saw. Kulang panted for a while, and when he calmed down, he thought with lingering fear. It seems that the demon is going to establish power. This is exciting. He has begun to intervene in New World. The situation of the entire Grand Line will not last long. When his power is established, the power of Grand Line will begin to be reshuffled. And New World will be the first to bear the brunt of it. Chapter 368. Times Changing. Back to East Blue. 36. Please subscribe. 369-374. Chapter 368. Times Changing. Back to East Blue. 36. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. It seems that meeting the demon today is not a bad thing. From the moment he started to intervene in the New World, the sea area will inevitably begin to reshuffle quickly. At that time, I don't know how many forces will be destroyed by the demon. I am now on his ship. Even if the times change, I can be safe. Guy saw. After Kulang calmed down, he thought more and more that it was not a bad thing for him to meet the demon Qin Yu today, especially when he thought that he might rise up with the power of the demon in the future and become a famous scientist of the Grand Line. His heart suddenly became eager. Swish, Vegapunk, did you see it? Even if you are valued by the world government, what's the point? In the end, you still end up being absorbed by the demon. But I am valued by the demon, and sooner or later I will replace your position in the Great 23 Grand Channel. Thinking that Vegapunk, who was valued by the world government, was dead, and he, a scientist who was hunted by the world government and could only survive with the protection of Don Quixote Lang Ming, was about to turn over, Guy 83, Kulang couldn't help but let out his unique laugh. On the other side, after driving the boat away from Punk Hazard, Sway Nansai walked up to Qin Yu and asked. Mr. Demon, the matter of Punk Hazard has been settled. Should we go back to Dressrosa and wait for your real body to arrive? The real body can't leave for the time being. He has to go to East Blue first to deal with the matter in Cocoa West Village, and then hand over the matter of ancient weapon to Monkey Dragon, and then trade with Marine and Red Hair. It will take at least 2 months to wait for all these things to be settled and dealt with, and then come to New World. If we wait for the real body to come and do it, we will be far behind. Qin Yu shook his head. Then shall we go to the Vinsmoke family? Violet has been running around for Qin Yu these days. From the restoration of the country, to the cooperation with the dwarfs, to the establishment of the pacifists in Dressrosa, and the artificial devil fruit factory, and finally the matter of Guy Sakuron in Punk Hazard, she was indispensable. That is why she knew a lot about Qin Yu's plan. No, let the Vinsmoke family let the main body solve it. Although the main body is Qin Yu and the clone is also Qin Yu, the main body had not absorbed Vegapunk when it split me out. Without Vegapunk's memory and ability, it is a little inconvenient for me to talk to the Vinsmoke family. After all, the Vinsmoke family is completely different from Guy Sakuron. We can just go to the Golden Emperor. Calculating the time, when we solve the Golden Emperor's affairs, the main body should also arrive in New World. At that time, the Vinsmoke family will be left to him to solve. Qin Yu shook his head. Okay, then I will turn to the Golden Emperor now. Quote, when Violet heard this, she immediately took out a permanent pointer and controlled the ship to sail in the direction indicated by the permanent pointer. When Qin Yu's clone subdued Guy saw, Kulang continued to take Violet to find the Golden Emperor, while New World began to make various arrangements. Qin Yu's main body, which was far in the front half of the Grand Line, activated the flight system of Ancient Weapon, Pluton and successfully flew over the distance between the Grand Line and East Blue, and landed on East Blue from the paradise of the Grand Line. What a pity. If the flight system could be used for a long time, it would be great to fly from Sabayati Archipelago to East Blue in one breath. We don't have to spend so much time to get back to East Blue. After returning to this long-lost sea, Nami, who felt the tranquility and peace that was completely different from the Grand Line, immediately opened her arms and looked like she wanted to embrace the sea. I don't know if it was because she had been to the Grand Line and felt the mystery and power there. When she returned to East Blue, which was known as the weakest of the four seas, she felt extremely nostalgic and relaxed. Please, how is that possible? Do you think Pluton is a small boat like the Ark Maxim? The size and weight of a Pluton are many times that of the Ark Maxim. Thanks to Super Frankie, I made precise modifications and enhancements to the flight system of the Ark Maxim. Otherwise, after installing the flight system on the Pluton, it would take at least 8 or 9 flights from the Sabayati Islands back to East Blue. It's not like now, just flying the main and secondary ships to reach East Blue. Quote, Frankie said unhappily, what does this woman think of the flight system? It's already good that Pluton can fly to East Blue in 3 flights with this tonnage. Unless Pluton's size is reduced to the size of Ark Maxim, it will not be able to fly for a long time. In this case, please continue to modify it, Frankie. It's best to modify the flight system to the point where it can fly back to East Blue from Paradise in one breath. Nami said nonchalantly. Anyway, she is not responsible for research and modification of ships. How to modify is all Frankie's responsibility, and she only needs to give suggestions. As for how difficult it is and whether it can be done, it is not her concern. Chapter 369 The Strong One is Here. The King of the Old Times Golden Lion 46, please subscribe. 374. Chapter 369 The Strong One is Here. The King of the Old Times Golden Lion 46, please subscribe. Previous. Next. That's not impossible. As for energy, there is Coke, plus Qin Yu's Thunder Fruit, which is almost unlimited energy. It's just that the material of the flight system itself can't reach the point where Pluton can fly continuously. But Seastone is needed as the material. After Qin Yu absorbed Vegapunk, our pirate group has mastered the Seastone cutting technology. As long as we collect enough Seastone, we can immediately modify it. Frankie heard Nami say this and said it seriously. What, can you really fly back to East Blue in one breath? After hearing Frankie's words, not only Nami, but others also looked over. As long as the flight system can withstand it, there will be no overheating, or fracture, etc., and there is enough energy, of course it can be done. And Seastone can perfectly solve all these problems. Unfortunately, we don't have that much Seastone. Quote, Frankie shrugged. Yes, but not now. As long as you go to Dressrosa in New World and receive the property of Don Quixote da Flamingo, you can get as much Seastone as you want, but at least it will be enough for you to complete the modification of the flight system. Qin Yu said, then let's go to Kokoyasi village quickly. But I can't wait to see the new Pluton. Frankie heard it and quickly started the Pluton that had landed on the sea again and drove towards Kokoyasi village, which was not far away. What's wrong? You look a little bit wrong. Looking at the approaching Kokoyasi village, Nami, who has always been lively and cheerful, became a little unusually quiet. Qin Yu, who was holding a bunch of Seastones and using the weakness brought by Seastones to the ability users to improve his resistance to Seastones, couldn't help but walk over. Well, I don't know how to face them. Nami hesitated for a while before speaking. Is it because I became a pirate and implicated them? Qin Yu glanced at Nami. He knew what Nami was thinking without using observation haki. When he and Nami left Koko West Village, they were both bounty hunters and had never thought of becoming pirates. But now, returning to their hometown is a good thing with their current achievements. But Koko West Village is different from other places. It has been persecuted by the dragon pirates and hates pirates. In addition, the world government sent people to East Blue to capture her relatives to deal with them. Naturally, Nami didn't know how to face the villagers of Koko West Village. Yeah, Nami knew that she had lied to Qin Yu and didn't think of hiding it from him. Don't worry, they won't blame you, but will understand you. Even if they really blame you, I will handle this matter well. Whether it's the world government or the naval headquarters, they have no chance to threaten you with your relatives. Qin Yu patted Nami's shoulder. Nami felt warm in her heart, and just when she was about to speak, Qin Yu, Roronoa and Zoro's faces suddenly changed 10 times. What is that? Zoro rushed to the bow and looked at the sky in the direction of Koko West Village. Aware of the movement here, Nicole, Robin and others who were originally busy with their own things put down their work, and then looked in the direction of Roronoa Zoro. Under the gaze of everyone, huge islands suddenly landed above Koko West Village. These islands stopped when they landed about 200 meters away from Koko West Village, and then floated steadily in the air. Island. Nami's eyes widened, and it can still fly. Nicole. Robin's face changed slightly. Although they have been to Sky Island and seen enough islands floating in the sky at an altitude of 10,000 meters, that was due to the unique geographical environment. But the islands floating in the sky above the village of Koko West are obviously not due to the geographical environment. How could this happen? Frankie, who was standing in the control room, was also shocked after witnessing these islands flying in the sky through the monitoring images of Pluton itself. Someone is manipulating those islands. Roronoa. Zoro took a deep look at one of the largest islands above the village of Koko West, then pointed at it and said, Jiao Jiao. Who can do such a thing? Brigitte said in disbelief. Let the island fly in the sky, could it be him? Khalifa, who used to be CP9, seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes suddenly changed. What him? Do you know who made those islands fly in the sky? Nami, who had already felt bad about involving Cocoa West Village in the struggle between the demon pirates and the world government, Marine, became even more worried about woe after seeing those islands floating in the sky above Cocoa West Village. The king of the old times, as famous as Whitebeard, the pirate king, and the golden lion who was once known as the flying pirate. Khalifa said word by word. Chapter 370 Blocking Our Way, Golden Lion also becomes a dead lion. 56, please subscribe. 371 374. Chapter 370 Blocking Our Way, Golden Lion also becomes a dead lion. 56, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Flying pirate, and he's as famous as the pirate king, Whitebeard. Except for Qin Yu who had been prepared, everyone else was shocked when they heard Khalifa reveal the true identity of the person who controlled those islands. Then there is no mistake. I can sense a strong breath on that island. This breath is extremely rare in East Blue, not to mention in Grand Line. The most important thing is that this breath gives me a familiar feeling. Roronoa. Zoro's eyes flashed. What familiar feeling? Dory realized something was wrong and slowly raised a big sword, ready to join the battle at any time. As Qin Yu's opponents became stronger and stronger, Dory and Brigitte, who had long been like the giant vice admiral of the naval headquarters, could only show off their power in large-scale wars and could only play as small fish in high-end battlefields, mastered armament hockey, and were thrown to the bottom of the sea by Qin Yu to fight with sea kings. Tempering hockey and physique, the two giants finally burst out with the prestige that the world's strongest tribe should have. The giant tribe, without hockey, is just a soy sauce. But once they master hockey and are strong enough, they are no longer just a soy sauce. Whether it is him or Brigitte, the two of them use armament when they were hockey. With the giant's strong physique, they could easily break even a small island. In addition, in order to let them give full play to their strength, Qin Yu also trained them in Marine 6 styles. Now the two giants have the advantage of amazing strength, and at the same time, they are not slow because of their huge size, which makes them easy to be targeted. Like Gecko Moria, a Shichibukai, Dory or Brigitte, any one of them can beat the other. Great swordsman, Roronoa. Zoro's words made many people present feel awe-inspiring. The great swordsman, that is among the many types of strong men in the Grand Line, in terms of attack power alone, it is the first in the same level. And compared with other types of strong men, the great swordsman is also very scarce. There are many admiral-level strong men, and there are many who have achieved the admiral level with fruit ability, hockey, and physique. There are very few strong men who can achieve the great swordsmanship and enter the admiral level. Including after Rayleigh was absorbed by Qin Yu, the great swordsman Dracul, Mahak who was active in the Grand Line on the surface was the only one left. That should be the flying pirate himself. It is said that he escaped from Impel Down many years ago and became the only pirate who escaped from the prison under the supervision of the undersea prison. Khalifa pushed his glasses with a serious expression. Whether he is the golden lion or not, as long as he blocks our way, he can only become a dead lion. Simple but full of awe after Hockey's words came out of Qin Yu's mouth, every member of the demon pirates on the deck showed a touch of pride and pride on their faces. Yes, golden lion, so what? It's as famous as the pirate king and Whitebeard. Are there not many legendary figures who have fallen into the hands of the demon pirates? Although Qin Yu was the only one who fought in most battles in the past, after experiencing life and death battles with Qin Yu and bathing in the flames of war, even non-combatants such as Nami and Nico Robin have undergone a complete transformation. Their mental outlook is completely different from when they first entered the Grand Line. And Roronoa, Zoro, Trafalgar, Luo, Dory and others who are the main combatants are even more different from before. Especially Roronoa, Zoro, in order to avenge his previous shame on Don Quixote, Doflamingo in Sabayati Archipelago, he went through a terrifying training in the seabed and pushed his swordsmanship level to the peak of swordsmanship. And in the Battle of Sabayati Archipelago, he killed Don Quixote, Doflamingo and fought against the world's greatest swordsman without dying. After he recovered from his injuries, he was reborn. Although he has not yet entered the realm of a great swordsman, his strength is better than when he was in the Wave Islands. Even the level of a great swordsman is not far away. According to Roronoa, Zoro himself, although he was defeated in the battle with Dracul, Mahak, he, who was already at the top of the swordsman, glimpsed a trace of the secret of the great swordsman from Dracul, Mahak. Even if he does not experience the previous life and death battle, he has the confidence to enter the level of a great swordsman within 3 years. 3 years is naturally very long for Qin Yu, who has surpassed the 4 emperors in less than a year since his debut, but Roronoa, Zoro is different from Qin Yu who ate the Buu Fruit. He is a pure swordsman without any devil fruit. Every bit of his strength improvement can only be exchanged for blood and sweat. In fact, his real rise also began when he joined the demon pirates and entered the Grand Line. The previous 10 years in East Blue were not completely wasted, but it was not much better. It can be said that his growth time is already extremely short, and his growth speed is already extremely fast. Chapter 371 The Yangtze River will push forward the old wave, and the new generation will bury the old. 66, please subscribe. 372 374. Chapter 371 The Yangtze River will push forward the old wave, and the new generation will bury the old. 66, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Although Golden Lion, who is as famous as Whitebeard in One Piece, is powerful, no one in the demon pirates who have experienced countless battles is afraid of him. But Qin Yu and others did not expect to meet this long-lost king of the last era in East Blue. That guy is indeed very strong, but his aura is a bit weird. Judging from his aura, he gives me the feeling that he is stronger than Dracula, Mihawk and Pluten Rayleigh, and even Sengoku of Buddha. But after careful perception, he gives me a feeling of being strong on the outside but weak on the inside, or inadequate in strength. If I am not mistaken, he should be like Pluten Rayleigh, hiding. Moreover, his degree of decline is much more serious than Pluten Rayleigh. Pluten Rayleigh can still maintain the strength of an admiral, but he is only stronger than Bartholomew and is already inferior to Admiral. Roronoa. Zoro's words made Nami and others sigh slightly in their hearts. The most powerful thing about the Grand Line is time, not a certain person. No matter how high-spirited you are when you are young, no matter how high you are compared to the sky or how deep you are compared to the sea, it is useless. After years of wasting time, you will eventually become old and decayed, and finally just a pile of yellow soil. They already felt this way when Pluten Rayleigh was not as good as before. Now that they have met Golden Lion, they feel even more strongly. This feeling can only be experienced by forces or people who gradually step into the peak of the Grand Line. How arrogant was the Golden Lion at the time? Just look at how he dared to challenge naval headquarters alone, and how he kept saying in front of Sengoku that Marine was so weak. How could he catch Gaul, Roger? It can be seen that he completely regarded the existence below the four emperors as nothing. However, he also has the strength to match this arrogance. Under the siege of Garp and Sengoku, he fought fiercely for several days before being captured, and destroyed half of Marineford in one fell swoop. Those were Sengoku and Garp, the absolute strong men standing on the top of the ocean at that time. It was easy for the two of them to kill the three admirals today. But it took several days to capture Golden Lion. You can imagine how cruel Golden Lion was when he was young. According to CP9's intelligence records, although Golden Lion escaped Impel Down, it was not without a price. In order to escape Impel Down, he also left a pair of legs in prison. Besides, before he was sent to Impel Down, he fought Buddha Sengoku and Marine hero Garp alone in Marineford. If I'm not mistaken, he was already seriously injured in that battle, and he couldn't get good treatment in prison. His strength had already begun to decline. Later, he broke his legs in order to escape from prison. Severely injured, broken legs, old, and hiding his identity for more than 10 years, so his strength has declined to this extent. Khalifa pushed his glasses and analyzed calmly. In Grand Line, why are many young pirates so keen to challenge the long-established masters? Are these newcomers really just starting out and don't know the height of the world? No, on the contrary, they are very clear about the power of those long-established masters, but they still choose to do so. It's because the waves behind push the waves ahead, and the new generation buries the old. Many long-established masters are indeed strong, but only when they were young. The baptism of time and the hidden injuries left by many battles in their youth make their strength decline wildly after a certain age. No one can avoid this. This is true for Whitebeard, Pluten Rayleigh, and Golden Lion. Similarly, even the well-maintained Buddha Sengoku Garp is the same. This has also created many newcomers who are very keen to challenge the long-established pirates after going to sea, and some powerful newcomers have successfully stepped on the corpses of the former masters to become famous in the sea. So, maybe if the Demon Master does not take action, we can also become famous in the sea with the name of Golden Lion. Oh, Trafalgar. After listening to Khalifa's analysis, Luo's eyes also flashed with a touch of desire. Although he is a member of the Demon Pirates, he is also a supernova. As a new pirate, he also has the idea of stepping on the former masters to become famous in the sea. The appearance of the weakened Golden Lion gave him a good opportunity. Let me take this guy. Although he is a demon fruit power, he is also a great swordsman. If I can kill him, it won't take me 3 years to reach the level of a great swordsman. I can fight Dracula, Mihawk again within this year. Roronoa. Zoro said hurriedly. He and Dracula, Mihawk are quite similar in many ways. He is very ambitious, never sneak attacks anyone, attaches great importance to swordsman etiquette, but is not pedantic. For swordsmen, especially strong swordsmen, they are very obsessed with challenging each other, or being fought by each other. Now he finally met a great swordsman who is stronger than himself, but not without the ability to fight. Roronoa. Zoro naturally doesn't want to miss it. Chapter 372. If he is looking for death, I don't mind fulfilling his wish. 15, please subscribe. 373 374. Chapter 372. If he is looking for death, I don't mind fulfilling his wish. 15, please subscribe. Previous. Next. No hurry, let's see if this Golden Lion is here to die. If he is just passing by East Blue, then there is no need to pay attention to him. But if he is here to die, then I don't mind fulfilling his wish, and let this king of the last era disappear in the Grand Line of this era as the last era passes. Seeing that the people in his pirate group not only did not have the slightest fear in the face of the legendary pirate Golden Lion, but also rushed to fight with Golden Lion, Qin Yu nodded with satisfaction. In his opinion, as a member of his pirate group, the strength can be poor, but the spirit must not be poor. In the 437 Grand Line, spirit, will and other mysterious things do exist, and they also have extremely powerful effects. If a strong man loses his spirit is not high, and his will is broken, then no matter how strong he is, he will be trampled underfoot sooner or later. That is why Qin Yu thought that it was okay for his crew to be weak, and he could find a way to improve their strength. Hockey, swordsmanship, and physical skills are all up to you. Even if you don't have the talent to practice these three, it doesn't matter. He will still find a powerful devil fruit that matches it. In the sea, there are many strong people who have average talent in hockey, swordsmanship, and physical skills, and their strength is quite mediocre. But after these people get a devil fruit, they often soar to the sky and can't be stopped from then on. Blackbeard is the best example of this. In order to avoid Red Hair's pursuit and to find the dark fruit, he sneaked into the Whitebeard pirates and obtained Whitebeard's protection. His strength is very average, and even after getting the dark fruit, he is often pressed to the ground and rubbed. The fruit ability is restrained by it very badly. The Fire Fist Ace, who is a mess except for the fruit ability, still beat him to a pulp before being defeated by him. Even in Impel Down, even Luffy, who can't hockey, pressed him to the ground and rubbed him after opening the second gear. But Blackbeard became more and more courageous, relying on his indomitable will and extraordinary spirit, and forcibly took Whitebeard's shock fruit. With the two devil fruits, he finally reversed his own weakness in one fell swoop and established his position as 4 emperors. Blackbeard can do it. As long as the people in the demon pirates want to become stronger, Qin Yu can also make his crew members as strong as Blackbeard, and at least admiral level can be achieved. Just when Qin Yu was secretly satisfied with the spirit of his crew, he saw the arrival of Golden Lion. Roronoa, Zoro and others, who were eager to try, were looking at the island floating in Cocoa Village with expectant eyes. Obviously, they hoped that Golden Lion was not passing by, but coming to find trouble. In this way, they would have a legitimate challenge to this legendary pirate. Qin Yu, who had been staring at the island floating in the air observation hockey, covering the sea and sky, suddenly frowned slightly. What is that? At the same time, Nicole, Robin pointed at the island in the sky. Animals, so big, so many animals, they rushed down from the island in the sky towards the village of Kakoya West. Nami immediately picked up the telescope and saw huge monsters, many of which were beyond the scope of sea beasts and close to small sea kings, falling from an island covered with towering trees. As if they were not afraid of falling to death from jumping from such a high altitude, they were fearless and flew towards the village of Kakoya West like crazy. It's bad, Qin Yu. You should stop those animals quickly. If they jump down and land on the village of Kakoya West, they will not only destroy the entire village but also trample many people to death. Thinking that the village of Kakoya West was about to be in danger, Nami didn't care about being shocked by what was going on with these animals. How could they be so huge? And they also flew towards the village of Kakoya West at the same time, and hurriedly said to Qin Yu beside him. Frankie, Qin Yu said lightly, leave everything to me, the super. Aren't they just a few animals? How dare they act so arrogantly in front of me, the super master? Frankie, who was in the control room, quickly operated Pluton's turret on the console. This time, not only did he not use the main gun, he even hijacked only 2 ordinary turrets. But the power of these 2 turrets was more than enough to crush a buster call battleship. Boom! As Frankie pressed the turret firing button, 2 of the turrets on the Pluton giant ship quickly burst into a red light, and then 2 thick flame beams shot out from the wide muzzle, sweeping the animals falling from the sky towards the Kokoyasi village. With a deafening roar, all the animals in the sky were swallowed up by a huge red light ball that expanded rapidly in an instant. Chapter 373 Without One Piece, No One Can Stop Me Golden Lion 25, please subscribe. 374 Chapter 373 Without One Piece, No One Can Stop Me Golden Lion 25, please subscribe. Previous, next. Nami heaved a sigh of relief when she saw those animals turn to ashes in the blink of an eye under the gunfire of the giant Pluton ship. Even when she faced the 3 admirals of the naval headquarters, Sengoku of Buddha and other terrible lineups, she had never been as nervous as she was now. But after it came to Kakoa West Village, this was not only her reverse scale, but also her taboo. A little thing was enough to make her almost go berserk. Here it comes again. But Nami had just breathed a sigh of relief when Roronoa, Zoro said. Many people looked up and immediately found that after the previous batch of giant animals were destroyed by Frankie's ancient weapon, Pluton, another batch of red-eyed, more violent, and larger animals continued to fly down from the island fearlessly. 23 Seeing that these animals were getting bigger and bigger, no one would doubt that these animals would fall to death if they jumped from a high altitude. On the contrary, judging from the size, strength, and ferocity of these animals, once they fall into the village of Kakoa West, they will definitely slaughter the villagers of the entire village in an instant. It seems that the matter can be confirmed. It was not an accident that those animals jumped off the island. Someone deliberately let them attack the village of Kakoa West, and this person is most likely the Golden Lion on the island. Although I don't know that as a lion fruit user, he can control those beasts, but this is no longer important. The Golden Lion is simply looking for trouble. Trafalgar, Luo said word by word in a cold tone. Frankie, control Pluton to drive towards the village of Kakoa West, and destroy the island where the animals are released from the sky. Remember, the island is above the village of Kakoa West, don't just blow up the island. At such a high position, if you only blow up the island, then if the fragments of the island fall down, the village of Kakoa West will also suffer huge damage. Qin Yu's tone was a bit colder than before. Originally, he was too lazy to deal with Golden Lion, but since the other party was determined to come and seek death, he had no choice but to bury this old lion that was eliminated by the times. Anyway, his enemies are all over the world. In addition to the Revolutionary Army, Shichibukai and 4 emperors in the pirates are his enemies. Naval headquarters, world government can't wait to get rid of him. Even the many dark emperors of New World are afraid of his ability and want him to disappear from this world. Anyway, his enemies and the people who died in his hands are enough, and one more golden lion is not bad. I understand. Blast and destruction are two different things. Frankie in the control room immediately understood Qin Yu's meaning. He immediately controlled the turrets to lock the island that had just launched the beast towards Cocoa West Village. The next second, dozens of red beams suddenly shot out from the turrets that made all the warships and cannons on the sea pale in comparison. In just one encounter, all the flying beasts and the islands where they lived were instantly covered by red light. After the deafening sound of the cannon and the dazzling light faded, Nami and others found that one of the medium-sized islands floating above the village of Cocoa West had been wiped out by the artillery fire of ancient weapon Pluton. Nami and others, who had already seen the stunning scene of all the turrets of ancient weapon Pluton firing together with the main gun, were not surprised at all. Looking at the frightened villagers in Kokoyasi village, and the man known as the Golden Lion who was sitting on a chair in a building on the island, he was full of shock. Just a few dozen guns destroyed my island. If all the guns, including the main gun, were fired together, wouldn't my base be wiped out instantly? After being shocked, the Golden Lion's eyes burst into unprecedented heat and greed. Haha, I originally thought that after Roger died, I would never be able to get this ancient weapon that could conquer the world. I didn't expect that the young demon actually got the ancient weapon. Well, it is worthy of being the legendary ancient weapon that can conquer the world. If I get this Pluton, plus the beasts I have studied, it will be enough to conquer the world. Quote, thinking of the past when Roger rejected him and missed the chance to contact the ancient weapon, Golden Lion felt regretful. After seeing the power of Pluton, he not only swept away the regret in his heart but also laughed excitedly. Roger, you were desperate to stop me from getting the ancient weapon. Now the ancient weapon is in front of me, you can't imagine it, right? You are the only one who can stop me, Golden Lion, from doing what I want to do. But now you are dead, and no one in this sea can stop me, Golden Lion. Seeing the ancient weapon, Pluton in front of him, Golden Lion couldn't hold back his excitement and greed after a burst of laughter, and immediately flew up, rushed out of the building, and soared into the sky outside the island. Chapter 374 The Return of the Demon. The Clash of Kings from the Old and New Eras 35, please subscribe. 375 374th. Chapter 374 The Return of the Demon. The Clash of Kings from the Old and New Eras 35, please subscribe. Previous. Golden Lion had heard of the power of demons. It was just that he was extremely conceited, extremely confident in his own strength, and looked down on the heroes of the world. In the last era when pirates were extremely powerful, there were also very few people who could catch his eye. Apart from the members of Rock's pirates with him at that time, such as Whitebeard, Kaido, etc., only his brother Roger was truly regarded as a strong enemy by him. And whether it was Garp, who was famous at the time and claimed to have ended the Rock's era, or Sengoku of Buddha who resisted Whitebeard, these two great figures in the Marine, he didn't take them seriously. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to naval headquarters alone and challenged Garp and Sengoku alone. That's why, even after learning that Qin Yu defeated the three admirals, absorbed Pluton Rayleigh, and absorbed Sengoku of Buddha, he still didn't show any fear. Golden Lion, who had been silent for more than 10 years, had one thing that had not changed, that was that he firmly believed that he was still the strongest. Especially in the era after Roger died, no one could stop what Golden Lion wanted to do, not even Whitebeard. Who helped us? At the same time, Nokigao and others in Kokoaxi village, who were originally panicked by the falling beasts, suddenly turned their heads and looked in the direction where the 10 fiery red beams were shooting from. Could it be? The smart Nokigao suddenly thought of something, and immediately climbed onto the roof of a house, took out a telescope and looked into the distance. At this glance, a uniquely shaped terrifying warship, which was completely different from the Grand Line ships of this era, immediately came into her eyes. I knew it was you. The newspapers said you have an ancient weapon called Pluton, which can destroy an island with one shot. Although Grand Line is big, only you will come back to save us when Cocoa West Village is in danger. When Nohigo saw the warship, her delicate and handsome face suddenly showed a touch of excitement and uncontrollable joy. She was not happy and excited because she recognized the ancient weapon, Pluton, but when she looked through the telescope, she saw two very familiar figures that she often saw in the newspapers standing on the bow of the ancient weapon, Pluton. Nami, Qin Yu, you are finally back. Seeing his sister and Qin Yu, who once saved his entire village, Nokigo's tears suddenly flashed. What's wrong, Nokigo? Carrying a hunting rifle in his hand, Aegean, who had just prepared to find those beasts and fight to buy a little time for other villagers to escape, saw Nokigo standing on the roof with a telescope and excited, and couldn't help asking. It's them. Nami and Qin Yu are back. Don't be afraid, Nami and Qin Yu are back. Nokigao looked down at the villagers who were gathered together, their faces full of panic and fear, and then shouted 3 times with all her might. They are back, great. We don't have to be afraid of these damn animals. Our heroes are back. All the villagers present were stunned for a moment when they heard Nokigao's shout, and then a burst of jubilation as if they had survived a disaster and shouted out from all the oranges. You are back just in time. Nokigao, who had been trembling with fear and couldn't calm down at all, breathed a sigh of relief at this time, and there was no panic on her pretty face. Even if she only learned about it through the newspaper, she knew that Qin Yu today was no longer the little bounty hunter from East Blue who walked out of Cocoa West Village that day. The current Qin Yu has the name of a demon, and his status, reputation, strength, and respect in this sea are even higher than those of the 4 emperors who reigned over the new world like the 4 emperors. With the return of the demon Qin Yu, Nokigo really couldn't think of anything else that was worth their fear and worry. Nami, it seems that you don't need to worry that the villagers will have a bad impression of you because you are a pirate. Quote, just when Nokigo was relieved and many people in Cocoa West Village cheered for the return of Qin Yu and others, Wang Zhao, Qin Yu standing on the deck of Pluton suddenly said to Nami beside him. Why? Nami didn't react for a while. Your sister Nokigo has told all the villagers about our return. Do you know what their reaction was? Qin Yu looked at Nami with a playful look on her pretty face, showing a rare look of uneasiness. Are they very dissatisfied with my identity as a pirate? Nami asked cautiously. The reason why she hated Marine so much at the beginning, in addition to Marine's repeated pursuit of them, the most important 10 reasons were that Marine defined her as a pirate.